Chapter 1. The Great Sage and Virtuous Teacher. In an uncharted cave, a handsome young man with long black hair sat up, cradling his head in his hands. The cold sensation of the stone floor against his skin, coupled with the damp chill of the cave, made him realize that this was no dream. "Have I crossed over?" he murmured as he surveyed his surroundings. "This isn't so bad in my previous world. I was all alone, and there was little worth clinging to." With a grin, Su Chun embraced his life's motto, to adapt and find contentment in any circumstance. Though starting in a cave is rather unconventional, could this be during some tumultuous era of war? As Su Chun pondered, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Ding! The template system has been activated for you." In this contemporary world of extraordinary beings, the renowned 8 extraordinary techniques dominated, yet few knew that the ancient sages of Huaxia possessed equally transcendent abilities. Unfortunately, many legacies have been lost to the sands of time. This system will aid the host in acquiring templates from the annals of history. Random selection commencing. Selection successful fusion beginning. The template of the great sage Zhang Jiao has fused successfully. A novice gift package has been issued to the host. Please click to receive. Listening to the voice in his mind and gazing at the system interface before him, Su Chun quickly acclimated to his new reality. Given that he had indeed crossed over, having a system by his side seemed entirely reasonable. To think I find myself in an extraordinary world. I never imagined I would have the chance to experience this realm from the unfinished anime I adored. Su Chun murmured softly. This world was drawn from the anime Irunjixia of his past life. Here, a select few transcended the understanding of ordinary humans. They wielded an energy known as innate qi, which was beyond the reach of the common populace. Collectively, these individuals were referred to as extraordinary beings. As a seasoned anime enthusiast, Su Chun had often fantasized about embarking on thrilling adventures in such a world. Little did he know that this whimsical dream would materialize today. Fortunately, I have a system at my disposal. This is a template for an exhilarating tale. Without it, I might have ended up in the Soul Banner, consorting with other unfortunate souls. Wait, but there is no Soul Banner in this world. Su Chun felt a surge of excitement regarding the chosen character template. Zhang Jiao, the legendary general of heaven, was famed for commanding the winds and rains, summoning thunder and lightning, and turning beings into soldiers with remarkable ease. Though labeled as a demon by the masses, in his era of chaos, he was the only beacon of hope for the common folk. With a millennium of cultivation, he had intervened in the fate of the Han dynasty, single-handedly shattering its last vestiges of fortune. In this world, where qi existed, such legends likely held a kernel of truth. With this thought, Su Chun's anticipation for his novice gift package grew, and he hastily clicked the ethereal receive button. Ding! The novice gift package has been distributed. Congratulations, host! You have received the following rewards. 10 years of cultivation and the ability to summon soldiers with beans. Name, Su Chun. Template, Zhang Jiao. Fusion degree, 001000. Technique, summon soldiers with beans. You can summon yellow turban warriors to fight for you. Their quantity and strength depend on your own capabilities. After claiming his rewards, Su Chun felt a warm surge coursing through his body as an energy flowed within him, accompanied by a flood of knowledge regarding cultivation and techniques. The warmth dispelled the damp chill of the cave, and he marveled, "Is this qi?" As he savored the sensation, he couldn't help but inquire of the system, "How can I enhance this fusion degree?" The host can gain experience points through combat, which will increase the template's fusion degree. The stronger the opponents faced, the greater the experience gained, leading to a swifter increase in fusion degree. With each increment in fusion degree, your foundational cultivation will rise, existing skills will strengthen, and new skills will unlock. With the system's response, Su Chun's fighting spirit ignited. He believed it wouldn't be long before he made a name for himself in this extraordinary world. As for the acquired skills, he felt compelled to test them immediately. With this thought, Su Chun retrieved a handful of beans gifted by the system from his pocket. Chanting, he declared, "The heavens encompass the earth. The laws are decreed in 9 chapters. Seize the city, open the granaries, and distribute the grain." With a swift motion, he cast the beans onto the ground. A pale yellow mist began to rise from the scattered beans, coalescing into human-like figures that gradually took form. To his astonishment, they transformed into several emaciated yellow, turbaned warriors, looking as if they had suffered from severe malnutrition. What in the world? Why they turned into beggar versions of warriors? Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Ding! The current fusion degree of the host is too low, and foundational cultivation is insufficient. Please strive to improve. Su Chen cast a skeptical glance at the warriors before him, particularly at the golden-hued shovels they wielded. He couldn't help but wonder if a gust of wind would send them flying away. It was hard to believe such a disheveled appearance could possess any formidable combat strength. Yet he pressed on with his experiment, directing one of the warriors to attack the wall. The obedient warrior raised its shovel high above its head before swiftly bringing it crashing down. With a resounding boom, debris flew in all directions, enveloping the yellow, turbaned warrior in a cloud of dust. As the haze dissipated, Su Chen beheld a round pit over a meter wide carved into the wall. Astonishment washed over him, dispelling his earlier discontent, and his spirits soared. He had not expected the seemingly unimpressive warriors to possess such formidable power. It seems I need to find someone to engage in battle soon. Wait, I can grow stronger by revealing my abilities in front of others. This is precisely what I enjoy. Su Chen grinned widely. Quickly, he set his sights on his target. As long as he was at the center of this world storm, surrounded by the 8 extraordinary techniques, he was certain he would never lack for combat. With this in mind, Su Chen spoke. System, what is the current time? April 1st, 2015. Su Chen recalled the plot from the original story. Is it almost Qingming Festival? I must hurry, otherwise I will miss the beginning of the tale. As he spoke, Su Chen rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and made his way toward the cave's exit. His immediate priority was to exit the mountains and find a nearby city. Once acquainted with the area, he intended to head to Tsiufu. After all, that was where the first experienced treasure, the corpse escort Lu Yanyan, awaited him. A few days later, in Tsiufu, at the bus station, I finally made it, just in time before Qingming. At the entrance of the station, a young man wielding a 9-section staff, clad in a yellow Taoist robe, exclaimed. With striking features, the man had his long black hair tied up with a yellow sash. His dark eyes resembled deep lakes, concealing a wealth of secrets and wisdom, adding an air of profundity to his demeanor. This man was none other than Su Chen. Ironically, the place where he had reincarnated was near Zhang Jiao's hometown in Hebei province. After finding a town at the foot of the mountain, he had acquired a fitting outfit and hurried here. As for why he chose such attire, it was simple. One's identity is self-assigned when venturing into the world. Dressed in casual athletic wear, anyone who glanced at him would doubt his possession of extraordinary heritage. I, Su Chen, disciple of the General of Heaven, the sole inheritor of the Taiping Sect, am brimming with exceptional techniques and magical artifacts. Come and seize me. Do you understand? Chapter 2, the first encounter with Zhang Chulan, as Su Chen pondered whether to wait at the station for Zhang Chulan, who was returning home, or to directly stake out at the cemetery for Lu Yanyan. The surrounding clamor reached his ears. Hey, Zhang Chulan, what brings you back? Didn't you go to the city for university? A slightly plump young man remarked to another young man who appeared somewhat refined. Isn't Qingming a short holiday? I came back to pay respects at my ancestral grave, the refined young man replied. Ha, your clothes are getting trendier, the plump young man continued, inquiring whether he had found a girlfriend at university. Upon hearing the name Zhang Chulan, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback and turned his gaze towards the two speakers. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the refined young man exuded an air of insidiousness, a subtly lewd aura that seemed to seep through unintentionally. With just one glance, Su Chen recognized that this person was indeed Zhang Chulan. What a coincidence! Since fate has brought us together, it would be prudent to establish a favorable connection. After all, he is at the center of this world's vortex, and being near him would undoubtedly attract countless troubles, Su Chen mused to himself. Indeed, during his journey to Tsiufu, Su Chen had already contemplated that as a newcomer to this alternate realm, The most effective way to rapidly enhance his abilities would be to stay close to Zhang Chulan, who possessed the chi body source flow. This would lead to an abundance of combat opportunities. In this world, there exists a legitimate organization known as Everywhere Connected, which maintains order within the realm of extraordinary beings. Engaging in random brawls would likely result in being labeled as a public menace. While he was eager to bolster his strength, he did not wish to become a pariah, despised by all. Thus, forging a good rapport with Zhang Chulan before he fully immersed himself in this world was indeed a wise course of action. With this in mind, Su Chen took a few steps forward, interrupting the conversation between the two. Excuse me, are you Zhang Chulan? Su Chen addressed him. I am Su Chen, a disciple of the Taiping Sect. I notice that your forehead appears dark. Have you encountered some misfortune recently? Ha! Go away! Zhang Chulan scoffed, curling his lips disdainfully. You charlatans who pretend to be mystics are the most irritating. You immediately claim that others are facing calamity. I have no money for you to swindle. Don't be so hasty. How about we exchange contact information? I can offer you my services, Su Chen replied with a gentle smile, not perturbed by Zhang Chulan's remark about being a fraud. He continued, if you invite me to perform a ritual, you won't regret it, regardless of your concerns. Yet, it seemed that Zhang Chulan had not heard him at all. He turned his back and waved dismissively before walking away. Watching his retreating figure, Su Chen did not attempt to hold him back. Indeed, he is quite astute. A single remark has already alerted him. Su Chen murmured softly. Indeed, he had observed the way Zhang Chulan's fist had tightened and then relaxed in an instant, as well as the fleeting glimmer of impatience that masked his wariness. Though these signs of vigilance were well concealed, they did not escape Su Chen's keen scrutiny, having discerned his true nature. Although their initial encounter had not left the best impression, he believed that if he were to assist Zhang Chulan later that night, they could forge a beneficial bond. Hey, Master, your outfit resembles what the city folks call. What was it again? Cosplay, right? Just as Su Chen was contemplating. The plump young man suddenly interjected. He continued, what character are you portraying? Lin Jingying from Hong Kong. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a vain throb at his forehead. This was absurd. How could he, a dignified disciple of the Taiping Sect, be mistaken for some cosplay enthusiast? Casting a disdainful glance at the plump young man, Su Chen turned on his heel and walked away without looking back. Ugh, are all city people like this? They barely say 2 words and just leave, the plump young man grumbled, left alone in the spot. As Su Chen strolled down the street, he quietly contemplated. Since Zhang Chulan had returned to his hometown today, he would likely visit the cemetery to pay his respects that evening. Lu Yinyin would probably choose this moment to make her move against Zhang Chulan. It seemed that if he waited at the cemetery, he would have a good chance of catching Lu Yinyin and giving her a proper lesson. The anticipation for his first battle in this extraordinary realm was palpable, and Su Chen licked his lips with a mix of nervousness and excitement. Despite having acquired some powers from Zhang Jiao, his understanding of the extraordinary beings in this world was still rooted in the animations of his past life, having never witnessed them firsthand. However, he soon recalled the refugee warrior he had summoned, and his expression soured. System, I clearly wish to shine in front of others and make a grand entrance, yet you want me to summon a hulking brute. Even if the warrior's strength is formidable, I will surely be the subject of ridicule. Beep. Current host fusion level is too low, and foundational training is insufficient. Please strive to engage in combat to gain experience points. The system replied mechanically, deepening the frown on Su Chen's face. This only strengthened his resolve to grow stronger. Su Chen then began to contemplate what identity he should adopt to make his official debut in this extraordinary world that night. After all, according to the memories of the plot, Su San would also be arriving at the scene tonight, presenting a prime opportunity to enter the public. I doubt a young man who has fallen from a cliff, inherited the legacy of the sages, lost his memory, roams the world, and is determined to promote the Taiping Sect. This identity seemed rather appealing. Su Chen mused softly to himself. Meanwhile, at the police station. What? You're telling me someone has dug up my grandfather's grave? Zhang Chulan exclaimed excitedly. Does that mean my father has news? And I have a sister around my age. Calm down, Uncle Song said steadily. That I called over there, and there's indeed someone named Zhang Bao. But it's still uncertain whether her father is your dad. Where are you going, Chulan? Just as Uncle Song was speaking, Zhang Chulan had already reached the door. I'm going to light incense at my grandfather's grave. Zhang Chulan replied, hands shoved in his pockets. But it's so late now. The grave's been disturbed. It's better to light some incense early and head back to school. Zhang Chulan's departing figure appeared somewhat forlorn. That night, Su Chun, who had been waiting in the shadows, watched as Zhang Chulan approached from a distance. It's really cold in the woods tonight. Zhang Chulan murmured, hugging himself, that I really don't know who my Zhang family has offended. Even our ancestral grave has been. Just then, a sound of digging suddenly echoed from the direction of the graveyard. Damn grave robbers. Are they back again tonight? Zhang Chulan muttered under his breath, then dashed toward the source of the noise, with Su Chun leisurely trailing behind him. Hiding in the woods, Zhang Chulan peered toward the sound. Beneath the moonlight, a figure with disheveled hair was wielding a shovel in the graveyard. Clad in a simple, wide white Zhongshan suit and a long black skirt, the figure appeared somewhat eerie in the atmosphere. Chapter 3, The First Encounter with Feng Bao Bao. This must be Feng Bao Bao. Su Chan thought, observing the scene. She looked even more beautiful than her animated counterpart. However, that wild, frizzy hair was indeed reminiscent of her portrayal in the animation. Perhaps a little conditioner would help? Su Chun quietly critiqued. Damn it, is that her? And she's a girl? Plus, the charlatan I encountered when I got off the bus today isn't any better. They must be in cahoots, Zhang Chulan grumbled below, pulling out his phone. I'm taking a picture to report you to the police. Let's see how you escape this. Hearing Zhang Chulan mention him, Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle in such a brief moment. Zhang Chulan had already connected him with their earlier encounter. Just as Zhang Chulan pressed the shutter, Feng Bao Bao abruptly turned and locked eyes with him. Oh no, I'm done for. Zhang Chulan cursed, pivoting on his heel and sprinting away. Meanwhile, Su Chun, who had been hiding behind Zhang Chulan, found the situation rather amusing. This kid is quite shrewd. Even when sensing danger in the dead of night, he didn't reveal his extraordinary abilities, Su Chun thought, smacking his lips. The younger generation is indeed cunning, living up to their reputation. After running some distance, Zhang Chulan halted, panting heavily, preparing to send a photo to Uncle Song in hopes of having the police apprehend the grave robber. In the next moment, a shadow descended from above, and the shovel came crashing down mercilessly. Bang! The shovel struck the back of Zhang Chulan's head. With his legs buckling, Zhang Chulan fell heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Seeing this, Su Chun instinctively rubbed the back of his own head, imagining that if he received such a blow, he would likely end up sprawled out as well. That moment, Feng Bao Bao, standing beside Zhang Chulan, suddenly looked up and glanced over. Su Chun felt a jolt of alarm. It seemed Feng Bao Bao's keen senses had detected his hidden presence. Since it had already been discovered, Su Chun chose not to conceal himself any longer. Clearing his throat, he stepped out from the shadows of the trees. Fellow Taoist, I bear no ill intentions. Must we resort to hostility here? Su Chun remarked, I am but a wandering Taoist, merely passing by. Upon hearing that this graveyard is haunted, I came to investigate. Feng Bao Bao regarded Su Chun, remaining silent for a moment, and indeed sensed no hostility emanating from him. Subsequently, she dismissed him and effortlessly hoisted Zhang Chulan onto her shoulder. Striding towards the graveyard, you know what is happening here. Seeing that Feng Bao Bao was neither attacking nor inclined to converse, Su Chun took the initiative to speak. That I observe that this fellow, Zhang Chulan, bears a dark omen. It seems someone harbors ill intentions towards him. Is he the infamous Zhang Chulan? Feng Bao Bao's expression changed slightly upon hearing the name. It appears you're not acquainted. Su Chun scratched his head, feigning ignorance. I only learned his name this afternoon when I overheard him conversing with others. Just as the two were engaged in dialogue, a zombie unexpectedly crawled out from the nearby earth. They exchanged a brief glance, not overly concerned. Feng Bao Bao flung Zhang Chulan to the ground, drew a kitchen knife, and with a swift stroke, rendered the zombie silent. That moment, the unconscious Zhang Chulan opened his eyes, glancing at the fallen zombie, and then at Su Chun and Feng Bao Bao standing nearby. What are you two planning? He stammered. You fraud. You're clearly not a good person. You truly are in league with this grave robber. Now, young brother, Su Chun chuckled. I mentioned earlier that I sense you were in grave danger today, hence my intention to assist you. Feng Baobao, however, paid no heed to Zhang Chulan's words. Instead, she stepped forward, seized his legs, and began dragging him towards the grave pit she had previously dug. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Zhang Chulan flailed his arms, pleading, please release me. Help, don't. What on earth do you intend to do? With a thud, Feng Baobao tossed Zhang Chulan into the pit she had dug, and then began shoveling dirt over him. Observing this scene, Su Chan mused to himself. It seems Feng Baobao is indeed as the rumors suggest. When faced with uncertainty, she buries someone first, like a tea that moment. The thrown Zhang Chulan finally regained his composure. You wicked woman, he shouted in exasperation. What are you doing? You have seen too much, Feng Baobao replied indifferently. Thus, I have no choice but to bury you. The moonlight cast a silvery glow upon the ground, and under its luminescence, Feng Baobao's silhouette appeared somewhat ominous. You lunatic! You are committing murder! Indeed, no one will witness it here. Feng Baobao replied, her expression unchanging. I saw nothing. Su Chun chimed in with a teasing smile. Goodness, this sister is a psychopath. Wait, sister. Zhang Chulan seemed to have realized something. I asked that you. I'm Zhang Chulan. The moment I saw you, I felt an inexplicable closeness. Sister Bauer, at last, I found family to. In response, Feng Baobao delivered a swift kick to Zhang Chulan. That I do not know you, nor am I your sister. That identification is also a forgery. She stated calmly, her hands continuing their work of filling the pit with dirt. Witnessing Feng Baobao's expressionless demeanor, Zhang Chulan, in despair, shouted, And you say you're not in cahoots with him? That fraud of a Taoist said this afternoon he would help me avert disaster. And now he is here to bury me with you. We are not in league. Feng Baobao paused her shoveling, looking at Zhang Chulan. That foul Taoist has seen everything, hasn't he? Zhang Chulan exclaimed in frustration. Why haven't you buried him? Oh, you make a valid point. Feng Baobao paused, turning her gaze towards Su Chun, though she did not actually make a move against him. Su Chun, who had been watching the spectacle, felt momentarily bewildered that he hadn't anticipated being outmaneuvered by Zhang Chulan, but he had merely intended to engage in a battle with the experienced Bao Bao and Lu Yinyin to gain some experience points and enhance his fusion level, while also establishing a good rapport with Zhang Chulan and familiarizing himself with Su San, completing his debut in the realm of the extraordinary. Yet he found himself at odds with Feng Baobao. And with his current fusion level at 0, he feared he might end up like Zhang Chulan, lying in the pit. While Su Chun was mentally lamenting, he noticed Feng Baobao staring intently at him, seemingly contemplating something. It seemed she might charge at him with her shovel at any moment, causing Su Chen's heart to race. Yet he maintained an air of a detached sage, with an expression of calm. He said, My friend, you must have sensed it too. There are others lurking in the shadows. Perhaps we should refrain from engaging one another. He then turned to Zhang Chulan, still in the pit, and admonished him. Young man, you are being targeted by malevolent individuals. We are here to assist you. Do not attempt to divert the blame in that moment. Lu Yinyin, hidden in the shadows, could no longer bear the farce unfolding before her. Clapping her hands upon the ground, she caused countless mounds of earth to rise around the graveyard. In the next instant, numerous grayish hands broke through the soil, followed by an endless horde of zombies emerging from beneath the ground. Witnessing this, Su Chun chuckled lightly, saying, This mere corpse-reviving technique from Xiangxi is but a trivial trick. How dare you flaunt it before me? My friend, allow me to handle these zombies, clad in his yellow Taoist robe. He certainly resembled a reclusive sage. Lu Yinyin, observing his attire, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Could it be that he was, like the characters in the films, a disciple of the esteemed Jiao Shu? Would she inadvertently encounter her nemesis? As Lu Yinyin pondered this, Su Chan produced a handful of yellow beans from his sleeve, reciting, Heaven and earth, the laws of 9 chapters, seize the city, open the granaries. Release the grain, he then cast the beans onto the ground before him. Watching the beans lie quietly on the ground, devoid of any movement, Lu Yinyin felt a surge of indignation for having been startled earlier. Is this it? You toss a handful of beans and expect my zombies to slip? What a farce! Just then, the scattered beans began to emit a yellowish mist, gradually coalescing. Zhang Chulan, peering over the edge of the pit, strained to see what was transpiring. All eyes turned in astonishment to the evolving scene, as the mist finally coalesced into humanoid figures. Ultimately, they transformed into emaciated, ragged refugees. Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao fell silent at the sight before them. Although the golden-clad, yellow-turbaned warriors bore the unmistakable mark of sorcery, their frail appearance raised doubts as to whether they could even lift their shovels. Their raspy laughter echoed from the zombies controlled by Lu Yinyan. In the next moment, Lu Yinyan infused her qi into the zombies she commanded. With a series of resounding thuds, the zombies surrounding the group swelled with newfound strength, their muscles bulging as their clothes tore apart, scattering remnants around them. All the zombies emitted taunting sounds. Observing the contrast between the numerous robust, muscular zombies and the few frail, desiccated yellow-turbaned warriors, Zhang Chulan couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Taoist, are you even capable? Those muscle-bound warriors have biceps no larger than an egg. If you haven't mastered your craft, you're just making a fool of yourself." Hearing the derisive laughter from the zombies, Su Chun felt the tension mounting under the scrutinizing gazes of Feng Baobao and Zhang Chulan, his frustration deepening that I didn't expect Lu Yinyan to not only refrain from direct confrontation, but also to resort to psychological tactics. Su Chun cursed inwardly, yet maintained an air of nonchalance as he replied, "Do you understand the essence of concentrated power? Muscles built on dead weight are utterly useless." He then gestured for the yellow-turbaned warriors to spring into action. Upon receiving the command, the warriors displayed a speed that belied their size, charging at the surrounding zombies in mere moments. Several zombies were sent hurtling backward, as if struck by cannon fire, with some even losing their upper halves, leaving only their shattered lower bodies strewn across the ground. Feng Baobao, witnessing the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback, astonished that these yellow-turbaned warriors could unleash such tremendous power. She soon concluded that there would be no issues here and turned to descend the mountain. Lu Yinyan, observing the scene, felt her previously mocking smile freeze on her face, and she gritted her teeth, declaring, "Even if they are powerful, what good will it do? Let's see if you can withstand the tide of my undead." Subsequently, commanding the undead, they charged towards the yellow-turbaned warriors. That a few of these warriors, confronted by a horde of zombies exponentially greater in number, stood their ground like rocks battered by relentless waves. The sole consequence of the waves crashing against the rocks is their shattering into countless fragments. In the face of the zombie onslaught, the yellow-turbaned warriors neither flinched nor evaded, wielding their hoes with vigor against the encroaching undead. With each strike, a zombie would be shattered and sent flying. Yet, after several assaults on a single warrior, the zombies managed to inflict only a shallow wound. However, as the vital energy circulated, these wounds quickly vanished into thin air. Observing the unfolding situation, Zhang Chulan felt an overwhelming sense of security and excitement, prompting him to cheer enthusiastically. "Taoist, it is indeed your remarkable skills that shine through. Perhaps I spoke too loudly just now." Zhang Chulan waved his arms from the pit. "Come on, let us send these little puppets flying." Concealed in the shadows, Lu Yinyan watched Zhang Chulan reveling in his newfound confidence, her irritation bubbling over. Furrowing her brows and gently biting her lip, she muttered defiantly, "Today, I refuse to believe that a mere handful of puppet-like creatures can thwart me." With a decisive motion, Lu Yinyan pressed her hands to the ground, summoning forth an even greater number of zombies, who staggered towards the yellow-turbaned warriors. However, these zombies were soon rendered disorganized, falling apart under the relentless assault of the warriors. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Yinyan could not help but feel a sense of shock, her eyes widening as she beheld the zombies being sent flying. What manner of sorcery is this? How can it be so formidable without apparent cost? Lu Yinyan had anticipated that such powerful puppets would come at a frightful expense. Surely, the onslaught of her zombie horde would soon drain their vital energy, leading to a decline in their defenses, strength, and recovery capabilities, ultimately culminating in her overwhelming victory. Yet, to her astonishment, her prideful strategy of the sea of corpses proved utterly ineffective against Su Chen's yellow-turban warriors. Within their emaciated forms dwelled tireless warriors, unceasingly wielding their hoes with relentless fervor. Casting another glance at Su Chen, who stood unfazed amidst the tide of corpses, exuding an air of a transcendent sage. Lu Yinyin could hardly believe that her years of dedicated study in the art of corpse manipulation had been so easily bested in this foreign realm. However, her primary objective today was not to vanquish that Taoist. Sensing the disparity in strength, a bitter resolve settled in Lu Yinyin's heart, and she relinquished the notion of confronting Su Chun directly. Instead, she directed her zombies to focus on Zhang Chulan, striving to delay and bypass the yellow turban warriors. Charging directly towards him at that moment, though Su Chun appeared calm, turmoil brewed within him as he listened to the system's notifications, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ding! Engaged with Lu Yinyin of the Xiangxi Corpse Manipulation School. Experience points 88. Ding. Engaged with Lu Yinyin of the Xiangxi Corpse Manipulation School. Experience points 66. Ding. Engaged with Lu Yinyin of the Xiangxi Corpse Manipulation School. Experience points 55. Chapter 5. Harmonizing Form and Spirit. Cultivating life and essence. Though the experience points accrued were modest, Su Chun surmised that it would suffice to enhance his fusion level. Ding. Acquired 1,000 experience points. Template fusion level increased to 1. Congratulations, host has received a reward. Foundational cultivation enhanced. Shui technique. Name. Su Chun. Template. Zhang Jiao. Fusion level. 1,02000. Technique. Transforming beings into soldiers. Cultivation method. Shui. A method of harmonizing form and spirit. Cultivating life and essence. The higher the host cultivation, the greater the enhancement of all foundational abilities. When employing a substantial amount of vital energy beyond the limit while using this method, a significant temporary boost will be granted, rendering the user immune to negative states, but will subsequently lead to a state of weakness. In that instant, upon receiving the system's notification, Su Chun experienced a surge of fusion enhancement, unlocking new techniques, and felt as though the world had transformed dramatically around him. His senses sharpened, the abundant energy coursing through his physique, and a more resilient consciousness, along with a more potent flow of vital energy within him, made him feel invincible. This moment, he believed that even if Feng Bao were to strike him on the back of the head with a shovel, he would remain upright, judging by the enhancements he had received. It seemed he could rival the life-cultivating techniques of the Chuanjian school. Furthermore, as his fusion level and cultivation increased, the benefits from this technique would only multiply. One day, it might even be within reach to conquer all extraordinary beings solely through the power of his physical form. The explanation regarding the technique that operated vital energy beyond its capacity resembled an active skill capable of initiating Bodhi or peerless, as Su Chun understood that such techniques, typically accompanied by negative effects, were proportionate to their power. As for the exact extent of his current strength and the accompanying active skills, he would need to stabilize before experimenting with the enhancement of his foundational cultivation. Not only did the vital energy within him become more abundant, but his control over it also saw significant improvement. Even through the technique of transforming beings into soldiers, he could faintly perceive the intricate connection of vital energy and mental force linking Lu Yinyin and her zombies. With a sudden insight, Su Chun sent forth his own vital energy and mental force, intertwining with that delicate thread, extending it into the distance. Meanwhile, Lu Yinyin, who initially intended to capture Zhang Chulan, suddenly sensed an overwhelming force probing through the chaotic vital energies she controlled. Alarmed, Lu Yinyin's face blanched. She had not anticipated that this individual could so accurately locate her amidst such tumultuous energies, something only her grandfather could achieve within her clan. Without a moment's hesitation, she abandoned her zombies, issuing a command for a full retreat, severing her connection with them, and fled into the woods. Observing Lu Yinyin's panicked escape, Su Chun seized the opportunity. If he were to capture Lu Yinyin now, it would hinder his search for Xia He and Lu Liang's hiding place, depriving him of a valuable experience point opportunity. However, he could not let her humiliation of him through the exploding corpses go unpunished. He intended to leave her with a profound memory, allowing her to experience the thrill of a life-and-death chase. This would also compel Zhang Chulan to confront the zombies directly, forcing him to reveal his extraordinary abilities. With this thought in mind, Su Chun pursued Lu Yinyin. The yellow turban warriors formed a protective circle around him, charging through the tide of zombies with unstoppable momentum, leaving behind only frenzied undead and a wide-eyed Zhang Chulan in the pit. "Hey, Taoist, don't leave me behind," Zhang Chulan shouted anxiously as he watched Su Chen's retreating figure. "I'll be devoured by the zombies." Su Chen laughed heartily, reassuring him, "Fear not, the Taoist has foreseen it. You shall face no peril today. The omens tell me that beyond the gloom, there lies a path. Your salvation is at hand." After delivering these words to Zhang Chulan, Su Chen's figure grew ever more distant, ultimately vanishing into the inky darkness of the woods. Left behind, Zhang Chulan echoed the phrase "beyond the gloom. There lies a path," as he faced the approaching horde of zombies. Gritting his teeth, he resolved not to conceal his abilities any longer. At a flash of lightning erupted from his form as he transformed into a streak of lightning, bursting forth from the graveyard, incinerating any zombies that crossed his path into charred remnants. Meanwhile, outside the woods at the foot of the mountain, a gentleman with a scholarly appearance leaned against his vehicle, engrossed in his phone. This was Su San, a versatile figure from North China. Upon hearing footsteps from the forest, Su San looked up, just in time to see Feng Bao emerging from a small path in the woods. "Baby, how did it go?" Su San inquired, pocketing his phone. "You're late. Zhang Xilin's grave has been completely excavated, and the body is nowhere to be found," Feng Bao replied. "Oh, by the way, I encountered Zhang Chulan on the mountain, along with a yellow-robed Taoist who can transform beings into soldiers, and someone controlling zombies lurking in the shadows. They got into a scuffle. I decided to return." "Zombies? A Taoist?" Zhang Chulan. Su San was taken aback. Confusion etched on his face. What began as a simple task for Feng Bao to examine Zhang Xilin's tomb for clues had spiraled into such a convoluted affair. Zhang Chulan must be Zhang Xilin's grandson. "Where is he now?" Su San pressed. "Still at the grave," Feng Bao responded. "What? You left Zhang Chulan there and ran back by yourself?" Su San exclaimed, gripping Feng Bao's arms. "You know we can't involve ordinary people in our affairs." "Don't worry, that kid won't die," Feng Bao replied, brushing Su San's hands away. Don't worry. You've never given me reason to feel at ease." Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously through the forest. Su San's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as he coldly exclaimed, "Who goes there?" Immediately, he summoned his extraordinary powers. Countless stones at his feet floated in midair under his command. Following this, several boulders, each the size of a grinding stone, shot towards the direction from which the noise emanated in the depths of the forest. After a series of thunderous explosions, a cloud of dust obscured the view. The rhythmic sound of footsteps continued to approach, seemingly unaffected by Su San's attack, which appeared to have had no impact whatsoever. Not even causing a momentary pause in the advance point, two yellow-scarved warriors emerged from the swirling dust, followed by a Taoist clad in a yellow robe. With deep-set eyes and striking features, Su San regarded the newcomer, noting his exceptional demeanor and approachable aura, suggesting he was not a malevolent being. Realizing his own impulsiveness, Su San spoke. "I heard the commotion earlier and thought a thief might be lurking in the shadows. I acted rashly against you, esteemed Taoist, and I sincerely apologize for any offense caused." At the same time, Su San felt a surge of apprehension, acutely aware that his powers had indeed struck their target. Yet, the seemingly frail yellow-scarved warriors remained unscathed. He pondered, what sect employs such formidable spells? Unable to contain his curiosity, Su San continued, "Might I inquire which school you hail from, young brother? I have heard tales of soldiers summoned from beings. Yet such methods are not documented in the realm of extraordinary beings." Hearing this, Su Chun, unfazed by Su San's earlier actions, replied to the inquiry, "I am from the Taiping Sect, Su Chun, a disciple of the esteemed Master Zhang Jiao. Since awakening in the cave, I have lost my previous memories and have wandered in search of familiar places to regain them." After a brief pause, Su Chun added, having a modest understanding of the ways of the universe, "I noticed that lad's darkened brow. It seemed he was in danger, prompting me to intervene as for my actions. I believe you harbor no ill will, so let us consider a case of misunderstanding and a mere exercise." With a wave of his hand, the two yellow-scarved warriors transformed into ethereal wisps, dissipating into the wind. Meanwhile, the other summoned warriors pursued Lu Yinyan under his command. Seeking retribution for the humiliation, Su Chan was determined to ensure she remembered this encounter. Su San, taken aback, reflected that he had never heard of Zhang Jiao leaving a legacy. However, observing Su Chen's bean summoning technique, it bore a striking resemblance to the legends. The Taiping Sect had not made its presence known in the realm of extraordinary beings for many years, likely due to unforeseen circumstances that obscured its history. The revival of such a legacy was indeed a fortuitous event. Yet, allowing an unregistered extraordinary being to roam freely posed a contradiction to the organization's mission. It seemed he would have to devise a plan to bring him back, and later consult with his father and Su Si for further arrangements. Ideally, he would pair him with Bao Bao, ensuring she kept a watchful eye. With this thought in mind, Su San smiled and said, "Esteemed Taoist, having acquired the legacy of the Taiping Sect and stepping into the realm of extraordinary beings while losing your memories, why not return with us to the Jintian Company? We could assist you in locating your family and help you understand this world." He continued, "I am Su San from North China, a leader in this endeavor. Given your current predicament, it is only natural we offer our assistance. Moreover, you appear to be quite young. Why not assume an identity and attend school? Once you are familiar with the extraordinary realm, you can plan your next steps." Upon hearing Su San's suggestion, Su Chen thought to himself that fortune had smiled upon him, as he recalled that in the original tale, Jintian Company had also arranged a student identity for Feng Bao Bao, allowing her to connect with Zhang Chulan. Following Su San might raise suspicions about his motives, but with this new proposal, he could likely be paired with Feng Bao Bao at Beicai University, facilitating his integration into the main storyline. Although he recognized Su San's attempt to recruit him, Su Chan was reluctant to accept the company's offer, knowing that becoming an employee would impose constraints on his actions. Having merged with Zhang Jiao's template, he was determined to establish the Taiping Sect and make it renowned. With this resolution, Su Chan replied with a smile, "Since you extend such a warm invitation, I shall graciously accept." Suddenly, a flash of lightning erupted from the cemetery atop the mountain, resembling a thunderclap from a clear sky. As Su San observed this phenomenon, he seemed to recall something and asked Su Chan, "By the way, when you mentioned the lad with the darkened brow, were you referring to Zhang Chulan? Where is he now?" In response, Su Chan pointed towards the spot where the lightning had vanished. "That fellow has already fled." Upon Su San's curiosity, the three ascended to the mountain summit. Observing several charred corpses of zombies, Su San murmured, "How did I not consider this sooner? Given he is Zhang Shilin's grandson, he must also be an extraordinary being." While speaking, Su San picked up a student ID from the ground, which read, "Zhang Chulan, Beicai University." A smile crept across Su San's lips. "Su Chun, how about you and Bao Bao attend university together? This way, you can directly reach us if any issues arise." Su Chan scratched his head and chuckled. "That would be much appreciated, Su San." Meanwhile, Feng Bao Bao, who had been listening to their conversation, interjected in confusion. "University? Which one?" Su San, with a fond smile, retrieved Feng Bao Bao's student ID from his pocket and handed it to her. "Off you go to school. It will be quite enjoyable." As for Su Chen's ID, "I fear it won't be ready until tomorrow." On the other hand, Lu Yinyan, being pursued by the yellow-scarred warriors, had exhausted her energy after running over 20 kilometers, just as she felt her strength waning and her life hanging by a thread. She noticed the yellow-scarred warriors behind her twisting and ultimately dissipating into a cloud of yellow mist. Gasping for breath, she leaned on her knees and muttered fiercely, "Damn it, I will make that guy remember this." She then pulled out her phone. "Hello, old man, your daughter has been kidnapped. Right here in Jintian. Hurry up." Panting, she continued, "A Taoist in a yellow robe bullied me after our argument." On the other end, Lu Mo, hearing her words, was struck by a wave of unfavorable associations upon hearing the terms kidnapped, argument, and bullied. An intense rage surged within him. "You disgraceful, shameful wretch. Your very existence brings misfortune to our family." Lu Mo roared, "What are you doing? After you ran away from home, I thought you were just a child playing around and didn't bring you back. But how have you come to be in such a disgraceful situation? Do you treat your father as a mere plaything?" Upon hearing Lu Mo's furious outburst, Lu Yinyan felt the reality of the situation diverging from her expectations. Why was her father so enraged? Sensing something was amiss, she was about to explain when Lu Mo resumed his tirade. When I catch you this time, I will break your legs. Let's see if you dare to pursue those shameless things again. Immediately following the sound of a loud clang, the phone call was abruptly severed. Hearing Lu Mo's final roar, Lu Yinyin felt a twinge of unease within her heart. She had initially intended to summon her father to deal with Su Chun. But that plan had fallen through, and it seemed that her father had misconstrued something. Lu Yinyin could only persist in making phone calls. She was eager to seize the opportunity while her father was en route. She aimed to join the entirety of her being and then flee far from Jinmin. Hello, LV Liang. Chapter 7. The corpse of Su Chan. Upon returning to the company, Su San called Su Si to explain Su Chen's situation. He also conducted some research on the Taiping Sect and sent the information to Su Si. The Taiping Sect, one of the ancient Chinese religious traditions founded by Zhang Jiao. Thousands of years later, Hong Xiuquan fortuitously acquired the true teachings of the Taiping Sect, subsequently initiating the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom movement within the realm of the extraordinary. Following Hong Xiuquan's defeat, the Taiping Sect has since lacked a successor. Soon after, Su San's phone rang, and Su Si's voice came through to, I have seen the materials you sent. I never imagined that the legendary Taiping Sect would have produced only one successor in a millennium. From what you described, the lad's method of turning beings into soldiers is indeed one of Zhang Jiao's renowned techniques. Moreover, I noted that the earliest record of this boy's presence was in Pingxiang, Hebei. That is indeed Zhang Jiao's hometown, making his claim to inheritance highly plausible. Let him attend classes with Bao Bao. It's no problem, and it would also allow Bao Bao to keep an eye on him alongside Zhang Chulan. After all, it is best to prevent someone who could potentially throw the world into chaos from wandering aimlessly. Furthermore, I suspect that the boy's strength is likely far beyond what he has displayed. After all, Zhang Jiao is most famous for his thunderous techniques. Tomorrow, when I meet the boy, I shall probe his depths and see if there's an opportunity to bring him into the company. Hearing Su Si's words, Su San felt reassured. After all, the world of the extraordinary was not one of tranquility, and they also needed to conceal the secrets surrounding Feng Bao Bao. Naturally, they had to consider whether it was wise to have Feng Bao Bao monitor this mysterious individual. The next morning, Su San looked at Su Chun, whose face was as pale as a sheet, his eye sockets deeply sunken, with even his once deep gaze now dimmed and devoid of vitality, reflecting not a trace of life. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Eventually, he spoke earnestly, Su Chun, although practitioners like you do not abide by the numerous precepts of the Buddhist disciples, you must still exercise some restraint. Su Chen's lips were cracked and slightly pale. He opened his mouth but emitted no sound, seemingly devoid of the strength to speak, ultimately only managing alongside Su Si, who had been lounging on the sofa with his leg crossed and a cigarette dangling from his lips. Turn to look upon hearing the sound. Goodness, do young people play so recklessly nowadays? You're almost drained to the bone. Upon seeing Su Chen's hollowed appearance, Su Si couldn't help but exclaimed. He then approached and threw an arm around Su Chen's shoulder, saying, I didn't expect you to be one of us. Where did you go wild yesterday? Brother knows of a place called Jadefoot Therapy. You must experience it when you have the chance. Their wellness services are truly something. Listening to Su Si's advice, Su Chen's expression darkened. All he wanted was to grab his student ID and leave. After returning to Jinmin yesterday, Su Chen had bid farewell to Su San and Feng Bao Bao. He then found an empty, abandoned building where he could experiment with his newly acquired techniques, spirit and form nourished together, life and essence cultivated concurrently. For the first time, Su Chang grasped the profound significance of these 8 characters. Based on his current self-assessment, he was akin to a super soldier whose attributes were entirely concentrated on fundamental statistics. From his understanding of anime, given the enhancement provided by the chi within him, he could likely withstand Zhang Chulan's palm, lightning 4 or 5 times without sustaining more than a scratch. After all, yesterday, he had allowed the yellow turban warrior to swing a hoe at him for a prolonged period. And aside from a bit of pain, he hadn't sustained a single injury. Mentally, he was exceedingly resilient. The emotional manipulation techniques of the entirety of his being could probably weaken him by over 70%. This made him all the more curious about the power of the greatly enhanced abilities through qi activation that the system had mentioned in a curious moment. Su Chan had attempted to explore this, resulting in his current state, which he feared would not lift until nightfall. However, in contrast to the side effects, in the state he named Wushuang, his power could multiply several times over from its original foundation. He had no tangible measure of this newfound strength, but he felt that in his Wushuang state, he would likely find no equal among his peers, even if it lasted for less than 30 seconds. Yet, as long as he could maintain the facade, who would know he was merely a fleeting figure? Although the duration required improvement, Su Chun remained exhilarated. After all, achieving such power with merely a fusion level of 1 was remarkable. Once the fusion level increased further, the pinnacle of strength would rightfully belong to him. With these thoughts occupying his mind, the noise from Su Si nearby no longer seemed bothersome. He found himself eagerly anticipating the skills that would follow. After all, even a relatively obscure technique had led to a qualitative leap in his strength. What extraordinary might would Zhang Jiao's renowned thunder techniques possess? The sound of a door slamming shut brought an end to the clamor. And the office descended into silence. Su Si ceased his sharing of experiences, the signature cigarette still perched at the corner of his mouth, his gaze obscured. Su San broke the sudden quietude. So, what can you discern about him? Su Si inhaled deeply from his cigarette. Judging by his current state, it seems he has been practicing some form of technique that has left him in this condition. His strength is undoubtedly more than merely summoning a few warriors. However, the aura surrounding him is indeed that of a Taoist true transmission. It seems the identity of a Taiping Sect heir is genuine, now that the entirety has set its sights on Zhang Huai's corpse. It indicates that his original identity can no longer be concealed, that a tumultuous era is likely imminent. And a mystery surrounding Bao Bao's identity is inextricably linked to the Jiaoshan rebellion. Having a Taiping Sect heir by our side might help divert attention from these matters. Su San, do you understand what it means that the Taiping Sect's legacy has resurfaced? Without waiting for Su San's response, Su Si continued, whether by coincidence or fate, both Zhang Jiao and Hong Xiuquan brought about monumental changes to the realm of the extraordinary. I fear what lies ahead will be even more tumultuous than the Jiaoshan rebellion. On another front, in the corridor of Beicai University, after leaving Su San and Su Si, Su Chun changed into casual attire and followed Feng Bao Bao to the school. As they walked, Feng Bao Bao suddenly turned around and said to Su Chun, "We're here. It should be this classroom." Following Feng Bao Bao, Su Chun, feeling weak to the point of drifting away, was jolted back to reality by her words. After stretching laboriously, he nodded at Feng Bao Bao, and the two entered the classroom together. Once Su Chun and Feng Bao Bao entered, Zhang Chulan, who had been sitting at his desk, reviewing the photos taken the day before and reminiscing about the details, halted his actions. His mouth involuntarily gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. Damn it, has that crazy woman followed me to school? Chapter 8. Trouble awaits. As Su Chun and Feng Bao Bao settled on either side of Zhang Chulan, he felt as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. He glanced left at the still, slumped Su Chun. The Taoist seems relatively normal, though he looks particularly haggard today. Then he turned his gaze to the right, where Feng Bao Bao sat upright, attentively listening to the lecture. This woman remains as abnormal as ever. Come on. You were running after a bunch of corpses in the middle of the night. Why pretend to be a good student in class? Ultimately, Zhang Chulan could no longer contain himself and asked Feng Bao Bao, "Hey, what exactly do you want?" Feng Bao Bao merely replied with indifference. "If there's something, we can talk after class," and remained focused on the blackboard, embodying the picture of an exemplary student. Meanwhile, Su Chun, who was slumped over his desk, contemplated the extraordinary forum he had inquired about with Su San and the upcoming training Feng Bao Bao intended for Zhang Chulan. A mischievous smile crept across his face. Let Zhang Chulan's embarrassing photos become the key to opening doors in the realm of the extraordinary. After all, Zhang Chulan had previously engaged in such antics as walking the dog under the moonlight in the original plot. With his audacious demeanor, a few more high-definition embarrassing photos would be just another burden to bear. When the bell rang, the three of them exited together. Feng Bao glanced back at Su Chun, who was trailing behind, but said nothing further. After all, Su Si had informed her that the primary goal was to bring Zhang Chulan into the company. As for Su Chun, he merely needed to keep a watchful eye. As the trio reached the grassy area behind the teaching building, Zhang Chulan noticed that there were no other students nearby. He then addressed Feng Bao. I haven't mentioned anything about you digging up my grandfather's grave to anyone. Nor do I wish to stir up any trouble. I deleted all the photos I took. What more do you want? If you continue to pressure me, I will indeed call the police. Who exactly are you? Why do you persistently cling to me? Feng Bao observed the flustered Zhang Chulan and calmly uttered, do whatever you wish. Why must you involve me in your intentions? As for my identity, she then produced a small note she had prepared in advance, stating in fluent Sichuan dialect that she was an exchange student from Taiwan. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Chulan cast a glance at Su Chun, his expression conveying disbelief that someone could so blatantly lie to his face. Su Chun, understanding Zhang Chulan's sentiment, smiled faintly and took out his phone, activating the recording function. Observing Su Chun's actions, Zhang Chulan grew more puzzled and indignant, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you realize you're infringing upon my right to privacy? Do you even understand the law?" "Haha, just capturing a memorable moment," Su Chun replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Feng Bao, unfazed by Su Chun's recording, brandished Okamoto 01 and declared to Zhang Chulan, "From this day forth, you shall be my servant. And by the way, why not demonstrate that special ability you showcased while fleeing the graveyard? I already discerned your extraordinary nature when I knocked you out. Servant, how absurd. I will call the police right now, and you can await your arrest." With that, Zhang Chulan pulled out his phone, but before he could dial, Feng Bao lunged at him with a knife, forcing him to hastily evade. Feng Bao relentlessly pursued him, leaving Zhang Chulan no time for idle chatter. Finally, pushed to his limits, Zhang Chulan began to chant an incantation. Heaven and earth, the mysterious teachings, the source of all energies. As he spoke, a golden light radiated from him, and he retaliated with a powerful punch that sent Feng Bao staggering back. Su Chun, witnessing this spectacle, teased Zhang Chulan, Oh, little brother, you truly are formidable. However, I advise you to cease your resistance and simply agree to be her servant. Otherwise, you may face dire consequences." Zhang Chulan, hearing Su Chun's words, scoffed internally, thinking, this madwoman is nothing special. I shall see how she can truly make me suffer. He continued to unleash attacks on Feng Bao, oblivious to the fact that she was merely observing his abilities without engaging seriously. After a few exchanges, having comprehended Zhang Chulan's golden light incantation, Feng Bao ceased holding back, delivering strikes that left him unable to defend himself. In mere moments, she shattered his protective golden aura, and, as the light fragmented, his clothing disintegrated into tatters, strewn across the ground. Sitting on the ground, legs sprawled, Zhang Chulan was not only astounded by Feng Bao's strength, but also overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation as he faced Su Chun, who was still recording. Covering his face, he pleaded, "Master, I beg you, please stop recording. I still have my dignity." Su Chun, unfazed, continued his recording, exclaiming, "Is that the legendary guarding palace powder? You wouldn't mind if I captured a close-up, would you? After all, it's rare to encounter such a long-lost forbidden technique." Before Zhang Chulan could respond, Feng Bao, feeling particularly clever, brightened and said to Su Chun, "Of course, you could take a photo. He is my servant, and I have the final say. Just remember to send me a copy." She then turned to Zhang Chulan, declaring, "If you refuse to be my servant, I will expose your little secret to the entire school." Faced with this situation, Zhang Chulan felt an overwhelming wave of despair. "Sister Bao, I, Zhang Chulan, shall be your servant from now on. Feel free to command me, but please do not treat me as a mere object." Tears of humiliation welled in his eyes, and he looked up at Feng Bao and Su Chun. "Master, could you please delete my photo? I promise I will never harbor any rebellious thoughts." Observing this scene, Su Chun chuckled inwardly, recognizing Zhang Chulan's adaptability. Realizing his inferiority to Feng Bao, he quickly submitted and pledged his loyalty. "Rest assured, the photos we take will not reach the hands of ordinary people. Your life and reputation at school will remain unaffected." With a sly smile, Su Chan thought to himself. As for whether it will circulate in the extraordinary world, I cannot guarantee that. Just then, recalling that Su Si had tasked her with subduing Zhang Chulan, Feng Baobao remembered her mission to observe Su Chan as well. She turned towards him and said, "And you, I didn't get a good look that day. Please demonstrate your special ability for me." Su Chan was momentarily taken aback, thinking, I merely came to watch the spectacle. Why am I being drawn into this? He pondered that although battling Feng Baobao could yield experience points and perhaps help him level up, he was in no condition to fight her. Furthermore, he aspired to become a prominent figure like the Grandmaster in the future, and the thought of being ridiculed for having been defeated by a young girl was unbearable, even if Feng Baobao was indeed formidable. Additionally, with Zhang Chulan nearby, Su Chen did not want to hear him one day say, "You wouldn't want the story of how you were bested by Sister Baobao to leak out, would you?" It seemed he would have to devise a way to navigate this situation. Thus he proposed, "I had a mishap during my training yesterday, and I'm not in the best shape right now. My abilities are difficult to exhibit. How about I perform a magic trick to showcase my skills instead?" "Oh, a magic trick? What is that?" Feng Baobao asked with an adorably naive expression. Chapter 9, The Instant Photo. Su Chun then pulled a handful of beans from his pocket, presenting them to Feng Baobao. "Feng Baobao, can you guess how many beans I am holding?" 28, she replied without hesitation. "Huh? What?" Both Su Chun and Zhang Chulan exclaimed in disbelief. "Sister, did you see clearly? How can you answer so confidently?" In response to their skepticism, Feng Baobao insisted, "I counted them accurately as soon as you took them out. Su Chun then extended his hand toward Feng Baobao, stating, "Well, you guessed incorrectly. I actually have no beans left." At the same time, he activated his internal energy to perform the bean transformation technique, but instead of transforming the beans into yellow turban warriors, he meticulously reshaped them into weapon constructs. He then slowly revealed a gleaming golden chain from his tightly clenched fist. Under the sunlight, the chain shimmered brilliantly. Upon seeing the golden necklace, Feng Baobao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Chulan exclaimed, "Wow, Master, is this a skill you can share? If I learn it, I could live a life of leisure." Observing their reactions, Su Chan smiled slightly, thinking, indeed, Feng Baobao possesses a childlike innocence. Just as in the original story, he continued, "This necklace is a fragment of the sun that has fallen to the mortal realm, radiating eternal light. The it flows like the river of time, embodying the glory and sediment of history. It connects the past and the future, serving as a witness to time and a guardian of memories." Noticing Feng Baobao's eyes sparkling even brighter, he added, "It seems you have a special affinity for this necklace. I shall gift it to you. What do you say, Feng Baobao?" "I want it. I want it," Feng Baobao exclaimed, eagerly accepting the golden chain and holding it aloft, basking in the sunlight's glimmer. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan, witnessing this, couldn't help but marvel, thinking, "This master truly is talented. He should be a salesman," as he pondered Feng Baobao's apparent lack of common sense. A distant voice broke through the in the future. "I will summon you through my phone, Xiao Lanzi." With that, Feng Baobao tossed aside a Nokia phone, leaving behind a light-hearted comment before excitedly departing with the gold chain. Zhang Chulan, infuriated by the nickname Xiao Lanzi, heard footsteps approaching and, forgetting his anger, urgently turned to Su Chun, saying, "Master, help me." Seeing Zhang Chulan in such a state, Su Chun couldn't help but smirk. "There's no other option. You should hide in a tree for now. Once the coast is clear, I'll bring you some clothes." With a resigned sigh, Su Chun turned and walked away. Back in his dormitory, Su Chun lay comfortably on his bed and pulled out his phone to browse the extraordinary forum. Opening the scandal section, he was met with a plethora of sensational news headlines. Eugene, who has lived a life of integrity, actually engaged in such sordid affairs in his youth. It is suspected that Wang Bing's mobile phone has leaked information, leading to the emergence of an XX video. Su Chun, observing the situation, finds himself at a loss for words, astonished by the unscrupulous marketing accounts and film critics that have surfaced in such contexts. As a newcomer to the world of extraordinary beings, Su Chun currently knows only Zhang Chulan and the personnel from Nado Tong. He is unfamiliar with any other extraordinary individuals. This presents a significant obstacle to his aspirations of gaining prominence within the Taiping Sect. Consequently, he sought advice from Su San yesterday regarding forums dedicated to the exchange of extraordinary beings. Yu Chen's current strategy involves seeking out like-minded netizens online, ideally infiltrating the circles of extraordinary beings. By becoming a social butterfly among them, he hopes to facilitate his future endeavors in establishing his own sect. After much contemplation, Su Chan finally posted a message. Lost secret technique. The lizard powder from the oregano? Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Click to view JPG that I have a friend, Wu Yinzu, who possesses the lost forbidden technique, the lizard powder. Is anyone interested in seeing it? Add me on WeChat for pictures. Is the hidden dragon real? I truly don't care for money, but I am exceptionally clever, commented Ergo. I want to see it. Please share, exclaimed the ice snow goddess. Others chimed in with their interest. Following the post, Su Chen's phone buzzed incessantly with notifications to his surprise. So many individuals were eager to see it. The smile on Su Chen's face grew wider. At that moment, a friend request notification caught his attention. Ice Snow Goddess. Is this friend of yours actually you? After accepting the request, Su Chan promptly replied, How could that be? I'm a person who has traversed the flower garden without a single petal touching me. If I were bound by lizard powder, how could I maintain my carefree demeanor? The Ice Snow Goddess teased. I heard only pure-hearted boys often claim to have traversed the flower garden. It seems you. Like your friend, our seaman too. Upon reading this, Su Chan chose not to respond. He merely had a friend who fit that description. Surely, he would not be affected, right? He certainly hoped so. Subsequently, Su Chan got down to business, adding all the extraordinary beings who had sent him friend requests into a group chat. Gathering of handsome men and beautiful women, he announced that Wu Yinzu shared that he had received too many friend requests to manage individually and thus decided to share in the group. Ice Snow Goddess is looking forward to it. Ergo 1 chimed in, Hidden Dragon, this is indeed true. I thought it would be a film critic. Su Chan then posted high-definition photos he had taken. What do you think, Wu Yinzu? I didn't deceive anyone. This was freshly taken. How does everyone find this lizard powder? Hidden Dragon remarked that it is indeed worthy of being an ancient secret technique. It is vastly different from what exists today. Ergo noted that the symbols subtly flowing above seem to be composed of qi, though they appear somewhat indistinct. The Ice Snow Goddess interjected. Although the lizard powder is remarkably mysterious, does no one find it odd that this person is sitting bare on the ground in broad daylight? Who knows? Ergo replied. Perhaps they have an exhibitionist tendency. Aren't such individuals becoming increasingly common? I suspect this person may be an advocate for naturism, added Hidden Dragon. Observing the lively atmosphere in the group, Su Chan couldn't help but smile. These were indeed his connections. He also contemplated that the Ice Snow Goddess was likely Lu Linglong, the Child King. Initially intending to expand his network gradually, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a significant opportunity. Indeed, Lu Linglong was one of Su Chen's primary objectives. According to his recollection of the original plot, she held a high status within the Tianshi sect and had been training there since childhood. Establishing a good rapport with her would be immensely beneficial for his future ambitions within the Taiping Sect. Other targets included figures such as the Wudong Wang and the old Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. In Su Chen's vision, once he established the Taiping Sect, if these renowned Taoist peers jointly published a proclamation acknowledging him. Su Chan, as one of the orthodox practitioners of Taoism, possessing the complete inheritance of the mysterious sect, then how could battles be lacking? One individual, with the complete transmission of the Taoist branch, as Yu Chan wished to convey to everyone. Isn't robbing me akin to stealing his 8 unique techniques? Chapter 10. Jade Foot Therapy. Meanwhile, the naturist Zhang Chulan was hiding in a tree, observing a couple below, engrossed in their affectionate exchange. The gentle breeze added to the intimate connection between humanity and nature, and the accompanying sense of embarrassment caused his qi to flow downward involuntarily. He quickly sat cross-legged in the tree, focusing his mind and casting aside distracting thoughts, preparing to contact the Taoist for assistance in procuring clothing once the couple departed. However, the couple lingered beneath the tree, disinclined to leave. After enduring a prolonged period of inner turmoil, Zhang Chulan finally awaited the arrival of night. Heaven and earth, profound zone, the root of all QIS, he recited the incantation. Zhang Chulan transformed into a beam of golden light and slipped away. Little did he know, his radiant form under the moonlight was inadvertently captured by the couple on the verge of a successful romantic encounter. Meanwhile, Su Chun, recalling something, murmured to himself, "Tomorrow should be the day when Zhang Chulan falls victim to the plot." He wondered if Lu Yinyin, after being startled, would still proceed with the original plan to kidnap Zhang Chulan. Thankfully, he had left a contingency plan. After all, confronting Xia he was a valuable opportunity for him to gain experience points and enhance his integration level. Su Chen disliked event occurring beyond his control. Thus, upon discovering Lu Yinyin's method of manipulating zombies, he had left a safeguard on her chi. That was why, even without him present, the yellow turban warrior could still accurately pursue Lu Yinyin over a distance of a mile. It seemed he would need to investigate further once his weakened state subsided at AS for what would happen if he were discovered. Although Xia He, one of the four madmen, was formidable, alas, he was merely a low-level player. Your abilities are countered by mine. You cannot even breach my defenses. So what could you use to contest with me? Simultaneously, Su Chun mused that as the heir of Zhang Jiao and the leader of the Taiping Sect, he would need to put on a grand show when battling Xia He. It seemed that the active skill and match required further practice. At the very least, he could not afford to appear as weak as he did today. In the deep of night, after recovering and lifting his weakened state, Su Chun arrived at the first location where Lu Yinyin had lingered in Tianjin, gazing at the dark, abandoned building before him. Su Chen remarked, "It seems I have chosen the right place for my initial search." He then sent his chi, under his control, stealthily drifting into the depths of the building. Before long, two distinct chi signatures appeared in his perception, one of which exuded a captivating power. However, Su Chun did not delve deeper. Upon sensing their presence, he withdrew his probing cue, the bone-cutting blade. Since there seems to be no issue here, I shall simply await tomorrow. Meanwhile, within the abandoned building, Xia seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting her head to gaze outside. Was it merely an illusion? "What's wrong, sister?" Lu Yang inquired upon witnessing Xia's sudden movement. Xia, her lips slightly parted, replied, "Nothing. It seems a few extraordinary beings inadvertently passed by outside." The following day, the legend of the naked hero circulated throughout the campus. Hearing the rumors, Zhang Chulan hurriedly went online to investigate, only to find that the gossip revolved around him. That moment, he felt a profound sense of shame and anger, wishing he could bang his head against the wall until unconscious to ding-dong. Just then, a friend request notification chimed on his phone. Nearby, Lu Yinyin requests to add you as a friend. This Zhang Chulan, senior brother. My name is Yinyin. I am your junior from Beikai. May I arrange a meeting with you? Upon reading such a message, Zhang Chulan was thrilled, his excitement causing him to dance with joy, murmuring, "Could this be the moment my fortune is finally on the rise, as Grandpa foretold?" Sitting by the roadside, clad in a yellow Taoist robe and operating a fortune-telling stall, Su Chun answered the phone. "Hello, what can I do for you?" "Su Chun, have you had a chance to experience the massage parlor I recommended?" Su Si's voice came through the receiver. "Of course. I had a delightful experience. The technicians are beautiful and sweet-voiced, truly exceptional as you described." Su Chen replied with a light chuckle. How could there be beautiful technicians? Aren't they all blind masseurs using qi to clear meridians? Su Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment at Su Si's words. How was he know that the so-called healthcare project Su Si had boasted about was merely blind masseurs? Just as he was about to explain, Su Si continued, "Let's set that aside. Zhang Chulan has been kidnapped. Akati should be the same group that confronted you at the cemetery. Conveniently, they're not far from your current location. If possible, could you take a look? Just consider it a small favor for your older brother, and no need to take action. Just keep an eye on them, as our people are already en route." Su Chen, upon hearing these words, exclaimed, My dear brother, my health regimen has only just commenced." Su Si, the rather unrefined character, instantly grasped Su Chen's implication and responded directly, "I shall reimburse you threefold for the health expenses at the highest rate. And consider it a small favor owed to you, my friend." "Very well, Brother Si. I shall proceed to arrange it," Su Chen replied. After concluding the call, the smile that had adorned Su Chen's face vanished as he glanced up at the sign across the street, his expression turning grim. The dazzling golden characters foot massage hung prominently above. Following his investigation of the abandoned building, Su Chen had intended to find nearby accommodations, ensuring he could swiftly respond to any unforeseen developments at the site. Coincidentally, he had spotted the establishment recommended by Su Si on the map, so he ventured over to experience it himself. However, upon entering, he was immediately deterred by the prices plastered on the wall. 1888. 66, 88, 88. After all, having traversed into this world, he possessed little cash, having already spent a significant amount on his current attire. With nowhere else to turn and feeling aimless, he ultimately set up a fortune-telling stall across from foot massage, hoping to glean some gold coins from passers-by based on his appearance. Yet until now, not a single soul had approached him with inquiries. Bidding farewell to the unwelcoming foot massage, Su Chen turned towards the abandoned building. Contemplating silently that if he wished to establish a dojo in the future, mere strength would not suffice. He would require financial backing as well. In this era of relative peace, one could not simply rely on brute force to achieve their ambitions. A well-filled purse was essential. Even the Celestial Master, renowned for his unparalleled combat prowess, had to yield to journalists and accept offerings from tourists. If one speaks of wealth, Su Chen mused, then the 300 billion conglomerate. Tiandi would indeed be a commendable ally. Moreover, the long-standing feud between the Feng and Wang families could be leveraged to my advantage. Chapter 11. First encounter with Xia He. Meanwhile, in the open space outside the abandoned building, Zhang Chulan, having been brought here by Lu Yinyin, found himself utterly bewildered by the discussions of Chuanqing being exchanged between LV Liang and Lu Yinyin. Suddenly, a striking woman with pink hair approached him, muttering peculiar phrases while her hands began to wander over her own body. "Stay back! Don't come any closer!" Zhang Chulan shouted in alarmed his dismay. The alluring woman's hands, while exploring, ventured to unsettling areas. "What do you think you're doing? That could hurt," he exclaimed, his face contorted in shock at the sight of Xia He before him. Wondering why the protective charm on him was ineffective that moment, a bespectacled boy sauntered over and remarked, "Sister, you aren't planning to wait here while I finish my business, are you?" Xia He replied impatiently. "You should know better. Hurry up. Move quickly." She then stepped aside. The boy turned to Zhang Chulan and introduced himself. "I am LV Liang from Quansheng, and we wish to inquire about your grandfather's inheritance." "Grandfather? Inheritance? I have no idea what you're talking about," Zhang Chulan responded, confusion etched on his face. Noting Zhang Chulan's apparent ignorance, LV Liang continued, "Human words are the least trustworthy. It matters not, for I can directly inquire of your soul." With that, a blue aura erupted from him, enveloping Zhang Chulan. Help! Zhang Chulan cried out in terror. Just as LV Liang was about to launch his inquiry, a voice rang out. What a fortuitous arrival. It seems you all are quite lively." Zhang Chulan turned to see a figure clad in a yellow Taoist robe, with deep-set eyes and hair tied back, exuding an air of otherworldly wisdom. Spotting Su Chen, Zhang Chulan grasped at the opportunity. Shouting, "Taoist, please save me!" Leaning against a nearby vehicle, Xia He observed Su Chen's leisurely approach, licking her lips. "Oh, this young Taoist possesses quite the handsome visage. I wonder if he would be interested in a heartfelt conversation with me," she teased, moving towards Su Chen. Su Chen, drawn by her sultry voice, glanced at Xia. He noted the way her crimson lips curled into a playful smile, her enchanting features captivating. Her fair skin contrasted sharply with her alluring figure. Her long legs, accentuated by her shorts, seemed to exude a mature charm with each step, swaying enticingly. "Truly, she is the renowned Xia He," Su Chen thought to himself, feeling an intriguing aura emanating from her. Despite having developed immunity to most seductions, and Xia He's abilities affecting him only marginally, he recognized her formidable allure. A combination of her looks and flirtatious words rendered her irresistibly captivating to all men. However, Su Chen was aware that in the original narrative, Xia He had her own romantic involvement, and he held no interest in disrupting existing relationships. Thus, he calmly replied, "Apologies, but I have little interest in others' vehicles." Hearing this, LV Liang's heart skipped a beat, contemplating the audacity of this Taoist to speak thus in front of Xia He. Was he not afraid for his life? Conversely, Xiaohe remained unfazed, having endured far worse insults from so-called righteous individuals. Instead, she continued, with your current state, I assure you, once you're in bed, you will come to appreciate my talents. Those young girls pale in comparison. I could see this moment. Lu Yinyin could no longer tolerate the scene. Clapping her hands, she summoned her undead minions, declaring, I have warned you all about this formidable Taoist, and if you persist in your folly, we shall surely face defeat today. In response, Xiaohe adopted a more serious demeanor. Addressing Lu Yinyin, since you have just joined us today, allow me to demonstrate the formidable prowess of Chuanqing's four madmen. Observe closely, but do not interfere. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. She then turned to Su Chen, saying, Young man, I have heard tales of your remarkable puppet techniques. Since you are here, you shall remain. With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from Xiaohe. Lu Yinyin and LV Liang felt an oppressive weight in their chests, as if something were constraining them. Yet Su Chen stood his ground, calmly stating, Very well then, allow me to experience the techniques of the bone-cutting knife. At that moment, Su Chen and Xia, he stood a few meters apart. Their gazes locked, their energies intensifying. Suddenly, they both moved almost simultaneously, their figures rapidly closing the distance before colliding with a thunderous impact. The force of their clash reverberated, followed by Xiaohe's relentless barrage of strikes. Each blow infused with an unusual energy that penetrated Su Chen's being. Yet his expression remained unperturbed. He felt an increasing sense of alarm. Although Su Chen's strength was still inferior to hers, he was capable of fending off her attacks. Logically, even if he could only absorb a fraction of her energy with each exchange, the cumulative effect should have rendered him dazed by now. Meanwhile, Su Chen, while defending against Xiaohe's onslaught, listened to the system's notifications, a smile forming on his lips. Ding! Engaging with Chuanqing's four madmen, Xiaohe. Experience points gained. 388. Ding! Engaging with Chuanqing's four madmen, Xiaohe. Experience points gained. 288. Ding! Engaging with Chuanqing's four madmen, Xiaohe. Experience points gained. 188. Just as their confrontation escalated, the ground suddenly heaved, and a pair of hands burst forth, seizing Zhang Chulan. Witnessing this, Xiaohe, having just exchanged a punch with Su Chen, propelled herself towards the commotion. Su San, pull me back, the earthbound figure cried out. In response, the earthbound creature began to levitate, propelled by an unseen force. The sound of footsteps approached, revealing Su San and Feng Baobao strolling towards the scene. Su San looked at Su Chen and smiled. Apologies, I took a bit longer to leave my mark on the earthbound creature and find the right moment. Xiaohe regarded the sudden arrivals, softly commenting, Su Lao San, Feng Baobao, are you both joining this commotion as well? Su San observed the pink-haired Xiaohe amidst the chaos of zombies and frowned slightly, recognizing the challenges posed by the newcomers. LV Liang of Quansheng, Xiaohe of the bone-cutting knife, and the heir of the Xiangxi corpse-transporting lineage. Truly formidable adversaries indeed. Upon hearing Su San's whispered words, Su Chen smiled and spoke. Rest assured, third brother, there is no need for you and Feng Bao to intervene. I alone am more than capable of subduing all three of them. He then turned to Xiaohe and remarked, If your abilities are as feeble as they were just now, then today you shall find yourself in dire straits. Chapter 12. The Technique Heavenly Thunder. A light chuckle escaped Xiaohe's lips, feeling slighted by the younger brother. Though I am unaware of the method you employed to diminish my extraordinary powers, do you truly believe you can keep me here? With that meager strength of yours? With that, Xiaohe unleashed her full energy. A pink aura enveloped her, amplifying her power and imbuing her every movement with a captivating allure. As Yu Chen observed the rapidly escalating intensity emanating from Xiaohe with calm composure, contemplating the situation. During their previous encounter, he had refrained from activating his proactive skills, relying solely on the foundational technique to withstand Xiaohe's assault. This led him to conclude that even without entering the peerless state, he ranked among the finest within the younger generation. That it was time to test what he could achieve while activated in the peerless state. That, as his thoughts settled, an even more astonishing aura surged from Su Chen. The spectators felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, rendering their breaths slightly labored. Behind him, Feng Bao quietly remarked, This kid is indeed quite formidable. Meanwhile, across from them, Lu Yinyin was gripped by terror. She had initially believed that Su Chen's ability to summon soldiers from beans was his ultimate technique. Little did she realize that he had honed his very essence to such a terrifying degree. A bead of sweat trickled down Xiaohi's forehead, yet she remained confident, convinced that under her full force, Su Chen would not be able to withstand her extraordinary powers. That a single strike, if it connects, will surely be effective, Xiaohi thought to herself. With a thunderous sound, the ground where Xiaohi stood caved in, and her figure shot towards Su Chen like an arrow released from a bow. Standing still, Su Chen felt the energy coursing through him. As he watched Xia, he charged towards him at breakneck speed. Her movements appeared to him as slow as that of a snail. I could evade, but there is no need. Seeing Su Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Su San urgently shouted, "Be careful. Do not let her extraordinary powers strike you, or you shall become." Before he could finish, Xiaohi had already delivered a palm strike to Su Chen's chest. With a resounding clap, he remained utterly unmoved. At that moment, Su Chen felt merely a faint tap against his chest, akin to being struck by a ping-pong ball. "What? How can this be?" Xiaohi exclaimed in disbelief. Su Chen, however, chuckled lightly and said, "Enchantress, if this is all the strength you possess, it seems that your so-called four madmen are but a ragtag bunch." "What?" Su San and Lu Liang gasped at this scene. While the others present were oblivious to Xiaohi's true strength, these two were well informed. They understood that even without utilizing her extraordinary powers, Xiaohi was formidable enough to surpass most extraordinary individuals. The fact that Su Chen had withstood her full-powered strike without even a change in expression was truly astonishing. Suddenly, Lu Liang shouted, "Sister, what are you waiting for? If you do not unleash your extraordinary powers now, we may truly end up captured by the company." However, Xiaohi was already drenched in cold sweat. She realized that despite her full exertion of energy, her attack had been utterly ineffective against Su Chen. Having fully activated her extraordinary powers, a significant amount of pink energy coursed from her palm into Su Chen's body, yet it sank into him like a stone in the ocean, creating not even a ripple. For someone who had traversed the world of extraordinary beings for so long, encountering someone completely immune to her powers was a first. Xiaohi now felt a surge of trepidation and shouted, "Lu Liang, run! This person's cultivation level far exceeds my own. My extraordinary powers cannot even stir his emotions." Upon hearing this, Su Chen was determined not to let her escape so easily. After all, he had yet to accumulate sufficient experience points that he swiftly struck out with a palm, and Xiaohi quickly raised her arms, desperately channeling her energy. In the next instant, she was sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut, ultimately crashing into a nearby van with a resounding crash. The van's side caved in, and Xiaohi crouched on the ground, her arms still raised in a defensive posture, but trembling uncontrollably. Blood dripped from her forehead onto the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Liang, who had intended to dash over and use the van as a means of escape, was startled by Xiaohi's sudden crash. In an instant, Su Chen appeared beside Lu Liang and kicked out. However, he had restrained much of his strength, for this young man was a crucial figure in the Four Madmen and could not be allowed to perish here. Liu Liang summoned his energy and activated the Lu family's ultimate technique, Rui Jin. Yet ultimately, he could not withstand the blow, and with a poof, he coughed up blood and was sent flying into the distance. At this point, Su Chen's peerless state had barely lasted 8 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, while Su Chen attacked Lu Liang, Xiaohi leapt from the ground, channeling all her energy and exerting her full strength to launch a punch at Su Chen's face. Su Chen calmly turned to face her and then kicked towards the tumultuous waves of energy she generated. Amidst the surging pressure, Xiaohi was propelled towards a decrepit building, crashing through the outer wall and sending debris flying. "Damn, I hope I didn't just kick her into oblivion," Su Chen muttered to himself after feeling the impact of his own kick. Then a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Engaging with Xiaohi. Experience points 588. Ding. Acquired 2,000 experience points. Template fusion level increased to 2. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Foundational cultivation enhanced. Technique Heavenly Thunder. Name, Su Chen template. Zhang Jiao fusion level 2040000 technique. Show E technique. Summon soldiers from beings heavenly thunder, using one's true energy to unite with the natural forces of creation. Summon heavenly thunder to descend upon oneself and activate it. Note, when summoning heavenly thunder, it will first descend upon oneself. Please proceed with caution. Using heavenly thunder will result in a state of paralysis. Heavenly thunder. Su Chen's heart leapt with joy. He had long coveted Zhang Jiao's thunder techniques. After all, what man does not yearn for spectacular effects? Moreover, the famed General of Thunder, known for his thunder techniques, surely possessed techniques that could only be superior to those of the Heavenly Master's 5 thunder techniques. At this moment, as the fusion level increased, Su Chen felt his cultivation grow once more. Even the duration of his peerless state seemed to extend that he speculated that the weakened state following its use would also diminish. As for the system's indicated notifications, after reading them, Su Chen believed it prudent to find a secluded place to conduct his experiments. After all, during his last trial of the peerless state, the system had merely described the resulting weakened state, leading him to faint from exhaustion. Why did the skills bestowed by this system seem to carry some negative side effects? Chapter 13. We are bound to be kicked to oblivion while Su Chen was lost in thought. Lu Liang gazed at Su Chen, who stood between him and the van, pondering, what sect does this person belong to, that his power is so fearsome? Why have I never heard of him before? Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Lu Liang felt a slight resurgence of strength after expelling the blood, finally able to gather some energy I hope he isn't dead after taking that kick. Lu Liang muttered softly to himself before hastily sprinting towards the motorcycle parked not far away. Although he could not fathom why the Taoist had seemingly held back while kicking him, he was acutely aware that had those blows landed on Xiaohe, the consequences could have been dire. If he had been struck instead, his head might have very well exploded. Despite his confusion about why he found himself frozen in that moment, he knew he had to escape while the Taoist was distracted. Coughing blood, Lu Liang reached the motorcycle and leapt onto it, speeding away with reckless abandon. Utilizing his innate agility, he dispatched several ordinary employees and finally broke free from encirclement. Racing toward the distance that Su Chen observed Lu Liang's retreat with indifference. After all, as a strategist, Lu Liang's personal prowess was not formidable enough to significantly enhance Su Chen's experience points. He then cast a glance back at the abandoned building, where the dust had yet to settle, contemplating that he was likely in a weakened state by now. If she were not dead, she must have been on the brink of losing her life. And further confrontation would yield little in terms of experience points. Moreover, he had already activated his invincible state for nearly 10 seconds. If he continued to fight for over 10 more seconds, he would soon enter a state of weakness. Thus, he addressed Su San, saying, "Brother San, I leave the cleanup of the battlefield to you. I am off to pursue that rascal Lu Liang." He then dashed off in a specific direction, disappearing in the blink of an Su Chen. That way, Su San began to call out, but before he could finish, Su Chen had already vanished from sight. Such a remarkable person, also directionally challenged. Su San muttered helplessly. Meanwhile, Lu Yinyin, who had been observing from the sidelines, was now kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the approaching employees of Nao Dotong. Along with Su San and Feng Bao, she spoke in terror. "I know you are from the company. Please, I beg you, take me away. I will cooperate in any way. Just please do not let me see that Taoist again." Su San paused, taken aback by her words. What was the situation? He had assumed he would need to persuade her thoroughly upon their return to elicit her full intentions, yet she was so compliant. Had she suddenly come to her senses? Lu Yinyin, seeing Su San's stunned expression, mistakenly believed it seems that with a bit more practice and a brief activation of a few seconds, the signs of weakness should not be too pronounced. Moreover, having recently acquired the technique of thunder, I find myself eagerly wishing to experiment with it. Early the next morning, Zhang Chulan arrived at the door of Su Chen's dormitory. The previous day, while returning with the company, he had inquired with Su San about Su Chen's whereabouts. To his surprise, both Feng Bao and Su Chen were residing in the dormitories of Beicai University, and Su Chen was even in the same building as himself. After some contemplation, Zhang Chulan felt that both Feng Bao and Su San seemed to know something about the secrets of his grandfather, yet they were withholding this information from him. Compared to that rather eccentric woman, Zhang Chulan ultimately found Taoist master to be somewhat more trustworthy. Although there were some peculiarities surrounding his appearances, he had indeed rescued Zhang Chulan on 2 occasions. Furthermore, upon observing Su Chen yesterday, he noted that if Su Chen had intended to harm him, he could have easily captured him at the station where they first met. Thus, today Zhang Chulan intended to seek out Su Chen to inquire about certain matters that piqued his curiosity. With a series of knocks, Zhang Chulan rapped on Su Chen's dormitory door. Moments later, a figure clad entirely in black, resembling someone who had just emerged from a coal mine, opened the door. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Chulan could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, are you a Taoist? What on earth happened? Did you get bombarded by firecrackers last night?" A somewhat dazed Su Chen, still groggy from sleep, blinked at Zhang Chulan. Memories that had been disconnected began to reconnect, and his consciousness gradually cleared, allowing him to emerge from his slumber after a brief moment. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Su Chen realized that his current appearance must be quite shocking. He then said, please wait a moment while I take a shower and I'll be right out. We can discuss whatever it is shortly. You can come in and make yourself comfortable. I'm the only one in this dormitory arranged by Su San." Yesterday, due to the fleeting nature of his wushuang state, Su Chen's weakness did not linger for long. After feeling sufficiently restored, he did not return directly to his dormitory. Instead, he ventured to the outskirts. Seeking a forested area to experiment with his newly acquired technique, Tianshi Heavenly Thunder, having long anticipated its special effects, Su Chen was eager to test it out. With the System S guidance, he activated the wushuang state before initiating his experiments with the thunder technique. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly thunder descended from the sky, striking Su Chen. However, owing to the activation of wushuang, he merely felt a continuous prickling pain throughout his body, without experiencing any other discomfort as for the power of the thunder technique. It was indeed impressive, as it was reputed to be a signature move of Zhang Jiao, who possessed a millennium of cultivation, while utilizing his own true qi to invoke changes in the heavens and draw forth natural forces. The might of this technique surpassed that of the 5 thunders of the Heavenly Master's method by considerable margin. Of course, this assumes comparable levels of cultivation, should the disparity in cultivation be too great. Such as Su Chen's current strength against that of the old Heavenly Master, no matter how sophisticated the technique, defeat would be inevitable. Nevertheless, following yesterday's experiment, the power of the thunder technique filled Su Chen with immense joy. Unlike the basic enhancements provided by the wushuang skill, Tianshi was a far more violent and extreme form of attack. After a single strike, even the toughest of defenses would be left in tatters. After estimating his newfound capabilities, Su Chen concluded that, in terms of sheer offensive power, he was likely on par with the average veteran, if not stronger. However, regarding its duration, how shall I put it? To claim it lasts 5 seconds would be somewhat optimistic. When summoning the heavenly thunder, if he refrained from attacking, merely surrounding himself with the thunder would be tolerable in terms of energy expenditure. Yet when he unleashed the attack, even in his wushuang state, Su Chen felt as though his entire body was being torn apart by pain. After executing the thunder attack twice at full power, his qi was completely drained, leading to the automatic cessation of his wushuang state. Weak and paralyzed, he collapsed onto the ground, convulsing for over 10 minutes like an epileptic before finally ceasing. His body bore numerous singed wounds, accompanied by waves of pain. Eventually, Su Chen struggled back to his dormitory. His weakened state compounded by the aftereffects of paralysis, collapsing onto his bed and sleeping until now, only to awaken at the sound of Zhang Chulan's knock. Returning to the present, as Su Chen reminisced about yesterday, while washing, he muttered to himself, "Is this heavenly thunder treating me as a conductor? And what is this paralysis state the system mentions? It's nothing like what I've encountered in games that Su Chen had initially thought that paralysis would merely render him immobile or cause him to faint from exhaustion. He had not anticipated that this paralysis state could leave him convulsing on the ground like he had stepped on an electric switch for over 10 minutes. It appeared that until his foundational cultivation improved, he could not recklessly use the thunder technique at full strength. Given the severe side effects he experienced while in wushuang, he wondered if he would simply become a charred carcass if he did not activate it. However, by reducing the technique's power, he believed he could likely endure its effects even without activating Wushuang. Chapter 15. Enlightenment. Zhang Chulan. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chan finished a shower and stepped out of the bathroom. He glanced at Zhang Chulan, who was sitting there looking bored, and said, "What brings you here today? How did the winds carry you to my doorstep?" Zhang Chulan, looking at Su Chan with a flattering smile, replied, "Oh, what are you saying, Taoist? Can't I come to visit you just because I have nothing better to do? I came to express my gratitude for saving me on 2 occasions, so I inquired about your dormitory from Su San and thought I would treat you to a meal." Upon hearing Zhang Chulan mention food, Su Chen's stomach audibly protested. After all, he had not eaten since the previous afternoon while waiting for the evening's battle. Although the presence of qi prevented him from fainting from hunger, he still needed to replenish his energy. Therefore, Su Chan felt no embarrassment and smiled, "Perfect timing. I'm hungry, so let us go together." Meanwhile, he quietly pondered that soon Feng Baobao would likely summon Zhang Chulan to the headquarters of Tong, and Su San and Su Si would seize this opportunity to recruit Zhang Chulan. He could conveniently tag along to request a share of the reward. After all, the highest package at Yuzu Liao came with a 5-fold price subsidy, which would significantly alleviate Su Chen's current predicament. Furthermore, that girl named Lu Yin, whom he had seen when he left, must have been captured by the company. It seemed she was a rebellious girl in the original plot, and now she was likely in the prison of Tong, resisting arrest. Perhaps he could go and see if he could earn some experience points by giving her a few slaps. Even a mosquito, though small, is still meat. Su Chen followed Zhang Chulan to the small cafeteria on the 2nd floor of the school. Zhang Chulan insisted that today he would treat Su Chen to an all-you-can-eat meal in gratitude. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's smile widened. In that case, I'll be sure to indulge." Zhang Chulan, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, watched Su Chen, who was sitting across from him, contentedly let out a satisfied belch. At that moment, before Su Chan lay a stack of empty bowls and plates, numbering approximately 20. Zhang Chulan thought to himself, "Is this Taoist a reincarnation of a famished ghost? I hope he doesn't overdo it." He genuinely feared that Su Chan might perish before him, leaving him to bear charge of murder. He also mused that it was fortunate they had chosen the cafeteria here. If they had dined somewhere more luxurious, he would have spent his entire year's living expenses. As Su Chan finished eating, Zhang Chulan prepared to reveal his true purpose for today and addressed Su Chan. "Taoist, I actually wish to inquire about certain matters concerning the world of the extraordinary." However, upon hearing the beginning of Zhang Chulan's statement, Su Chan set down his chopsticks and waved his hand to interrupt him. Clearing his throat, Su Chan spoke, "Zhang Chulan, I know you have many questions in your heart, but I cannot disclose these matters directly. If you wish to uncover the truth, you must embark on your own journey of exploration." At this moment, Su Chan realized that revealing all he knew about the plot and circumstances to Zhang Chulan was out of the question. However, since Zhang Chulan had chosen to approach him with inquiries, it indicated that he still somewhat trusted Su Chan. If he remained completely silent, it would make the meal feel rather awkward. It seemed he would have to employ his skills of persuasion. Su Chan continued, "However, I can offer you a choice. You may have already guessed that our initial encounter at the station was not merely a coincidence, that I am a descendant of Taoism. And, as you know, there are profound divination techniques within Taoism. As I engaged in divination, I discerned that this era is on the brink of chaos, and you, my dear, stand at the very epicenter of this turmoil. Furthermore, the secrets you yearn to uncover, such as your grandfather's past and your father's whereabouts, are intertwined with numerous grievances from yesteryears. Should you wish to delve into these mysteries, you must inevitably bear the weight of their consequences. Today, I present you with an opportunity. I can publicly declare that you have been eliminated by me, and the secrets you possess shall be surrendered to me. You may then assume a new identity, living henceforth as an ordinary individual, just as you did before. I can assure you that this time, no one shall be able to locate you." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Chulan felt a tempestuous upheaval within his heart. Although he had yet to learn from the Taoist master the nature of the so-called secrets, an opportunity lay before him. Should he plunge into this vortex, enduring all its repercussions, or take a step back and embrace the life of an ordinary person, living in peace? Zhang Chulan found himself grappling with this internal conflict. He reflected on his uniqueness since childhood, perceived as an oddity by his peers, constantly relocating and enduring their whispered discussions about his reclusiveness. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Chulan seemed to arrive at a resolute decision, addressing Su Chen with unwavering conviction. Master Dao, I have resolved to enter this vortex. I must seek out all the secrets. Even if, as you suggest, I could escape and live as an ordinary person, could I truly exist as one of them? I feel that I am not of their ilk. Being with you all is the only way I shall not be viewed as an outcast. From the day my grandfather bestowed his abilities upon me, I have accepted that I must bear these consequences. Observing the clarity in Zhang Chulan's eyes, Su Chen couldn't help but express his admiration internally. The upbringing methods of the Zhang family are indeed unparalleled. How much suffering must have refined the Zhang Chulan before him. Even within the realm of the extraordinary, this young man, with his intricate scheming and profound depth, could easily be labeled as an oddity. The notion of not shaking the blue lotus merely reflects the superficial understanding of the outside world. His meticulous mind calculates every strategy under known conditions. His farsightedness knows no bounds. Willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. Gazing at the resolute Zhang Chulan before him, Su Chen suddenly smiled, a radiant expression illuminating his face. He then extended his hand towards Zhang Chulan, declaring, "Since your conviction is so steadfast, I am more than willing to assist you in your quest. Indeed, I too wish to uncover those secrets." Their hands clasped firmly, a bond akin to camaraderie formed between them. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Chulan's demeanor shifted dramatically. With a sheepish grin, he awkwardly addressed Su Chen. "Master Dao, I mentioned inviting you to a meal this morning, but in my eagerness, I forgot to bring money in my meal card. How about we save this meal for another opportunity, and I shall treat you then?" Su Chen's expression darkened at his words. Damn it, I praised him too soon. How could I have forgotten this lad's propensity for mischief? I wasted my moment of camaraderie. Moreover, since Su Si had yet to deliver the promised payment, I find myself with empty pockets at this juncture. If I am to dine and dash, I might have to resort to washing dishes to settle the bill. Staring at the 20 empty bowls before him, Su Chen fell silent, contemplating how long it would take to wash enough dishes to clear his debt. Just then, a savior appeared. Feng Baobao, her unruly hair a testament to her lack of care, approached. Zhang Chulan, come with me. Su San wishes to see you. Chapter 16. Deceiving Su Si. All-knowing and all-pervasive, the courier station. Following Feng Baobao, Zhang Chulan entered a bustling environment filled with couriers and a vast warehouse. Feeling somewhat bewildered, Sister Baobao, is this truly the place you mentioned for working? Shouldn't it be a secret base or something? Su San, approaching, began to clarify what's secret base. As you can see, we are all couriers. However, if one were to elaborate, we are all extraordinary beings. Your grandfather was, your father was, and so are you. Meanwhile, Su Chen, who had also followed along, displayed little interest in the exposition of the extraordinary world. Upon entering, he proceeded directly to the office. Pushing the door open, he found Su Si lounging on the sofa, his signature cigarette dangling from his mouth, his feet unceremoniously propped on the coffee table. Yet, upon seeing Su Chen enter, Su Si's eyes lit up. He quickly rose, throwing an arm around Su Chen's shoulders, grinning widely. "Brother, do you know how many were astonished by your performance last night? The news is spread that Xia was severely injured by you, and she may take a month or two to recover. The entire extraordinary community is abuzz with speculation about which Taoist sect you belong to. However, Su San and I have not disclosed your Taiping teachings to anyone. How generous of us. Right? Oh." Su Chen replied nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Su S. The hottest topic in my Taoist lineage. Shouldn't it be Zhang Chulan's possession of one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, the Qi body lineage? Upon hearing this, Su Si's countenance shifted, a torrent of thoughts surging within him. How does Su Chen know that Zhang Chulan's Qi body lineage has been exposed? Although the news is circulated, those qualified to know are undoubtedly scheming in the shadows. Yet, Su Chen, as a newcomer unassociated with any faction, could not possibly have such information so swiftly. Su Si's fluctuating expression prompted Su Chen to deliver an even more shocking statement. In truth, I not only know that Zhang Chulan is the heir of the Qi body lineage, but I'm also aware that, apart from the golden light spell and thunder technique, he currently possesses no other methods. The true Qi body lineage was concealed by Zhang Huai before his passing, hidden within Feng Baobao. Upon hearing this, Su Si felt as though a loud buzzing filled his ears, his pupils involuntarily dilating and constricting. How could he know? Does this mean he's also aware of Baobao's secret? Should I confront him here? No, I doubt I could stand against him alone. Observing Su Si's panicked demeanor, Su Chen found it rather amusing. Look at you, calling me brother just a moment ago. Now you're not smiling. Is it that you were born without a sense of humor? In choosing to confront Su Si here, Su Chen had his own motives, having decided to engage with Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao. He needed to address the secret surrounding Baobao. Maintaining some distance would complicate future collaborations, so it was better to clarify their positions now. Moreover, he intended to keep Su Si guessing, enhancing his own enigmatic reputation in Su Si's eyes. As Su Si's thoughts swirled, Su Chen interrupted his reverie once more. Well, Su Si, regardless of your musings, I can't be your enemy, can I? Why else would I reveal these secrets to you directly? Within my teachings lies a method of celestial calculation. Thus, through my interpretations, I have glimpsed some aspects of the past and future. Naturally, I understand that Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao are at the center of it all. Pausing, he observed Su Si's expression calming and continued. The world believes that our Taiping Sect consists of treacherous rebels, instigating chaos. Yet what they fail to realize is that we, the Taiping Sect, have ignited this upheaval for the sake of the common folk. In this current era, where peace reigns, our reemergence is not to sow discord but to resolve it. Thus, we are on the same side, are we not, Su Si? After hearing Su Chen's words, Su Si's mind was a tumult of confusion, leaving him unable to form a clear judgment. However, he was relieved to ascertain that Su Chen, if not a comrade, was certainly not an enemy. As for the rest, he would need to consult his father. With this thought, Su Si chuckled. I was too suspicious. Who would have thought that at my age, I would find myself outwitted by a younger brother? As you said, we have no reason to become adversaries. Rest assured, the favors and rewards I previously promised will remain intact. Currently, in northern China, my word carries weight. This favor is indeed valuable. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a surge of joy. After all, he had borrowed money from Feng Baobao to dine earlier. If Su Si were to withhold the reward, he would be unable to repay her today for whether they could forge an alliance with the Tianshi society. That remained to be seen. After all, the intentions of a formidable figure like Feng Jianghao were difficult to gauge at this moment. A broader smile graced Su Chen's face as he addressed Su Si. I've already contemplated the matter of favors. I foresee that someone may come seeking trouble for Zhang Chulan tonight, and I shall intervene on his behalf. Subsequently, I will require the assistance of fourth brother to vigorously publicize my two achievements and identity through your channels and those of the company. This will not only elevate the prestige of the Taiping Sect, but also divert some attention, thereby attracting interest towards Zhang Chulan's Qi body lineage. After a brief pause, Su Chen, with a hint of flattery in his smile, continued. In truth, these are merely trivial matters. It is just the fivefold compensation you previously promised. Fourth brother, this moment, Su Si, having regained his composure, returned to his usual brazen demeanor, perceptibly grasping Su Chen's intentions. He placed a hand on Su Chen's shoulder, chuckling. Rest assured, I shall have my subordinates procure the promised reward for you. I wonder if the young brother has any inclination to join us. If so, I can offer you a temporary position with minimal effort for ample remuneration, all expenses covered. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan, under Su San's introduction, began to gain a preliminary understanding of the world of the extraordinary. The group then descended in the elevator to the underground cells. As Su San walked deeper into the confines, he addressed Zhang Chulan. Weren't you curious about the answers? Why Chuanqing seeks you? Let us hear their own responses. As he spoke, Su San pushed open the heavy door at the end of the corridor, revealing Lu Yinyin seated within. Chapter 17. Why are you blushing like a teapot? On Su Chen's side. After declining Su Si's invitation, he followed him to the underground prison. Upon entering, he was met with Lu Yinyan's furious outcry from the innermost cell. Can someone tell me what I've done these past 15 years? Is my life truly so worthless? I am enraged, I rebel. And then what? They claim this is for my own good. Am I any different from a discarded corpse? What is wrong with extraordinary individuals using their abilities? Hearing her words, Su Chan cast a glance at Su San, recalling that just yesterday, Lu Yinyan had knelt on the ground, appearing remorseful. How could she have reverted to this state? Was his intervention insufficient to counteract the narrative's self-correction? Su Si, upon hearing Lu Yinyan's outburst, couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. Damn it, this girl truly knows no better. I must teach her a lesson. He then turned to Su Chun, saying, Su Sin mentioned that after you left the battlefield yesterday, Lu Yinyan was captured without resistance. She kept insisting that she answered truthfully to every question as if she were stunned. It wasn't appropriate to interrogate her on the spot, so she was taken back to the company for confinement. Yet, this morning, she began to question why it wasn't you interrogating her. Upon learning that you weren't affiliated with the company, and knowing we have a legitimate background, she assumed we wouldn't harm her, leading to her current brazen demeanor. In my opinion, Su San's methods were far too gentle. If it were me, a few slaps would make her see reality. As they conversed, they arrived at the cell door, where Lu Yinyan's words became clearer to them. You ask why I sought out Xuanqing individuals. It's simply that they make me feel more at ease. With a creak, the door opened, and Lu Yinyan, who had been speaking, instinctively turned her gaze. Upon seeing Su Chun, her words faltered, and her previously arrogant demeanor vanished. I could see that moment. Memories of Su Chen's kick towards Xia He and the overwhelming aura he exuded flooded her mind, making her feel as if that very kick had landed upon her own chest. Suddenly, Lu Yinyan shuddered and quickly lowered her head, unknowingly flushing crimson as Su Chun. Observing Lu Yinyan's peculiar reaction, Su Chun felt a surge of confusion. Sister, why are you blushing like a teapot? Everyone here witnessed that. Just a moment ago, you were flaunting your rebellious spirit, and now you display this. How does that reflect on me? As if I had done something peculiar to you. Meanwhile, the others exchanged glances, sensing the brewing tension at that moment. Su Si aptly broke the sudden silence. All right. We won't pry into the matters of the Lu family's legacy in Shaanxi. You should already know what kind of scoundrels Xuanqing is. I will ask you one last time. Why did you desecrate the grave of Zhang Chulan's grandfather? At this juncture, Lu Yinyan, akin to a bashful bride, averted her gaze, her blush somewhat fading, upon hearing Su Si's inquiry. She ceased her complaints and replied, They instructed me to locate Zhang Chulan's relics, seeking his qi body lineage. After recounting the events, Lu Yinyan glanced up at Su Chun, suddenly fidgeting. I am not yet a member of Xuanqing. I am merely a runaway girl, misled by nefarious individuals that I truly did not know that Xuanqing was a den of villains. Please spare me. Even if I must work for the company to atone for my past mistakes, I would accept. After interrogating Lu Yinyan, the group ascended to the upper floors. Su San, seated on a chair, adjusted his glasses and addressed Zhang Chulan. Thus, the company does not restrain or govern the extraordinary. Rather, it aims to better serve them, that we assist those in need and thwart those who pose a threat to society. Consider how meaningful this role is for the world. What do you say? Zhang Chulan, I formally invite you to join the Na Du Tong Company. Zhang Chulan regarded Su San's fervor, but was unmoved by the enticing prospects he painted. However, thanks to Su Chen's guidance, he had resolutely committed to his quest for truth. After some contemplation, he inquired, Is Dao Yi also one of your people? Upon hearing Zhang Chulan's words, Su Chan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Zhang Chulan would mention him. Just prior, he had been pondering the feasibility of enticing Lu Yinyan's lineage of corpse-reviving practitioners into the Taiping Sect. After Zhang Chulan's statement, Su Chen smiled and replied, I haven't joined the company yet, as I bear the mission of establishing my own sect. So for now, we are merely collaborators. However, I believe joining the company would be the wisest choice for you. After all, having the support of a strong foundation is far superior to standing alone. After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Chulan readily accepted Su San's invitation. This revelation surprised Su Si, who exchanged a subtle glance with Su San before remarking, "Chulan, even if you do not possess the Qi body lineage they seek, Tianshi, as well as other factions, will likely pursue you relentlessly once they set their sights on you. Prepare yourself mentally for the upcoming troubles." As Su Chun traversed the path back to his dormitory, he found little interest in Su San and Su Si's discussions regarding Lu Yinyan's potential redemption. Instead, he pondered the impending events of the evening. According to his recollections, that night, Zhang Chulan would be kidnapped from his dormitory by members of the Tianshi Society, who would envelop him in a sack. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingyu, acting on the orders of the old master, would extend an invitation to Zhang Chulan to participate in the Luotian Great Festival. However, driven by jealousy, he would resort to violence to test Zhang Chulan's worthiness. This would mark Zhang Chulan's first public demonstration of his abilities. Additionally, Feng Shaiyuan would seek out Feng Baobao. After some reflection, Su Qin decided it would be more beneficial to gain experience from Zhang Lingyu tonight, as battling stronger opponents yields greater rewards. Feng Shaiyuan's strength paled in comparison to Zhang Lingyu's, and he could later engage in a skirmish with her amidst the ensuing events of the Tianshi Society storyline. Given Feng Jinghao's disposition, he would undoubtedly extend an invitation to Su Chun, allowing for an opportunity to gain experience under the pretense of sparring. Thus, his plan for the night was clear. He would intervene when Zhang Chulan could no longer withstand the pressure and confront Zhang Lingyu. Yet he mused, the diminished power of the heavenly thunder shouldn't immediately obliterate Zhang Lingyu, should it? Chapter 18. Dai Yi, what kind of strange NPC are you? As night descends, darkness envelopes the earth. Lying in bed, Su Chun quietly contemplates the impending battle of the evening. Given his current strength, without resorting to his ultimate moves or celestial thunder, relying solely on his physical prowess and the ability to summon soldiers from beings, he might not necessarily prevail against Zhang Lingyu. Furthermore, having already arranged with Feng Baobao that she would secretly record the entire fight, he knows that as this battle serves as his debut in the extraordinary realm, he must not appear overly strained in combat. Yet, if he dispatches Zhang Lingyu too swiftly, it could result in an insufficient accumulation of experience points, hindering his ability to upgrade his fusion level. After much deliberation, Su Chun concludes that he must first compel Zhang Lingyu to reveal his thunderous techniques. The nature of the polluted water thunder is likely to yield a considerable amount of experience points for him. Just then, noises from Zhang Chulan's dormitory below catch his attention. Realizing that members of the Tianshi Society are likely abducting Zhang Chulan, he remains unhurried, donning his Taoist robe before leisurely making his way towards the woods on the back mountain of the school. Midway through his journey, he hears the sounds of combat accompanied by fluctuations of qi, indicating that Zhang Chulan is engaging in a confrontation with Zhang Lingyu. In the woods, Zhang Chulan stands in confrontation with Zhang Lingyu, who is clad in a white Taoist robe. After repelling his two apprentices, Zhang Lingyu steps forward, golden light radiating from him. Facing the relentless troubles of recent days, Zhang Chulan's anger boils over as he shouts, "For days, this has been absurd. I can't even be bothered to ask who you are. Let us just fight. Come on, what's with your arrogance?" He then channels his golden light, charging at Zhang Lingyu. With a resounding crash, Zhang Chulan's fist connects with Zhang Lingyu. Yet Zhang Lingyu remains steadfast, not budging an inch, nor causing even the slightest ripple in his protective golden aura. Zhang Chulan perceives the golden light before him as solid as a wall. In the next moment, Zhang Lingyu retaliates with a palm strike that shatters Zhang Chulan's protective golden light. The force of the blow causes Zhang Chulan to cry out in pain, crashing heavily to the ground. In disbelief, Zhang Chulan contemplates the terrifying power of the figure before him, suspecting that he might be on par with the Taoist master. However, he refuses to concede defeat, knowing he still has a trump card. Resolving himself, he rises from the ground, declaring, "I have had enough of this. Since I've committed to this vortex, there's no need to conceal my true strength any longer." As he speaks, his chi surges, stirring the air around him, and arcs of electricity flicker ominously from his body. Palm thunder, he bellows, unleashing a torrent of white lightning toward Zhang Lingyu. In response, Zhang Lingyu raises his hand, summoning black lightning that surges forth. colliding with Zhang Chulan's attack. Within moments, Zhang Chulan's onslaught is torn apart, leaving him slumped on the ground. Observing Zhang Chulan's incapacity to retaliate, Zhang Lingyu shows no mercy as the black lightning continues its relentless assault. At this critical juncture, Zhang Chulan closes his eyes in despair, realizing that in his quest to uncover secrets, he may not survive even a day against these relentless troubles. With a crack, the anticipated attack fails to arrive. Zhang Chulan opens his eyes to discover that a figure has appeared, blocking the black lightning with ease, as if held by an invisible force. The tumultuous energy struggles in vain against this newfound barrier. With a flick of his hand, the black lightning dissipates, and the savior is none other than Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen's silhouette, Zhang Chulan is overwhelmed with relief, yet he quips, "What a strange NPC you are. Taoist, you always manage to save me at the most critical moments." Su Chen chuckles lightly. "I told you, the Taoist can foresee danger." And naturally, he comes to your rescue. He then turns to Zhang Lingyu, stating coolly, "You must be a man of the righteous path. What compels you to resort to such underhanded tactics?" Meanwhile, Zhang Lingyu feels a flicker of anger rising within him, relieved that Su Chen intercepted his attack. Averting a potentially grave mistake, that he decides not to engage further, seeking instead a quiet place to quell his turbulent thoughts. However, he calls out, "The Heavenly Master invites all to participate in the upcoming Luotian Grand Ceremony, where the next heir to the Heavenly Master's estate will be publicly selected. Zhang Chulan, you are qualified to participate." Noticing Zhang Lingyu's disregard for his words as he turns to leave, Su Chen's anger flares. Determined to ensure Zhang Lingyu faces consequences, he retorts sharply, "You harm my friend and expect to walk away unscathed. Who granted you the audacity to act so arrogantly? And who do you think you are to decide who qualifies for the Luotian Grand Ceremony? If you are so confident, why not see for yourself if I am worthy to compete?" As the foremost young talent of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Lingyu possesses his own pride. Although he initiated this confrontation, Su Chen's biting words compel him to halt. Locking eyes with Su Chen, the golden light around him flares once more. Su Chen, amused by how easily he has riled Zhang Lingyu, discreetly glances a nearby tree where Feng Bao, clad in purple pajamas and sporting a few unruly strands of hair, crouches, discreetly recording with a DV camera. Noticing Su Chen's glance, she gives him an okay signal. Out a surge of determination courses through Su Chen as he contemplates that his reputation hinges on the beauty of this battle. Without further delay, he enters his ultimate state, a terrifying aura rising and casting a heavy pressure upon all present. In an instant, both combatants charge forward, colliding with a resounding crash. Zhang Lingyu's body is sent flying, as if it were a mere rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground. "Little master uncle," exclaim his two observing apprentices in shock, quickly invoking their golden light to shield Zhang Lingyu. However, in the blink of an eye, Su Chen is upon them, delivering a powerful kick that shatters their protective barrier, sending them sprawling to the ground, motionless. Yet, Su Chen holds back, merely disrupting their golden light to prevent them from retaliating, for he has no desire to incur the wrath of the protective Heavenly Master's estate. Ding engaging with the Heavenly Master S. Zhang Lingyu. Experience points 388. Ding engaging with the Heavenly Master S. Bystander A. Experience point 66. Ding engaging with the Heavenly Master S. Bystander B. Experience points 88. Upon hearing the system notifications, Su Chen reflects that indeed, these weaker opponents yield pitifully low experience points. Observing Zhang Lingyu, who lies on the ground, blood trickling from his lips, disbelief etched upon his face, Su Chen subtly positions himself to face Feng Bao's camera. Adopting the demeanor of a reclusive sage, he fears that if he were to press the attack too soon, he might not accumulate enough experience points before Zhang Lingyu falls, thus ruining the grand spectacle he aims to create. Zhang Lingyu, with blood at the corner of his mouth and disbelief in his eyes, gazes up at Su Chen, his golden light wavering perilously as if on the brink of collapse. He had believed himself invincible among the younger generation, only to realize he had underestimated the world around him. Who is this individual that nearly shattered his golden light with a single blow? Yet, for reasons unknown, this person has ceased his assault, gazing distantly, Was this an insult? Zhang Lingyu feels the flames of fury ignite within him. Moreover, this figure merely appears to possess brute strength. He still has his thunderous techniques yet to be unleashed, and the outcome remains uncertain. Resolute, Zhang Lingyu rises, black lightning crackling around him. Palm thunder. He bellows, unleashing a torrent of dark lightning towards Su Chun, only to have it effortlessly dispersed with a single strike. Faced with Su Chun, who remains unscathed, Zhang Lingyu is left questioning everything. Unlike his earlier, casual attacks on Zhang Chulan, this time he has wielded his full strength, yet his efforts are brushed aside with such ease. "Who are you?" he demands. "Why have I never heard of you before?" As a descendant of the celestial master from Longhu Mountain, the pinnacle of the younger generation, Zhang Lingyu surprisingly found himself unable to contend with his opponent. The two girls spectating nearby cast their astonished gazes upon Feng Xiaoyan, who had just arrived at their side, echoing Zhang Lingyu's incredulous question, their brows furrowed in disbelief. He must be Su Chun, the one who defeated the notorious Summer He, known as the Bone-Cutting Blade, just yesterday, Feng Xiaoyan remarked softly. She was inwardly astonished, acknowledging the formidable strength of Su Chun. Upon returning home, she felt compelled to relay her observations to her father at the earliest opportunity. Who knows, a figure as remarkable as the two heroes might emerge in the future that on Su Chen's side, feeling the sting radiating from his palm, he mused inwardly. Truly, the reputation of a renowned figure is well-deserved. Zhang Lingyu is indeed a top-tier talent among the younger generation. Just considering the intensity of his attacks, it far surpasses that of Summer He. His temperament aligns perfectly with his moniker, the pure and immaculate little master uncle. Unexpectedly, even under such circumstances, Zhang Lingyu was reluctant to unleash the true essence of Yin Wulei, opting instead to engage Su Chun with Yang Wulei techniques. Recalling the original narrative where Zhang Lingyu defied his master's orders to descend the mountain for Summer He, Su Chun decided to provoke him further. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips, but remembering Feng Bao, who was hidden in the trees documenting his gallant demeanor, he quickly regained his composure. Clearing his throat, he addressed Zhang Lingyu. "It's understandable that you haven't heard of my name, as I have only recently entered the world of extraordinary beings. However, you must have heard of my victory over a certain bone-cutting blade yesterday." "No." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingyu's pupils constricted. Observing Zhang Lingyu's expression, Su Chun couldn't help but smirk internally. Adding fuel to the fire, he whispered in a tone audible only to Zhang Lingyu. "To say I defeated her is an understatement. Given her injuries at the time, the tale will soon morph into the killing of Summer He. I want you dead." Zhang Lingyu could no longer suppress the fury within him. With a furious roar, dark, viscous lightning surged from his sleeves, enveloping Su Chun. Witnessing this, Su Chun swiftly darted to Zhang Chulan's side, seizing his collar and tossing him aside towards the onlookers. In the next moment, he was engulfed by the chaotic energy. The spectators, bewildered, speculated that Zhang Lingyu had succumbed to madness, their concern for Su Chun mounting. Yet, wrapped in the water-filled thunder, Su Chun was secretly elated, as he had anticipated. The water-filled thunder provided him with experience points at an astonishing rate. The system's notifications rang in his ears. If that were the case, the clash of lightning techniques should also yield experience points. With this thought, a smile tugged at the corners of Su Chen's mouth, and a light chuckle escaped him from within the water-filled thunder's embrace. "Heh, Zhang Lingyu, your mastery of lightning techniques still leaves much to be desired." His teasing laughter lingered in the air. The sky darkened ominously, with thunderclouds roiling above. The sudden shift astounded everyone present. "Taoist, you can wield lightning too?" Zhang Chulan murmured in disbelief. "Sky thunder, arise!" A commanding voice boomed, sending shivers through the hearts of those who heard it, as if they were encountering divine wrath. With Su Chun's voice echoing, torrents of azure lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking where Su Chun was enveloped in the water-filled thunder. With a crackling sound, the dark, viscous lightning dissipated, revealing Su Chun encircled by azure lightning, his countenance serene and unruffled. The water-filled thunder around him seemed to disband as if it had encountered a formidable foe, while the ground beneath him had transformed into charred earth. How is this possible? Zhang Lingyu stared in disbelief at Su Chun, who stood opposite him, his eyes wide with incredulity. At this moment, Zhang Lingyu had exhausted his tactics. Even resorting to the yin wulei, typically reserved for secretive occasions, yet found himself powerless against the individual before him. Before Zhang Lingyu could ponder further, Su Chun made his move, extending a finger towards him. In the next instant, bolts of azure lightning descended, striking Su Chun directly. His outstretched finger trembled slightly against the azure lightning, but in the blink of an eye, a massive azure lightning column shot towards Zhang Lingyu, akin to a colossal dragon imbued with celestial might. Seeing this, Zhang Chulan exclaimed, "Goodness, Taoist, your lightning technique is impressive, but why strike yourself first? Could it be that you've committed too many misdeeds? Are you about to face tribulation?" The three members of Tianshi society nearby echoed similar sentiments, perplexed by the contrasting natures of their lightning techniques. One dark and viscous, the other self-striking. However, Zhang Lingyu's focus was not on such trivialities. He was consumed by a singular thought: survival. His entire aura surged, transforming into water-filled thunder, which he directed forward. The blinding light erupted, momentarily obscuring the figures of both combatants. When the radiance faded, the crowd beheld Su Chun, unmoved from his position, while Zhang Lingyu lay prostrate on the scorched earth, his white robe tattered and his body charred. The acrid scent of singed fabric wafted through the air. At this moment, the two individuals who had been sent flying by Su Chun regained their senses. Rushing to Zhang Lingyu's side, they cautiously regarded Su Chun. "Fear not, I have not taken his life. He merely exhausted his energy and has fallen unconscious. Take him back to recuperate, and he shall awaken shortly," Su Chun proclaimed, adopting the demeanor of a reclusive sage, striking a pose he deemed impressive. "Thank you for your mercy." The two bowed respectfully to Su Chun before carrying the unconscious Zhang Lingyu away, their forms disappearing into the shadows of the forest. Meanwhile, Su Chun listened to the system notifications ringing in his ears, his composure betraying a flicker of unease. Ding engaged in combat with Zhang Lingyu of the Celestial Master S estate. Experience points 666. Ding acquired 4,000 experience points. Template fusion degree increased to 3. Congratulations, host. You have received rewards. Basic cultivation improved. Bean sprouting soldiers upgraded. Name: Su Chun template. Zhang Jiao fusion degree. 308000. Cultivation technique. Shi technique. Tianlei bean sprouting soldiers. True word. When different incantations are invoked, various mighty warriors can be summoned. Black beans. Black armored divine soldiers, possessing mysterious spatial abilities. White beans. White armored divine soldiers, endowed with formidable offensive capabilities effective against spiritual entities. Surprisingly, no new skills emerged, leaving Su Chun slightly puzzled. However, upon reviewing the descriptions of the black and white beans, he felt an urgent desire to experiment with his newfound abilities. He was eager to discover the extent of the spatial powers and the system's assessment of the formidable offensive capabilities. As his fusion degree increased, Su Chun sensed a further enhancement of his cultivation. The abundant aura flowing within him invigorated his strength. Observing Zhang Lingyu's group retreating into the distance, and with others still present, Su Chun chose not to immediately dispel his unparalleled state. Instead, he turned to the members of Tianshi society. "Are you not leaving? Shall I invite you for tea?" The trio of Tianshi society, finally snapping out of their shock, regained their composure. Feng Xian stepped forward, stating, "We bear no ill will. Our intention today was merely to invite Zhang Chulan for a discussion at Tianshi Society. Of course, if M.R.SU is interested, he is welcome to join us. And we would be delighted to host you. We apologize for any disturbance caused today." With those words, Feng Xian hesitated no longer, leading the other two away from the school grounds. The forest fell silent once more, leaving only Zhang Chulan, Su Chun, and the hidden Feng Baobao. Su Chun dispelled his unparalleled state. He felt the enhancement of his basic cultivation due to the increased fusion degree. Although he felt slightly weakened, he did not collapse as he had previously. The paralyzing effects of Tianlei soon manifested, sending waves of electric pain coursing through him. Su Chun silently congratulated himself for not activating Tianlei, to its full extent during the experiment. For otherwise, he would have been left convulsing on the ground, shattering his image as a sage. Once everyone had departed, Feng Bao, holding a DV camera, leaped down from the tree. "Wow, you startled me. Sister Bauer, what are you doing here? Is that a recording device in your hand?" Zhang Chulan exclaimed, taken aback by Feng Bao's sudden appearance. Turning to Feng Bao, Su Chen inquired, "Did you manage to capture everything?" Disregarding Zhang Chulan's theatrics, Feng Bao confidently patted her chest, saying, "Rest assured, I've recorded everything from the moment you and Zhang Lingyu started fighting. I shall first head to the company to deliver this recording to Su S." Yes, her words faded. Feng Bao leapt several times, her figure vanishing from sight. Watching her retreating silhouette, Su Chen pondered quietly. The combination of this video and the footage from his previous encounter with Xia He, captured by the employee recorder, should indeed provide a slight shock to the realm of extraordinary beings. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan, realizing that only the two of them remained, hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Su Chen's hand, exclaiming, "I never expected you to wield thunderous magic, Taoist, and with such ease, you shattered that man's sinister black lightning." After a brief pause, he added with a sycophantic grin, "Could you possibly teach me? Oh, Taoist, from now on, you shall be my esteemed elder brother. When you say east, I shall never venture west," suppressing the pain coursing through his body. Su Chen feigned nonchalance, replying, "I can teach you the art of thunder, but today's battle has left me with insights. I shall instruct you when time permits. For now, you should return to your dormitory and rest." With that, he exaggeratedly closed his eyes. Zhang Chulan, witnessing this, thought to himself that the Taoist's aura was rather overwhelming. Did he truly believe he was transcending in his cultivation? How could one attain insights in such a manner? Nevertheless, satisfied with the response, he did not dwell on it further. After bidding farewell to Su Chen, he returned to his dormitory alone. Once Zhang Chulan departed, Su Chen carefully sensed his surroundings twice, confirming that no one was indeed present. He then plopped down onto the ground, his limbs beginning to tremble uncontrollably. With a despondent expression, Su Chen lamented, "At least I didn't embarrass myself. This system's skills are utterly outrageous." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he retrieved several black and white beans, gifts from the system, from his pocket. Reciting the incantation bestowed by the system, he scattered the beans onto the ground before him. Fortunately, summoning soldiers from beans only consumed his own chi, unlike the dual arts of martial prowess and thunder, which exacted a tremendous toll on his body. Thus, in his current state, he could indeed experiment with his newly acquired skills as the beans hit the ground. They emitted clouds of black and white smoke, gradually coalescing into humanoid forms. Would they, like the yellow turban warriors, transform into different colored, emaciated figures? Su Chen mused internally at this spectacle. However, to his astonishment, the black mist did not compress excessively, and the beans he scattered ultimately transformed into diminutive figures resembling Little Black, akin to those from Conan. Conversely, the white mist, after a vigorous contraction, morphed into skeletal beings wielding massive bone swords that a chill breeze swept through the dark forest. And the sporadic moonlight illuminated the face of Little Black, revealing features obscured in darkness, save for his white eyes and teeth. The white skeleton stood shrouded in the shadows of the trees, its eye sockets flickering with green flames. "What on earth, system? Are you trying to scare me to death in the dead of night?" Su Chen felt a shiver run down his spine, despite having been reborn and possessing considerable strength. This scene still sent a chill through him that he had not encountered any negative effects in the system as prompts, believing it had finally shown some mercy. Yet, it had played this trick on him instead. Chapter 21. The Assassin's Little Black and the Undead Big White. Meanwhile, at the Tianshi Society, Feng Xian hurriedly made her way to Feng Zhenghao's study after returning. Initially, she had thought the reports of Su Chen's strength were exaggerated, mere flimsy excuses to cover up failures. However, after witnessing the battle today, she was genuinely astounded by Su Chen's abilities. She believed that he was not at all inferior to her father in his youth. In fact, he might even surpass him. Coming to the steady voice of a middle-aged man resonated. Upon hearing her father's response from within the study, Feng Xian pushed the door open and entered. Inside the splendidly adorned study, she saw Feng Zhenghao seated across from a man with orange hair, both engaged in light-hearted conversation, their teacups steaming with warmth. Observing this scene, Feng Xian understood that her father was catching up with an old acquaintance. She was unsure of the identity of this elder, as she had never heard of him in the realm of extraordinary beings. Thus, she resolved to excuse herself and report her findings to Feng Jinghao the following day. However, at that moment, Feng Jinghao seemed to read her thoughts and spoke up. "Xian, how did your trip to Beikai go? Is there any potential to win Zhang Chulan over? Lu Xiong is no outsider. Feel free to speak candidly about what you wish to report." I could see his words. Feng Xian glanced at the red-haired elder and the imposing figure behind him. For some reason, she felt an unsettling sensation when she looked at the tall figure cloaked in a long cape. After steadying her nerves, she resolved not to hesitate any longer and recounted her observations from the day. Upon hearing her account of Su Chun's battle with Zhang Lingyu, even the usually unflappable Feng Jinghao couldn't help but express his astonishment. He defeated Zhang Lingyu, who also wielded thunderous magic with a single strike. Feng Jinghao then began to tap his fingers rhythmically on the table, and after a moment he finally spoke. "Xian, find a suitable opportunity to invite this Mr. Su to the Tianshi Society for a discussion that I would like to personally see if we can recruit him. If successful, he shall become a significant asset to our society in the future." "Well, you've worked hard today. You should return and rest." Feng Xian, upon hearing this, bowed slightly before respectfully departing to clank. Yes, soon as Feng Xian closed the door behind her, Feng Jinghao turned to the man seated across from him. In your yellow robe. Lu Xiong, I never expected the young man you were seeking to be so close at hand." Indeed, the individual sitting with Feng Jinghao was none other than Lu Mo, the current head of the Lu family. After receiving a call from Lu Yinyin, coupled with her breathless voice, he had initially thought she was engaged in some form of embarrassing play with the yellow-robed Taoist. With a mindset of needing to create a new character after exhausting his main one, Lu Mo had embarked on a journey from Xiangxi to Tianmen, intending to clear the air. However, after visiting the Huabei Company, he realized it had all been a misunderstanding. The heavy breathing was merely due to having been chased for a half marathon. He blamed the plethora of videos online featuring wayward young women for leading him to such poor assumptions. Now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, and since he was already in Tianmen, he naturally wished to reconnect with his old friend, the formidable Feng Jinghao, and reminisce. Thus unfolded the scene of the evening. Lu Mo had initially intended to return to Xiangxi after catching up, but upon hearing Feng Xian mention the yellow-robed Taoist Su Chun, his interest was piqued. Since I now know who that Taoist lad is, I shall linger here at the Tianshi Society for a few days, and after dealing with that young man, I shall take my leave. Lu Xiong, are you planning to confront that Taoist? Feng Jinghao adjusted his glasses and inquired. Didn't you say after meeting my daughter that everything was a misunderstanding? Humph. Lu Mo slammed his palm on the table in frustration. I cannot fathom what has possessed my rebellious daughter. The Huabei Company was willing to show me some respect, allowing me to bring her back under strict supervision. Yet she insists on shunning a normal life, striving to redeem herself by joining the Huabei Company. Now that he had learned of the young Taoist's existence, he saw it as a perfect opportunity to demonstrate his prowess in Tianmen, offering guidance to the younger generation. This way, he could prevent any future mischief from the uninformed youth targeting his Lu family descendants. Upon hearing this, Feng Jinghao glanced at the towering figure behind Lu Mo, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes, before he chuckled lightly. Indeed, Lu Xiong, it has been many years since you showcased your strength in the realm of extraordinary beings. I fear many have forgotten the might of your drought demon. However, he continued, from what Xian has conveyed, that young Taoist possesses the ability to summon heavenly thunder. It may indeed counter your corpse-reviving arts. Upon hearing Feng Bao's words, Lu Mo nonchalantly waved his hand and chuckled. No matter how formidable the techniques may be, they can merely be employed by the younger generation to vie against one another. They will require several more years of diligent effort to catch up to our generation. The following noon, Su Chun was once again roused from his slumber by the persistent knocking at his door. The previous night, he had spent considerable time in the woods experimenting with his newly acquired skills. At long last, he had managed to grasp the essence of the two abilities he had gained. The first was a black-armored warrior, which Su Chun had named Xiaohe. This entity possessed strength and defense on par with the Yellow Turban warrior, while also wielding the ability to traverse space. However, the range of this ability was rather limited. Within 20 meters, the activation interval was brief, and the consumption of qi was minimal. Yet, should one exceed this distance, the energy expenditure and activation interval would increase exponentially. When attempting to move a distance of 100 meters, a 5-second delay was required before the skill could be activated again. 0.1 kilometer marked the utmost limit for Xiaohe's instantaneous movement. However, shortly after relocating, Xiaohe would dissipate into black mist within a few seconds. As for transporting items, Su Chun conducted trials, but ultimately discovered that, given his current cultivation level and the grade of the technique sowing beans to create soldiers, he was not yet capable of such applications. The second ability, which he named Bai, was a white-armored warrior bearing a colossal white-boned sword of unparalleled sharpness, truly deserving of the formidable offensive capabilities attributed to it by the system. As for its lethality against spiritual entities, Su Chun had yet to find an opportunity for testing and would have to await a suitable moment to try. With a creak, Su Chun, still groggy, opened the door to find Feng Bao and Zhang Chulan standing outside. Zhang Chulan, sporting a shoulder bag, appeared as if he were preparing for a vacation. Observing Su Chen's half-asleep demeanor, Zhang Chulan could not help but remark, "Taoist, you weren't standing in the woods all night, contemplating, were you?" "That's rather diligent of you," Su Chun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, smiled sheepishly and chose not to respond, unwilling to divulge to Zhang Chulan that he had sent everyone away out of desire to avoid embarrassment. Instead, he inquired with genuine curiosity, "What brings both of you here? Is there an issue with the company?" Feng Bao gestured toward Zhang Chulan and explained, in preparation for the upcoming Luotian festival in a month. "I intend to take Zhang Chulan for specialized training today. However, this fellow insisted that I bring you along, claiming you had already agreed to teach him the thunder technique." Upon hearing this, Su Chun felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had not anticipated that his offhand remarks would be taken so seriously by Zhang Chulan. Witnessing Zhang Chulan's eager and obsequious demeanor, hands clasped in a pleading gesture, Su Chun felt his lips twitch. He understood little about the cultivation of the thunder technique, as it had been directly imparted to him by the system, leaving him ill-equipped to teach it. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Chun. If the system's sowing beans to create soldiers could conjure a golden chain for Feng Bao, could it not be possible that other skills might also be explored for alternative applications? Chapter 22. Surely, it cannot be to use my fruit photo for making friends, can it? Ultimately, Su Chun acquiesced to their proposal to train together. As he gazed out the window at the swiftly passing scenery, he pondered the development of his new abilities. After the battle with Zhang Lingyu, he had temporarily achieved his goal of gaining recognition in the world of extraordinary beings. Therefore, in future confrontations, there was no need to eliminate his opponents instantaneously. After all, granting them more opportunities to strike would yield greater experience points. Against ordinary extraordinary beings, Su Chun could dominate with the foundational enhancement provided by his cultivation method. However, should he encounter the likes of Zhang Lingyu, Wang Yi, or Zhu Geqing, young luminaries of their generation, he would need to exercise caution. Both the thunder technique and his unparalleled skill, while potent, could easily lead to an uncontrollable situation, resulting in an unintentional instant defeat of his adversaries. Furthermore, the negative status effects following their use would render them unsuitable for sparring. Perhaps this opportunity could be utilized to refine his mastery of the unparalleled skill and the thunder technique, as it seemed feasible to diminish their power while concurrently reducing their side effects. Just then, as Su Chun was lost in thought, Feng Bao abruptly interrupted. "After I brought the video back to the company yesterday, Su Si had someone edit it overnight and post it online. Today, he informed me that you become a celebrity in the world of extraordinary beings." Su Chun paused, taken aback by the swiftness of Su Si's actions. He quickly retrieved his phone and opened the Extraordinary Beings forum, eager to see how his reputation had spread online. Upon accessing the forum, Su Chun noticed the top post, highlighted in bold, was from the Huabei Naughty Company. The Taiping Sect re-enters the world of extraordinary beings. Disciple Su Chun defeats all-encompassing Xiaohe, overcomes Longhushan's Zhang Lingyu and Wu Yinzu. Curious, he clicked on it and discovered not only a video documenting his valiant exploits, but also a considerate mention of his forum account. The comments from netizens predominantly expressed admiration, with remarks such as "wow," "incredible," and "Taoist, so handsome." A slight smile crept across Su Chen's face. He was confident that these were genuine comments from netizens rather than orchestrated by the company, especially since he was a man capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Wu Yanzi that moment. Zhang Chulan, hearing about the existence of an extraordinary beings forum for the first time, hastily registered an account. Moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Su Chun, lifting his phone to point at the screen. "What the heck? Taoist, what does this post you shared mean? It can't be what I think it is. Right? You practicing the thunder technique is one thing, but you shared your fruit photo online, didn't you?" Su Chen glanced at the suddenly agitated Zhang Chulan and followed his pointing finger, only to find his homepage displaying an unremoved post. Lost secret technique. The monogamous mark on the oregano? Is it a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? Click to view JPG. Damn, how could I have forgotten about this? Su Chan smacked his forehead, recalling that at the time, he had merely wanted to add a few friends on the forum. However, with Zhang Chulan's photo, they had ended up in a group chat, leaving no one to remember to delete the post. He had not anticipated that Zhang Chulan would stumble upon his account through the company's post and click on it. Su Chan looked into Zhang Chulan's eyes, which held a blend of pleading and flickering hope. Yet he still felt too embarrassed to speak. "Chulan, let us just say there's a chance it's precisely as you imagined. That it was indeed your fruit photo from that day." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chulan's heart sank, his expression darkening as if he had lost all vitality. He muttered disconsolately, "How could this happen? How could this happen? I might as well be dead." With that, he opened the car window as if intending to jump out. Seeing this, Su Chan felt a jolt of alarm and quickly grasped Zhang Chulan's arm. "Chulan, rest assured, photos from our extraordinary world 1T reach ordinary people's eyes. Besides, I cropped your face out of the photos I posted. It 1T tarnish your reputation. And what is there for a young man like you to worry about? You 1T suffer any losses. Don't think like that." When Zhang Chulan heard that Su Chan had not shown his face in the photos, he finally ceased his struggles, his eyes regaining some glimmer of hope. Though he still gazed at Su Chan with indignation. Coughing lightly, Su Chan attempted to explain, "Chulan, our current goal is to uncover the secrets of the past. However, think about it. We are both newcomers to the world of extraordinary beings, lacking money, resources, and connections. Even though I possess some divinatory skills, we are ultimately too weak as a duo. Thus, using your photo to expand our network is merely a means to facilitate our future explorations in the extraordinary realm." Upon hearing Su Chen's rationale, Zhang Chulan's eyes brightened, and the despondent expression vanished. He stroked his chin contemplatively. "Indeed, Taoist, you make a valid point. Given your reasoning, I believe there's no need to delete that post after all. It may help bridge the gap with many extraordinary beings, reducing any distance created by your strength, allowing us to integrate more seamlessly into the community." That Su Chan was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Zhang Chulan's transformation. He initially thought that he would have to treat this young man to a couple of meals to smooth over the situation. However, to his surprise, Zhang Chulan accepted it rather swiftly, presenting an analysis that was both articulate and confident. A sudden thought struck Su Chan. Could it be that the classic incident of walking the dog under the moonlight in the original storyline was also part of Zhang Chulan's script? After all, given this fellow's temperament, even if he were to indulge in excess, he should still possess an unwavering self-control. Ultimately, at Zhang Chulan's behest, Su Chan included him in a gathering of handsome men and beautiful women, and unexpectedly managed to seize the red envelope that Zhang Chulan had distributed for joining the group. A notification chimed. Su Chan discovered that it was a private message from Lu Linglong. "Ice Queen. After watching the videos online, I never expected Taoist Master to be so handsome in the group. It truly isn't an exaggeration. Wu Yanzu. Of course, he is quite the charmer. Isn't Ice Queen. Yet, that kick of Taoist Master S was indeed merciless. It's clear he has never been in a relationship. Wu Yanzu. Relationships are something I've long grown weary of. You understand what it means to be a Sigma male in this new era? Ice Queen. Oh, have you genuinely grown tired of them? Or is it that you cannot engage in such affairs? Ice Queen. It seems that being handsome is of little use. You also wield thunderous power. Don Tu, was I right in guessing that you're a little C? Once more, Su Chan found himself at a loss in the verbal sparring with Lu Linglong. Although he lacked the unique mark of a virgin and the restrictions of preserving his original essence like Zhang Chulan, he had never experienced a romantic relationship in either of his lifetimes. Lu Linglong's teasing remarks left him utterly defenseless. However, he had not anticipated that the seemingly naive Lu Linglong would possess such a starkly different persona online. Playfully teasing him ever since they had added each other as friends. Did she believe that, behind the safety of screen, he was an unknown entity? When they finally met at the Grand Taoist Festival, he would have to ensure that Lu Linglong experienced the sensation of facing retribution in person. With this thought, a mischievous smile crept across Su Chen's lips. Chapter 23. A Night Raid by the Succubus? No matter. I shall take action. After concluding his light-hearted banter with Lu Linglong, Su Chen opened the forum to continue browsing. Eager to discern the prevailing public opinion online, it appeared that the plan was progressing quite successfully. Having captivated half of the attention from the realm of the extraordinary, that if he followed the plan step by step, the old foxes would undoubtedly be unable to contain themselves and take action soon. As Su Chan perused the forum, he noted that nearly 50% of the posts pertained to the Taiping Sect in the present, Zhang Lingyu's disastrous defeat, and Xia He's uncertain fate. He murmured softly to himself. Just then, a highly popular post caught his attention. An analysis of the Taiping Sect's strength. The author of this post had penned several thousand words, elaborating on the origins of the Taiping Sect, the lineage of the guarding technique that Su Chan employed during his battle with Xia He, and an analysis of the thunderous techniques he wielded in the video. The conclusion drawn was that the Taiping Sect was a hidden faction within the extraordinary realm, with a legacy that had never ceased over the years, remaining largely unrecognized. Were it not for his own system, Su Chen might have been convinced by this individual's assertions. The comment section was filled with amusing remarks from netizens. Netizen 1. According to the author's analysis, if this emerging young man is so strong, then his master must be even more formidable. Truly, a great hidden talent. Netizen 2. I, Zhang Jiao, demand payment. Do you understand? Netizen 3. I am Su Chen's master. Who will give me 50 for this transmission of knowledge? Seeing these comments made Su Chen chuckle inwardly. Discussions were indeed entertaining, showcasing the diverse talents of online users. However, he had yet to assert himself, allowing them to concoct a narrative of a master, which could be detrimental to his experience points. Thus, Su Chan snapped a selfie and posted it online with the caption, I'm sorry, but there's only me in the Taiping Sect. There's no master, just inheritance. Everyone, please don't fall for the scammer asking for 50 to surely. Those with ulterior motives would take note of this response. I, Su Chen, am the sole member of the Taiping Sect. I have no backing. Come and take from me if you dare, understood? Following this, Su Chen clicked on another post that piqued his interest. How to save oneself from a night raid by succubi. Upon opening it, he found a looping gif of Xia He striding towards him with her long legs, only to be sent flying by a kick. Watching it repeatedly was undeniably captivating. The subsequent comments from netizens only served to further showcase their wit. Netizen 1. Save myself? Are you referring to him or to me? Netizen 2. I'm grateful for nature's generous offerings. Netizen 3. I don't understand. Where can one encounter such wild succubi? Amused by the responses, Su Chan felt a surge of inspiration. Suddenly, he recalled a famous meme from his past life that seemed yet to be replicated in this world. After changing his avatar to a picture of a red wall, he left his own comment. No matter, I shall take action. Upon hearing this, numerous netizens expressed their admiration. Truly, it was no wonder that he was the genius who had defeated Zhang Lingyu. Even a casual remark from him exuded such an aura of confidence. About an hour later, Su Chan raised his gaze toward the window as the vehicle finally came to a halt in front of a villa in the outskirts. Feng Bao turned to the two of them and said, Here we are. This will be our training ground. As they stepped out of the car, Zhang Chulan gazed at the villa with unrestrained excitement. He had not anticipated being able to train in such a splendid place. The company truly was generous. Observing Zhang Chulan's delighted demeanor, Su Chen teased, Bringing you to such a wonderful place for special training is not meant for your enjoyment. The next month will be filled with arduous trials. Don't worry, Taoist master. I learned the thunder technique and the golden light spell from my grandfather when I was young. While I may not have mastered much, enduring hardship is certainly no problem for me. As they conversed, Su Chun and the others entered the house, only to see Feng Baobao pat Zhang Chulan on the shoulder. When Zhang Chulan turned around, a look of confusion crossed his face. Feng Baobao grasped his head with both hands and leaned in slowly. Zhang Chulan, watching Feng Baobao approach, swallowed nervously and stammered, "Sister Baobao, even if you have something in mind, it shouldn't start now. Taoist master is still right beside us." In broad daylight, before he could finish his sentence, Feng Baobao's forehead had already pressed against his ah. With a cry of distress, Zhang Chulan clutched his head and collapsed to the ground, watching Zhang Chulan roll about in agony. Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh dear, Mr. Zhang, the one who can endure hardship, how is it that you are now writhing on the ground? Furthermore, Feng Baobao and I are here to provide you with special training. Why is your mind filled with such strange thoughts? Speaking of broad daylight." Feng Baobao, overhearing Su Chen's words, looked at Zhang Chulan with disdain. Perhaps it's because this guy is a seaman, so his mind is filled with odd notions. She then turned to Zhang Chulan and continued, "This is the technique I've been training with. I call it the old farmer's technique. With your golden light spell and thunder technique, you won't be able to make significant progress in a month. Why not give this a try?" As Feng Baobao spoke, Zhang Chulan began to sense the intricacies of the technique. At that moment, he felt a flow of energy circulating through his body, almost involuntarily. Quickly, Zhang Chulan sat cross-legged and began to explore the profound nature of this technique. As Yu Chan observed the energy coursing through Zhang Chulan's body and murmured to himself, "Automatic cultivation. This bears a striking resemblance to my guarding technique." Meanwhile, Feng Baobao seemed disinterested in observing Zhang Chulan's training. Instead, she tugged at her clothes, removing them, and her fair skin was suddenly revealed, dazzling Su Chen's eyes. "Good heavens! How could I have forgotten about this?" Su Chan exclaimed quietly, quickly averting his gaze in an attempt to preserve his decency. Zhang Chulan, seated on the ground, could not suppress his curiosity and opened his eyes upon hearing the exclamation. His nose began to bleed profusely as he shouted, "What are you doing? Why did you just take off your clothes? Don't you have any sense of shame?" Feng Baobao paid no mind to Zhang Chulan's outburst, muttering instead, "It's just so hot." Su Si didn't even mention installing air conditioning. She then proceeded to the bathroom, leaving her clothes strewn about outside, seeing the incredulous expression on Zhang Chulan's face. Su Chun looked at him and pointed at his own head, then waved his hand dismissively, implying that Feng Baobao was not quite right in the head. He then said, "When she comes out, you should tell her not to do this again. In the morning, follow Feng Baobao to practice the technique. In the afternoon, come seek me to develop your thunder technique." Having spoken, Su Chun rummaged through the villa and finally emerged from the study with a reclining chair, which he moved beneath the shade of a tree, leisurely settling into it. Though he appeared to be in a state of tranquil contentment, Su Chan was, in fact, not resting quietly at all, being in such a remote location. Coupled with the fact that Feng Baobao had been keeping watch here recently, provided Su Chun the perfect opportunity to practice his abilities without restraint. The Shui technique was currently operating fervently within him, causing his aura to fluctuate dramatically. According to the system's prompt, by utilizing a substantial amount of qi to overload the Shui technique, one could attain a state of unparalleled prowess. However, as Su Chen's compatibility with the technique improved, both his meridians and qi reserves were continuously strengthening. Previously, whenever he entered this state of unparalleled prowess, it was mostly instinctual, pushing his meridians to their limits, which left him utterly fatigued afterward. The method he currently contemplated involved either slowing the flow of qi or reducing its stimulation to the meridians. This approach would extend the duration of his unparalleled state while minimizing its side effects. With precise control over his qi, Su Chun patiently experimented within his body. He felt the gradual increase of power coursing through him. He could not help but feel a surge of joy within that a side effect-free state of unparalleled prowess was on the verge of emergence. Chapter 24. Teaching Others. It takes more than just a big mouth in the blink of an eye. Afternoon had arrived. Su Chen opened his eyes, gazing into the distance as he exhaled a long breath of stale air. After a morning of cultivation, he had already made some progress that if he continued to refine his grasp on qi, he should be able to master the ebb and flow of his unparalleled state. This would require time for adaptation. Suddenly, Su Chen caught sight of a white G-class vehicle approaching from afar. A slight smile curving his lips his surprise. Merely one night had passed, and the Tianshi Society had already taken action. With a click, the car door closed, revealing Feng Shaoyuan, clad in a black suit with a purple tube top underneath. Su Chen secretly mused that the predecessors had not misled him. Indeed, purple carried a certain charm. Mr. Su, your illustrious name has reverberated throughout the realm of the extraordinary. On behalf of my father, I sincerely invite you to visit the Tianshi Society, she said politely, not daring to underestimate the figure lounging in the rocking chair before her. You may not yet be fully aware of the current powers within the extraordinary world. Our Tianshi Society is the only civilian organization capable of standing toe-to-toe with the traditional sections. As the most prominent emerging organization, we are eager to recruit talents from the extraordinary community. Furthermore, my father is among the top 10 figures, a veritable elite in the realm of the extraordinary. I wonder if you would be gracious enough to visit the Tianshi Society. Su Chen regarded Feng Shaoyuan, contemplating silently. The Tianshi Society was indeed his anticipated future ally, but he had no intention of meeting Feng Jianghao so soon. After all, he harbored thoughts of collaboration and becoming allies, not of becoming someone's subordinate. To simply rush over at the invitation of a casual envoy would belittle his status, causing them to view him with a measure of disdain. It was essential to appropriately display one's own prestige and strength to ensure a smooth collaboration. Moreover, if he visited today and they conversed amicably, even forming an alliance, then when Feng Baobao eventually challenged the Tianshi Society, he would miss the opportunity to gain experience points. With this in mind, Su Chen had made his decision. He donned an expression of one who had long anticipated this encounter and spoke calmly. Miss Feng, I had already surmised that you would come seeking me today. Hence I sat by the entrance awaiting your arrival, that I trust you have conducted your investigations into my background. As a Taoist, we value following the will of heaven. Today is not the most opportune moment. Please relay this to your esteemed father. When the time is right, I shall pay a visit. Noting the skeptical look on Feng Shuan's face, as if she believed he was merely spinning excuses, Su Chen continued, Let me share a piece of news as a gesture of goodwill. I am sure the Tianshi Society is equally interested in Zhang Chulan. According to my calculations, he will soon encounter a rift with his company within 3 days, which represents your society's only opportunity to draw him in. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Feng Shiyuan's eyes brightened. Having witnessed Su Chen's strength firsthand, she would not dismiss him as a charlatan. Initially, she had thought his assertion of timing was simply a polite refusal to her surprise. He offered such valuable information. This led her to reconsider whether his earlier words were merely formalities. With this realization, Feng Shaoyuan replied, In that case, I shall not disturb your cultivation further. I look forward to the day, Mr. Su visits the Tianshi Society. Without further ado, she turned and walked back to the G-class, and, as the engine roared to life, she drove down the mountain. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan, just emerging from his training in the house, could not help but exclaim in astonishment at the scene. The Taoist is quite impressive. Just last night they met, and today they come seeking him out. Hearing Zhang Chulan's astonishment, Su Chen could not help but respond with a touch of pride. Indeed, have you not seen how dashing the Taoist is? He can charm countless young ladies. Absolutely. Our Taoist is truly like a jade among men, unparalleled in this world. In response to Su Chen's self-admiration, Zhang Chulan readily flattered him and then rubbed his hands together, inquiring, Taoist, about the thunder technique you promised me. Su Chen had already devised a plan for Zhang Chulan's instruction, although he had yet to begin practicing his own thunder technique. He had watched numerous anime in his past life, with a wealth of methods developed by predecessors. Teaching a few would surely make Zhang Chulan revere him. Clearing his throat lightly, Su Chen began his coaxing. Zhang Chulan, If my calculations are correct, you've already made some progress with the thunder technique, which you refer to as the little white bug, correct? The moment he spoke, Zhang Chulan's eyes widened in shock. Feeling that Su Chen's image had become even more enigmatic, he had not expected Su Chen to deduce a skill he had never showcased in front of others. Breaking the electric arc into tiny sparks is indeed a clever application. Yet your thinking has not fully opened up. The next direction I wish to guide you in training is to channel the electric arc into your body, stimulating your meridians to unleash a stronger chi, enhancing your own strength and speed, while also invigorating your physique for increased resilience and hardness. This is the true way to unlock the thunder technique. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chulan found it somewhat puzzling and could not help but ask, Taoist, does that mean I should focus on training my body rather than enhancing the technique's power? In response to Zhang Chulan's question, Su Chen confidently reassured him, Chulan, let me ask you, do you think the thunder technique is more effective when it strikes directly at the enemy? Or is it better to engage in a clash, shattering their protective defenses first before landing the blow? If we have a chance to unleash our full power up close, why not take it? Besides, if you want to amplify the thunder technique's power, ask Su Si to procure a material with excellent conductivity to craft a heavy xuanji. That way, using the weapon as a medium to execute the thunder technique will double its power. Why waste time on the minutiae when you could simply leverage modern advancements? After absorbing Su Chen's persuasive words, Zhang Chulan felt as if he had an epiphany, given his current cultivation level was already lacking compared to others. Why should he adhere strictly to conventional methods of self-improvement? Instead, he could simply enhance his overall power by acquiring external aids that was akin to holding incense in one hand while wielding a weapon in the other. When it's time to offer incense, do so. When it's time to fire, do so. Observing Zhang Chulan's gradually enlightened expression, Su Chen could not help but feel a sense of amusement in his heart. Although he had only mastered the initial thunder technique rewarded by the system, he realized that teaching others was merely a matter of articulating ideas for whether Zhang Chulan could learn it. Su Chen believed it was highly probable, for methods, such as using the electric arc to stimulate the meridians, were precisely what Zhang Chulan had utilized in the original storyline's Thunder Mode. With the framework he provided, it simply hastened its emergence. Chapter 25. A Beauty in Traditional Chi Pao. Feng Bao Bao. The days of cultivation passed swiftly, and 3 days later, as Su Chen lay in the rocking chair, eyes closed and humming a tune, he was roused by a commotion from below the mountain. Opening his eyes, he saw Feng Bao Bao returning with 2 middle-aged women. The 2 ladies had thick layers of foundation on their faces, and the colors of their eyeshadow and lipstick were excessively vibrant. Their outdated attire, coupled with exaggerated clothing, lending an air of misplaced absurdity. Su Chen could not help but twitch his mouth. It was one thing for Zhang Chulan, that Navi young man, but surely even anyone else would be incensed by Feng Bao Bao's appearance. If 2 individuals of the caliber of Xia here to arrive, perhaps that young man Zhang Chulan would merely let out a soft sigh. He would likely accept the situation with a smile, following his previous remark, since we're here, we might as well. Yet Su Chen understood that it was merely a stroke of luck this time, compounded by the events that transpired during the Tianshi Association gathering, that allowed Zhang Chulan to learn a few secrets about his grandfather from Feng Zhenghao. Subsequently, this also led him to align with Feng Bao Bao. So Su Chen had no intention of obstructing him to prevent Zhang Chulan from being swayed by his guidance and abandoning the Tianshi Association. Su Chen had casually mentioned the possibility of gathering intelligence there during their recent training sessions. He soon ceased to ponder Zhang Chulan's experiences within the villa and began contemplating how he might accrue experience points from the Tianshi Association today. Ideally, he would bring Feng Bao Bao along. Battling his way up from the depths of the association, Su Chen murmured to himself. After glancing at his experience bar, which had stretched to 8,000 points, he wondered if the experience points from several Tianshi Association officials, along with those from Jia Jingyu, would suffice for a level dash up. Su Chen stroked his chin. Leveling up was becoming increasingly challenging. That moment, the 2 women who had entered with Feng Bao Bao emerged, grumbling and complaining. What are you yelling about, you fools? This job is no longer mine, and I won't be refunding any money. What a joke. A moment later, Zhang Chulan pushed open the door and turned to Feng Bao Bao inside. declaring emphatically, "I understand that stepping outside might mean losing some pieces, but continuing this conversation with you means losing my dignity." Immediately, Su Chan sensed the energy emanating from Feng Baobao within the villa intensifying. In the next instant, a massive crack appeared at the entrance of the villa. Despite this strike, Zhang Chulan's departure was not thwarted. Feng Baobao's weapon clattered to the ground as she sank to the floor, hugging her knees and repeatedly muttering, "It's over, I've messed it all up." Observing Zhang Chulan's determined strides towards the exit, Su Chun chuckled softly. "How bold of you!" Truly angered. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Chulan glanced back, sheepishly replying to him in a low voice, "Dao Yi, I'm genuinely terrified. I fear this madwoman might chop off some part of me. While I'm not truly angry, I can't allow her to shatter my dignity. It's just the right time for me to take a stroll and scout for information at the Tianshi Association, as you suggested." After Su Chen nodded, he gestured towards the path down the mountain, saying, "Go ahead. There should be someone waiting for you there. I'll take Feng Baobao to find you shortly." With that, Su Chen broke into a sudden grin. "However, I have little faith in your resistance. Don't be too easily ensnared by the allure of the Tianshi Association." Zhang Chulan, hearing this, thumped his chest. "That depends on the kind of enticing offers they present. A standard price will hardly sway me." Watching Zhang Chulan's retreating figure, Su Chen returned to the villa and directly video-called Su Si. Upon answering, Su Si's eyes immediately fell upon the forlorn Feng Baobao, crouching on the ground. He quickly inquired about the situation, and after understanding the context, though aware that it was Feng Baobao's fault, he couldn't help but feel angered by her despondent demeanor. "Damn it, that brat Zhang Chulan has put our Baobao in this state. Just wait until I find someone to break his leg." As Su Si raged about making Zhang Chulan pay, Su San suddenly received news. Upon learning that Zhang Chulan had been taken by the Tianshi Association, both felt a pang of urgency, for the Tianshi Association was territory governed by one of the 10 masters, Feng Jinghao. Even a company could not act recklessly there or directly demand someone. Su Si, feeling a headache coming on, looked at Su Chun on the other end of the call. "So, Su Chun, do you have any good ideas?" Su Chun chuckled. "It's quite simple. Feng Baobao made him angry, so an apology is in order." After ending the call, Su Chun pondered what kind of attire to arrange for Feng Baobao. Not long after, Su Chun arrived at the base of the Tianxia Group building with a beautifully dressed Feng Baobao. Unlike the purple floral dress styled for Lu Yinyin, Su Chun had dressed Feng Baobao in a qipao with a blue and white porcelain design, complemented by makeup from a photography studio, presenting her as an exquisite beauty of the Ming dynasty. Indeed, this traditional Chinese style suited Feng Baobao perfectly. As they walked together, she unknowingly attracted the attention of numerous admirers. Before stepping through the entrance, Feng Baobao tugged at Su Chen's sleeve and whispered, "Is this really okay? These high heels are quite uncomfortable." As Su Chen reassuringly patted her shoulder, confidently replying, "Don't worry. With this outfit and the apology lines I just taught you, you'll easily handle whatever boys come your way." As they entered the opulent lobby of the Tianxia Group, Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur. This was a company valued at 300 billion. Truly a wealthy establishment. Approaching the front desk, he lightly tapped on the surface to draw the attention of the receptionist, who had been momentarily captivated by Feng Baobao's beauty. He gently inquired, "Would it be possible for you to tell us where Zhang Chulan is?" The receptionist, still lost in admiration for Feng Baobao, failed to recognize that the man before her was Su Chun, who had recently made waves in the realm of extraordinary beings. She dismissively responded, "I'm sorry, sir, but if you know Zhang Chulan, you must also be one of the extraordinary beings. Our president is currently engaged in an important discussion with him, and no one is permitted to interrupt." Su Chan chuckled, genuinely concerned that he might be recognized by the receptionist, which would grant him unimpeded access and eliminate any opportunity to gather experience point that I see. Since I can't meet him, I might as well go up and see him myself. Upon hearing this, the receptionist realized that he was there to stir trouble and quickly summoned security to eject Su Chun. However, much to her surprise, as the security personnel approached, Su Chun swiftly dispatched them with a couple of flicks of his fingers, sending them flying. Witnessing this scene, someone shouted, "Intruder! We have an intruder!" As Su Chun engaged with the security personnel, the system notification chimed in. Experience points 0.1. Initially thinking that the experience points would only be a whole number, he was astonished to discover decimal points as well. It seemed the guards were indeed quite valiant. With the prospect of accruing experience points dashed, Su Chun lost interest in the surrounding minor threats and kicked open the ornate wooden door of the Tianxia group, charging forward with Feng Baobao. Meanwhile, on Zhang Chulan's end, upon his arrival at the Tianxia Association, he was profoundly astonished by Feng Zhenghao's revelations regarding the 8 extraordinary techniques. However, after their breakfast conversation, he felt reassured by being under Su Chen's guidance and having the backing of such a powerful company. In a world where everyone sought profit, Zhang Chulan had little emotional response to the olive branch extended by Feng Zhenghao. Although he had initially planned to decline and take his leave, he recalled the gentlefolk mentioned by Su Chun and the unique massage services offered by the Tianxia Association. Since he was already there, why not seize the opportunity for some pampering? Zhang Chulan felt tempted. Considering that he had been diligently practicing the Thunder Law under Su Chen's instruction, enduring the strain of electric energy each day, this might be the perfect chance to relax his weary body. With no qualms about accepting hospitality from a conglomerate valued at 300 billion, he thought it foolish not to take advantage of it. Thus, he did not outright refuse Feng Zhenghao, but merely requested some time to consider. Feng Zhenghao waved his hand grandly, instructing Feng Shaiyuan to escort Zhang Chulan to a top-tier private room. Soon, a top-tier masseuse was summoned to attend to him, as he felt ethereal hands working through his meridians and relieving his fatigue. Zhang Chulan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is incredible!" Meanwhile, Su Chun, having dealt with countless minor threats, finally arrived at the 27th floor via the elevator. The moment the elevator doors opened, the sound of footsteps approached. A smile crept across Su Chen's lips as he watched 4 figures draw near. The F4 of the Tianxia Association had finally made their entrance. Surely the experience points they provided wouldn't merely be decimals. As the distance closed and he recognized the faces of the approaching security personnel, they froze in shock. Anyone familiar with the realm of extraordinary beings would instantly recognize the striking man before them, Su Chun, who had recently gained notoriety for defeating Zhang Lingyu, the favored disciple of a celestial master. Feng Baobao, you should step aside for a moment, otherwise your attire might get soiled, and when it comes time to apologize, you may not be able to manage that. Su Chun gently tapped Feng Baobao on the shoulder and spoke. Upon hearing Su Chen's coaxing, Feng Baobao, clad in high heels, made a valiant effort to maintain a semblance of normalcy as she stepped aside to prepare for the upcoming spectacle. Meanwhile, Su Chun glanced at the 4 individuals across from him, who were drenched in cold sweat, and chuckled lightly. Why are you all hesitating to make a move? Is it fear that holds you back? Upon hearing these words, the 3 officials exchanged glances, instantly comprehending the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. With no other option, they decided to proceed, especially considering that Feng Xingtong, standing nearby, was the heir of the Tianxia Society. It was unlikely anyone would dare criticize him for showing cowardice in the face of battle. However, these 3 were on the payroll of the Tianxia Society if they failed to uphold its dignity against provocation from outsiders. Feng Zhenghao would not let them off easily. Moreover, should they sustain injuries in defense of the society, the medical expenses would amount to a significant sum. Countless individuals yearned for such opportunities, and if they could survive this encounter, they would likely be free from worry for the rest of their lives. Soon, the trio took their positions, with 2 of them charging swiftly towards Su Chun. One person, reminiscent of an elderly Luffy, elongated his body and attempted to bind Su Chun. The other, a girl embodying Wolverine, transformed her fingers into claws and shouted to muster her courage as she lunged forward. The final member remained stationary, snapping his fingers repeatedly to activate his abilities, launching air cannons at Su Chun. Yet, Su Chun stood there, showing no reaction, allowing their attacks to land upon him. Ding. Engaged in combat with a Tianxia Society official. Experience gained, 8. Ding. Engaged in combat with a Tianxia Society official. Experience gained, 6. Ding. Engaged in combat with a Tianxia Society official. Experience gained, 9. Observing the growing numbers of experience points, Su Chun couldn't help but smirk. After all, even the legs of a mosquito are meat. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, he adopted a strenuous stance and engaged in a seemingly evenly matched contest with the three that after a brief period. Feng Xingtong, who had remained motionless, looked at the trio, exhausted and slumped to the side. Feeling somewhat bewildered, he could not fathom what Su Chun was attempting. To his astonishment, Su Chun had effortlessly showcased how to battle three officials on equal footing, exchanging blows in a back-and-forth manner. By the time the three were utterly exhausted, Su Chun had not even broken a sweat at that moment. He looked at the more than 2,000 experience points he had accumulated, feeling a surge of delight. Indeed, the correct way to utilize experience points was to wear down one's opponents until they had no strength left. This realization only heightened Su Chen's anticipation for the ensuing battles. Approaching Feng Xingtong, he patted him on the shoulder. "Young Master Feng, please inform your father that I have come for a friendly spar today. The intruder is the girl behind me, and she seeks Zhang Chulan." At that moment, Feng Xingtong's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. "So, Su Chun, are so aloof that you come here to spar, leaving our entire security force utterly exhausted while the intruder passes through unimpeded?" Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Feng Xingtong, though perplexed by his intentions, relayed the message to Feng Zhenghao, who was hosting guests on the rooftop. "President Feng, the intruder has reached the 27th floor," sipping his tea leisurely. Feng Zhenghao took a moment before responding. "So, have you ascertained the identity of this intruder? Could it be a raving lunatic?" The secretary, initially flustered by the urgency of the situation, finally calmed down under Feng Zhenghao's composed demeanor. "President, young Master Feng has just informed us that the individual causing the commotion is Su Chun from the Taiping Sect, claiming to have come for a friendly spar. He has not harmed anyone along the way, merely exhausting our staff. There's also a beautiful girl accompanying him, seemingly an ordinary employee though." Upon hearing the secretary's report, Feng Zhenghao raised an eyebrow, followed by a slight chuckle. "I did not expect that Su Xiaoyu would choose today to pay a visit. As for the so-called sparring and the ruckus caused on his way up, I do not take it to heart. After all, geniuses tend to carry an air of arrogance. As long as they demonstrate sufficient talent and strength, I will grant them a measure of tolerance." However, seated across from Feng Zhenghao, Jia Jingyu could no longer remain composed upon hearing this news. He was acutely aware of the possibility that he might not be able to defeat Su Chun. Yet this presented a prime opportunity to showcase his abilities in front of Feng Zhenghao. After all, Su Chun had managed to overcome so many security personnel without inflicting any injuries, merely exhausting them. Time was of the essence. With this thought, Jia Jingyu quickly spoke up. "Now that I have joined the Tianxia Society, allow me to test that young man's skills on behalf of the president." Chapter 27. The Green Tea Girl. Feng Zhenghao adjusted his glasses, his profound demeanor clearly allowing him to discern Jia Jingyu's intentions. Thus, he made no attempt to refuse. After all, observing their combat would provide insight into their capabilities. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "Since Master Jiao wishes to engage, let us proceed to the main hall to meet Su Chun," treating this as a friendly exchange of martial skills. With that, Feng Zhenghao signaled to his secretary, who immediately understood and headed for the elevator to relay this news to Liu Mo, who was resting above. As the grand doors swung open, Su Chun found himself in an exceptionally spacious arena. Shortly thereafter, he spotted two figures approaching from the opposite end, Feng Zhenghao and Jia Jingyu. Clad in a sharply tailored suit and with meticulously combed hair, Feng Zhenghao greeted him with a broad smile. "I did not expect that the opportunity you sought, Su Xiaoyu, would arrive today. It is indeed a warm welcome. Since you wish to spar, allow me to introduce you to Master Jia Jingyu, whom I have just invited back from the West. Would you care to engage in a friendly match with him?" Su Chun regarded Feng Zhenghao and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, he was a formidable figure in both speech and demeanor. He evoked no sense of animosity. Turning his gaze toward the red-haired Jia Jingyu beside him, Su Chun felt a twinge of distaste. After all, this individual was among the least principal characters in the entire narrative. His prior ambush on Feng Bao revealed his character all too clearly. However, before delivering a well-deserved lesson, it was imperative to allow him to fully utilize his potential as a source of experience. With this in mind, Su Chun accepted Feng Zhenghao's proposal and stepped forward. Jia Jingyu advanced, He exaggeratedly performed a cupped fist salute, seemingly eager to display his martial virtues, as his chi began to surge. A flow of energy manifested between his palms. In the next moment, Jia Jingyu launched himself at Su Chun, employing a technique he claimed resonated with the 60 water content within the human body. Su Chun, intrigued, pondered whether this would have any effect on him. Seeing Su Chun standing there with an air of arrogance, Jia Jingyu couldn't help but smirk internally. Initially, he had anticipated that the day would end with a fierce battle against Su Chun, culminating in a narrow defeat. However, witnessing Su Chen's apparent overconfidence, he resolved to use this opportunity as a stepping stone to elevate his own status. Bang! When Jia Jingyu's palm observing the flustered Jia Jingyu, Su Chun couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. Soon after, a subtle surge of aura emanated from Su Chun as the flying daggers approached. He flicked his index finger, effortlessly sending them all spiraling away. Witnessing the spectacle, Jia Jingyu was left questioning his very existence. That I merely asked you to endure a moment. I never anticipated you would actually take the challenge. Undeterred, he continued to manipulate the Xiaolong drill, launching it relentlessly at Su Chun. The arena was filled with the sound of clashing metal as the Xiaolong drill was deflected wildly by Su Chen's deft fingers. From the sidelines, Feng Jinghao adjusted his glasses, the reflection obscuring his eyes, concealing any shift in his gaze. Internally, he was taken aback. The videos circulating online had hinted at Su Chen's formidable physical prowess, yet witnessing him deflect daggers with mere fingers was a revelation. It appeared that Su Chun had attained a level of mastery over his own life that might rival some of the esteemed practitioners of the Tianshi Sect. A series of labored breaths escaped Jia Jingyu, akin to the wheezing of a bellows. His prolonged control over the daggers had drained his energy to a critical level. Ding! You have gained 188 experience points from battling Jia Jingyu of the Jia clan in the west. Ding! You have gained 88 experience points from battling Jia Jingyu of the Jia clan in the west. Ding! You have gained 8 experience points from battling Jia Jingyu of the Jia clan in the west. Su Chun noted the diminishing experience points from the system notifications, realizing that Jia Jingyu was reaching his limits and would yield little more in terms of rewards. To his astonishment, this confrontation, alongside the minions of the Tianxia Society, had granted him nearly 5,000 experience points. It seemed he would need to devise alternative methods to accrue experience, otherwise, given the escalating demands for experience. He feared that even a grand event like the Luo Tiandajiao would not elevate his fusion degree beyond a mere 1. With this in mind, Su Chun regarded the incoming drill with waning interest. He reached out, seizing the Xiaolong drill firmly, rendering it immobile. He then directed his gaze toward Jia Jingyu and flung it away with a forceful motion. Bang! The tremendous force propelled Jia Jingyu backward, the drill embedding itself into his shoulder and pinning him to the ground. Whoa! Taoist, don't kill him, or he'll be captured again. A voice of astonishment rang out as Su Chun turned to see Zhang Chulan, who had descended with Feng Shaiyun upon learning of the situation. Zhang Chulan, come back with me, urged Feng Baobao, who had been observing the fight. Whoa! You're Baobao Jia. What brings you here? Surely you're not here to find me. Zhang Chulan, taken aback by Feng Baobao's exquisite blue and white porcelain attire, was momentarily speechless. He hadn't anticipated Baobao Jia could look so captivating with a little embellishment. Feng Baobao, recalling Su Chen's teachings on how to apologize, approached Zhang Chulan with a somewhat awkward gait. Meanwhile, Jia Jingyu, pinned to the ground, suffered a stroke of bad luck. Feng Baobao paid him no heed, stepping directly over him. She stomped on his face with one foot and his shoulder with the other, prompting a barely concealed grin from Su Chun. You wretched woman! How dare you trample over me? Jia Jingyu fumed, struggling to extract the drill from his shoulder. Yet, Feng Baobao completely disregarded him, instead standing before Zhang Chulan. Following Su Chen's guidance, she timidly grasped Zhang Chulan's hand, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Brother, I was wrong. I truly didn't mean it. That if you're angry, you can hit me. As Chapter 28 unfolded, Xiaohong faced off against Feng Shaiyun. Zhang Chulan, a sheltered C-class male, was utterly overwhelmed by Feng Baobao's charm and capitulated. Just as Zhang Chulan agreed to accompany Feng Baobao back to the company, Feng Shaiyun could no longer remain passive. Stop right there. Zhang Chulan. Do you think our Tianxia society is a place you can come and go as you please? Feng Shaoyun exclaimed furiously, if you never intended to join us, why bother saying you would think it over? Are you merely toying with us? Su Chun, witnessing the confrontation, felt a spark of excitement. Initially, he assumed Zhang Chulan and Feng Shaoyun would clash upstairs, leaving him without the opportunity to gain experience. However, it seemed that his presence had altered the course of events, preventing Feng Jinghao from pressing Feng Shaoyun into a marriage alliance with Zhang Chulan, as per the original plot. Seizing the moment, Su Chun spoke up. Miss Feng, how about a wager? I have recently delved into the art of the black armor divine soldiers, which possesses a modicum of spatial power. I hear that you two are an innate being with similar capabilities. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? If you win, you may let Zhang Chulan and his companions depart. Feng Shaoyun regarded Su Chun with simmering anger. She had earnestly invited him to visit the Tianxia society, only for him to arrive now under the guise of a spar, accompanied by Feng Baobao. Though she might not be able to best him, she doubted she would be outmatched by his puppets. Nevertheless, as he was a potential ally, she refrained from acting impulsively. Turning to Feng Jinghao, she found her father wearing a courteous smile. Offering no objections, resolute, she discarded her suit jacket, loosened her limbs, and declared, since M.R.S.U. wishes to spar, I shall gladly oblige. Xiu Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he retrieved several black beans from his pocket. Scattering them upon the ground, he then intoned a spell, peering into the yin and yang, altering heaven and earth, transforming endlessly. I command the three pure ones to summon soldiers with a surge of dark mist. Several small figures materialized before the onlookers. Whoa! Is this a scene from Detective Conan? Zhang Chulan, still grasped by Feng Baobao, exclaimed in astonishment. Feng Shaoyun's expression turned grave as she clenched her fists, sensing an undeniable resonance of power emanating from the small figures before her. In an instant, she launched a punch, but the unexpected attack was deftly intercepted by one of the small figures. The next moment, it vanished, only to reappear behind her, delivering a swift strike aimed at her back. Yet Feng Shaoyun did not falter. She countered with a punch of her own. Bang! Their fists collided, momentarily pushing the small figure back. Ding! You have gained 188 experience points for battling Feng Shaoyun of the Tianxia Society. Ding! You have gained 166 experience points from battling Feng Shaoyun of the Tianxia Society. As Yu Chen's smile widened upon hearing the system's notifications, his anticipation growing that if he could exhaust Feng Shaoyun's stamina, the experience points gained would surely surpass those from Jia Jingyu. He pondered whether it would be sufficient for upgrading his fusion degree, realizing that a single small figure could not dominate Feng Shaoyun. Su Chun commanded the others to join the fray, intensifying the pressure upon her. Gasping for breath, Feng Shaoyun leaned on her knees, appearing ready to concede. Su Chun was astonished that she alone had contributed nearly 3,000 experience points. Clearly, her prowess was not to be underestimated within the realm of extraordinary beings. Drenched in sweat, Feng Shaoyun felt her confidence plummet. Her once proud abilities faltered against Su Chen's small figures. News of the situation had reached Lu Mo, who arrived at the scene, his gaze curiously scanning the summoned figures. Recalling his earlier visit to Lu Yanyan, where he had been informed that Su Chun employed legendary yellow turban warriors, he noted the stark contrast in appearance. Now they were merely a horde of inconspicuous dark figures. Observing the exhausted Feng Shaoyun, Lu Mo surmised that Su Chun must have exerted considerable effort to ascend. Thus, he decided against intervening, recognizing that it would be unseemly for a senior to confront a junior in the aftermath of their battle. Such actions would only invite ridicule. That it appears that I must wait for my esteemed friend Feng Jinghao to assist in arranging a duel. That time, I shall take the opportunity to impart my wisdom regarding this young man's method of summoning soldiers from mere beings. After all, we both belong to the same branch of Taoism. That a thorough lesson followed by guidance would not be in vain, as it would establish my authority over him. With this thought in mind, Lu Mo approached Feng Jinghao. Choosing silence, he trusted that his friend would intuitively grasp his intentions. That Su Chun, too, noticed the sudden appearance of the orange-haired elder, and even the towering figure cloaked behind him exuded an undeniable sense of foreboding. Yet, Su Chun found no recollection of this elder. It seemed he had never made an appearance in the original narrative. Could it be the result of a butterfly effect caused by my presence? However, observing the elder's demeanor, which suggested he was merely a spectator, Su Chun dismissed further contemplation. After all, as my reputation grows, an increasing number of events will inevitably stray from the original storyline. That moment. Feng Shaiyuan finally managed to calm her rapid breaths, rising to clasp her fists in respect. Mr. Su, I have witnessed your prowess today. I humbly acknowledge my defeat. Upon hearing her words, Su Chun glanced at the progress bar. Noting he was still a fraction short of leveling up, a sigh escaped his lips. It seemed today's battle was drawing to a close. There was no excessive lamentation, as he was merely a hair's breadth away from advancement. He could wait until returning home and use the guise of checking his cultivation progress to extract a little benefit from Zhang Chulan. Thus, Su Chun adorned his face with a polite smile. Engaging in mutual flattery, today, I have indeed witnessed Miss Feng's remarkable skills. They're truly wondrous that I can only attribute my victory to the advantage of possessing greater qi. Just then, Jia Zhengyu, who had been pinned to the ground, unexpectedly managed to extract the Zhaolong spike from his shoulder. His eyes were bloodshot, and a shoe print, left by a high-heeled shoe, marred his face as he glared fiercely at Feng Baobao. Chapter 29. Did he truly conjure a magical artifact? Despite his inflated self-esteem, he was astonished to realize that his years of mastering the art of object manipulation had left no mark on Su Chun, having already been humiliated by Su Chun in front of Feng Zhenghao. His rage was palpable. Yet, even as Su Chun had subjected him to disgrace, this woman had brazenly walked over him, igniting an insatiable hatred within Jia Zhengyu. "You woman, I will see you dead," he bellowed in fury. Channeling the remnants of his qi into the Zhaolong spike, directing it swiftly toward Feng Baobao, Su Chun had not anticipated that Jia Zhengyu, pinned to the ground, would not succumb instantly. Instead, he had stubbornly regained a modicum of qi. Although he had foreseen that Jia Zhengyu would harbor resentment towards Feng Baobao after witnessing her trampling him, he was taken aback by the man's audacity to launch a covert attack against the defenseless girl, mirroring the shamelessness depicted in the original narrative. "This is bad," Zhang Chulan shouted. However, the distance between Feng Baobao and Jia Zhengyu was too minimal, and Zhang Chulan was unable to intercept the flying dagger in time. Just then, a shadow appeared, positioning itself before the two, delivering a powerful punch that sent the dagger careening away. It was none other than the small black creature under Su Chen's control. The other onlookers were equally taken aback by the sudden ambush, as none could have anticipated that Jia Zhengyu would resort to attacking an unrelated young girl. The proximity rendered everyone unable to react swiftly, and it was evident that Jia Zhengyu's intent was to take a life. Thankfully, Su Chun intervened, thwarting the attack and preventing dire consequences. That moment, Su Chen's disdain for Jia Zhengyu reached its zenith. Faced with such a scoundrel, there was no longer any need for restraint. Su Chun extended a finger toward Jia Zhengyu. "Feng Zhenghao must truly be blind to have chosen you." As Feng Zhenghao prepared to confront Jia Zhengyu, he suddenly sensed an impending danger. In the next instant, a bolt of heavenly lightning shattered the ceiling above, striking Su Chun directly. Following this, a surge of azure lightning descended upon Jia Zhengyu. Moments later, as the blinding light dissipated, only a vast, charred crater remained, its edges smooth and glass-like. Jia Zhengyu had vanished without a trace. Lu Mo and Feng Zhenghao, witnessing this spectacle, exchanged startled glances. They had not expected Su Chun to act so decisively, obliterating Jia Zhengyu to mere ashes. Just then, footsteps echoed from the corridor behind them. Turning to look, they saw Su San and Su Si arriving from the company. Su Si still wore his trademark nonchalant demeanor, cigarette dangling from his lips as he addressed Feng Zhenghao. "Apologies for interrupting, President Feng. I shall take our people back." Feng Zhenghao, smiling, responded, "Gentlemen, it has indeed been a while. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Let us dine together." However, Su Si waved his hand dismissively. "We appreciate your kind offer, President Feng, but there's no need for a meal. That I will simply take our people with me." He then approached Zhang Chulan, draping an arm around his shoulder. "Come on, lad. It's time to head back." Zhang Chulan stood momentarily dazed, still recovering from the shock of Jia Jingyu's ambush, which had left him drenched in cold sweat. Yet what astounded him even more was that Su Chun had effortlessly reduced Jia Jingyu to ashes before his very eyes. Typically, even the cremated remains of a person would weigh at least 5 pounds. Yet Jia Jingyu has simply vanished before me. At this moment, Su Chun approached Zhang Chulan, gently patting his shoulder. Chulan, you must acclimate to the harsh realities of this world of extraordinary beings. When he chose to strike at Feng Baobao's vital points, he should have been prepared for the consequences. Hearing these words, Zhang Chulan seemed to awaken from a dream. He steeled himself and turned to follow Su San and Su Si down the stairs. Su Chun deemed it inappropriate to discuss collaboration with Feng Jinghao at that moment, so he turned to the latter and said, I apologize, President Feng, for causing a breach in your rooftop, that I shall pay a visit to the Tianshi Association again in due time to make amends. As for any retaliation from the Jia family village, let them come after me. Feng Jinghao chuckled heartily. As you say, Jia Jingyu, having taken action, must be prepared to face the consequences that AS for the property damage. It is but a trifling matter. There is no need for concern. I look forward to our next gathering. When you return, in the van. Su Chun gazed at Zhang Chulan, who sat across from him. Beside him, Feng Baobao continued to perform tea ceremony, holding Zhang Chulan's hand. Yet, Zhang Chulan appeared lost in thought. Now, Chulan, these are things you will inevitably encounter upon entering the realm of extraordinary beings, upon hearing Su Chen's sudden voice. The days Zhang Chulan reconnected with reality. Consider this. In places like Nige, where firearms are prevalent, bloodshed is commonplace. Moreover, we as extraordinary beings cannot avoid such encounters now that we have stepped into this world. Look at Su San and Su Si. Despite their formal backgrounds, they haven't attained me, so you must adapt, Chulan. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Chulan finally regained his composure and intelligence that he turned to Su San and Su Si. Glancing at Feng Baobao, and asked, why does Baobao seem so concerned about me? Subsequently, Su San and Su Si began to explain the secret regarding Feng Baobao's own memory loss. Meanwhile, Su Chen's attention was focused on his own template. Ding! Experience gained from battling Jia Jingyu of the Jia family village. 188. Ding. 8,000 experience points acquired. Template fusion level increased to 4. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards, including an enhancement in foundational cultivation and the exclusive magical artifact. The 9-section Divine Staff. Name, Su Chun. Template, Zhang Jiao. Fusion degree, 40100000. Technique, Show E. Spell, Heavenly Thunder, transforming beings into soldiers. Artifact, 9-section Divine Staff. Indeed, at the moment when Su Chun unleashed his power, turning Jia Jingyu into ashes. The experience points provided by the system allowed him to elevate his fusion degree once more. However, the experience points required for this upgrade did not increase exponentially as before that Su Chun had previously pondered the implications of a continuously doubling requirement for experience. It would not be long before he found it nearly impossible to level up after battling every extraordinary individual under heaven. Furthermore, this time, the system's rewards shifted from skills to artifacts, which left Su Chun both surprised and delighted. The 9-section Divine Staff, Zhang Jiao's exclusive magical artifact, was now in his possession. He had never imagined that he would be brandishing a 9-section staff from Huiqiangbai with such flair. Today, the system had truly fulfilled this dream for him. Although the system did not provide explicit details or usage methods for the artifact, Su Chun speculated that it was likely related to the application of thunder magic. He envisioned the legendary depictions of Zhang Jiao in mythological scrolls, with dark clouds swirling behind him and thunder roaring across the heavens, while fierce winds billowed his robes. Holding the 9-section Divine Staff, he commanded the thunder to converge at his will, all while proclaiming a dramatic call for the Han to meet their demise. Surely, as his fusion degree increased, there would come a day when he too could display such divine power before an audience. Of course, Su Chun would refrain from uttering anything so overly dramatic. Chapter 30. The formal encounter with Feng Jinghao. The following morning, Zhang Chulan was seated cross-legged on the floor of the villa, alongside Feng Baobao. The old farmer's technique was ceaselessly circulating within him. Upon opening his eyes, he discreetly glanced at Feng Baobao, who was quietly meditating beside him. Zhang Chulan contemplated the conversations he had with Su San and Su Si, wondering if they too harbored secrets they wished to explore. Outside the villa, beneath the shade of trees, Su Chun reclined in a lounge chair, the newly acquired 9-section divine staff in hand. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that Su Chun was trembling slightly, as if his body were unable to regain control. Indeed, after returning to the villa the previous day, Su Chun had been eager to experiment with his new magical artifact. To his astonishment, the ideas he had shared with Zhang Chulan had materialized much more smoothly than he anticipated. Without the need for arduous training, in just one night, all his envisioned practices had been accomplished. First, with the enhancement of a 9-section divine staff, Su Chun found he could command the heavenly thunder with greater finesse. After conducting several experiments, he discovered that, in addition to using electric arcs to stimulate his physical body, thereby enhancing both his defense and attack, he could even form a protective shell akin to the Golden Light spell, a sort of protective armor. Moreover, the 9-section divine staff had the remarkable ability to absorb the negative effects of the heavenly thunder on his body, significantly prolonging the duration of his thunder magic. However, the stored thunder within the staff would not dissipate on its own, functioning similarly to a power bank filled with the negative attributes of thunder. If the use of thunder magic extended for too long, it would gradually leak out, potentially afflicting Su Chun with adverse effects. Thus, to maintain the longer duration of his thunder magic, Su Chun would need to endure the paralyzing state after each battle, slowly absorbing and digesting the thunder within. Additionally, Su Chun tested whether the 9-section divine staff could serve as a weapon. When he concentrated the heavenly thunder upon it, the staff transformed into a shimmering longsword of lightning. Astonishing him greatly, he had not anticipated that just days prior, he had advised Zhang Chulan to commission a heavy xianshi from the company, only to find himself in possession of a magical artifact first. Furthermore, the 9-section divine staff could change size at will, allowing him to conveniently conceal it within the sleeve of his robe when not in use, based on Su Chen's current assessment of his abilities. Although his overall strength could not yet rival that of Lu Jin, who was among the elite of the 10 masters, he suspected that when he unleashed his full power, even Lu Jin might need to tread carefully in his presence. A spark of determination ignited in Su Chen's eyes. Having acquired sufficient strength, it was time to discuss potential collaboration with Feng Zhenghao. He even considered sparring with him, as it would surely yield a wealth of experience points. After all, he was one of the 10 masters, likely able to provide substantial experience. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chun absorbed the residual heavenly thunder from his previous experimentation with the artifact and, without further hesitation, rose and made his way back into the villa. Upon entering, he found Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao still engaged in their meditative practices. "Chulan, I have a matter to attend to outside. Let me remind you, regardless of what others say or show you, everything must be explored by yourself." Zhang Chulan, taken aback by Su Chen's words, stared at him in confusion. "Taoist, why do you sound as if you're delivering your last will? Go on, go on. You're so unorthodox today that I offer you a kind reminder, and you curse me instead. The Taoist life is resilient. Even if you perish, I shall persist." Su Chun waved his hand dismissively, then took out his phone and sent a message to Feng Xiaoyan. "Weizhu seems a bit weary lately. I wonder if he might be able to experience your esteemed company's ultimate service?" "Of course, Mr. Su. We at the Tianshi Society are always ready to welcome you for an experience," replied Wang. As Zhang Chulan watched Su Chen's figure depart the villa, he pondered the implications of his words. A person as astute as Su Chun would not speak without purpose, suggesting that someone might soon share previously unknown information with him. Who could it be? Just as Zhang Chulan was lost in thought, a notification chimed on his phone. "Ding dong. Liang Rinel has requested to add you as a friend." Upon seeing the message, Zhang Chulan's eyes lit up. "Taoist, how remarkable." Just after mentioning it, "This individual has appeared. Who could Liang Rinel be? Surely not the all-encompassing El Liang." Zhang Chulan rose, clenched his fist, and resolutely murmured, "The Taoist is right. Regardless of what it is, I must seek it out personally." Meanwhile, Su Chen had arrived at the entrance of the Tianshi Society. He gazed upward at the rooftop, intending to inspect the hole created by his heavenly thunder the day before. However, upon closer examination, he could only see a few construction workers diligently applying exterior tiles, and it appeared that the repairs were nearly complete. Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Just one night had passed, and the structure was almost restored to its former glory. Such efficiency was remarkable. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. No, rather, it is the malevolent capitalist system at play. If only the wealth belonged to me, he lamented. Yet if they could become allies and assist him in fully restoring the temple, it would not take a year before a grand temple rivaling Longhu Mountain could rise. Just as Su Chen took a few steps forward, Feng Xian, with her white hair and a radiant smile, greeted him. That Mr. Su, I did not expect you to visit so early today. It seems yesterday's matters were handled quite smoothly. Su Chen, uninterested in divulging Feng Baobao's secrets to the Tianxia society, chuckled lightly. The company has already treated her. She should be quite all right. I must apologize for the trouble caused by my actions yesterday. He gestured towards the workers busy on the rooftop. Feng Xian, however, appeared unfazed. These are trivial matters. We have many innate abilities within our ranks, and repairing a roof is a swift endeavor. After a brief pause, she continued, my father has been eagerly awaiting your visit in his study. Haha, I too have long admired President Feng, Su Chen replied courteously. Due to the absence of an intrusion alarm, Su Chen was escorted by Feng Xian directly to the top floor via the elevator. As the door opened, Feng Xian stepped out first, leading him through a hallway adorned with art before finally halting before a heavy wooden door. Please come in, Mr. Su. Feng Xian gently knocked and then opened the door, allowing Su Chen to enter. As Su Chen stepped into the office, he was met by Feng Jianghao, who rose from behind a spacious desk and approached him with outstretched hands. Welcome, Su Chen. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Feng Jianghao's voice resonated with fervor. Clad in a pristine, impeccably tailored suit, complemented by a sharp hairstyle, he exuded the same warmth as their previous encounter, leaving one uncertain of his true intentions. However, Su Chen remained unfazed by such superficialities. With a mere fusion degree of 4, he felt adequately equipped to safeguard himself in the realm of the extraordinary. As he continued to elevate his abilities, the gap between himself and others would only widen. At that juncture, irrespective of who it was or what thoughts they harbored, they would be rendered insignificant in the face of absolute power. Thus, his current objective remained to swiftly propagate the reputation of the Taiping Sect, attracting more avaricious individuals and engaging in further battles to expedite the enhancement of his fusion degree. With this in mind, Su Chen firmly grasped Feng Jinghao's hand, responding with courteous enthusiasm. President Feng, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Meeting you today, it is truly a testament to your renowned this moment. An air of anticipation flickered in the eyes of both men. Chapter 31. Deceiving Feng Jinghao. All right. Xian, allow me to have a proper discussion with my young friend Su. Feng Jinghao waved his hand, signaling Feng Xian to withdraw. He then guided Su Chen to a nearby sofa for seating. The heavy wooden door closed with a decisive click, muffling the external sound. As he observed the departing Feng Xian, Feng Jinghao suddenly remarked, my young friend Su, what do you think of my daughter Xian? Su Chen was taken aback by Feng Jinghao's unexpected inquiry. Though he had anticipated the possibility of Feng Jinghao using his daughter to win him over, he had not expected such directness, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, Feng Jinghao, believing Su Chen had not grasped his intentions, continued, ever since I first witnessed your battle with Zhang Lingyu, Xian has frequently mentioned your name in my presence. I suspect she harbors quite the admiration for you. I, too, hold great appreciation for a talented young man like yourself. Su Chen, disinterested in Feng Jinghao's attempts to promote his daughter, interjected, President Feng, in this age of free love, I trust Miss Feng will express her feelings to me directly. Feng Jinghao paused, then chuckled, very well. It seems I have misread the situation. Let us turn to more pressing matters. I wonder if my young friend would be interested in joining our Tianxia Association. Upon hearing Feng Jinghao finally broach the subject of business, Su Chen thought it was time to weave his web of persuasion. President Feng, You are surely aware that I am the sole heir of the Taiping Sect, tasked with the mission of revitalizing our order. Pausing for effect, he continued, in fact, even before meeting Miss Feng, I consulted an oracle. The divination revealed that the best benefactor for the resurgence of my sect would be none other than you. President Feng. Unfortunately, the timing was not right until today. Feng Jinghao was taken aback by Su Chen's words. However, recalling that Feng Xiaoyan had previously mentioned Su Chen's accurate predictions regarding the timing of Zhang Chulan's potential conflicts, he began to believe in Su Chen's assertions. He inquired, if my young friend does not wish to join the Tianshi Association, what do you mean by calling me a benefactor? A smile graced Su Chen's lips as he replied, it is quite simple, President Feng. I represent the Taiping Sect, seeking to forge an alliance with your Tianshi Association. You provide the funds to help me establish a dojo, and thus, you would indeed be my benefactor in revitalizing my sect. Feng Jinghao shifted slightly, the reflective lenses of his glasses obscuring his gaze, while his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table before him. Despite his status as one of the 10 lords of the extraordinary realm, he was, at his core, a businessman. Being a merchant, he naturally weighed the pros and cons. Considering whether the investment would yield a commensurate return, he began calculating in his mind the cost of constructing a dojo against Su Chen's potential value. While it was conceivable that Su Chen might evolve into a figure akin to the two great heroes of the past, and the Taiping Sect could one day rival the likes of Longhu Mountain and Wudong Mountain, the reality remained that the sect currently consisted of Su Chen alone. Regardless of his extraordinary talent and future strength, a sparsely populated sect would struggle to wield substantial influence in the extraordinary realm. Moreover, given his adeptness at navigating relationships, he had no enmity with any major forces, making the prospect of spending considerable resources to ally with a sect lacking influence appear somewhat unwise. Just as Feng Jinghao was about to politely decline, Su Chen preempted him, saying, President Feng, before you hastily refuse, perhaps you would consider assessing my abilities first. Feng Jinghao was slightly taken aback, not expecting Su Chen to predict that his friend Liu Mo would seek him out for a sparring match. Despite his initial reluctance to fund the construction of a dojo, rejecting the proposal outright was not in his nature. Thus, he replied, Haha, I did not expect you to possess such remarkable foresight, predicting that my friend wished to seek you out for a duel. Su Chen was caught off guard by Feng Jinghao's words that he had merely intended to showcase his prowess to Feng Jinghao, as externally, his accomplishments were limited to his victories over Xia He and Zhang Lingyu. He hoped to gain experience from sparring with Feng Jinghao, aiming for an opportunity to level up. However, he had not anticipated that within the Tianshi Association, someone was already waiting to challenge him. Noticing Feng Jinghao's misunderstanding, Su Chen refrained from clarification, recognizing that it could enhance his standing in Feng Jinghao's estimation. Thus, he adopted an air of confidence and declared, of course, President Feng, that my skills in divination are, without a hint of modesty, second to none. Even those adept in the art fall short in comparison. The Tianshi Association's rooftop martial arts arena, Su Chen found himself momentarily bewildered as he observed the two figures before him. Feng Jinghao was seen patting the shoulder of an elderly man with orange hair. This young friend Su is truly remarkable in his foresight. Before I even spoke, he already knew you wished to challenge him. Oh, Liu Mo, hearing this, regarded Su Chen with a look of mild astonishment. Meanwhile, Su Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. He had not expected the individual seeking to spar with him to be the elderly man he had encountered the day prior. While he had noticed this figure, he had assumed his own presence had merely caused a slight shift in circumstances. To discover that this person had come specifically for him was unexpected. Reflecting on his journey since arriving in this world, he pondered the potential reasons for this encounter. If it were a consequence of Zhang Lingyu's actions, the Tianshi Mansion would have approached him directly. If it involved the Quanchang faction, Feng Jinghao would not refer to him as a friend. Thus, there were only two possibilities. Either an elder drawn by the videos in the extraordinary forum, or the subsequent influence stemming from Liu Yinyan's actions. Su Chen's gaze fell upon the imposing figure in a cloak trailing behind the elderly man, a sensation of danger still lingering from their previous encounter. He smiled subtly, stepping forward and clasping his hands in greeting. Might I inquire if your surname is Liu? Chapter 32. The young generation, do you dare call yourselves invincible? He, Huang Pao Xiao Dao, Su Chun, since you could deduce my name, do you also know why I come seek you? Lu Mo inquired, his tone carrying a hint of interrogation. Could it be that you have come to confront me regarding my pursuit of Lu Yinyin with a forceful warrior for over 10 kilometers? Su Chun, now aware of the elder's surname, understood the reason for his visit. Indeed, I am Lu Mo, I have come for that very matter. However, there have been some misunderstandings along the way. Lu Yinyin has now joined the Quanqing Company, aiming to atone for her actions. Yet, this location is quite far from Shaanxi, and I am concerned for her well-being while she is alone in the outside world. Therefore, I wish to engage in a sparring match with you, with President Feng as a witness, to publicly convey the outcome and dissuade any misguided individual from thinking that my lineage is vulnerable and can bully Lu Yinyin. After a brief pause, Lu Mo continued, Rest assured, although I have not traversed the world of the extraordinary for some years, the old-timers are well aware of my prowess. Thus, the news of your defeat at my hands will not tarnish your reputation. Moreover, as a token of gratitude, I can impart some wisdom on your technique of summoning soldiers from beans. Having observed the array of grim objects you summoned yesterday, it is clear that your arts have strayed from the righteous path. With my guidance, you might save yourself a decade's worth of missteps. This hardly constitutes me bullying a younger generation, does it? What say you? Su Chun, upon hearing Lu Mo's words, was momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. A misunderstanding. He indeed had controlled the brute to chase Lu Yinyin for 1.5 miles. Where was the misunderstanding in that? A heap of grim objects. Was he referring to the small black entity summoned yesterday? For heaven's sake, even a semi-retired old man like him was questioning the skills bestowed by the system. Was it the courage granted by Liang Jingru? Furthermore, Lu Mo spoke with an air of arrogance that suggested he was certain of his superiority. Suddenly, Su Chun realized that with such a father, it was no wonder Lu Yinyin was so rebellious that it seemed that the family pride was indeed hereditary. Nevertheless, Su Chun refrained from mocking Lu Mo. After all, in the extraordinary realm, it was entirely normal to contend with the older generation after besting the younger. Moreover, Lu Mo had not recklessly attacked him upon their first encounter. Instead, he had waited until today, when Su Chun was in fine form and unengaged in battle, to formally challenge him, even inquiring if Su Chun was willing. While the old man may have been a tad haughty, he appeared to possess a commendable character. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chun clasped his hands in respect and said, Then I humbly request your guidance. Senior, as he spoke, his aura subtly intensified, his robe billowing as if caught in a breeze, creating a resounding rustle. What a magnificent presence, Lu Mo remarked, feeling the energy emanating from Su Chun. Yet he made no immediate move. Rather, the towering figure cloaked behind him stepped forth, and a raspy voice emerged from beneath the cloak. And with a slight tremor, the fabric transformed into a flurry of cloth strips, revealing its true form. But ha! Youngster, today I shall show you the might of my dry corpse. Su Chun gazed at the dry corpse before him, eyes ablaze with intensity, its cracked body exuding a robust and formidable aura that instilled a sense of weightiness and heat. He felt a twinge of exasperation, as it reminded him of Lu Yinyin humiliating him with her zombie transformation, mocking his frail physique. All right, so your entire family enjoys this act, do they? Without further hesitation, Su Chun launched a punch at the dry corpse. The collision of their fists produced a thunderous sound, sending a shockwave rippling outward. Ding! Engaging with Lu Mo of the Shaanxi Corpse Transport Sect. Experience points 488. Su Chun paused momentarily, taken aback. This was the first opponent he encountered who had not been sent flying by a strike. Although he had not activated his full state of invincibility, the boost from his foundational cultivation meant that even a mini version of his invincible state was far stronger than when he faced Xiaohe. Clearly, Lu Mo possessed considerable strength. At this point, Su Chun had begun to establish his reputation in the extraordinary world, so he felt no urgency to dispatch his opponent hastily. Instead, he resolved to let the seemingly resilient dry corpse become his source of experience. After several dozen exchanges, Su Chun and the dry corpse stood on opposite sides, momentarily ceasing their assault. Feng Jinghao observed the battle with keen interest. Although he had long known Su Chun was formidable, having defeated Zhang Lingyu, he had only seen videos online and lacked a tangible comparison. The previous day's skirmish with Jia Zhengyu and Feng Xian had failed to reveal the depths of Su Chen's abilities. Save for the moment when Su Chun unleashed the heavenly thunder, which had instilled a sense of urgency in Feng Zhenghao. However, witnessing Su Chun now, battling Lu Mo's dry corpse to a standstill, astonished him. It was worth noting that while the dry corpse was renowned for the extreme heat emanating from its inherent dryness, it had also been honed over years of experience, boasting formidable defense and strength. Feng Zhenghao realized that even he would struggle to match this level in a physical confrontation. Yet he sensed that Su Chun, being relatively young, had not employed other techniques to secure victory. Instead, he clumsily engaged in close combat with the dry corpse. Sighing softly, Feng Zhenghao muttered to himself, "At this level, he is nearing his limits." He had already discerned that Su Chun, with his limited training time, was rapidly depleting his energy, without sufficient energy to sustain him. He would soon find it difficult to withstand the dry corpse's onslaught. Indeed, Su Chun had ceased his offensive because his energy reserves were nearly depleted, although he had not fully activated his invincible state. He had been consuming a large amount of energy throughout the battle. After all, his current fusion degree was only at 4. Previously, he had faced opponents either weaker or equal to him, swiftly dispatching them. Little did he expect that in his quest for experience points, he would encounter the sensation of impending energy exhaustion. Nevertheless, upon glancing at his nearing upgrade experience bar, a wave of joy surged within him. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that this battle had yielded over 7,000 experience points. Lu Mo's strength was undoubtedly approaching that of a top-tier expert, a testament to his years of cultivation. "Ha, young man, you possess commendable strength. Contend with my dry corpse to such an extent is a source of pride for you. Among the younger generation, your formidable physical prowess alone is enough to overshadow your peers." Lu Mo, who had been orchestrating the battle between the dry corpse and Su Chun, could not help but express his admiration at this juncture. Even he had expended more than half of his energy. It was time for Su Chun to witness the true might of the dry corpse. As he spoke, the ground beneath the dry corpse began to crack, and the surrounding air warped as heat waves surged forth. Feng Zhenghao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had not expected to witness his old friend's signature technique from years past. This very technique had enabled Lu Mo to defeat countless peers, elevating the once obscure corpse-transporting lineage to one known throughout the realm. As Su Chen observed the unfolding scene, he could not help but swallow hard. He had not anticipated that this old man possessed such a hidden card. And no wonder he had always maintained an air of arrogance. Had he faced Lu Mo before his fusion degree upgrade, even unleashing all his power, he likely would have only managed a Pyrrhic victory, suffering the repercussions of the lightning technique's paralysis and collapsing in convulsions. However, with the 9-section divine staff granted by the system, he was spared from such a dire predicament. Little did he know, the technique he had conceived just the night before would make its debut today. Su Chun retrieved the 9-section divine staff from his sleeve, and once again his aura surged forth, causing Lu Mo and Feng Zhenghao to feel a tightening in their chests. The previously clear sky had transformed, shrouded in ominous clouds as azure lightning flickered ominously. Ultimately, at a pivotal moment, the thunder cascaded down, illuminating the heavens in a brilliant blue hue. Torrential bolts converged upon Su Chun, who began to absorb the lightning with the 9-section divine staff. The staff morphed into a sword-like bone, while the lightning coalesced into the blade's form, a tumultuous force that instilled fear in those who beheld it. Gulp. Seeing this spectacle, Lu Mo swallowed hard, though his dry corpse possessed a degree of resistance to lightning-based techniques. He had never encountered an attack quite like Su Chen's. Doubt began to creep into his mind, and he contemplated retreat. However, if he were to withdraw now, it would appear as if he was conceding defeat to this young man. Tarnishing the dignity of his generation, grinding his teeth, Lu Mo channeled all his energy into the dry corpse, hoping that its honed physique could withstand the impending strike. In the next moment, Su Chen moved. He gripped the 9-section divine staff firmly, delicately pointing its tip toward the dry corpse, which, under Lu Mo's full exertion, had developed magma-like patterns on its cracked body now. Hold your ground. Lu Mo appeared calm on the surface. Yet his fists were clenched tightly, silently shouting within. In the next moment, a surge of azure lightning erupted from the tip of his sword. Upon colliding with the drought demon, a violent explosion ensued. Blinding light obscuring all vision. When clarity returned, one could see the vast azure lightning beginning to retract, ultimately transforming into a colossal lightning sword measuring 3 meters in length. One end was firmly grasped by Su Chun, while the other pierced through the body of the drought demon. Witnessing this, Feng Jinghao, who had been observing from the sidelines, felt his spirit tremble. Had he faced Su Chen's strike head-on, he feared he would have met the same fate. Moreover, he did not believe his physical form could rival that of the drought demon. The outcome for Jia Jingyu might very well be his final destination. I could see that moment. Su Chun retracted his lightning technique, and the ominous clouds above began to dissipate slowly. Sunlight once again graced the faces of those present. Yu Chen stowed away the 9-section staff and took a step forward, offering a respectful gesture to Lu Mo, whose lips still trembled to acknowledge the elder's prowess. Noticing Lu Mo's lingering unease, Su Chun continued, "Rest assured, Elder, in the final moment, I controlled the lightning, ensuring it did not fully detonate within the drought demon. It merely severed the connection between you and it temporarily. With a bit of refinement, all should be well." Upon hearing these words, Lu Mo finally regained his composure. His eyes gradually cleared, as if awakening from a dream. He opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. "Ha ha, Su Xiaoyu, what a remarkable technique you possess." At that moment, Feng Jinghao, having regained his wits, wore a more cordial smile. "With your current prowess, many of us old fellows might not stand a chance against you. Your strength even evokes memories of that esteemed old celestial master. Heh, I am but a mere junior. Such comparisons from Feng Huichang are far too flattering." Su Chen replied, observing the calm demeanor of Feng Jinghao, and could not help but admire his poise. He had witnessed Feng Jinghao's astonishment firsthand. Yet in the brief moment of speaking to Lu Mo, he had already composed himself, adopting the guise of a cunning old fox. Meanwhile, Su Chen glanced at the system panel. Ding! Engaging in combat with Lu Mo of the Xiangxi Corpse Transporting Sect grants experience points 2888. Ding! You have obtained 10,000 experience points, and template fusion level has risen to 5. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Basic cultivation level increased. Ghost Path Heavy Mist. Name, Su Chun Template. Zhang Jiao Fusion Level. 5020000. Cultivation Method. Guard 1 Technique. Lightning. Summoning soldiers with Bean's Artifact. 9-section Staff Ghost Path. Heavy Mist. By performing specific dances and incantations, summon heavy mist to confuse enemies, obscuring their perception. That Su Chun had not anticipated that his final strike against Lu Mo would yield such a wealth of experience points. Was this the prowess of nearing the 10 lords? He wondered how much experience that Lu Jin, or even that peak celestial master, could provide him. Su Chun began to fantasize about establishing a good rapport with the celestial master's residence. Perhaps seeking the old celestial master for experience farming in his leisure. However, he was abruptly reminded of the original text where Lu Jin was slapped to tears and Wu Jinsheng was left with red eyes from similar fate. A shiver ran down Su Chen's spine. Perhaps I should reconsider my approach to seeking the old celestial master. Next, Su Chun turned his attention to the rewards he had received. Upon seeing the Ghost Path skill awarded by the system, his heart leaped with joy that he had not expected to receive a skill related to Zhang Jiao. It was known that in legends, Zhang Jiao was not only adept at lightning techniques, but also possessed the extraordinary ability to summon winds and rain, exorcising evil and curing ailments. This Ghost Path skill was likely akin to the methods of sorcerers, and perhaps even superior to the so-called martial arts of the Wu Ho. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the skill's description, Su Chen's expression darkened. Damn it, have I been too theatrical these past few days? Why is the system rewarding me with skills that delve into such peculiar realms? Summoning mist through dance. It feels as though I'm veering into the territory of charlatans. Goodness, system. After receiving the 9-section staff as a reward yesterday, along with the completion of my regular cultivation of the unmatched technique, I thought I had finally escaped the clutches of any negative states. Henceforth, my battles would merely showcase my divinity. Yet here we are again. However, upon examining the skill's introduction, it appeared quite powerful. The specifics of its function could wait until he had thoroughly dazzled Feng Jianghao. After which he would experiment back at the villa. Chapter 34. Feng Huichong, you wouldn't wish for your to meet its demise, would you? With the battle concluded, Lu Mo, concerned for his drought demon, took his leave to refine it anew. Meanwhile, Su Chun and Feng Jianghao returned to the study, prepared to discuss the unresolved proposal. As they walked, Feng Jianghao, who appeared calm and collected on the surface, was internally weighing the pros and cons. Given the power Su Chun had demonstrated today, it was evident that within a few years he could rival or even surpass the two renowned heroes. Presently, few could threaten his life. Feng Jianghao had previously thought that no matter how exceptional Su Chen's talent, the day he would fully realize it was still distant. Now, with Su Chun boldly promoting the Taiping Sect as reputation online, he knew some shameless old men would be unable to resist making a move to seize it. If any unforeseen events were to occur midway, all his investments would be in vain. Yet now, he could firmly believe that Su Chun would undoubtedly fulfill his potential in the future. Thus, it was wise to cultivate a friendship with him. However, the Taiping Sect, at present, had no unavoidable enemies. Investing so much for a sect with merely a single expert seemed hardly worth it. Yes, the two took their seats in the study. Feng Jianghao, having reached this conclusion, looked at Su Chun across the table. As you Xiaoyu, with your current displayed strength, even if the Taiping Sect consists of only you, you are more than qualified to ally with our has always believed in the principle that more friends means more paths. Pausing for a moment, Feng Jianghao continued candidly. However, alliances must be based on mutual benefit. Currently, your Taiping Sect is few in number. Even with formidable strength, it lacks influence in the realm of extraordinary beings. If Su Xiaoyu wishes to establish a dojo akin to Longhu Mountain or Wudong Mountain, I fear I would be unable to assist. I have many ordinary people in my group who rely on me for their livelihoods that if too much liquidity is drawn, it could adversely affect our group. However, if it's a building like I could certainly offer one to Su Xiaoyu as a gesture of goodwill to celebrate our alliance. Hearing Feng Jianghao's candid remarks, Su Chun felt a deep admiration, even in refusal to provide assistance. The manner was so gracious that it was hard to harbor resentment. Su Chun understood the rationale behind Feng Jianghao's refusal, though he was now one of the 10 lords of the extraordinary realm. He had risen from humble beginnings to build the group, and the essence of a businessman was etched in his very being. Had this been a chaotic era, Feng Jianghao would likely have exhausted his wealth to ally with him. Yet in this peaceful time, he felt no sense of crisis, believing that even a powerful Taiping Sect, consisting solely of Su Chun, would still lack the influence of the larger sects in the extraordinary realm. However, seeking a building from was not Su Chen's purpose in coming here. It would paint him as a beggar, and other factions within the Dao sects each had their own domains. Even if he followed trends, it would be inappropriate for a Daoist to establish a dojo within an office building. Moreover, Su Chun sought to advance the conflict between and the Wang family, aiding the Feng family, while simultaneously providing himself with additional experience points to enhance his fusion level and strength. With this thought, a sly smile crept across Su Chen's lips. Since Feng Jianghao believed that spending such a fortune for a top-tier ally was unwise, why not apply some pressure? Feng Huichong, you wouldn't wish for your to meet its demise, would you? Su Chen's voice carried a hint of playful intrigue. Oh, upon hearing this, Feng Jianghao showed no sign of anger. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and calmly inquired, "May I ask, Su Xiaoyu, what do you mean by that?" In truth, after divining that President Feng would be my benefactor, I also calculated the fortune and fate of your esteemed company. Upon receiving this revelation, I was left in a state of prolonged astonishment. Disclosing such profound secrets to the outside world is generally detrimental to one's cultivation and merit. Thus, I preferred to alter the course of the future in solitude, minimizing the backlash I might suffer. However, it now appears that I must present my sincerity to President Feng. After a brief pause, Su Chun continued, "President Feng, are you aware of why during your childhood, your grandfather Feng Tianyang insisted on leading you through a life of concealment? At this utterance, Feng Zhenghao's pupils constricted. Could it be that the secret he had never managed to uncover would finally be revealed by Su Chen today? Su Chen's calm voice persisted. Because your grandfather Feng Tianyang was once captured by members of the Wang family, subjected to severe torture, and compelled to divulge the methods of spirit binding and summoning, which ultimately spared his life. He was further coerced into swearing not to impart this complete knowledge to your family. He understood that one of the 8 extraordinary techniques he had mastered was sufficient to incite envy among the practitioners of the other world. Although the Wang family promised to ensure his safety, how could he trust a family that had once inflicted such cruel torment upon him? The Wang family merely sought to use the bait they cast to lure out other successors of the 8 extraordinary techniques. At this moment, Feng Zhenghao was profoundly shaken as Hu Chen's words elucidated for him why his grandfather, despite possessing such a formidable inheritance, had always urged him to maintain a low profile, even in the face of the other world. He exhibited a certain trepidation, resembling a startled bird. At this point, Feng Zhenghao could no longer conceal his inner turmoil. His fist clenched tightly as, "Oh, you were suggesting that the impending catastrophe for the Feng family originates from the maelstrom of the other world, as well as from prestigious families like the Wang family. The 8 extraordinary techniques are indeed the epicenter of this era's turmoil, that I trust you have foreseen this, President Feng, that in the future I envision. A bloody conflict will erupt between the world and the Wang family, resulting in the demise of both families within the other world. Yet if we were to forge an alliance, I would naturally be willing to contribute my efforts towards that end." As he spoke, Su Chen lifted the teacup before him, taking a gentle sip before continuing. "What do you think, President Feng? In your current assessment, is the Taiping Sect worthy of your full support? As a formidable figure of his generation." Feng Zhenghao found himself deeply impressed by Su Chen's candidness, as well as by the foresight and insights he had previously demonstrated regarding the history of the Feng family. This significantly bolstered Feng Zhenghao's trust in Su Chen. No longer hesitating, he rose and extended his hand towards Su Chen. "It seems that our Tianshi Association indeed requires your earnest assistance." Chapter 35. Huang Yang's Burden as the afternoon wore on. Su Chen, having reached an accord with the Tianshi Association, ultimately did not refuse Feng Zhenghao's warm hospitality. Indulging in the supreme VIP service offered by the association, he felt his entire meridian system being meticulously unblocked by the young lady holding the box, leaving him feeling as though he had been restored to factory settings, completely rejuvenated. While savoring this luxury, Su Chen also pondered over the task he had assigned to Feng Zhenghao, to dispatch capable members of the Tianshi Association to gather intelligence at the Hu family estate in Dongxiang Town. According to the original plot's progression, Quan Xing was already lurking there, secretly manipulating Hu Jie and his son while devising plans for the grand assault on Mount Luo. Yet now, with his own intervention, he recalled the incident where Xia had been grievously injured by his kick, fleeing for her life amidst the chaos of the employee's capture. Had she been unable to receive timely medical attention, she might have met a tragic end. Thus, he was uncertain whether they would remain in hiding as depicted in the original storyline. Sending members of the Tianshi Association to investigate was also a gamble, hoping to stumble upon an opportunity to gain experience. With this thought in mind, Su Chen picked up his phone and dialed Zhang Chulan. He suddenly remembered that in the original narrative, Liang had sent Zhang Chulan fragments of Zhang Huai's memories after Feng Baobao had been injured and fell unconscious. As this incident had not occurred, even though he had warned Zhang Chulan prior to leaving the villa, it would be challenging for the simple-minded Feng Baobao to explain herself adequately in response to Zhang Chulan's inquiries. There was a significant chance that the two might end up in a confrontation. "Dao Yi, did Feng Baobao truly kill my grandfather? Why is it that upon my return, no one remains, and I find only an empty villa? Or is this an elaborate scheme devised by Quan Xing?" As soon as the call connected, Zhang Chulan's urgent voice flooded through, bombarding Su Chen with 3 questions, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. However, from what Zhang Chulan said, it appeared Feng Baobao was no longer at the villa, likely due to the imminent passing of old Master Exuding. In that case, Su San and Su Si would soon summon Zhang Chulan to the hospital, where these mysteries would surely be clarified without his needing to intervene. With this line of thought, Su Chen replied, "If you seek the truth, why not inquire directly, since you have chosen to delve into the secrets? There are certain matters I cannot simply disclose to you. You might as well call Feng Baobao and ask her where she has gone." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Chulan realized he had indeed become overly reliant on Dao Yi. After all, he had chosen to step into the vortex to uncover secrets and now sought confirmation of everything from Dao Yi. With this realization, Zhang Chulan clenched his fists, hung up on Su Chen, and without further hesitation, called Feng Baobao. "Hello, Chulan. Please come to the hospital. Someone wishes to see you, and Feng Baobao is here as well." After a lengthy wait, it was surprisingly Su Si who answered the call. Zhang Chulan seemed to detect a weightiness in Su Si's tone, so he refrained from hastily voicing his concerns. After all, following Su Chen's reminder, he understood that in this other world, some matters were not as simple as they appeared. In the hospital, Su Chen gazed at the frail figure of the elderly man lying on the hospital bed, feeling a pang of regret for the imminent departure of life. In truth, Su Chen had no intention of visiting the hospital. After all, the entanglements between the Su family and Feng Baobao were a matter of family. While he had long been aware of these past events, it still felt inappropriate for an outsider to intrude at such a critical moment. Yet unexpectedly, shortly after hanging up with Zhang Chulan, Su Si had called him, stating someone wished to meet him. The headquarters of the Tianshi Association was not far from the hospital, so Su Chen arrived before Zhang Chulan. The atmosphere in the hospital room felt heavy, punctuated only by the rhythmic sound of the breathing machine. This moment, Su Xiang was slipping into unconsciousness, having long been in a state of deep slumber with little time awake. While Su Chen patiently awaited the old man to regain consciousness, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside, and as the door swung open, Zhang Chulan hurried in from the outskirts, his eyes widening slightly upon seeing Su Xiang lying on the bed. Learning that this elderly man was the father of Su San and Su Si, he too felt a sense of sorrow. However, when his gaze fell upon Feng Baobao, who was leaning against the bedside, he could no longer contain his emotions and finally voiced his confusion. "Feng Baobao, did you kill my grandfather 12 years ago?" Unbeknownst to Su San and Su Si, who were present, this question seemed to emerge out of nowhere. Leaving them perplexed, Su Si spoke up, a hint of irritation in his tone. "You little brat, although I don't know where you heard this news, how could Baobao possibly?" Yet before he could finish, Feng Baobao calmly interjected, "Your grandfather, Zhang Chulan, I indeed killed with my own hand." And in the next moment, a radiant glow enveloped Zhang Chulan's a descendant of humanity. He could hardly contain the fury brewing within him upon hearing Feng Baobao so readily admit that her grandfather had perished at her hands. Even though he was acutely aware of his inferiority in strength compared to Feng Baobao, the anger within him surged uncontrollably. Just then, a series of coughs shattered the tense atmosphere. Su Xiang, lying on the sickbed, weakly opened his eyes. "Hold your hands for now. Zhang Chen, my days are numbered, and before I depart, I wish to recount the events concerning myself and to you all," he said, casting his gaze towards Su Chen. "I have heard from Su Si that the young Taoist possesses the ability to divine the past and future, thus knows some of Ao's secrets. However, since the Taoist has not disclosed this information, and has instead boldly promoted his own legacy, it stands to reason that he is a trustworthy individual. There is a question I wish to pose to the Taoist, but I shall save it until after I finish my tale." The story began with their first encounter in the 4th year. Moments later, Su Xiang finally recounted the tale of his meeting with Feng Baobao, their parting, and subsequent reunion. Upon hearing it, Zhang Chulan was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that Feng Baobao, who appeared as blank as a fresh canvas, had drifted through the world for so long like a leaf on a boundless river. Moreover, it was from Su Xiang's words that he learned of his grandfather's true identity and his grandfather's instructions regarding Feng Baobao. Zhang Chulan's heart was a tangled mess, leaving him at a loss for words. That moment, Su Xiang, who was writhing in pain on the sickbed, suddenly exclaimed, "Su San, Su Si, you two rascals, I cannot entrust to you." His gaze then turned to Su Chen, filled with hope. Having listened to the story, Su Chen naturally understood what Su Xiang wished to inquire. "Do not worry. Old exuding, in the future I have glimpsed. Even though the journey may be arduous, Feng Baobao will ultimately uncover her secrets. Moreover, I am willing to lend my assistance, as Hu Chun spoke softly, his voice imbued with a certain weightiness. Although Su Xiang's narrative mirrored his own memories. Being present in the moment, witnessing an elderly man filled with regret and unwillingness to accept his fate, allowed Su Chun to deeply feel Su Xiang's emotions for Feng Baobao, from a sister in childhood to a master in youth. A secret crush during adolescence, and ultimately a daughter in his twilight years. This lifelong companionship was a profound sentiment that moved Su Chun. The melodious strains of Feng Baobao's song floated into the air, imbued with a sense of guardianship and longing. Tinged with sorrow, as her forehead was gently covered by Feng Baobao, it seemed to soothe his pain. Su Xiang's expression transformed, no longer marred by suffering. Observing this scene, Su Chun was suddenly reminded of Su Xiang's words during their first encounter when Feng Baobao had patted his head. Being covered by you feels quite comforting. The following day, Su Chun sat in Feng Shan's white G-class, gazing out the window. After the passing of old Su the previous day, Zhang Chulan, overwhelmed by his tumultuous emotions, decided to take a few days off at school to recuperate. Meanwhile, Su San, Su Si, and Feng Baobao busied themselves with arranging old Su's funeral, leaving Su Chun to return to the villa alone. This presented an opportune moment for Su Chun to experiment with his newly acquired skill, the Mist of Ghostly Path. While this ability required a dance to activate, its formidable capabilities could not be overshadowed. Upon activation, Su Chun could freely regulate the range of the mist and perceive everything occurring within it. In his experimentation, he discovered that any means he could conceive were insufficient to pierce through the mist veil. In essence, Su Chun could ensure that any conversations he engaged in remained unheard by others, provided he so desired. Contemplating the presence of Zhou Sheng, who had been secretly following Wang Yi, and the elusive Gu Jiding, a smile crept upon Su Chen's lips. If the two of you find yourselves within my mist, let us see if I can draw you out. Time is of the essence, Mr. Su. Feng Shan's voice broke through, tinged with concern. But can we truly capture them with just the two of us? Su Chun stretched lazily, basking in the sunlight, which still left him feeling somewhat drowsy. Rest assured, do you not believe in my abilities or in the strength of the wind? The two of us are more than capable of subduing all four of them. No, to be precise, you need only wait outside and ensure they do not escape. Indeed, Su Chun and Feng Shan's destination was none other than the Hu family estate. After discussing the matter with Feng Zhenghao the previous day, news swiftly arrived that the formidable members of the Tianshi Society had encountered Hu Jie, who had succumbed to the influences of loan shark Shin Chong. It was said that when they crossed paths, Hu Jie, with reddened eyes, recklessly attacked without a hint of restraint. Although the members of Tianshi Society were stronger than Hu Jie, they feigned defeat to avoid alarming the enemy and ultimately retreated. Upon receiving this information, Su Chun confirmed the location of the four rogue individuals, realizing it had not changed from his memory. Thus, he instructed Feng Zhenghao to arrange for someone to escort him. However, it seemed that Feng Zhenghao's intentions of matchmaking had not entirely waned, as he had arranged for the eldest daughter of the Feng family to serve as his designated driver. Meanwhile, within the Hu family estate, Xiaohi sat casually on the sofa, clad in a white shirt. The shirt, loosely opened, concealed thick bandages underneath, while her long legs were unabashedly exposed to the air. Before her, the Hu father and son, affected by their powers, were embroiled in a fierce quarrel fueled by jealousy. That moment, footsteps echoed as a man dressed in a black shirt and tie approached. It was the root of all troubles. Shinchong, how are you, Xiaohi? Has your injury healed? It's nearly recovered, but that Taoist lad was quite merciless. He kicked several of my ribs cleanly in two, and my internal organs suffer considerable harm. Xiaohi's voice remained sultry, imbued with allure. Had it not been for prompt treatment, I fear the four rogues would have become the three rogues. Shun Chong adjusted his glasses, a serious expression crossing his face. Is Su Chun truly that formidable? From the videos circulating online, you appear to have no room to retaliate. With the grand ritual of Luotian approaching, the acting sect leader has instructed us to prepare for an assault on the mountain. If that brat is also participating, it seems we must prepare even more diligently. He pondered Shin Chong's words. Memories of her confrontation with Su Chun flooded her mind. After a brief pause, she spoke. On that day, when my powers failed against him, I initially presumed him to be merely a youthful visage, perhaps an eccentric hermit. However, from the subsequent videos of his encounter with Zhang Lingyu, it appears he has cultivated some peculiar technique akin to that of the Taiping Sect, rendering him immune to my abilities that in truth, when I first faced him, his strength was not particularly formidable. However, it surged exponentially afterward that I suspect that such a state cannot be sustained for long. Should we cross paths again, we merely need to delay him. Such immense power must come with a prolonged period of weakness, if not a vulnerable phase. That moment, Hu Jia, kneeling on the ground, suddenly clutched Shun Chang's pant leg, his eyes aflame with rage. Grant me strength! Grant me strength! That detestable Su Chan dared to harm my Xiaohe. I must kill him! I must kill him! Then, as if a thought to our Xiaohe's tone was laden with displeasure. However, the other three, gazing at Hu Jia, who had just crumbled after committing patricide, were filled with amusement. At that moment, Shin Chong spoke up with a smile. Fret not. Did Zhang Lingyu not visit just a few days ago? Before the grand ritual of Luotian begins, it is unlikely that anyone else will come. As the four notorious figures of Quanshan gathered, only Xiaohe was reluctantly involved due to the tumultuous events that had transpired, while the remaining three were inherently malevolent characters, reveling in chaos without any moral qualms. Suddenly, a faint mist began to swirl within the courtyard of the Hu family. Noticing the anomaly, Xiaohe felt a jolt of alarm. After being injured by Su Chun and enduring relentless pursuit from the employees of Nandu for days, her nerves remained taut. Even though her wounds had healed, the scene before her now stirred a sense of unease within her. In stark contrast, the other three remained indifferent to the sudden occurrence, dismissing it as merely a remnant left by Hu Jie during his hunting escapades. After all, with all four of the notorious figures assembled, few in the other world could stand against their combined might. Gao Ning even snickered dismissively. I wonder which bold soul dares to take action against the four of us. In response to Gao Ning's taunt, a calm voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Oh, in this world where strength and background reign supreme, you insignificant Quanqing lackeys truly believe yourselves to be of consequence. At that moment, Xiaohe recognized the voice, her pupils constricting. That wasn't he active in Jinmen. How did he find his way here? Chapter 37. A desperate flight. Shen Chong becomes the experienced baby upon reaching the Hu family courtyard. Su Chun, under the pretense of preventing the four notorious figures from escaping, sent Feng Shaiyuan away to guard the woods behind the mountain. After ensuring no one was watching, he began to awkwardly dance in place. Gradually, the mist thickened, enveloping the expansive courtyard, sensing the area was devoid of ordinary folk. Su Chun hesitated no longer. With a surge of energy, the mist grew denser, obscuring everything. Once he ceased his dance, Su Chun stepped into the courtyard, observing the four figures, now shrouded in mist and deprived of their senses, huddled together, cautiously glancing in his direction. His peripheral vision caught Hu Jie, who was weeping uncontrollably over his father's corpse. A sight of utter devastation. How a wave of disgust surged within him towards the Quansheng group. He finally comprehended why. In the other world, there existed a rule that no one should be held accountable for any means employed against Quanzhong. In his previous life, having read about Quansheng in comics, he had not fully grasped their malevolence. At times, he even found their slogan, Quansheng preserves truth, somewhat liberating. Yet after arriving in this world, aside from the treacherous Jia Zhengyu, who sought to ambush and kill, even those he had encountered before, like Xiaohe and El Liang, could not be deemed entirely wicked. However, the scene before him now ignited Su Chen's ire, were it not for his desire to exploit the situation during the impending assault on Quansheng, to incite their anger towards Lu Jin and subsequently seize a wave of experience points. He would have summoned heavenly thunder to obliterate them. It seemed that today he could only inflict grave injuries upon them, ensuring they would be incapacitated before the grand ritual of Luotian. Nevertheless, he needed to deliver a few menacing words first. With that thought, Su Chun spoke coolly. Yongjue, Gao Ning, Dong Mei, and Shun Chong, regardless of your connections to the Gao family, Dolu, or the Buddhist sect, since fate has brought us together, Your journey ends here. I could see that moment. The four figures before him reacted differently to Su Chen's sudden appearance. Cold sweat began to bead on Gao Ning's forehead. Previously, he had merely heard from Xia He that Su Chan might possess techniques to counter them. Dismissing her concerns as a sign of her insufficient cultivation, he had not taken them seriously. So, upon seeing Su Chan materialize, he immediately activated the 12 Labors Emotion Array, hoping to manipulate Su Chen's emotions. However, he was taken aback when his usual ability to bend opponents' wills seemed ineffective against Su Chan, as if he were trying to bend an indestructible steel pillar. Meanwhile, Xia He sensed the surging momentum emanating from Su Chan, feeling it had intensified since their last encounter, causing a subtle ache in her chest. Among the four, the one who remained relatively composed was the cunning Shun Chong. Though he thrived on the power of greed, reducing others to his slaves, his abilities had allowed him to absorb an immense amount of energy over the years. While chaotic, his energy surpassed that of many prominent figures. Thus, when he faced a foe impervious to manipulation, he relied on his physical prowess, believing sheer quantity could yield miraculous results. As Su Chen spoke, the other three fell into a contemplative silence, while Shun Chong, feeling a surge of defiance, retorted with a hint of anger, "Kid, don't think that just because you have some means to counter us, along with a victory over Zhang Lingyu, you can spout such bravado. What gives you the audacity?" Hearing this, Su Chun merely smiled. "Of course, it's the confidence bestowed upon me by Liang Jingru. Otherwise, would it be you?" Without further hesitation, he stepped forward. The ground beneath him erupted as he shot forth like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the four with a resounding clash. The impact reverberated. Yet it was merely a momentary stalemate. The next instant, a sharp crack echoed from Shun Chong's arm, followed by him being propelled to the ground like a cannonball. Dust and debris flew as a deep crater formed where the four had originally stood. Shun Chong lay sprawled within it, his right arm hanging limply. The other three had already begun to disperse the moment Su Chan charged towards them, their figures almost vanishing into the thick fog. "Be cautious. This mist has a sensory blocking property. We must split up and flee without hesitation. Otherwise, we may all perish here today." As the three were about to vanish, Gao Ning, having sensed something amiss about the mist, had lost all desire to fight. As he sprinted for his life, he shouted, hoping to warn the others not to foolishly confront Su Chan like Shin Chong. Escaping separately could buy them precious time. As for being the first to be caught by Su Chan, that realization had been ingrained in Gao Ning since his first day with Quantong. It was merely a matter of facing death. Upon hearing Gao Ning's words, Su Chan felt no anxiety of having his tactics deciphered. Instead, a smirk of derision crept across his lips as he mused, "Run. Let us see if you can escape this mist before your legs give out." With all four dispersing, he could systematically extract every last value from them. Ding experience points 588 from engaging with Shun Chong of Quantong. At that moment, a system notification rang in his ears. Su Chan was somewhat taken aback. Although he had sensed Shun Chong's strength was superior to the others during their skirmish, he hadn't anticipated such a bounty of experience points, given the system's indication. His prowess was likely nearing that of a casual strike from one of the top 10. Turning his gaze towards the pit, where Shun Chong lay, Su Chin noted that aside from his dangling arm and slightly labored breathing, his aura remained robust, showing no signs of weakness. Su Chin's smile widened. This Shun Chong had indeed surprised him. He would gladly convert the energy he had amassed over the years into his own experience points. With that thought, Su Chan kicked towards Shun Chong, deliberately lessening the force. He had no desire to inadvertently kill such a promising source of experience. Shun Chong, lying in the pit, attempted to feign severe injury to prompt Su Chan to pursue the fleeing trio. However, he was forced to hastily rise to meet Su Chen's onslaught. Moments later, Shun Chong was battered and bruised, staggering unsteadily before collapsing with a thud. Ding experience points 58 from engaging with Shun Chong of Quanqing. Ding experience points 28 from engaging with Shun Chong of Quansheng. Seeing TH as he swiftly charged into the mist, he vanished from sight within moments. Meanwhile, Shun Chong, lying on the ground feigning unconsciousness, sensed the departure of Su Chan. He discreetly opened one eye, squinting towards the direction from which Su Chan had left. Whether it is the old bald donkey or Xiaohe, I owe you my gratitude for leaving me a glimmer of hope. He murmured softly, with his only somewhat intact left hand. Shunchong dragged his body towards the edge of the fog. Little did he know, after Su Chen's departure, the dense mist that enveloped the area had thinned somewhat, granting him a chance for escape. Chapter 38. New ability, Gale of the Ghost Path. In the midst of the swirling fog, Xiaohe was currently panting heavily. Her white shirt was riddled with numerous tears. Drenched in sweat, she gazed at Su Chen, standing before her in a robe devoid of even a single wrinkle. Despair filled her heart. Who could have anticipated her misfortune in being pursued by Su Chen? It seemed her involuntary existence was nearing its end. Ding experience gained from battling the 4 madmen. 58 Ding. You have obtained 20,000 experience points. Template fusion level increased to 6. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Foundational cultivation enhanced. Ghost Path Gale. Name, Su Chen template. Zhang Jiao fusion level. 6030000. Cultivation method. Show E-technique. Tian Lei, the Do Chung Bing artifact. 9-section divine staff ghost path. Dense fog gale. To invoke this technique, one merely needs to extend their arms and chant the incantation aloud to control the gale. As the system notification chimed, Su Chen felt an increase in his overall strength once more. In today's battle, just Shunchong alone had provided Su Chen with nearly 7,000 experience points. Among the remaining 3, May contributed the least, just over 3,000 after all, were it not for their unique abilities. The remaining members of the 4 madmen would not have been able to match Zhang Lingyu in direct combat at this moment. Apart from the panting Xiaohe before him, the other 3 were likely dragging their severely injured bodies, desperately crawling towards the fog's edge with a faint hope of survival. For the foreseeable future, they would find it challenging to stir up trouble in the world of the extraordinary. Subsequently, Su Chen glanced at the newly acquired skill, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Although he could not comprehend why the system had recently been bestowing upon him rewards similar to those of sorcerers, this ability seemed less troublesome than the previous fog. However, the notion of extending one's arms and chanting a spell felt somewhat juvenile. From the description, it appeared to be a wide-area destructive skill, which could indeed compensate for some of his offensive shortcomings. After all, at present, apart from close-quarters combat, Su Chen possessed only the Do Chung Bing and Tian Lei as methods of attack. The Do Chung Bing, whether in the form of yellow turban warriors or the diminutive black and white figures, bore a somewhat eerie appearance, inviting ridicule when deployed. Tian Lei's overwhelming offensive capability hindered Su Chen from accruing experience points to close-quarters combat, while easier to control in terms of strength, risked exposing his leniency and proved difficult when facing multiple targets simultaneously. Perfectly timed with the upcoming Luo Tian de Jiao, these skills could serve to deceive Wang Yi, leading him to believe that Su Chen possessed abilities akin to those of sorcerers who could glimpse the heavens. As for the specific development of the skills, that would have to wait until he returned to the training villa for experimentation. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chen turned his gaze towards the breathless Xiaohe before him. At this moment, despair was evident in her eyes. Since he had already achieved his goal of gaining experience points today, Su Chen had little interest in continuing the fight. However, observing Xiaohe, who seemed to have abandoned any thoughts of escape, a sense of mischief stirred within him. Xiaohe, did you ever consider this day when you joined the All-Nature Society to commit nefarious deeds? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Xiaohe concealed her earlier despair and regained her composure. Responding a voice laced with allure, young Taoist, do you know that most of the time, our appearances are dictated by others? Oh, I presumed you would be filled with regret or continue to struggle to flee. After all, should you perish here today, you would never see your little lover, Zhang Lingyu. Again, Su Chen's words caused Xiaohe's pupils to involuntarily dilate. She could not fathom how Su Chen had come to know of such concealed matter. Yet, before she could ponder further, Su Chen continued, since you see that I have ceased my assault, why do you not make your escape? Sensing a flicker of hope, Xiaohe disregarded any further thoughts and replied, if the Taoist does not wish to let me go, how could I possibly escape? After all, prior to your arrival, I had been running for over 20 minutes in this fog, yet still could not break free. This mist must possess more than just the ability to obscure perception, does it not? Upon hearing Xiaohe's words, Su Chun chuckled lightly, turning away while reminiscing about what the old celestial master had once said, and spoke, "Your feet rest upon the earth, whether you walk or not. The path you tread is your own choice, whether you are human or not. The kind of person you become is likewise your own decision. To always proclaim a lack of agency is mere folly. If the heart is not free, how can the body be?" As his voice faded, Su Chen's figure vanished into the mist. Xiaohe stared in astonishment at the direction of Su Chen's disappearance. Her thoughts in disarray. It seemed the Taoist words carried deeper significance. Just as Xiaohe turned to leave, a whisper reached her ears to be by the way, as a reward for sparing you this time. Do ensure to bring more members of the All-Nature Society to the Luo Tian de Jiao to stir up trouble upon your return, and do not disclose to anyone that I am aware of your plans. In the midst of her escape, Su Chan returned to the courtyard. Observing Hu Jie, who was in a daze, clutching his father's lifeless body, Su Chun could not help but sigh softly. The All-Nature Society truly wreaked havoc upon others, and he understood why the concept of the red line among extraordinary beings existed. After all, not all extraordinary individuals undergo the same process of self-cultivation as those from prestigious sections, most innate extraordinary beings. Upon acquiring their abilities, merely perceive themselves as distinct from ordinary people, viewing the weak as mere ants, thus losing their reverence for life. Upon sensing that the four madmen had successfully escaped through the exit he had preordained, Su Chun dissipated the mist and took out his phone to call Su Si. Beep. Hello, is this Brother Si? I am currently at the Hu family courtyard in Dongxiang town, where I encountered the four madmen of the All-Nature Society. What? You ask where they are? Of course, they have fled. Do you genuinely believe I could easily handle them alone? Currently, only one Hu Jie remains here. Influenced by the powers of the four madmen, he has killed his father. Hu Lin, since a life has been lost, you should send someone from the company to handle the aftermath. After hanging up, Susi informed him that this area no longer fell under the jurisdiction of North China. Consequently, East China would dispatch personnel to manage the situation. Are Dou Lu and Xiao Zizai still around in East China? Su Chan murmured to himself. However, after casting a glance at Hu Jie, who was unlikely to cause any further disturbances at this moment, Su Chan felt no desire to linger. After all, Dou Lu and Xiao Zizai would not significantly contribute to experience points or assist in enhancing the reputation of the Taiping Sect. As for Xiao Zizai's unique method of preparing lamb spine, there would naturally be ample opportunities to witness it in subsequent events, so there was no need to rush. With his thoughts settled, Su Chun turned to see Feng Shaiyun emerging from the woods at the back of the mountain after the fog had dissipated. Let us depart. The matters here have reached a conclusion. Chapter 39. Ascend to immortality? Taoist, are you about to become an immortal? Feng Shaiyun, walking towards him, observed the remnants of battle strewn across the ground. Yet, Su Chen's robe remained entirely unwrinkled, which left her feeling astonished. Though she was aware of Su Chen's formidable strength, she had not anticipated that even the four madmen, when united, would leave him unscathed. However, looking around, apart from Su Chun, there was only a man kneeling on the ground, clutching a corpse. It was evident that he was not one of the four madmen. Mr. Su, did those four manage to escape? Feng Shaiyun inquired, her curiosity piqued. As Su Chun strolled towards the parking area, he replied nonchalantly, I presume President Feng has informed you of the alliance between the Tianshi Society and the Taiping Sect. Therefore, you should be aware that we have made preparations for the upcoming Luo Tian de Jiao. Although I cannot disclose the specific objectives and plans at this moment, our purpose in coming here extends beyond merely capturing the four madmen. We aim to urge the All-Nature Society to dispatch more manpower to Longhu Mountain, allowing us to better navigate the waters. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Feng Shaiyun appeared contemplative, although she was unaware of why her father had consented to ally with Su Chun. Given the current power of the Tianshi Association, she had never doubted Feng Zhenghao's judgment. After all, her father had built the Tianshi Association from the ground up, transforming it into its present scale. Thus, despite her intense curiosity regarding Su Chen's so-called plan, she refrained from inquiring further and simply followed in silence, assuming the role of his dedicated chauffeur. Meanwhile, after escaping the shroud of the dense fog. Xiaohi plunged into the woods. However, she had not taken many steps before discovering drag marks on the ground and scattered blood. Following the trail, she eventually stumbled upon 3 disheveled individuals not far away. They appear to have endured severe torture, their blood soaking through their garments. Upon hearing a sound, the 3 turned their gazes towards Xiaohi, who seemed somewhat weak yet unharmed. Shen Chong could not help but ask, "Xiaohi, how did you escape from that foul Taoist? We thought you were dead." Recalling Su Chen's words before her departure and seeing the pitiful state of the others, Xiaohi realized that Su Chen had shown mercy towards her. Therefore, she decided not to disclose the recent events and instead fabricated a tale, saying, "I fled through the fog for a while, unable to find an exit, and eventually encountered Su Chen. After exchanging a few blows, his energy suddenly diminished, and he vanished into the fog. I suspected it was some sort of trick, so I refrained from acting recklessly. Soon after, the fog dissipated. It seems he was exhausted from battling us in turns." Curious, Xiaohi asked, "But how did you 3 manage to escape? I did not see any of you after the fog cleared." Shen Chong clenched his teeth in response. Although that Taoist fog can confuse one's sense of direction, it is not impossible to escape. After he subdued us, he grew overconfident, likely intending to capture us alive, which allowed us to breathe freely and remain on the ground. Little did he know that this would reveal the fatal flaw in his skill. We discovered that as long as we crawled on the ground, the disorientation lost its effect entirely. Next time we encounter him, we will catch that foul Taoist off guard. As Shen Chong spoke, a glimmer of intelligence sparkled in his eyes. Xiaohi regarded him with exasperation, realizing that Su Chen had not intended to eradicate them. Although she was unsure of his true motives, it was evident he had deliberately let them go. Since they had incurred Su Chen's favor and avoided becoming incapacitated like the 3 standing before her, Xiaohi had no interest in engaging in further idle chatter about Su Chen's weaknesses. Instead, she resolved to fulfill the task assigned to her by Su Chen. Knowing his weaknesses is of little use, she remarked, "If he had not intended to capture us alive, you 3 would likely be dead by now. Furthermore, given his close ties with Qi Tiyuan Lu, he will probably participate in the Luo Tian de Jiao. We should find a place to recuperate and inform the acting leader of the situation. We must not send only a few skilled individuals. If we confront him again, we may not be as fortunate as we were today." Upon hearing these words, the others readily agreed, deciding to seek out a few seasoned veterans after their injuries had healed, in order to take vengeance at the time of the Luo Tian de Jiao. That a few days later, as the weather grew increasingly warm, summer quietly arrived. Outside a suburban villa, Su Chen reclined leisurely in a deck chair, arms outstretched, beneath the shade of the trees. Anyone approaching would be surprised to find a gentle breeze wafting around Su Chen, alleviating the summer heat. Indeed, this was the manifestation of Su Chen's newly acquired skill. Ghostly wind, in practical terms. Su Chen found this skill to be an essential remedy for summer swelter. By simply extending his arms, he could summon a refreshing breeze that in combat. Its efficacy could be summed up succinctly. It possessed greater power than the technique of summoning soldiers with beans, requiring only an increase in qi consumption to unleash a cooling gust, revealing its true potential. Whether in the form of high-speed, slicing wind blades or controlled whirlwinds to hinder enemies, Su Chen could easily wield it. Its range surpassed that of thunder, and compared to the chaotic lightning techniques, this controllable gale allowed Su Chen to launch attacks on multiple targets simultaneously. With sufficient will, he could even achieve flight, aided by the wind. However, Su Chen had yet to master this skill fully, as controlling the power of the wind affected his own body. Currently, he could only ascend and descend directly or remain suspended in midair, lacking the finesse to soar gracefully. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with his progress. Imagining the upcoming Luo Tian de Jiao, where he might confront Zhu Guqing or Wang Yi, Su Chen envisioned himself soaring into the sky with a wave of his arm, engaging them in a contest of magical prowess. How could he, as the sole heir of the Taiping Sect, not attract trouble? I, Su Chen, am on the verge of mastering the ability to fly and traverse the earth. Come and seize me if you dare. The thought of the tender, unsuspecting targets awaiting his harvest brought an uncontainable smile to Su Chen's lips. As he increased his chi output, he lifted himself off the deck chair, preparing to rehearse his grand entrance. That moment, Zhang Chulan, who had regained her composure and returned to the villa a few days prior, emerged from the house after finishing her morning training session with Feng Baobao. Taoist Su Si said with Chao. Upon witnessing Su Chan levitating, Zhang Chulan's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. She could not help but murmur, "Taoist, are you about to ascend to immortality?" Noticing Zhang Chulan fitting. Su Chan dismissed the notion of further experimentation and descended from the air. Ascend to immortality? Nonsense. I'm merely using the wind to lift myself. It's not as outrageous as your lightning mode. He waved his hand nonchalantly. Downplaying the feat, however, seeing the starry-eyed expressions of both Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao as they emerged from the house, a grin could not be suppressed. What did Su Si say on the phone? Zhang Chulan asked, her jealousy palpable as she regarded Su Chen's smug demeanor. After all, he could fly. No matter how advanced her lightning techniques became, they could only rival his in power and speed. Could she ever attain such style? To prevent Su Chan from savoring his moment of triumph, Zhang Chulan cleverly redirected the conversation. Su Si called to say that the weapon you envisioned to enhance the lightning techniques has been completed by the company and is currently being dispatched. Excited by this news, Zhang Chulan could not help but express her enthusiasm. She had not anticipated that the two training directions suggested by the Taoist would yield results in such a short time. Moments later, Su Chan fell silent as he beheld the Zhong Xianqi, which was the size of a door plank, slung over Zhang Chulan's shoulder, who had also thoughtfully provided herself with a cloak. Wait a minute, did you really take my metaphor literally? I asked you to create a weapon with good conductivity, and you crafted this exact replica? Su Chan felt a sense of dread at the prospect of Zhang Chulan chanting some motivational slogan about youth and ambition. It was all rather absurd. Woo-hoo, that design is actually somewhat cool. Feng Baobao interjected, differing in opinion that I want Su Si to make me a better weapon too, preferably a flashy shovel. Su Chan was left speechless, wondering how the narrative had taken such an unexpected turn. However, he was not overly affected, and with a spirited expression, he addressed the exuberant Zhang Chulan. Well then, shall we give it a try? Indeed, as the Luo Tan de Jiao approached, Su Chan had not anticipated any other battles, so he had set his sights on the training of Zhang Chulan. Each afternoon, under the guise of guiding her training, he aimed to gain experience from her. Although their sparring sessions yielded minimal experience, every little bit counted. Over the course of several days, he had accumulated nearly 3,000 experience points upon hearing Su Chen's invitation to give a try. Zhang Chulan dramatically replied, "Taoist, you must be cautious. I feel incredibly powerful right now." As the surge of qi enveloped him, Zhang Chulan's cloak billowed dramatically in the wind, producing a sound akin to a battle cry. Arcs of electricity erupted from his body, while the heavy Xianshu ruler in his grasp became ensconced in blue and white lightning. In the next instant, Zhang Chulan swung his weapon towards Su Chan. Observing the spectacle, Su Chan couldn't help but internally scoff. At that moment, Zhang Chulan ought to be aptly named Zhang Yan, with a little more fire and an old master by his side. He could easily embark on the path of imperial supremacy. Who would not proclaim him as possessing the aura of a great emperor upon witnessing such a display? However, as Zhang Chulan unleashed his assault, Su Chan felt an undeniable increase in the intensity of Zhang Chulan's attacks, bolstered by his newfound equipment. Yet against Su Chan in his current state, it ultimately still fell short. With a slight elevation in his aura, Su Chan calmly extended a hand and seized the massive Xianshu ruler, which was nearly the size of a door. Observing this, Zhang Chulan immediately commanded the lightning to surge forth in an instant. Arcs of electricity enveloped Su Chan. Yet, when the lightning dissipated moments later, Su Chan remained standing, unruffled, his robe not even a fraction wrinkled. Zhang Chulan was not taken aback by this scene. After all, his training over the past few days had granted him a preliminary understanding of Su Chan's formidable prowess. Thus, in the face of his ineffective attack, he felt no dismay. Instead, he began to draw the arcs of electricity back into his body. As the meridians within him were stimulated, Zhang Chulan experienced a significant enhancement in his physical vitality. His speed and strength surged instantaneously, and his entire being seemed to trend toward a transformation into lightning. Taoist, pay close attention. The next move is one I created under your guidance, 90,000 thunderbolts. With Zhang Chulan's thunderous shout, Su Chan was momentarily stunned. He had initially thought that Zhang Chulan, having just acquired the weapon, would merely be able to apply it with innate talent. He never anticipated there were further surprises in store. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chulan vanished, leaving behind only flickering afterimages shimmering with electricity. His speed was nothing short of astonishing. Witnessing this, a smile crept on his Su Chen's lips. He had assumed that Zhang Chulan's rapid progress in the application of lightning techniques over the past few days would culminate in proficient control and the initiation of thunder mode during their sparring sessions. However, he had not expected this young man to conceal his true abilities. After acquiring the weapon, Zhang Chulan unleashed his technique, 90,000 thunderbolts. In a fleeting moment, Su Chen truly perceived a hint of protagonist-level talent within Zhang Chulan. It was evident that despite a decade-long hiatus, he still managed to catch up with the pinnacle of the younger generation's talent. At that moment, anticipation stirred within Su Chan regarding Zhang Chulan's forthcoming techniques. Nonetheless, he maintained an air of composure, calmly stating, "Come forth, let me witness the fruits of your recent endeavors." In the next instant, Zhang Chulan's figure appeared in all directions around Su Chan, launching attacks from every conceivable angle. The speed was so blinding that it left one utterly bewildered. "How is he so fast? He has conjured so many Zhang Chulans at once," exclaimed Feng Baobao, who was observing from the sidelines. Her admiration evident. Faced with Zhang Chulan's onslaught, Su Chan neither dodged nor withdrew. He stood firm, producing the 9-section divine staff from his sleeve, effortlessly blocking each attack. The sounds of metal clashing resounded in quick succession. Moments later, Zhang Chulan, who had hoped to compel Su Chan to reveal a fraction of his true prowess, realized that no matter how swift his assaults or how cunning the angles, he could not force Su Chan to budge an inch from his position. Thus, he ceased his offensive, experience gained from battling Zhang Chulan. 388, hearing the melodious notification from his system, Su Chan felt a surge of delight. The battle had granted him over 1,000 experience points. Typically, in order to avoid hindering Zhang Chulan's ongoing training, Su Chan would limit their sparring sessions, stopping after exhausting about a third of Zhang Chulan's chi. Yet, unexpectedly, under the same conditions today, the experience gained had significantly increased. It was evident that with the acquisition of a suitable weapon and the employment of a new technique, Zhang Chulan's strength had markedly improved in the system's assessment. Zhang Chulan stood still, taking a moment to steady the discomfort in his meridians and regulate his breathing before speaking. "That I can't continue. Taoist. I need to conserve some chi, or I want to be able to further explore the variations of lightning techniques." As he spoke, he clenched his fist. Though there remained a considerable gap between his current strength and Su Chen's, he could distinctly sense the rapid progress he had made during this period. With the upcoming Luo Tian Grand Ceremony, he felt a newfound confidence. Chapter 41. The Arrival of Two Heroes, the Legacy of the Xianmen. Just as Zhang Chulan was preparing to resume his training, a black sedan slowly made its way up the mountain, eventually stopping at the villa's entrance. With a click, the door swung open, revealing the impeccably dressed Su San and the casually disheveled Su Si, who waved to the group. As Su Si approached, he exaggeratedly remarked, "Brother Su, you have truly made a name for yourself in the realm of extraordinary beings." Zhang Chulan, standing nearby, was momentarily bewildered, given the videos and posts circulating in the Extraordinary Beings forum. Had Taoist not already gained fame? Su Si chuckled lightly. "Chulan, you are unaware that although our North China company supported things behind the scenes, some old-timers believe that no matter how formidable Brother Su was, he could only shine among the younger generation. They considered his Taiping Sect legacy to have long been lost to time, thinking he had merely stumbled upon a few remnants. However, now the entire extraordinary realm is abuzz with discussions about whether Brother Su has acquired an entire legacy of the Xianmen." "Wait, Su Si, you're only making me more confused," Zhang Chulan interjected. With the recent videos and posts circulating about Su Chan, he was puzzled as to what significant developments had transpired, especially since Taoists have been training with him daily. Seemingly sensing Zhang Chulan's confusion, Su Si elaborated, "Chulan, you have no idea how incredible Brother Su is that on the day you returned to school for a break, he single-handedly stormed the lair of the four madmen. He even called me, saying he let one of the four madmen escape, asking me to clean up the aftermath. Yet today, news emerged that three of the four madmen were nearly killed by Brother Su. It is said that had they not entertained the idea of capturing him alive, they would have never seen the light of day again." What? Zhang Chulan was taken aback by this revelation. He had not expected Taoists to display such ferocity in just a day apart. Recently, with his accelerated training, he had gained a clearer understanding of the extraordinary realm. Thus he was well aware of the formidable status of the four madmen. Even with his recent advancements, he did not believe he could contend with any of them. This realization deepened his understanding of the disparity in strength between himself and Su Chun. It also instilled in him a sense of security. Knowing he had such a powerful ally by his side as he delved into the mysteries ahead, by the way, Brother Su Si suddenly recalled something, addressing Su Chun. According to some inside information from the company, it seems that the four madmen have managed to recover somewhat from their injuries after a few days of treatment and have returned to their lair. They are now visiting some of the old-timers and experts within their ranks, seeking to find a few powerful allies before coming to trouble you. Yu Chen raised an eyebrow at Su Si's words, intrigued by this unexpected turn of events. His earlier decision to let Xia He and the others go was merely to apply pressure on the four madmen, hoping they would send more personnel to the Luo Tan Grand Ceremony, allowing him to accumulate more experience points. Yet, it seemed that in this unanticipated twist, the four madmen were now seeking assistance to confront him. A sense of anticipation welled up within Su Chun as he thought, "Let's hope they don't call upon the likes of Yuan Tao or Xia Luqing. It would be best if they could summon Ding Dongen. As one of the two heroes, he could undoubtedly provide me with a wealth of experience." With this thought in mind, Su Chun waved his hand at Su Si, saying, "Rest assured, Su Si, since they wish to come, let us see if they will be as fortunate this time as they were last." Meanwhile, within the ancestral home of the Wang family, one of the four great clans of the otherworld, in a dimly lit chamber, two figures sat ensconced in shadows. Before them, a member of the Wang family knelt, delivering the day's intelligence. The imposing figures seated high above were none other than Wang AI and LCI, the apex of the otherworld as hierarchy. Upon concluding the report, Wang AI waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the informant to withdraw. After a prolonged silence, Wang AI broke the stillness, his voice cutting through the air. With the imminent convening of the 10 Elders' Assembly, it was likely that Zhang Chulan was indeed the grandson of the late Zhang Huai. According to information disseminated by Qiwanqing, the Qi body source might very well reside within him. It seemed the old celestial master had called for the Luotian grand ritual, perhaps to safeguard that young man. Presently, the newly emerged Taiping Sect was being touted online as a Taoist school. Its veracity remained uncertain. My knowledge that Su Chun and Zhang Chulan were quite close, though the true nature of their relationship remains ambiguous. LCI, overhearing Wang AI's musings, could not suppress a derisive snort. After all, they were both seasoned old foxes. There was no need for such theatricality. Since you summoned me in secrecy before the 10 Elders meeting, it is evident you harbor intentions regarding the Qi body source. One of the 8 wonders, LC's demeanor was as unyielding as his moniker, Mad Dog, ruthlessly tearing away the veils surrounding Wang AI's words. If the old celestial master seeks to protect Zhang Chulan, we must find an opportunity to extract the Qi body source from him before he officially returns to the celestial master's estate. That way, even the old celestial master cannot turn against us merely for a disciple yet to step through the door. As for that Su Chun, whether he has received the Taoist inheritance is of little concern. A mere junior, without even a company to his name, devoid of any background, can be dealt with swiftly should he dare to obstruct our path. At the right moment, we could compel him to divulge his inheritance, thereby enriching the foundation of our 2 families. On the other side, in a resplendent study of the Tianxia society, Feng Zhenghao regarded Feng Shaiyun, who stood before the desk. Shaiyun, you accompanied the trip to Dongxiang town. Share your thoughts on Su Chun. Upon hearing her father's inquiry, Feng Xiaoyan closed her eyes momentarily, recalling the events of the journey. After a brief contemplation, she finally spoke. Father, upon our arrival at the Lin family estate, Su Chun instructed me to remain hidden in the woods of the back mountain, to guard against any escapees. He then summoned a thick fog to envelop the area. When the mist dissipated half an hour later, I arrived to find only Hu Jie and the body of Hu Lin remaining. Furthermore, as I observed, Su Chun appeared utterly unruffled, his robe without a single wrinkle. Coupled with the information from Xuanqing, I surmised that Su Chun deliberately allowed their escape. Moreover, from our first encounter, where he bested Zhang Lingyu, to our sparring with the Tianxia Society, I have yet to witness his true limits. His genuine strength is likely. Feng Jinghao interrupted her with a soft sigh, gesturing for her to withdraw. Although Feng Xiaoyan was perplexed by her father's sigh, she wisely chose not to press the matter and exited quietly. Just as she closed the door, she heard Feng Jinghao's command, Xiaoyan, inform the others. Summon the capable members of our Tianxia Society back. We shall soon be taking action. Days later, at Longhu Mountain, the 10 elders gathered. The venerable Lu Jin, aged yet still erect in stature, addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, today, I, Lu Jin, have convened this gathering of the 10 elders. Did we not finalize the details of the Luotian grand ritual last time? What further matters warrant our assembly? Wang Ai interjected, leaning on his cane, his tone laced with sarcasm. Though they were both among the 10 elders, Lu Jin regarded Wang Ai as a despicable old vulture, unpleasant in demeanor, despite their shared heritage as members of the 4 great clans of the otherworld. The methods of nurturing successors employed by the Wang family starkly contrasted with those of the Lu family, creating a chasm between them. Regrettably, Lu Jin had no tangible evidence against Wang Ai regarding the incident with his late friend Zhang Zibu, and thus chose to endure the discomfort. After returning last time, I reflected. You all provided numerous valuable suggestions for the old celestial master's Luodan grand ritual, and it weighs on my conscience that I, Lu Jin, have contributed nothing. Therefore, I have decided to bestow the Tontian talisman as a reward to the victor. As soon as these words left his lips, astonishment rippled through the assembly, many unaware of the significance of the Tontian talisman. However, under Lu Jin's explanation, they soon grasped that this technique was one of the 8 wonders renowned throughout the otherworld. Ah, Brother Lu, you truly seem to revel in chaos, Wang Ai remarked, tapping his cane to draw attention. The Qi body source had only recently emerged in the otherworld, and now another heir of the Taoist school has appeared. With Brother Lu's announcement of the Tontian talisman, it appears a storm is brewing. A Taoist heir? Absurd! Wang Ai's words had barely settled when Lu Jin retorted, as if he had heard a jest. Merely a young lad. Those online, ignorant, merely echo one another. How can you, Brother Wang, of such advanced years, join in the clamor? Surely you understand what constitutes the Taoist school. With that, Lu Jin waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, mocking Wang Ai's naivety. His figure receded. His parting words lingered in the ears of the assembly. Whether the Tontian talisman will incite a bloodbath is not within my purview, but rather hinges on whether certain individuals can restrain their avarice and prevent it from breaking free. The assembled crowd listened to Lu Jin's seemingly nonsensical remark, exchanging glances yet remaining silent. Alas, dear friends, let us savor the remnants of our past endeavors, sighed the venerable Zhang Zhiwei, the celestial master, as he observed the myriad expressions on the faces around him. After this exclamation, he turned and followed the direction in which Lu Jin had departed. Among those left behind, Feng Jinghao sat resolutely, having maintained his silence since his arrival, deliberately minimizing his presence. Meanwhile, he discreetly scrutinized Wang Ai, having been forewarned by Su Chun about the enmity between his family and the Wang clan. Thus, during this gathering, he noticed the fleeting glimmer of greed in Wang Ai's eyes when Lu Jin mentioned the Tongtian Lu. Further solidifying his conviction regarding the historical grievances Su Chun had elucidated. Clenching his fists, his murderous intent toward Wang Ai intensified. Old fool, return and cleanse your neck thoroughly. Prepare to await the grand ceremony of the Luo Tian de Jiao. Time passed swiftly, and before long, The day of the Luo Tian de Jiao had arrived in Jiangxi, atop Longhu Mountain. Chen and Zhang Chulan, along with their companions, traversed the ascending path as Chen reflected on the bustling scenes he had witnessed in the commercial district below. He couldn't help but marvel at the vibrancy. The lively atmosphere inspired him to envision what it would be like if one day the Taiping Sect could flourish to such an extent. What a sight it would be! A celestial appearance indeed. That young lady possesses the fortune of great wealth and longevity. At that moment, an intriguing sight caught Chen's attention. Gazing ahead, he beheld an elderly man draped in a cassock, setting up a stall in the Taoist grounds, attempting to entice Feng Baobao with his sales pitch. Heavenly treasures, dappled red glazed beads. Not for 98,000, nor for 9,008, only 998. And you can take them home. After the old monk's exaggerated proclamation, he eagerly awaited Feng Baobao's response. Chen and Zhang Chulan quickly discerned that this old man had likely been peddling his wares for quite some time. Finally encountering a naive girl like Feng Baobao, which had led to his excitement in promoting his goods. Just as everyone assumed Feng Baobao was on the verge of being swindled, Su San took a few steps forward, prepared to intervene. However, in the next moment, Feng Baobao dramatically opened her work uniform, revealing a dazzling golden necklace that nearly blinded the old monk. Pointing at her glimmering adornment, she said to the old monk, "Look, see this? It's free. Why don't you give me a string as well?" Upon hearing this, Chen couldn't help but chuckled. He hadn't anticipated that after performing a magic trick for Feng Baobao, she would develop a taste for free offerings. This young benefactor seems to be more astute than she appears. Just then, a voice from behind the group caught their attention. Turning around, they saw a Taoist clad in simple robes, sporting severe dark circles under his eyes, exuding an air of melancholy, approaching with a backpack slung over his shoulder. With a mere glance, Chen recognized the newcomer, Wang Yi, the impoverished Taoist from Wudong. After a brief self-introduction to the group, Wang Yi turned to Chen and remarked, "I presume you're the recently renowned heir of the Taiping Sect." Chen, as the videos circulating online suggest, "You are indeed quite striking that I did not expect the Luo Tian de Jiao to attract you as well. Do you perhaps harbor aspirations for the title of Celestial Master?" "Haha, so, it is you, Taoist Wang. A pleasure to meet you," Chen replied, surprised to encounter Wang Yi even before reaching the gathering of extraordinary individuals at the back mountain. Remembering the mysterious techniques of Feng Ho Chimen associated with Wang Yi, Chen felt a sense of curiosity. After all, it was a legitimate method of divination. Was it possible that this young man was deliberately waiting here for an encounter with them? He wondered if Wang Yi had used his divination skills to glean insights into his own circumstances. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen patted Zhang Chulan on the shoulder and, with a cheerful demeanor, responded to Wang Yi. "As fellow heirs of the Tao, I assure you I have no ambitions regarding the title of Celestial Master. Rather, it is my good brother here who wishes to explore some ancient mysteries, and he believes that inheriting the title will provide him with vital clues. Thus, I have come to lend my support. By the way, you may not know, but this esteemed companion of mine is none other than Zhang Chulan, the current heir of the Qi body source lineage, who is making quite a name for himself in the world of extraordinary beings." Upon hearing Zhang Chulan's name, Wang Yi raised an eyebrow. Clearly taken aback, the reason he had ventured out from Longhu Mountain to attend the Luo Tian de Jiao was due to an intuitive feeling he had experienced. After performing calculations, he discovered that Zhang Chulan, the heir of one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, Qi body source, was destined to become the focal point of the world. With a mindset of exploration, he sought to see if he could intervene. Little did he expect to encounter the very individual he had been seeking. "So, you're the famed Zhang Chulan." As they conversed and walked, they swiftly arrived at the main gate of Longhu Mountain. There, Chen finally laid eyes upon the legendary contemporary Celestial Master, Zhang Zhiwei. The venerable master was currently engaged in an interview with the television crew, standing alongside Zhang Lingyu, as the cameras flashed incessantly. The old master raised his hands, forming a gesture of greeting that was a classic moment that would never fade with time. Wudong Wang Yi pays respects to the Celestial Master. Taiping Sect's Chen pays respects to the Celestial Master. Once the interview concluded and the crowd dispersed, Su Chun and Wang Yi approached Zhang Jiwei to extend their greetings that, "Oh, the lad who bested Zhang Lingyu, our first meeting today, is indeed quite dashing. And Wang Yi, how is your master's health these days?" Upon seeing the newcomers, the celestial master displayed no airs, directly engaging them in conversation. In contrast, Zhang Lingyu, upon spotting Su Chun, snorted coldly and turned his head away. He harbored no genuine animosity toward the individual who had bested him. After all, it was he who had acted out of malice first, and the Taoist had shown restraint, leaving him unscathed. However, Zhang Lingyu was dismayed to discover that the video of his defeat had circulated online, tarnishing the reputation of the Celestial Master's residence in the eyes of his peers. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan felt a wave of nervousness wash over him upon encountering the amiable Celestial Master. Ever since his grandfather's passing, he had grown up in an orphanage. Now, facing the Celestial Master, who held significant ties to his grandfather, he found himself hesitant to approach. Observing Zhang Chulan's timid demeanor, Su Chun couldn't help but find it amusing. "What is this? Has Zhang Chulan suddenly developed a case of shyness?" He then straightforwardly introduced Zhang Chulan to Zhang Zhiwei, saying, "Celestial Master, look who I've brought along." While speaking, he gestured toward Zhang Chulan. The moment Zhang Zhiwei laid eyes on Zhang Chulan, his expression shifted slightly, likely sensing the aura of the Thunder Law and the golden light spell emanating from him. Is it Chulan?" Seemingly aware of Zhang Chulan's apprehension, the Celestial Master continued, "You may call me Master. Since your grandfather has imparted the golden light spell and the Thunder Law to you, you are indeed half a member of our Longhu Mountain. Thus, you are justified in addressing me as such." "Master," Zhang Chulan responded hesitantly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he nervously fiddled with his hair. "Lingyu, please go and greet the other guests that I have matters to discuss with Chulan." Zhang Zhiwei waved his hand, sending Zhang Lingyu to attend to the other extraordinary individuals participating in the Luo Tian grand ceremony. He then led Zhang Chulan towards the Heavenly Master's residence. Meanwhile, Su Chen displayed little interest in waiting. Zhang Chulan inquired about the outcome of the secret, as one of the significant figures he anticipated, Wang Yi, was right beside him. Given Wang Yi's status in Wudong, he could serve as a bridge, facilitating Wudong's recognition of the Taiping Sect status within the mysterious realm. Chapter 44. Merely a matter of wind and frost at present, Su Chun had officially allied with the Tianshi Society. The matters concerning the Taoist temple had been settled, leaving only the acknowledgement of the Taiping Sect status by several reputable sects in the extraordinary realm. In Su Chen's vision, with Zhang Chulan's connection to the old Heavenly Master, and this initiative also serving to divert attention from him as the heir of the Qi body lineage, it was likely that the Heavenly Master would be more than willing to oblige. On the other hand, relations with Lu Linglong had been flourishing recently. Although she still concealed her true identity, she had grown quite close to Su Chen. During their conversations, he had subtly mentioned his desire to officially establish a sect. Hence, it was merely a matter of persuading Wang Yi to smoothly advance their plans. With this in mind, Su Chun waved his hand at Su San and Su Si, saying, "Third brother, fourth brother, please wait here for a moment. We shall meet again at the back mountain." He then turned to Wang Yi and proposed, "Friend Wang, may we step aside for a moment to converse?" Upon hearing Su Chen's sudden invitation, Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had been on his way to Longhu Mountain and had gathered some intelligence from the forums. Naturally, the current hot topic in the extraordinary realm, Su Chun, had caught his attention during his research. The defeat of the pinnacle of the younger generation, Zhang Lingyu, and the injury of three prominent figures hinted at potential mysterious lineage, piqued Wang Yi's curiosity about Su Chun. However, as he prepared to delve deeper, an instinctual warning resonated within him, advising against overstepping his bounds in divination lest he face dire consequences. Thus, in attending the Luo Tian grand ceremony, Wang Yi harbored dual intentions: to obstruct Zhang Chulan's pursuit of the truth while secretly approaching Su Chun to gauge his capabilities. Yet he had not anticipated that, before he could initiate any subtle inquiries, Su Chun would directly invite him for a private discussion. With his thoughts in a whirl, Wang Yi decided not to hesitate further. After a slight smile directed at Su Chun, he pointed towards a grove behind the mountain. a friend's invitation is hard to refuse. I happen to know a spot of breathtaking beauty. Shall we, before long? The two arrived at a secluded area, far removed from the mountain trails, where the clamor of tourists faded away. The undulating mountains in the distance, lush with greenery, provided a refreshing vista that instantly lifted the spirits. However, before Wang Yi could boast about this serene spot he had discovered during a previous visit to Longhu Mountain, Su Chen's voice reached him from behind. "Friend Wang, may I inquire how my fate weighs in your divinations of the Feng Ho Chiman?" His calm tone sent ripples of surprise through Wang Yi's heart. He quickly turned around, only to find Su Chen starting to dance awkwardly in place. "What is this? Are you serious, my friend?" Wang Yi thought of numerous possibilities in an instant, even bracing himself for an attack from Su Chen. However, he and T expected Su Chen to engage in such a bizarre display that, in a moment of confusion, Wang Yi felt his emotions becoming somewhat disjointed. Yet as the rising mist enveloped the grove, his gaze sharpened with a newfound intensity. "What is your intention, Taoist Su? Do you plan to resort to violence against me here at Longhu Mountain?" But Su Chen paid no heed to Wang Yi's question. He continued to dance until the thick fog completely shrouded the grove, then stopped and snapped his fingers. "Do not misunderstand, Wang Taoist. The Feng Ho Chiman is indeed wondrous. I fear that some old predecessors may eavesdrop on our conversation. You think I relish this awkward dance?" Wang Yi's pupils constricted at the mention of Feng Ho Chiman, old predecessors, and eavesdropping, his mind racing with possibilities. Before he could sort through his thoughts, Su Chen continued, "Wang Taoist, our Taiping Sect possesses methods of calculation that span the heavens and the earth that I have glimpsed both the past and the future through my divinations. Thus I am aware that you have obtained the inheritance of Feng Ho Chiman, and your purpose in coming to Longhu Mountain my goal aligns with yours, for the benefit of all living beings, albeit through differing methods. You choose to hinder Zhang Chulan's quest for the truth, giving him a chance to retreat, while I opt to assist him in uncovering the truth, albeit from the eye of the storm. Wang Yi, you must understand that it is better to guide than to block. Even if you prevent Zhang Chulan's exploration, others will inevitably touch upon this secret. Why not excavate it thoroughly to prevent future chaos in the extraordinary realm?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Yi's mind raced, that he understood that even with the Feng Ho Chiman's inheritance, he could only glimpse a fragment of the future. The fact that Su Chen claimed to see the past was, for a practitioner, far more astonishing than the Feng Ho Chiman at that moment. He perceived Su Chen as increasingly unfathomable, suspecting that his strength far exceeded his OWAS for his insights into Zhang Chulan's future. Wang Yi did not possess the clarity that Su Chen did. He merely saw that if Zhang Chulan continued on his path, the world would inevitably spiral into chaos. Wang Yi couldn't help but voice his uncertainty. "Taoist Su, do you mean to say that even if I stop Zhang Chulan, others will continue and the dire outcome will remain unchanged?" "Naturally. Otherwise, why do you think the arts of Feng Ho Chiman have been passed down through generations?" Zhang Huai is aware that the Qi body lineage is a source of calamity. Why would he pass it on to his grandson? There are many unseen hands at play here, yet regrettably, you can only see Zhang Chulan, who has just stepped into the public eye. After a prolonged silence, Wang Yi raised two fingers, point two questions. First, why has no one previously pursued this secret, and what is Taoist Su's purpose in seeking me today? Second, regardless of who is driving this behind the scenes, I will attempt to stop Zhang Chulan, giving him a chance to retreat, that I wish to know what you intend to do in Zhang Chulan's stead should I fail. Upon hearing Wang Yi's inquiries, Su Chen smiled inwardly, realizing that this big fish had finally taken the bait. The IT is quite simple, as long as you grasp one essential truth. The Heavenly Master's authority at the Heavenly Master's residence bears striking similarities to the secrets contained within the 8 extraordinary techniques. Therefore, should you fail to dissuade Zhang Chulan, I need you to help establish contact with the Wudong sect to acknowledge the Taiping Sect's status in the mysterious realm. At that point, I shall bear the entirety of the mysterious lineage's inheritance, undoubtedly attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. With a long sigh, Wang Yi replied, "If such a course is truly pursued, Taoist, I fear you will find no peace in the days to come." With a light chuckle, Su Chen approached the edge of the cliff, waving his hand to disperse the enveloping fog. After gazing at the distant mountains and waters for a long while, he finally spoke. It is but a matter of wind and frost. Chapter 45. What does it matter if the world envies and slanders me? The scene shifted, and Su Chun and Wang Yi found themselves at the precipice of the back mountain. At this moment, Zhang Chulan, who had initially planned to conceal his abilities, resolved to cross the chasm like an ordinary person using a rope. However, upon seeing Su Chen's unexpected arrival, his eyes lit up. Taoist, this cliff is too deep. I suffer from acrophobia. Would you consider carrying me across? Su Chen's expression darkened at this remark. What the hell? I just danced awkwardly for Wang Yi, and that was bad enough, with no outsiders to witness it. Now, this rascal Zhang Chulan wants me to embarrass myself further. If I were to spread my arms and shout incantations while flying across the chasm, everyone would see how utterly ridiculous I appear. Dream on, kid. Just climb your rope. Just as Su Chan was about to decline, he suddenly met the intelligent gaze of Feng Baobao beside him. In that instant, a peculiar connection seemed to spark between them. Approaching Zhang Chulan, Su Chan patted him on the shoulder. Since you've requested so earnestly, I shall indeed let you fly across. As he spoke, he seized his arm. Zhang Chulan, caught off guard, felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. No, Taoist, you should be able to fly without needing to grab hold. Before Zhang Chulan could finish his sentence, he saw Feng Baobao suddenly leap to the opposite bank, arms wide open as she declared. Come on, I'm ready. In the next moment, Zhang Chulan felt an immense force propel him forward. A panicked Zhang Chulan feared he would soon become a mere splatter on the ground. Fortunately, Feng Baobao leaped up and caught him, executing a flawless pass. Wang Yi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smirk. If that catch had failed, Zhang Chulan would have surely met his demise. The bond between you two brothers is quite remarkable, isn't it? Just then, a voice interrupted from behind, breaking Su Chen's thoughts as he prepared to leap to the opposite bank. Ditto. Is that you, Su Chen? Turning to look, Su Chan saw a red-haired young man, suspended in midair. Recognizing the face that bore a resemblance to Jia Zhengyu, Su Chan deduced that this must be the Western Sword Immortal. Jia Zheng, it seemed he had come seeking revenge for his brother's demise at Su Chen's hands. Upon noticing Su Chan turn around, Jia Zhongliang spoke with a thick Shanbei accent. That useless brother of mine, though he did indeed attack a young girl, which is quite despicable when the world returned his ashes. They didn't even amount to 5 pounds, leaving my mother in utter despair. Pausing, Jia Zhongliang squinted slightly. I look forward to encountering you at the tournament. That time, I will avenge that fool before everyone. With that, Jia Zhongliang showed no intention of further conversation, swiftly taking flight until he vanished from sight. Wang Yi, having observed this exchange, patted Su Chun on the shoulder. Taoist Su, you really have quite a few enemies. Don to you. Su Chun waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, what does it matter if the world slanders, wrongs, insults, or envies me? Let them come. I shall endure. Seeing Su Chen's demeanor, which exuded an air of a transcendent sage, Wang Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Damn, this Taoist is quite the imposing presence. After bidding farewell to this brief interlude, the group arrived at the opposite bank, where the Feng siblings, sent by Feng Zhenghao to await Su Chun, greeted them. Mr. Su, my father has made all the necessary arrangements. He asked me to inform you and take you to the assembly point for the participants. Feng Xiaoyan spoke in a composed manner, while her brother Feng Xingtong, brimming with enthusiasm, greeted everyone. Hello, Su Dage and all esteemed guests. We meet again before long. The loquacious Zhang Chulan and Feng Xingtong were engrossed in conversation. As they walked, Feng Xingtong introduced many renowned competitors. That one is the smiling tiger, Xiao Xiao, and over there is the money-obsessed by Shi Shui. As Feng Xingtong spoke, Su Chen's mind began to race. Now that he had initially united forces with Wang Yi, perhaps he could leverage his methods to create some advantageous schemes during the competition. Based on his understanding of the plot, it seemed there were numerous formidable opponents at this tournament. The Fire God, Hong Bin, and even the revered Lu Kuanxing, whom he regarded as a senior, were among them. They were all ripe for the picking. It would be prudent to harvest some experience before launching an all-out assault on the Wang family. Zhuge Qin could be left for Wang Yi to deal with. Otherwise, Feng Ho Chi Minh might not make its appearance, allowing Wang Yi to live in leisurely comfort, Su Chen murmured to himself. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chen pulled Wang Yi, who was walking ahead, closer and began conspiring in hushed tones. Wang Yi's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately settling into one of disbelief as he gazed at Su Chen. Big brother, you want me to pull off small tricks right under the nose of the celestial master? Are you out of your mind? Seeing Wang Yi's exaggerated reaction, Su Chen patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's just a minor issue. Even if we're discovered, no one will pursue it. Just then, an excited voice rang out from behind. Wow, is that Su Dage? I finally get to meet you in person today. Everyone turned to see who had such a loud voice that the short, stout figure approached. Clutching a large chicken, Su Dage. I'm the hidden dragon among the handsome and beautiful. Ah. As the hidden dragon spoke, he suddenly seemed to realize something and turned to Zhang Chulan. You're the heir of the Qi body source, Zhang Chulan, right? I can't believe I'm meeting the real deal today. Under Zhang Chulan's persistent insistence, he had successfully joined the group chat created by Su Chen in the days that followed. He had quickly forged relationships with the group members and had even made plans to meet up for meals. Thus, Zhang Chulan instantly recognized the chubby figure before him. However, before he could greet him, Hidden Dragon's loud voice had already exposed his identity. Instantly, the surrounding crowd turned to look, eager to witness this so-called heir of the 8 extraordinary techniques. That guy is Zhang Chulan. He is indeed the heir of the Qi body source. Hearing the murmurs around him, Zhang Chulan recalled his grandfather's admonitions about hiding his talents, which had become an instinctive response. Even with Su Chen as a reliable ally, facing such a public revelation made him feel as though his very underwear color was being scrutinized. He quickly took 2 steps back, hiding behind Su Chen, clutching the hem of Su Chen's clothing, and whispered, Taoist, help me. Seeing Zhang Chulan's flustered demeanor, Su Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. However, since he had already concealed himself behind him, Su Chen patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. This fellow here is just a bit shy. It would be best if you refrain from further discussion. As he spoke, Su Chen's aura subtly intensified, and his gaze swept across the crowd, causing everyone to avert their eyes. It was no joke. Upon seeing his yellow Taoist robe, many had already guessed Su Chen's identity. However, due to his formidable strength, they dared not discuss it openly, for none wished to test their own resilience against the formidable forces at play. Chapter 46. Lu Jin. Where did this yellow-haired one come from? Just then, a girl with pink hair and a small bear t-shirt, her hair styled in a quirky manner, approached. She seemed to possess significant popularity in the realm of the extraordinary. Without any unnecessary movements, she stirred a commotion among the crowd. Su Chen, noticing this, turned to see the newcomer and couldn't help but smile with amusement. He hadn't expected the online meetup to arrive so soon. Hello. Are you Taoist Su Chen? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lu Linglong. The girl confidently approached Su Chen, extending her hand as she spoke energetically. Nice to meet you. Su Chen chuckled lightly as he shook her hand, replying, Hello, Ice and Snow Goddess. I am Wu Yinzu. Lu Linglong gasped, her eyes widening as her expression shifted to one of disbelief. Her cheeks flushed, reminiscent of the childhood blush of Lu Jin, and she even seemed to emit faint wisps of steam from her head. She truly hadn't anticipated that despite using a pseudonym to chat with Su Chen, her identity would be revealed. Oh no, reflecting on the bold words she had shared while under her alias. Lu Linglong now wished she could find a hole to hide in. Her fingers instinctively twisted the hem of her shirt, her demeanor growing increasingly awkward, and an unusual flush crept across her face. Observing this, Su Chen found her reaction even more delightful. Lu Linglong appeared even cuter than in the anime. Miss Lu, why have you fallen silent? Are you naturally reticent? At this moment, Lu Linglong, desperate to change the subject, was so flustered that she couldn't clearly hear Su Chen's words. She began to babble incoherently to, Taoist, what are you saying? Ice and Snow Goddess, I don't understand. You're here to tour Longhu Mountain, right? Beside her, Ji Jinhua, who had accompanied Lu Linglong, face-bombed at the scene. Linglong, you didn't say anything strange while using your pseudonym to chat with the Taoist, did you? Why are you suddenly so nervous? Observing Lu Linglong's increasingly flushed face and her lack of response, Zhi Jinhua became even more convinced of her suspicions. Come on, what kind of good person uses a pseudonym and then eagerly shares their daily life on social media? She could only gently pat Lu Linglong's shoulder and said to Su Chun, I apologize, she tends to become quite flustered and ends up babbling nonsense. Daoist Su, I hope you won't take offense. Soon, under the high emotional intelligence of Zhi Jinhua's intervention, Lu Linglong swiftly regained her composure. Shedding her awkwardness, the group then began to chat and laugh together. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, under the guidance of the old celestial master, ascended the high platform as a venerable elder of the otherworldly realm who had generously contributed the Tongtian Lu as a prize. He naturally needed to present himself before the competitors. Just as Lu Jin felt a sense of comfort observing the vibrant younger generation, he suddenly recalled his great-granddaughter, who also chose to participate in the competition. Claiming she wanted to understand her rivals better, Lu Jin's gaze swept over the crowd below, starting to search among the contestants. Suddenly, a figure with steam rising from her pink hair caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed his great-granddaughter, Lu Linglong. Why was her face so flushed? Wait, the little ghost standing in front of her. Why did that yellow robe look so familiar? Wasn't this the new Xianmen heir Su Chun, who had recently been the talk of the town online? During the elders' meeting, although Lu Jin had claimed that Su Chun was merely a brash young man seeking attention, he understood that if the Taiping Sect truly emerged, it could represent a genuine inheritance of Xianmen. After all, the great sage Zhang Jiao was renowned for his millennium-level cultivation. Yet he found it hard to accept the emergence of a new genuine Xianmen, and he had somewhat misdirected his ire towards that young man. Thus, after the meeting, Lu Jin secretly went online to investigate Su Chen's situation. After watching the videos and achievements circulating online, he couldn't help but admire how this young man bore a striking resemblance to the young celestial master. Among the younger generation, he was likely unmatched. However, upon witnessing his great-granddaughter standing shyly before Su Chun, the anger that had dissipated within Lu Jin flared up once more. He felt as though a child he had meticulously nurtured was about to be swept away by that yellow-haired boy riding a ghostly fire, one that he had long desired yet could never attain. Damn, it's that kid again, Lu Jin muttered under his breath. Those standing beside him, hearing the commotion, cast curious glances his way, puzzled that the supposedly flawless Lu Jin would utter such words. Yet, they refrained from inquiring further, attributing it to the quirks of a centenarian, a natural occurrence for someone of his age. Ahem, the old celestial master cleared his throat, a smile touching his lips as he spoke. The youth certainly exudes vitality. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Instantly, all the contestants' attention was drawn to the high platform. They noticed the esteemed elders, led by the old celestial master, had long been standing there. When Su Chun turned to see the commotion, his gaze fell upon the aged Tian Lao sitting in a wheelchair. His eyes flickered momentarily. In every respect, Su Chun held a deep admiration for the elder Tian Jinzong as a brother, even under the harshest interrogation from enemies. Tian Jinzong never revealed Zhang Huai's whereabouts, keeping his secret for many years as a disciple. Despite having his meridians destroyed and limbs rendered useless, he had long contemplated ending his suffering. Yet he endured pain for his master's sake until the arrival of Gongqing finally brought an end to his torment. Su Chun wished to alter Tian Jinzong's fate. Though he could not currently resolve the secrets in the frail body, he believed that once Lu Yang awakened his red hand and he could bring him over, these issues would be easily addressed. This also presented an opportunity to foster goodwill with the Celestial Master's estate. As the old Celestial Master surveyed the eager contestants below, he wasted no breath and directly announced, "Without further ado, everyone present is brimming with youthful vigor. Let us commence the drawing of lots for the competition." With these words, a Taoist from the Celestial Master's estate placed a red box before the crowd. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. That it was indeed the same method he remembered, one that made cheating quite simple. He no longer hesitated and directly nudged Wang Yi to the front of the line to draw lots, giving him an encouraging look that said, "You can do it." Chapter 47, A City of Wind and Fire. easily extinguished at this moment. Wang Yi, feeling a mix of anxiety, met Su Chen's gaze and discreetly glanced at the many elders on the high platform. After a moment of steeling himself, he plunged his hand into the box, mustering the courage to activate his Qimeng technique, secretly marking a few numbers. Meanwhile, the old celestial master on the high platform seemed to sense something. Raising an eyebrow and glancing at the two, though he said nothing further. After the drawing of lots concluded, Zhang Chulan hurried over to Su Chen's side. Taoist, I drew the white tiger, coming in the third wave. How about you? Let us hope we don't end up facing each other. As Su Chen raised the number in his hand, which prominently displayed the Jia green dragon. Brother, you're the first to go on stage. Zhang Chulan exclaimed, It seems I won't have the chance to watch you perform. Nearby, Feng Xingtong, who had hurried over, expressed his slight disappointment upon seeing Su Chen's number. Why did I draw the Jia black tortoise? Looks like I'll have to rely on my old man and sister to watch my brother's prowess. Moments later, everyone followed Su Chen to the competition venue. Zhang Chulan and the others made their way to the spectator stands through a small entrance. Upon entering the venue, they were instantly taken aback by the throngs of people surrounding them. Wow, there's so many people, Feng Baobao exclaimed, gazing at the bustling crowd. Taoist is popular. Zhang Chulan grinned and scratched his head, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After all, the more dazzling Taoist was, the more transparent he felt in his presence. Who would have thought even the esteemed elders came to watch? Su Si, who had also entered with the group, took a deep drag from the cigarette between his lips and scanned the audience, spotting the old celestial master, Lu Jin, Feng Zhenghao, as well as Wang Ai and LCI among others. He murmured, It seems that the inheritance on Su Xiaoga has drawn some attention. Soon, as the contestants entered one by one, cheers erupted throughout the arena, indicating that the competitors were quite popular. When Zhang Chulan finally recognized the other three contestants on stage, his eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, Zhuge Bai from the Wuhou sect, Xiao Huashan Hongbin, and the smiling tiger, Xiao Xiao. Damn it, the celestial master's estate is being so unfair. Why are all Taoists' opponents elite? In the arena, Su Chen looked at his three opponents with a slight smile. Indeed, there was some underhandedness, but it was orchestrated by himself. Among the three, Zhuge Bai appeared somewhat intimidated by the audience. His small fists clenched, his tiny body trembling. Xiao Xiao remained silent, standing still, while only the little fire god spoke up boldly. You are the renowned Su Chen of the Taiping Sect, right? It's a thrill to meet you. I can hardly contain my fighting spirit. As he spoke, he glanced at his companions. Hey, you two, don't interfere. I want to challenge him one-on-one before the little fire god could finish. Su Chen's hearty laughter interrupted him. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not that I underestimate you. With your level, even if you teamed up with three more, what difference would it make? Su Chen's handsome face wore a sunny smile, yet his words were audacious, igniting a spark of anger within the hearts of the three present. In the next moment, Su Chen spread his arms wide, declaring, The ghostly path is unfathomable, with endless transformations. All matters of the Tao are under my control. Behold, the power that will change the world. As Su Chen's voice rang out, a fierce wind surged through the arena. The garments of the spectators on the viewing platform fluttered in the breeze. Among the three present, a profound sense of oppressive weight bore down upon them. In their eyes, Su Chen's figure seemed to grow taller by several degrees. Zhuge Bai, in this moment, sensed a faint similarity between this force and the esoteric techniques passed down in his family. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Clearly, Qing had stated that he was already among the elite of the younger generation. How could it be that in his first battle after leaving home, he encountered an opponent he could not contend with? Gulps echoed as Xiao Huashan's Adam's apple shifted, clearly feeling the tension brought on by Su Chen's aura. Yet he was no fool, and would not foolishly engage Su Chen in a one-on-one confrontation after their earlier bravado. After exchanging glances with the two beside him, the trio instantaneously grasped each other's intentions. In the next moment, their qi began to circulate vigorously. Flames erupted from Xiao Huashan, engulfing him in a furious blaze. Sun character, Hasa Ji. Ha! In an instant, the three coordinated their attacks with seamless precision. The wind fanned the flames, and the fire grew with the wind, Within moments, the golden fire unleashed by Xiao Huishan surged under Zhuge Bai's gust, instantly covering a significant portion of the arena. Even the spectators on the platform felt the waves of heat washing over them, their hair seemingly curling from the intensity. Amidst this roaring inferno, there was even the intangible pressure emitted by Xiao Xiao, concealed within. Anyone facing such a scene would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. However, Su Chen remained unfazed by the trio's onslaught. He gradually ascended into the air, supported by the howling winds, ultimately standing atop the heavens, looking down upon the three as the assault bore down upon him. He merely uttered a few words with calm detachment. Howling wind, sever the void. Boom! In the next instant, the trio's offensive seemed to collide with an invisible wall. The raging flames and the howling winds were frozen in place, unable to advance even a fraction, left to roar impotently before exploding into a dazzling display. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Wow, that was incredibly impressive, Feng Baobao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like stars as she marveled at Su Chen's prowess. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan, witnessing the coordinated assault, secretly felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Although he knew that Taoist master was exceptionally strong, during their previous encounters, it had primarily been a test of physical strength. With Su Chen feeding him attacks, he had never witnessed the Taoist master utilize any other techniques against an opponent aside from the thunder method. He had expected Su Chen to rely on thunderous strikes or to withstand the blows with sheer physicality. The elegant severing of the void caught Zhang Chulan completely off guard, leaving him in awe. Wow, Taoist master, this is utterly absurd. On the viewing platform, the other 10 masters seated in various positions also exhibited glimmers of intrigue in their eyes. The old celestial master turned to the side, addressing Lu Jin with a teasing smile. Old Lu, what do you make of this so-called disciple of the Xianmen? Humph, merely a brash youngling, he retorted, arms crossed. I could see this moment. However, Lu Jin's heart held a substantial recognition of Su Chen's strength. After all, the level he exhibited far surpassed that of his youth. Yet upon hearing the old celestial master's words, he couldn't help but retort, the so-called disciple of the Xianmen cannot simply rely on their strength to gain recognition. I absolutely refuse to acknowledge it. The old celestial master chuckled softly, understanding that the incident involving the false Xianmen had left a deep-seated grudge within Lu Jin. Thus, he chose to disregard Lu Jin's stubbornness and murmured under his breath, audible only to himself, the Taiping Sect, one of the well-known orthodox branches of Taoism, that I wonder if it bears any fate in this present age. Ding. Experience gained from battling the fire virtue sect Hongbin. 288. Ding. Experience gained from battling the smiling tiger Xiao Xiao. 266. Ding. Experience gained from battling the Wuhou sect Zhuge Bai. 233. Suspended in midair, Su Chen, upon hearing the system's notifications, glanced at his system panel. Name, Su Chen Template. Zhang Jiao, Fusion Degree. 65888300000. Technique, Show E-Art. Tian Lei, Sa Do Chung Bing Artifact. 9-section Divine Staff Ghost Path. Dewu, Quang Feng observing the lengthy experience bar. Su Chen sighed inwardly, as the difficulty of leveling up increased. So did the amount of experience required. It seemed that after today's battle, it would be challenging to elevate his fusion degree. However, Su Chen harbored no significant regrets. After all, the journey of the Luotian Grand Ritual was still long. Moreover, under his influence, not only had the scale of the offensive against the mountain expanded, but there were also upcoming battles against the Tianxia Society and the Wang family awaiting him. In these tough contests, opportunities to gain experience abounded. With this in mind, Su Chen hesitated no longer. He directed the howling winds towards the trio before him. The resplendent flames, intangible pressure, and various esoteric techniques became mere playthings, barely grazing the hem of Su Chen's garments. In a matter of moments, Zhuge Bai and his companions collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Witnessing this, Su Chen dissipated the winds and gradually descended from the sky. Wow! Xiao Huishan gasped, noticing that Su Chen's attire bore not a single wrinkle. That as you Taoist, you truly are terrifyingly strong. That my energy is entirely depleted. I cannot muster a single ounce more. It seems I must train even harder upon my return. Otherwise, encountering a worthy opponent will leave me feeling unfulfilled. As Su Chen descended, he smiled slightly at Hong Bin's remark. He clasped his hands together toward the three. What I previously said was merely to encourage you all to give your best effort. I hope you can forgive me and not let it sour our camaraderie. That moment. Seeing that the other three no longer possessed the strength to retaliate, the judge from the Celestial Master's estate declared the outcome of the match. The victor is Taiping Sect, Su Chun. The audience finally returned to their senses from the dazzling display of combat. This is incredible. As fellow extraordinary beings, how can he be so overwhelmingly powerful? Hold on. My powers also utilize the wind, but why does it feel like the difference between a fire stick and an artillery cannon? He's definitely cheating. He must have some hidden advantages. Meanwhile, Wang Ai and Lu Ci, seated in the viewing area, were also struck by their own scheming thoughts after witnessing the battle. They had come to observe the rumored Su Chan's prowess, but were taken aback by his performance, which far exceeded their expectations. Wang Ai leaned on his cane, eyes fixed on the center of the arena. After a moment of silence, he turned to Lu Ci. This young man has already begun to show considerable promise. If we were to act rashly, it could create quite the stir here at Longhu Mountain. Ha! Lucy's sinister laughter echoed. I never expected his lineage to be this formidable throughout history. The strong have always been those who are capable. We could first approach this young man and gauge his intentions. If he is wise, I wouldn't mind having him marry into my Lu family. In return, the inheritance can also be shared with your Wang family. However, if he declines, after a moment of contemplation, Lu Ci continued in a low voice, that would be a pity for such innate talent to go to waste. He shall simply become the nourishing essence for my Lu family to flourish outside the competition arena. As Su Chan emerged to join the others, he noted that this battle had yielded nearly 10,000 experience points. A sense of joy welled up within him. This was the reward for his hard-fought battle, but if he could engage in several more such contests, his strength would undoubtedly surge to new heights. That moment. Zhang Chulan approached with an ingratiating demeanor, rubbing his hands together like a scheming fly. Taoist master, you were simply magnificent. You took to the skies right from the start. The wind and fire were mere toys for you. My admiration for you is boundless. All right, enough with the flattery. Su Chan interjected, sensing Zhang Chulan's ulterior motives. He had no time for insincere praise. If you have something to say, just say it without all this preamble. Taoist master, I just wanted to let you know that I'm ready to jump into the next match. As Zhang Chulan's words echoed, Su Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He recalled the iconic scene from the storyline where Zhang Chulan had turned the heavens upside down, and he instinctively understood the implication behind Zhang Chulan's words. All right. You want some special effects, do you? No problem at all. Ln. You can rest assured and proceed. After a moment's pause, the Baihu competition arena welcomed the second battle of the day, observing the three tense figures in the arena from the audience seats. Wang Yi chuckled, with you, Zhu Yu, leading the charge. It seems Zhang Chulan will be constantly targeted in the battles to come. Rest assured, that little trinket is quite the secret. It won't leave me at a disadvantage. Su Chun replied. Just as Su Chen's words fell, Zhang Chulan, clad in a black cloak and carrying the heavy xianxue that was as large as a door panel, stepped into the arena. His unhurried stride exuded an air of composure. As the audience witnessed Zhang Chulan's imposing demeanor, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Wow! Is this the pressure emanating from Zhang Jiao? Zhang Yan? Hey, good sir up there, are you trying to steal the limelight? However, this lad's poise indeed mirrors that of the esteemed Taoist Sud. He must be remarkably powerful. That moment. Zhang Chulan slowly lifted his head, revealing a jawline as chiseled as if carved by knife. Chapter 49. Zhang Jiao. Zhang Yan, is it turning the heavens upside down, am I? I'm here to challenge you, brat. A boisterous laughter erupted from Zhang Chulan. You insignificant ants think you could challenge me today, relying on your feeble strength to huddle together. I never expected my opponents would be of such caliber. As Zhang Chulan's words resonated, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, painting a picture of ominous foreboding. Before long, flashes of azure lightning began to churn within the clouds. accompanied by the rumble of thunder that sent shivers down the spines of the three combatants, causing their legs to tremble involuntarily. Whoa, has the curtain of darkness truly descended? All right. No more acting, Wang Yi exclaimed, glancing incredulously at Su Chun beside him. With his mastery of Feng Ho Chiman, he was acutely aware that the celestial anomalies were a result of Su Chen's manipulation of his qi to communicate with the heavens and earth. Cough. Just as Su Chun disregarded Wang Ye's comments, preparing to continue his collaboration with Zhang Chulan, a cough pierced the air. Turning to look, he saw the old celestial master slowly approaching from the other side of the observation stand. Oh no, this spells trouble, Wang Yi thought, feeling a surge of panic as he recalled his earlier assistance to Su Chun during the draw. He quickly tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, signaling that now that the main figure had arrived, the upcoming draw should not land him in hot water. Su Chen sheepishly scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile before dissipating the celestial phenomena he had conjured. Although he was eager to learn from the old celestial master's skills, he realized it would be rather impolite to disrupt the rules on the celestial master's own turf. Seeing the celestial phenomena fade away, the old celestial master made no further remarks. Upon reaching the two, he once again focused his attention on the match. In the arena, Zhang Chulan wore a devilish grin. The one I ought to defeat is none other than the president of the Tianshi Club. It's the 10 elders. Yet before Zhang Chulan could finish his declaration, the ominous clouds above suddenly dispersed, allowing sunlight to bathe the arena once more. Simultaneously, as the thunderous intimidation vanished, the three combatants, after a moment of stunned silence, reacted with expressions of fury, glaring menacingly at Zhang Chulan. Damn it, that azure lightning seems reminiscent of Taoist Su's thunder technique. What is the meaning of this? Does your celestial master's thunder technique also have such effects? So you're resorting to underhanded tactics, are you? Zhang Jiao, Zhang Yin, indeed. The three began to hurl insults at Zhang Chulan, vigorously preparing to teach this unscrupulous opponent a lesson. Seeing the three closing in, Zhang Chulan silently lamented the unfortunate turn of events. Although he was unaware of why the promised collaboration with the Taoist had failed, his clever mind had already devised an alternative strategy. Wait a moment, brothers, Zhang Chulan called out, pulling a gigantic water bottle from his cloak. You see, little brother is feeling a bit parched, so I'll just have a sip of water first. The onlookers, initially expecting Zhang Chulan to deliver some grand pre-battle proclamation and engage in a heroic showdown, slowed their advance. However, they were taken aback as Zhang Chulan began to clown around instead, feeling mocked. The three opponents were incensed, and without a moment's hesitation, they charged at him. In a moment of panic, Zhang Chulan accidentally spilled the water from the bottle onto his cloak. The next instant, he dove to the ground, tucking his head and activating the golden light spell, curling up on the ground. What are you doing pretending to be a master when you lack the strength? The three combatants, witnessing Zhang Chulan's complete lack of resistance and offering his back to them, hesitated to strike with full force. Instead, they resorted to a flurry of kicks directed at Zhang Chulan, as the spectators lamented the inadequacy of this heir to the Qi body lineage. Zhang Chulan's cloak suddenly flickered with a bluish-white arc of electricity, moving with such speed that the audience barely registered it. Then three agonized screams erupted from the arena to X3 as the three lay twitching on the ground. The bewildered audience watched as Zhang Chulan rose from the floor, smirking as he quipped, How can my three Taoist friends be so careless as to slip? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being unprincipled. As he spoke, Zhang Chulan wielded the xianshi and aimed it at the fallen figures. Boom! With a single strike, the azure-haired youth gazed in terror at the xianshi that had landed between his legs, now deeply embedded in the ground. Oh dear, this weapon is a bit too heavy. I really can't control its accuracy, Zhang Chulan remarked in a tone audible to the others, shaking his head. Then he muttered, If I recall correctly, one can concede in this competition, right? While the three combatants were still capable of channeling their qi, the paralysis and twitching of their bodies rendered them immobile, leaving them desperately gazing at Zhang Chulan as he raised the xianshi once more. They feared that he might misjudge and crush some vital parts. We concede, as their cries of surrender echoed. The audience erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Damn it, this must be a conspiracy. How did he suddenly fall while standing perfectly fine? That powerful golden light spell turned him into a turtle. He is unprincipled, sneaking attacks on other competitors. Listening to the multitude of criticisms, the judge from the Celestial Master's estate darkened his expression, and he had not anticipated that this disciple from Longhu Mountain would achieve victory in such an unsavory manner. Bringing disgrace to their esteemed establishment, he hurriedly announced the result of the match, hoping Zhang Chulan would exit the stage and bring this farce to an end. Zhang Chulan, victory! Amidst the audience's scorn, Zhang Chulan appeared utterly unfazed, swaggering leisurely as he made his way out, prompting the judge from the Celestial Master's estate to suppress the urge to kick him in the rear. Taoist, what on earth is going on? Upon exiting the arena and spotting Su Chun, Zhang Chulan waved and jogged over. Why did you only perform half the act just now? However, upon reaching Su Chun, he seemed to notice something, halting his inquiry with a broad grin as he turned to the side. That Taoist Wang. What brings you here? Come to witness your junior's heroic prowess. How do you think I fared in that match? Su Chun, observing the scene before him, understood that Zhang Chulan was attempting to divert attention due to his unfamiliarity with Wang Yi, thereby avoiding revealing too much of his hand. Of course, I see you as the audience sees me. They've been seeing your unprincipled and haven tea surrendered. Chapter 50. Two old dogs? What are you barking about? Wang Yi, not wishing to prolong the awkwardness of Zhang Chulan's abrupt change of topic, simply replied with a smile before addressing Su Chun. Taoist friend, my match is about to begin. We must part ways here. As the conversation unfolded, Wang Yi waved his hand and strode away into the distance. Su Chun observed Wang Yi's departing figure and, with a smile, addressed Zhang Chulan. It wasn't that I was unwilling to cooperate just now. It was simply that once your master discerned the magic I was employing, he approached me to remind me to be cautious. Thus he could no longer accompany you in your performance. At that moment, two bodyguards, one tall and one short, one stout and one lean, approached from afar. Gentlemen, the esteemed masters LCI and Wang AI request your presence. Upon hearing this, Su Chun raised an eyebrow. In his recollection, the two elders were supposed to seek out Zhang Chulan only after the completion of the top 32 competition the following day. Had his arrival prompted them to act sooner, they resembled two hyenas, unable to restrain themselves at the scent of opportunity. However, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, there are defenses. When water flows, there are dikes. With his current strength, although he could not claim victory against two masters simultaneously, he was confident that on Longhu Mountain he would not find himself in a life-or-death struggle, thus posing no significant danger. Perhaps he could even seize this opportunity to gain some experience. Apologies, but I am not acquainted with the two esteemed elders, Zhang Chulan instinctively replied, his innate wariness surfacing. However, the bodyguards countered, but they are familiar with your grandfather. It appeared they had anticipated his refusal, delivering news that was hard for him to dismiss. Upon learning of the connection to his grandfather, Zhang Chulan's pupils involuntarily constricted. He then discreetly glanced at the Taoist priest beside him. Noticing the inquiry in Zhang Chulan's eyes, Su Chun shrugged, indicating that it was up to him to decide. He understood that, given such information, Zhang Chulan's character would compel him to investigate further. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chulan reasoned that since the Taoist priest was also invited, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be there to protect him. There was nothing to fear. Thus, he acquiesced to the bodyguard's request, deciding to pay a visit to the two elders and simultaneously gather intelligence. Shortly thereafter, the two followed the bodyguards to a quaint courtyard. As Su Chun gazed upon the small building before him, he could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the four prominent families are remarkable. Even here, on Longhu Mountain, they possess a stand-alone courtyard. Such is the privilege of the elite." Hearing this, Zhang Chulan jested, "Taoist priest, while you speak of malevolence, it seems you harbor a disdain for the powerful rather than for yourself. Go away, you cheeky lad. Stop spouting such blatant truths." With the bodyguards pushing open the door, the two found themselves face to face with the shadows of LCI and Wang AI, marking their first official encounter with the two esteemed figures among the masters. At this moment, Zhang Chulan felt an icy gaze emanating from Wang Ai on his left, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike. Conversely, LC's eyes gleamed with avarice, resembling a famished dog ready to tear into flesh. Just then, beneath the menacing scar that bisected his face, LCI spoke, "Zhang Chulan, I'm not one for beating around the bush. Hand over the chi body source flow, and I shall grant you any terms you desire." "Oh, esteemed elders, please do not jest with me. I truly have no knowledge of it," Zhang Chulan replied, scratching his head sheepishly in response to LC's aggressive questioning. "When the entirety of the Xian men came to seek me, did they not leave empty-handed? A commoner is innocent, yet possessing a treasure can lead to trouble. Young, do you not understand that once you relinquish it, no one will trouble you?" Hearing LC's logic akin to that of a bandit, Zhang Chulan inwardly cursed the old man for his shamelessness, yet replied, "You jest. How can I hand over something I do not possess?" Realizing that mere questioning would yield no results today, LC's thoughts shifted to whether there was an opportunity to recruit Su Chen instead. With that in mind, he turned to Su Chen and said, "The newly emerged heir of the Taiping Sect, your reputation precedes you. What say you? Would you consider joining the L family? All unmarried maidens in our clan are at your disposal. How does that sound?" Wow, the Taoist priest's soft meal is so enticingly presented, Zhang Chulan murmured to himself. With his understanding of the realm of extraordinary beings, he knew full well what the four prominent families represented. Unlike the emerging forces like the Tianshi Association, these were ancient clans with legacies stretching back generations. If the Taoist priest were to ally himself with such a powerful figure, it would ensure a lifetime free of worry regarding sustenance. Su Chen chuckled lightly, surprised that LCI would directly invite him to choose a favored maiden, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words, as he had expected a battle of wits instead. Upholding the principle of not striking out at those who extend a hand in goodwill, he responded courteously, "I regret to inform you, Elder L, that I currently have no intentions of starting a family." Observing that both individuals were impervious to persuasion, LCI let out a heavy snort, his gaze sweeping over the bodyguard El Gong standing nearby. With a crack, El Gong understood the unspoken command and stepped forward to firmly close the door. As the door slammed shut, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Zhang Chulan, startled, scratched his head and awkwardly addressed the two elders. "What is the meaning of this?" "Rest assured, lad, you belong to half of the Heavenly Master-S estate. We will not harm you. However, whether you possess the chi body source flow is not solely for you to determine. We will ascertain it ourselves." LCI's villainous laughter echoed as he turned to Su Chen. "You, on the other hand, are in a different situation. With no one to protect you, I give you one final chance. Either marry into the L family or surrender the Xianmen inheritance. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety once you leave Longhu Mountain." Upon hearing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Now, that was more like it. For a moment, he had wondered if he had been mistaken about LC's character, with the realization that recruitment was failing. LC's true intentions had finally come to light. The notion of selecting a maiden from their clan was merely a guise to seize his talent and inheritance, intending to manipulate him with both hands. It appeared that these two elders had come fully prepared to be forceful from the outset. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a smile crept onto Su Chen's lips, his eagerness peaked. After all, aside from competitions, gaining experience points freely was quite appealing. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan felt a rising sense of panic at the unfolding situation. Before he could dwell on his apprehensions, he heard Su Chen unleash a torrent of insults. "You two old dogs, still barking at your age? I'll show you some respect by calling you elders, but otherwise, you can rest in peace. Do you have the strength to contend with me?" Chenzi, Chapter 51. Thunder roars across the heavens. "Thunder God, aid me." You sharp-tongued brat. I shall see if your strength matches your words." Not only LCI, but even the cunning Wang Ai could no longer suppress their fury upon hearing Su Chen's tirade. In an instant, fierce beasts appeared behind Wang Ai, while LC's hands were enveloped in swirling violet energy. As Su Chen unleashed his verbal assault, he had already prepared to retaliate. Grabbing Zhang Chulan, who was still in a daze, by the collar, he hurled him backward. Zhang Chulan crashed through the door and landed in the open space outside. In the next moment, azure lightning cascaded from the sky, engulfing the entire building. With a thunderous roar, the wooden structure was instantly reduced to ashes, and the figures within re-emerged before Zhang Chulan. In that chaotic scene, Elgong was left resembling a coal-black figure under the onslaught of the lightning. Had it not been for a layer of violet energy shielding him, he would have surely fainted by now, staring wide-eyed in terror at the unfolding spectacle. That moment, Su Chan stood with a 9-section staff in hand, the azure lightning gradually coiling around him, ultimately transforming into a protective barrier of thunder. LCI and Wang AI exchanged glances, fully aware that the lightning techniques wielded by Su Chan differed from those of the Heavenly Master's estate. They had seen footage of his battle with Zhang Lingyu, but what astonished them was the vast disparity in Su Chen's displayed strength today compared to what they had witnessed in the video. This wicked little ghost must have held back during the fight with Zhang Lingyu, leading to their misjudgment of his true capabilities. One might fear that his true might pales in comparison to the two. Witnessing the lack of effect from their combined strike, Wang AI's mind has since regained its composure. After all, they are on the territory of the Celestial Master's residence, and causing too much commotion would lead to undesirable consequences. Moreover, the two are currently unable to subdue Su Chan. Thus, after giving a slight shake of his head to LCI, he dissipates the ferocious beast conjured by his divine art, implying that they should wait for another opportunity to strike. However, the individual known by the moniker Mad Dog, LCI, would not so easily relent. With his temper flaring, he noticed Wang AI's gesture and let out a heavy snort, tossing El Gong beside him. He then turned his fierce gaze towards Su Chan and declared, "You insolent brat, having the audacity to insult me today and injure a member of the L family. Prepare yourself to perish here. Not even Jesus can save you. Mark my words." Subsequently, LCI pressed his hands on the ground, swiftly channeling his chi, his aura rising steadily. Ding experience gained from battling the 10 elders LCI. 1088 Ding experience gained from battling the 10 elders Wang AI. 888 Su Chan heard the pleasing sound of the system notification in his ears, and a smile crept upon his lips. He had not expected these two old geezers to possess such substantial worth. Merely clashing once had afforded him ample experience points. It seemed that today's skirmish would yield his greatest rewards. However, given the ruckus he had stirred by summoning the heavenly thunder, it was likely that the Celestial Masters would soon arrive to intervene. Thus, Su Chan hesitated no longer. With a gentle swing of his 9-section staff, he directed the thunderous magic toward LCI. Boom, boom, boom. The violet chi collided fiercely with the azure heavenly thunder, accompanied by a series of explosions and blinding lights. The ground bore the scars of charred fissures, while the very center transformed into a glass-like surface. LCI grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. Though they were not yet fighting for their lives, he had not anticipated that this junior could withstand him for such an extended period. On Su Chen's side, as the experience points continued to accumulate, the smile on his face grew broader. To his surprise, LCI truly had substance. Apart from his most potent attack, the Thunder Transformation Sword, which he had yet to employ, he had unleashed all his remaining might and was still evenly matched. It seemed LC's strength was not far removed from that of Lu Jin. Suddenly, Su Chan sensed an overwhelming aura swiftly approaching from afar, and he understood that this oppressive presence could only be exuded by a contemporary master of unparalleled caliber. As this thought crossed his mind, he began to channel even more chi within, summoning the heavenly thunder, preparing to reap one final wave of experience before the elder's arrival. LCI appeared to sense something as well, halting his movements and gathering his chi, the violet glow in his hands intensifying as he prepared for a clash with Su Chan. In the next moment, both unleashed their attacks simultaneously. The ferocious heavenly thunder collided violently with the forceful chi, creating a blinding white light that obscured everyone's vision. In the blink of an eye, the white light contracted violently, seemingly on the verge of a cataclysmic explosion. By heaven, why does it feel as if our styles are worlds apart? Exclaimed Zhang Chulan, startled as he bolted down the mountain, fearing that he would be caught in the aftermath of their collision. Just then, a blue light flashed. It was the Elder Master, Zhang Zhiwei, arriving at the scene. In an instant, radiant golden light erupted from him. He then raised 2 fingers, and instantly, the dazzling golden light transformed into slender ribbons that emanated from his body, coalescing into a golden net that enveloped the impending shockwave of the explosion. Boom! The violent explosion occurred, yet beneath the golden net, not a tremor escaped. What? Are you all intent on dismantling our celestial master's residence? If you wish to duel in private, why not test yourselves against this old man? The elder master's calm words bore a weight that left the crowd struggling to breathe. Even LCI, wild as he was, dared not utter more in the presence of the slightly irate elder master, merely letting out a huff. Meanwhile, Su Chun scratched his head with an awkward smile, glancing at his template with delight. Ding experience gained from battling the 10 elders LCI. 4888 Ding experience acquired. 30,000. Template fusion level increased to 7. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Foundational cultivation enhanced. Heavenly thunder resonates through the 9 skies. Thunder God, assist me. Name, Su Chun template. Zhang Jiao, fusion level. 7040000. Magic tool. 9-section staff technique. Guard 1 ghost path. Great mist. Raging wind art, transforming beings into soldiers. Heavenly thunder. Different incantations yield various abilities. Thunder resounding through the 9 heavens. Enhances proximity to heavenly thunder form, significantly boosting control. Thunder God, assist me. Unpredictable divine might. Grants supreme offensive capabilities. As the final blow was dealt, the fusion level increased once more. Upon seeing the system's reward, particularly the incantation for thunder magic, Su Chun felt a surge of joy. His smile widening beyond restraint, he promptly closed his eyes to attune to the acquired spell. Indeed, his favored incantation, Thunder God, assist me, was among them. Chapter 52. The martial marquis and mysterious art of Zhuge Qing, the elder master, did not impose upon Su Chun and Zhang Chulan, simply advising them not to disrupt the forthcoming matches, allowing them to depart first while leaving Wang Ai and LCI on the mountainside. As Su Chun descended the mountain, he mused on the elder master's character. Smirking, the Wang and L families might be on the verge of incurring a hefty bill for repairs, just as Su Chun reveled in the misfortunes that might befall the 2 families. Zhang Chulan suddenly inquired, Elder, I had thought you and that old man L were formidable enough, yet I hadn't anticipated the elder master's subsequent prowess, which effortlessly nullified the turbulence generated by your clash. How high must his strength be? Haha. Su Chun chuckled lightly, gesturing toward the azure sky as he replied, perhaps it is of such magnitude. After all, he is the pinnacle of the otherworldly realm. What? This answer elicited a gasp from Zhang Chulan, causing him to stumble momentarily down the mountain. Curiosity ignited within him as he continued. The golden ribbons wielded by the elder master, they seemed reminiscent of the golden light spell. Is it an advanced technique? Without a doubt, that is the golden light spell. However, the elder master has refined its application to the point of transformation. Su Chun reflected, in truth, even the most ordinary techniques, when invoked by the elder master, are unmatched by few in this world. Just then, Zhang Chulan's phone rang. Hello. What is up, fourth brother? Hurry to the Ding Xuanwu competition venue. In the upcoming match, you will witness the marvels of the martial marquis's mysterious art. Su Ci's boisterous voice echoed through the phone. Moments later, at the Xuanwu competition venue, Su Ci, seated in the stands, observed as the 2 approached. He inhaled deeply from his signature cigarette. Chulan, where have you and brother Su run off to? Something seemed amiss on the mountain. Even the elder master was stirred and went over in response to Su Ci's words. Zhang Chulan exaggeratedly replied, fourth brother, you have no idea. Just now, the 2 shameless old geezers, Wang Ai and LCI, summoned me and the elder master, demanding the source of qi and the teachings of the Taiping Sect. In the end, the elder master single-handedly suppressed them, and it was the commotion from their battle that attracted the elder master. Su Ci was taken aback by Zhang Chulan's words. While he knew there was some exaggeration in his tale, he anticipated Su Chen's true strength had approached that of the 10 elders. As the competitors entered the arena, Cheers erupted from the audience for Zhuge Qing. The heartthrob, "Oh handsome, I want to bear your children." Amidst the uproar, Zhuge Qing, donned in a suit with a white shirt, gracefully maneuvered through his opponent's attacks, his movements seeming scripted. His composed demeanor indeed exuded an elegant charm. Yu Chun stroked his chin in admiration, reflecting, no wonder he has so many admirers. His level of handsomeness is nearly rivaling that of the illustrious Wu Yinzu. Before long, Zhuge Qing's three adversaries, caught in his machinations, collided with one another and were sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, each sustaining considerable injuries. Observing Zhuge Qing, who bore no trace of dust or disarray, the only remaining outsider in the arena gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "How infuriating! I refuse to believe that, using the same wind, Taoist Su Chun could dismantle your family's peculiar techniques while I cannot. It must be that my range was too limited, allowing you the chance to evade." As he spoke, a tempest surged around him, a colossal whirlwind whipping through the audience, tousling their hair. Yet, Zhuge Qing approached him with unflappable composure. Reaching directly into the heart of the whirlwind, in an instant, this outsider was swept into the sky by his own tempest, shouting in a panic as he vanished into the horizon. The Wuho sect's Zhuge Qing triumphs. With the referee declaring victory, Zhang Chulan in the audience was left utterly bewildered, genuinely astonished by Zhuge Qing's seemingly supernatural abilities that he couldn't help but voice his confusion. "Taoist, what on earth is this Zhuge Qing? This is simply too bizarre." "Rest assured," Chulan came to reply with a chuckle, that he merely utilized peculiar techniques to predict his opponent's next move. Such divine calculations only manifest when facing weaker opponents. Yu Chen paused for a moment before continuing. "However, this lad's raw strength is quite formidable. He should be on par with Zhang Lingyu." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chulan felt an increased weight of pressure, although he was aware of his rapid progress. His current strength was indeed worlds apart from before. He had witnessed Zhang Lingyu's prowess firsthand during their battle, and thus, until he engaged in combat himself, he harbored no confidence in defeating Zhang Lingyu. Now another equally troublesome contender had emerged. With thoughts swirling, Zhang Chulan turned his gaze towards Su Chun and Feng Baobao, rubbing his hands together and ingratiatingly remarked, "Taoist and Sister Baobao, it seems I'll need to trouble you both to help clear the obstacles ahead for your junior." Su Chun merely smiled in response, not offering any words. After all, besides himself and Feng Baobao, even Wang Yi and the old master would assist Zhang Chulan in smoothing out the path. And no matter how many Zhuge Qings appeared, it would make no difference. Not to mention that after his special training, Zhang Chulan could likely secure victory even if a pig were to enter the fray. However, Feng Baobao, standing nearby, clearly absorbed Zhang Chulan's words. Giving him an okay sign, "Don't worry, you rascal. I got your back. Once I scout out the ideal venue, I'll deal with them all tonight." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chulan's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly covered Feng Baobao's mouth. After scanning the audience to ensure no one was paying attention to their exchange, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated Feng Baobao would so openly suggest cheating outside the arena. If anyone overheard, it would surely spell trouble. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk fell swiftly. With the announcement of the victors gathering over the loudspeaker, the group that had been observing the matches made their way to the drawing area. Zhang Chulan, still somewhat absorbed in the final match he had witnessed, reflected on the earlier spectacle and couldn't help but exclaim, "Taoist, that Jia Zhongliang was quite impressive. He truly is a sword immortal. I once dreamed of such a thing as a child that I never expected to see one in reality." Yu Chun, however, regarded Jia Zhongliang's manipulation techniques with disdain, arrogantly retorting, "Those little fruit knives of his hardly qualify him as a sword immortal. Have you truly never tasted finer fare, Chulan? Taoist, do you perhaps possess such skills as well? That shouldn't be right. The teachings of the Taiping Sect shouldn't have any connection to sword immortals." You'll find out soon enough." After the drawing concluded, Su Chun stared at the battle card in his hand, inscribed with the name Lu Ling Long, momentarily lost in thought. After all, having cheated twice in a row today and then taking the opportunity to spar with LCI, it could be said that he had violated the regulations of the Heavenly Master's estate at every turn. Therefore, without consulting the old master, Su Chen felt it inappropriate to continue cheating under the very eyes of the heavenly master alongside Wang Yi. Yet unexpectedly, a casual draw led him to face Lu Linglong. It must be a special fate, he mused, shaking his head to dispel the strange melody echoing in his mind. In the next moment, he spotted Lu Linglong, her hair styled with two prominent tufts, approaching from a distance. "Morning, Brother Chen. Though I know you're exceptionally strong, I still wish to test my mettle. Please don't hold back," as she spoke. Lu Linglong clenched her fists before her eyes gleaming with bright, intelligent light, radiating a sense of self-encouragement that was utterly endearing to Su Chen. Observing Lu Linglong's less-than-bright demeanor, couldn't help but facepalm internally. Silly child. If I don't hold back, you might not even weigh 5 kilograms with both you and the box combined. You could end up like Jia Zhengyu, with an empty box, yet outwardly, he reassured her. "Fear not, Linglong, I absolutely won't go easy on you." His gaze met hers, exuding genuine sincerity. "Qing Fu Shen, your fate is quite fortunate." His first opponent couldn't last even 2 minutes. Their family's ancestral secret technique specializes in sealing energy meridians. Quite formidable indeed. "Look, there he is," Wen Xingtong's voice chimed in, as he peered over, observing Zhang Chulan's battle card with curiosity. As he spoke, he pointed out the distant figure of Dan Shitong. Following his gaze, Zhang Chulan found himself locking eyes with Dan Shitong, who was scanning the area. However, Dan Shitong quickly diverted his attention to Su Chen, his sharp gaze shifting to one of admiration, considering Wen Xingtong's introduction. Zhang Chulan couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, his meager combat experience stemmed solely from special training sessions with a Taoist and Sister Baobao, facing an opponent who had also advanced to the top 32. He felt a twinge of nervousness. Noticing his unease, Feng Baobao seemed to have an epiphany regarding her earlier promise to protect Zhang Chulan. A glint of cleverness flickered in her eyes as she pulled out a map she always carried and began doodling on it. Just then, Zhang Lingyu approached from a distance, addressing the disciples of the Heavenly Master's estate. Yi Xing, Jian, please escort everyone to their assigned quarters. Zhang Chulan pondered that, since he was now within the Heavenly Master's estate, it was vital to ease any tensions with Zhang Lingyu. After all, he was now considered half a disciple of the Heavenly Master's estate. Thus, he stepped forward and greeted Zhang Lingyu. "Greetings, little Shu." Today's matches were as sharp as ever. Initially wearing a smile as he conversed with others, Zhang Lingyu's expression soured the instant he noticed Zhang Chulan approaching, and upon hearing his words, his face darkened further. All right, you rascal. Are you mocking me? You were knocked out cold that day, weren't you?" After a heavy snort, Zhang Lingyu retorted, "Don't be so shameless. Who exactly is your little Shu?" He then turned to Su Chen, stating, "My defeat was merely due to my insufficient cultivation, that I will surely defeat you in the future to prove that our Heavenly Master's lightning techniques are the strongest." With that, without waiting for a response from the two, Zhang Lingyu feigned aloofness, turning on his heel and departing. Left behind, Zhang Chulan looked at Su Chen with a face full of questions. Su Chen understood that Zhang Lingyu's resentment stemmed from the incident involving the Yang 5 lightning, compounded by the old master's favoritism towards Zhang Chulan. However, there was no need for him to explain. The two Taoists before him would clarify. "I am Jian. I am Yi Xing. Thank you, Taoist Su, for your leniency during the last encounter. Little Shu merely feels that he has lost face for the Heavenly Master's estate, hence his animosity. Please do not take it to heart." Seeing Zhang Lingyu's lack of courtesy towards the two, a disciple of the Heavenly Master's estate quickly stepped forward to clarify. "Shall we guide you both to your lodgings?" The moonlight was as if washed clean, casting a silvery glow upon the tranquil mountainside. The silhouettes of the mountains emerged subtly from the darkness of the night. Suddenly, the birds in the forest seemed startled by some unseen force, darting through the trees and shattering the serene stillness of the night. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a figure clad in a yellow robe, handsome in appearance, appeared. It was Su Chen, who had just taken his leave of Zhang Chulan, arriving at this very spot. Gazing at the open space before him, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement within. After running for most of the night, he had finally discovered a site that was both distant from inhabited areas and spacious. eye in that moment. Su Chun could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment with the new skill he had acquired that day, gathering the energy of the heavens, following the path of the skies, chasing clouds and lightning. Thunder roared across the 9 heavens. As Su Chun recited his incantation and felt the flow of his own qi, a tempest of lightning descended from the skies above. Yet this time, the azure lightning did not converge upon him. Instead, it formed a realm of thunderous purgatory beneath the darkened clouds. His body began to transform under the guidance of the qi, shifting towards the state of the lightning. Blue arcs of electricity sporadically erupted from him. In that moment, Su Chun felt as though he had merged with the thunder itself, experiencing an exhilarating sense of control. The thunder rumbled beneath the clouds, erupting with wild abandon, akin to a colossal azure dragon roaming the earth. After a brief span, Su Chun suddenly sensed a familiar qi encroaching upon his awareness. Concluding that he had sufficiently tested his skills, he resolved to cease his practice and return to the original clearing. Just then, a thought struck him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a bottomless pit looming ominously behind him. Observing the scorched earth surrounding the pit and the glassy surface formed by the rapid cooling of molten earth, Su Chun couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was evident to any discerning eye that these were the remnants of his thunderous magic. Although this was an undeveloped area, it was still part of Longhu Mountain. Surely, no one would discover it. Su Chun consoled himself in his thoughts, blaming his earlier excitement during the experiment for his momentary lapse in judgment. Just then, the sound of footsteps reached his ears, accompanied by low murmurs. "Isn't it a bit risky here, Bao? I just heard thunder from this direction. What if it rains and drowns him? Don't worry, I've observed that no one passes by here, and it's quite far from the residential area. If it rains, we could just bury him under a tree to take cover." Su Chun was left utterly perplexed. "Seriously, guys? I come out to practice a skill, and I end up stumbling upon you two burying someone?" Chapter 54. The Golden Shovel. Feng Bao's divine artifact, Su Chun snapped off a few branches and hastily covered the deep pit he had created. He then turned to face the direction of the footsteps. Soon, 2 figures emerged, stealthily dragging a person bound like a rice dumpling. When their eyes met, an awkward silence enveloped them. "Taoist, what brings you out here in the middle of the night?" Zhang Chulan scratched his head, breaking the tension. Could it be you even calculated where Bao would want to bury someone at night? Zhang Chulan had developed considerable strength under Su Chen's rigorous training. With the Taoist accomplishments as a benchmark, he felt confident that employing a slight display of his abilities would not draw too much attention. Thus, he approached the situation with the mindset of concealing his true capabilities, ready to strike if necessary. Initially, upon seeing Shan Shurtong that day, he felt a twinge of nervousness. However, he soon realized that as long as he avoided the frontrunners for the championship, he could still secure victory. Little did he expect that Bao would bring him the bound Shan Shurtong that very night, placing him directly in a precarious situation. Zhang Chulan was apprehensive. Should he release Shan Shurtong, the latter could report him to the Celestial Master's office, resulting in the disqualification of his entry. Thus, he had no choice but to accompany Feng Bao to this so-called auspicious location, hoping to resolve matters amicably. However, he was taken aback to find Su Chun there. "Do you think I have nothing better to do than to calculate your every move? I'm here to practice." At that moment, Zhang Chulan, feeling comfortable in the presence of familiar faces, ripped the tape off Shan Shurtong's mouth, preparing for a proper dialogue. "Taoist Su, with your prowess, how could you stoop to such dealings with these shameless individuals? I even defended you online against the haters." To the surprise of everyone present, Shan Shurtong's first utterance was one of indignation. His face was contorted with a mix of sorrow and resentment, resembling a mistreated spouse. Upon hearing this, Su Chun was left speechless. "Dude, it was Feng Bao who bound you. How did I suddenly become the scapegoat?" Watching Shan Shurtong adopt a look of betrayal, Su Chun feared that the latter might turn against him after years of cultivation, culminating in a final cry of "Do not bully the impoverished youth." He pointed toward the deep pit slightly concealed by branches. "That I truly am here to practice. I'm not deceiving you." Feng Bao, however, paid no heed to Su Chun's words. Instead, her eyes lit up as she gazed towards the direction he indicated. Su Chun, You're quite considerate. Were you worried I'd have to dig the pit myself? As she spoke, she removed the branches covering the pit, and when its true nature was revealed, an eerie silence fell over the air. Zhang Chulan and Shan Shitong exchanged glances, instantly convinced of Su Chen's claims. This pit could easily accommodate more than 10 dinosaurs. Gulp. Moments later, Zhang Chulan swallowed hard. Taoist, did you just drill through a mountain? Isn't this a violation of environmental laws? You really want to get arrested for this? Shan Shitong stood there, equally dumbfounded. The surreal scene only served to amplify Su Chen's stature in his mind. The pit you made using thunder magic is far too large. It's utterly unprofessional. If someone were to fall in, they could easily perish. The voice belonged to Feng Bao, who measured the pit with her hands as she spoke. Suddenly, she produced a golden shovel, its radiant gleam blinding the three of them. She turned to Su Chen, asking, "Want to learn how to bury someone? I can teach you." Seeing Feng Bao's earnest demeanor, Su Chen felt an urge to mock her, but didn't know where to begin. Recalling their earlier conversation, she had mentioned that a secret weapon crafted by Su Si was ready for demonstration. So, her secret weapon turned out to be a golden shovel. Ultimately, Su Chen reluctantly uttered a few words. "Well, I truly appreciate this moment." Zhang Chulan could hardly bear to witness Feng Bao's wit and promptly stepped aside to untie Shan Shitong. "Big brother Shan, don't take it to heart." She asked just a bit off. Thanks to Su Chen's presence, Shan Shitong managed to keep his cool and not clash with Feng Bao. It was undoubtedly the power of idolization, not merely a result of his character. Shan Shitong thought to himself. While stretching his somewhat numb limbs, he turned to Zhang Chulan and coldly remarked, "Since Daoist Su is here, I won't hold this against you any longer. However, this farce must come to an end. I shall take my leave." Yet, Zhang Chulan wore an awkward smile, grasping Shan Shitong's arm. He implored, "Come on, big brother Shan, why not spar with me a little to vent some frustration before you go?" Meanwhile, in a certain forest on Longhu Mountain, a group sat around a campfire, casually conversing. Dressed in blue denim shorts and marten boots, Xiaohe, appearing languid, turned to the others and asked nonchalantly, "How's the communication with the seniors going?" "I've managed to invite Ding Ding Shan over here. Rest assured I've coordinated with Gao Ning, and we've settled things with Xia Lu Qing and Tu Junfeng. Once we deal with Lu Jin, the four of us can join forces with them." Shen Chong replied with a sly grin that, in truth, I believe that once we discover his weaknesses, we might not even need the seniors to intervene. With just us, we could likely take him down." Upon hearing these words, Xiaohe couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. "Brother, how could you take it so seriously when someone just gave you a little leeway? Truly a Navi man," she thought to herself. Immediately, her thoughts drifted to her little lover, Zhang Lingyu, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. She wondered if there would ever be a chance to meet him again. The following morning, Zhang Chulan, yawning, arrived at the square where the competition was being broadcast on a massive screen, accompanied by Feng Bao. Having battled with Dan Shitong until dawn the previous day, the two were now sporting significant dark circles under their eyes. Upon seeing them, Feng Xingtong teasingly remarked, "Oh dear, did you not rest well after yesterday's tension? You both look utterly exhausted. Something's off with you too." "Enough of that." Zhang Chulan waved his hand dismissively. "I was practicing diligently all night and didn't sleep a wink. Hence my fatigue. By the way, where is Taoist Master? Has he already made his entrance?" Feng Xingtong pointed towards the massive screen at the center. "That's the venue right there. Chapter 55, the innately evil young man with yellow hair." Lu Jin in the passageway leading to the stage. Su Chen listened to the uproar from the audience and felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He had already witnessed the fervor of the fans during Zhuge Qing's match yesterday, which was even more intimidating than that of typical fan circles. Truly terrifying, to say the least. That moment, even the ground beneath him trembled rhythmically with the cheers, as Su Chen was genuinely apprehensive that after he delivered a blow to Lu Linglong in front of the crowd, these spectators might turn into rabid detractors, launching a smear campaign against him online. Although he was not afraid of trouble coming to his doorstep, he lacked the thick skin that Zhang Chulan possessed and did not wish to tarnish his reputation. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Chen. As long as the process of their confrontation remained unseen, he could achieve his goal of gaining experience points without incurring the wrath of Lu Linglong's fans. With this thought, Su Chen felt his mind cleared. He then broke into a fluid dance right in the passageway. Moments later, amidst the raucous cheers, Su Chen emerged from the passage. Linglong, Linglong, you are the strongest. Linglong, Linglong, you are the best. Brother Su, please do not strike the ice and snow goddess as you did with Xiaohe, shouted a fan holding a light board in support of Lu Linglong. In the arena, Lu Linglong, her cheeks flushed, looked adorably at Su Chen and said, I'm sorry, Brother Su, but I really didn't bring these people here. Su Chen casually dug into his ear and replied, it is quite all right. However, you might want to brace yourself for some significant movements ahead. Soon you won't hear their noise anymore. Huh. What do you mean by significant? As the audience pondered this. The next moment, a dense fog surged forth. The mist poured into the passageway, where Su Chen had just exited, enveloping both of them in an instant. Moments later, all that remained for the audience was the thick fog that shrouded the arena. What peculiar technique does Su Daoist employ this time? Could it be another form of mystical art? Came the cries of protest from the stands. Referee, I must protest. What if he does something strange to our ice and snow goddess while we cannot see? Amidst the rising commotion, Zhu Geqing observed the scene with a furrowed brow. During the manifestation of the fog, he indeed sensed a hint of the essence of mystical arts. Yet, once the entire arena was enveloped, everything aside from his sight inexplicably vanished. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Geqing turned to his companion. Did you sense that? The fleeting presence we detected earlier does resemble mystical arts in its external manifestation, but it seems fundamentally different. As he spoke, Zhu Geqing opened his typically squinted eyes, revealing a glimmer of blue light within. The manifestation of mystical heart techniques? Just as Zhu Ge felt a surge of alarm. Fearing for his brother's safety, Zhu Geqing had already ceased his technique, a grave expression crossing his face, it's completely invisible, as if we are in two different dimensions. Could there truly be mystical arts more powerful than those of the Wuhou sect in this world? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Ai and LCI were perched high in the stands. This kid's methods are indeed impressive. Even I cannot perceive any of his movements, LCI remarked as he scanned the arena. Suddenly, he noticed Feng Jinghao, who was also watching intently. Feng Jinghao has made quite a name for himself in recent years. The influence of the Tianshi society seems to have surpassed that of our four great families. Wang Ai chuckled as if he had heard a grand joke. Old L, you should know better. What is this so-called Feng family of the Tianshi society? Nonsense. Just like you said, he is merely a young cub, believing that a bit of strength allows him to prance about before us seasoned veterans. Just wait for the next match. I'll show him what's what. And as for that Su Chen, once the grand ceremony concludes, we shall let him truly understand what the four great families in the realm of the extraordinary represent. Within the fog, the external clamor had long since faded. The sound of heavy breathing was distinctly audible. Huff, huff, Lu Linglong panted, resting her hands on her knees to steady her rapid breaths. The fierce battle had left her drenched in sweat, yet the tenacity inherited from the Lu family burned brightly within her. After a brief moment, Lu Linglong straightened her posture and faced Su Chen once more. Brother Su, I recognize the vast difference in our abilities, but there is truly no need for you to hold back. I will not concede until I am defeated. Su Chen glanced at his system panel with a hint of exasperation. Ding experience points gained from battling Lu Linglong, 8 from the onset of their duel. He had received over 200 experience points, and now it was nearing single digits. Throughout this battle, Lu Linglong had already provided him with over 3,000 experience points. Initially, he had hoped that exhausting his internal energy would prompt her to concede. Yet the resilient Lu Linglong seized every opportunity to recover even the slightest bit of energy during her rhythmic breathing, relentlessly pressing the attack. Su Chen had to admit that Lu Linglong possessed a certain charisma. It was no wonder she was dubbed the contemporary Child King. With a soft sigh, his figure suddenly flashed behind Lu Linglong, delivering a swift strike that knocked her unconscious. He then waved his hand, and the fog surrounding him began to dissipate. Moments later, The two reappeared in the sight of the audience. Su Chen stood there, his robe immaculate, while Lu Linglong, now unconscious and held by the collar, was drenched in sweat, her white shirt emblazoned with a bear clinging tightly to her form, revealing glimpses of her figure. The audience erupted into disarray. Evil yellow-robed scoundrel, what have you done to my goddess? How could you incapacitate the ice and snow goddess? Despicable. We could see nothing. Did you commit some vile deed while she was unconscious? Su Chen's expression darkened. How infuriating. Why must they view me through such a distorted lens? He felt compelled to retort, but feared it would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, he hastily tossed Lu Linglong towards the referee of the Tianshi Mansion and fled the scene. Taiping Jiao. Su Chen, victory. At that moment, Lu Jin's face was clouded with anger. Initially, he believed that had Lu Linglong not lost her ability to move, her stubborn nature would have made it difficult for her to concede. Su Chen's action of knocking her unconscious seemed reasonable. However, upon hearing the cries of anguish from the stands, doubts crept into Lu Jin's mind. If he had no ulterior motives, why would he conjure a fog to obscure everyone's view? Seeing Su Chen hastily retreat only solidified Lu Jin's suspicions. With a crunch, he bit down on his teeth in frustration. The elder Tianshi beside him, noticing his demeanor, inquired, "Incidents during a match are to be expected. Besides, your Lu family is not one that cannot afford to lose. Is it truly necessary to be so furious?" Yet Lu Jin remained silent, fists clenched tightly as he seethed. "I must settle the score with that inherently evil young man with yellow hair." Chapter 56. The Mad Dog LCI stirs the pot. On the observation platform, Su Chen emerged from the arena and, upon reuniting with Zhang Chulan, they made their way to Feng Baobao's competition venue. In the center of the arena, the peculiarly dressed Wang Ergo exhibited a look of disdain towards the disheveled Feng Baobao. However, before he could utter a word of mockery, Feng Baobao delivered a swift kick, sending his glasses flying and causing him to crash heavily to the ground. "Wow, Baobao really has no regard for martial ethics," Zhang Chulan remarked with a grimace as he witnessed the scene unfold. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Su Chen and asked, "Dao Yi, Lu Linglong certainly has a legion of fans, doesn't she?" I could hear their wails from afar while I was watching on the big screen. As he spoke, Zhang Chulan exchanged knowing glances with Su Chen, teasingly suggesting, "You can't possibly have feelings for Lu Linglong, can you? After all, you rejected the Lu family's offer without a second thought. Yet, you chatted with her for quite a while during the draws yesterday." Meanwhile, Su Chen observed Wang Ergo as he unleashed a vibrant display of qi, pondering whether this fellow had any connection to that baldy Gao Ning. Just then, Zhang Chulan's sudden inquiry left him momentarily bewildered. As he was about to respond, a furious voice echoed from a distance. "No way. Absolutely not." The two turned to see Lu Jin striding through the crowd, visibly incensed, with Lao Tianshi trailing behind him. Looking somewhat resigned. "You must be Su Chen, right? I am Lu Jin, Lu Linglong's great-grandfather." Zhang Chulan's heart raced at the sight of Lu Jin approaching. He hadn't anticipated that his idle gossip would reach the ears of her great-grandfather. Su Chen, observing Lu Jin's furious demeanor, felt a hint of confusion. Surely, there was no conflict between them? Could it be that the whispers from the audience earlier had stirred his ire? Surely not, he mused. Those fans might be prone to wild speculation, but what of Lu Jin, an elder? Was he truly so immature? All Su Chen sought was to gain some experience from Lu Linglong and perhaps leverage her connections with the Tianshi Sect. "Ah, greetings, Senior Lu. I now understand you are Lu Linglong's great-grandfather." And then, Su Chen's nonchalant remark plunged Lu Jin into a moment of silence. This young man exhibited no trace of guilt upon seeing him. The scenario was far from what he had anticipated. It seemed his furious confrontation had yielded little effect. After all, Lu Jin could hardly confess that the identity of Su Chen as a successor of the Xianmen left him feeling envious. Nor could he admit that witnessing Su Chen and Lu Linglong sharing laughter stirred a sense of discontent akin to a parent seeing their child being led astray by a rogue. For a moment, Lu Jin found himself at a loss for words. You don't think that just because you exchanged a few moves with Lu Ci yesterday and displayed some ability, you can act all high and mighty? Keep your distance from Linglong. I will never allow it. Seeing Lu Jin stammering, Su Chun couldn't help but find the old man somewhat endearing. Did he truly perceive him as a rogue at that moment? Lao Tianshi approached from behind and patted Lu Jin's shoulder, saying, "Come now. Old Lu, you're of an age where you shouldn't be squabbling with the younger generation." Feeling somewhat out of place, Lu Jin found solace in Lao Tianshi's words. After a heavy snort, he turned and walked away, albeit with a somewhat dejected demeanor. Lao Tianshi watched Lu Jin retreat, shaking his head in resignation and sighing. Who would have thought that at his age? He still behaves like a child? Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to recall something and turned to Su Chun and Zhang Chulan, advising, "You too, focus on your competition and avoid causing any trouble in the next few days. Yesterday, you nearly brought down my mountain." Upon hearing Lao Tianshi's words, Zhang Chulan's expression grew slightly uneasy as he recalled the event for the previous night when he had buried someone with Feng Baobao. Su Chun also remembered creating a deep pit while testing skills at Long Hushan, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Fortunately, Lao Tianshi did not notice their discomfort. After delivering his warning, he turned and departed, soon vanishing from sight. Ding-donged, that moment, Zhang Chulan's phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from an unknown number. "I am Lu Ci. I don't think your visit yesterday was in vain. Do you know why your grandfather disappeared from the Tianshi Mansion and took on the alias Zhang Chulan? His crime was colluding with key figures of the Tianshi Sect. The rest is a matter of the Tianshi Mansion. If you wish to know, ask Lao Tianshi yourself." After reading this message, Zhang Chulan's pupils dilated and his hands trembled involuntarily. He quickly tapped Su Chun beside him, handing over the phone. Moments later, after reading the message, Su Chun fell into deep contemplation that he suddenly recalled that in the original story, it was also Lu Ci who conveyed this information to Zhang Chulan. Was he attempting to sow discord between Zhang Chulan and the Tianshi Mansion? No, he reasoned. If Zhang Chulan were unaware of his grandfather's past ties with the Tianshi Sect, he would not have been able to discern the Tianshi Mansion's secrets shrouded in ambiguity, and he might unwittingly accept the old man's teachings without realizing it. As he pondered, Su Chun stroked his chin that Luci seemed to possess not only a reckless demeanor akin to that of a mad dog, but also an unexpected cunning. He did not believe this unsolicited message was merely coincidental. Rather, it concealed an unseen scheme. After considerable thought, Su Chun addressed Zhang Chulan, saying, "When the soldier comes, the general shall block. When the water comes, the soil shall cover. Regardless of Lucy's intentions, as long as you keep exploring, the truth will eventually surface. Everywhere connects. Feng Baobao wins." As the Tianshi Mansion's judge announced the verdict, the match came to a close. Wang Ergo lay sprawled on the ground in A shape, his once resplendent attire now tattered and ragged, resembling that of a beggar after Feng Baobao's relentless kicks. Su Chen smirked, noting that Feng Baobao had indeed inherited some of Su Ci's rogue style under his tutelage. Just then, the Feng siblings approached from a distance. "Bao Yan, it's your turn next, isn't it? How do you feel? Are you confident?" Feng Xingtong maintained his signature smile as he waved at Zhang Chulan. Confidence is through the roof. Just wait, and you'll witness my brilliance." Chapter 57. The Unyielding by Lian's Fame Rises. Please welcome the contestants for the third match. Accompanied by the referee's announcements, Zhang Chulan waved at his companions before striding towards the entrance passage. Under his deliberate performance, he exuded an aura reminiscent of the wind whistles coldly over the waters of Yi. Observing Zhang Chulan's retreating figure, Feng Xingtong couldn't help but exclaim, "Old Zhang's tough battle is likely to be a close call." Su Chun, who overheard this, couldn't help but grin. Indeed, had he not been privy to the plot and not witnessed the previous night's events, he might have genuinely believed in the atmosphere Zhang Chulan had created. "Please, Dan Shurtong, enter the arena quickly. Please, Dan Shurtong, enter the arena quickly." With the referee's repeated calls, Dan Shurtong remained absent, leaving Zhang Chulan standing alone in the arena. Witnessing this situation, the crowd and the audience began to stir. "A conspiracy! It must be a conspiracy. Just as 3 individuals slipped yesterday, another one today is fleeing without a fight. Protest! Tianshi Mansion, investigate this unyielding by Lian for foul play." Standing beside Su Chun, Feng Xingtong quickly grasped the situation. Unable to suppress his astonishment, No wonder Bai Lian appeared so confident earlier. Is this what he calls his brilliance? Truly lives up to his nickname. Unyielding Bai Lian, indeed. Emotions between individuals can often be disconnected. Amidst the clamor of the audience, Zhang Chulan merely found the noise somewhat bothersome, casually scratching his ear. After the referee declared victory, he prepared to turn and leave. Just then, a blue-haired young man resembling a certain flame could no longer contain himself and leaped down from the audience. Zhang Chulan, if you have the guts, face me head-on. What does sneaking up on us three yesterday count for? Upon hearing the clamorous voice of Zhang Chulan behind him, he couldn't help but turn around. However, in the next moment, he witnessed the young man being forcefully subdued on the ground by the judges of the Tianshi Mansion. Young man, this is not a place for private duels. Upon witnessing this scene, a mischievous grin spread across Zhang Chulan's face as he made a heart gesture towards the young man. In an instant, the crowd in the stands was filled with indignation. Seeing that Zhang Chulan's antics were spiraling out of control, the judges hastily urged him to vacate the competition area. In the afternoon, after the conclusion of the matches, Zhang Chulan, accompanied by Su Chun, attended numerous competitions. After a day of spectating, various contestants' performances replayed in Zhang Chulan's mind. Taoist, what kind of ability does that Deng Yofu possess? Why do I feel an eerie chill in the air every time his eyes turn red? The techniques he employs originate from the Northeast shaman lineage. The coldness you perceive is the essence of the spirit that accompanies him. Spirit? Zhang Chulan felt even more bewildered upon hearing Su Chen's explanation. Is it one of those fairies with pointed ears, fair skin, and dressed in white silk? That's quite different, in truth. They are animals that cultivate qi. Those who achieve mastery may be referred to as immortals. I've never heard of spirits. But surely you've heard of the Chuan. The willow spirit that Deng Yofu possesses has likely cultivated for over a century. After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Chulan clicked his tongue in admiration. Truly, heroes emerge in abundance. Besides Deng Yofu, the encounter that left the deepest impression on him was the final match between Zhu Guqing and Taoist Huang Ming. In this contest, Zhu Guqing showcased a remarkable display, demonstrating what it means to be a once-in-a-century genius of the Zhuge family. He unleashed dozens of unique techniques without repetition, creating a dazzling spectacle on the battlefield, just as Zhang Chulan was silently marveling at Zhu Guqing's prowess. He arrived at the square, where a group of individuals clad in black suits surrounded the advancing top 16 contestants for interviews. Upon spotting Su Chun and his companions, they promptly began to pull them aside for questioning. Mr. Su, may I ask, now that you are so formidable, why do you still participate in this Luotan grand ceremony? Naturally, it is to promote the illustrious name of my Taiping Sect, Su Chun replied cheerfully, his gaze sweeping over the members of the Yaoxing Society, while his mind recalled their president, Chu Tong. In just 5 years, she had transformed a newly established faction into a renowned media outlet within the realm of extraordinary beings, all the while covertly gathering information on the 8 extraordinary techniques. In the later stages of the original narrative, she even made one of the creators of the 8 extraordinary techniques, Ruan Fengdu, her subordinate. The double completeness technique among the 8 was exceptionally fearsome in her hands that, if memory serves, their current mission was likely to investigate Feng Baobao's background. Sure enough, taking advantage of the distraction created by the interviewers, a scruffy middle-aged man approached Feng Baobao, offering her an orange before engaging in conversation. Zhang Chulan, noticing this scene, swiftly intervened after dismissing the interviewer with a few brief words, seizing the golden shovel from Feng Baobao's hands and placing it between the two. Apologies, but we have matters to attend to that. As he spoke, Zhang Chulan pulled Feng Baobao away from the Yaoxing Society members. Just as they were preparing to return to their dormitory, a sweet voice called out, "Brother Su." It was Lu Linglong, dressed in red shorts, energetically waving from a distance, her sunny disposition betraying no sign of fatigue from the earlier battle. "Let's walk together. Our people have discovered some leads. In some remote areas of the mountains, we found traces of fire. We've even stumbled upon a bottomless pit. Grandfather is already waiting for you on the mountain." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chulan was momentarily stunned. Taoist destruction of the scenic area has been discovered, but why is old Master Lu waiting? Shouldn't he have been taken away directly by Uncle Mao? could it be that they failed to recognize it as the Taoist handiwork? At that moment, Su Si patted Zhang Chulan on the back, saying, "Let us go, Chulan. Brother Su warned Su San and me before coming to Longhu Mountain that many extraordinary individuals might come here to stir trouble. So we discreetly contacted Old Master Lu to investigate any unusual occurrences. Now we should have some results." "Ha, that's right. Old Master Lu just got angry with me this morning that I won't go stir the pot there." Realizing the situation had been exposed, Su Chan tried to lighten the mood that he had previously thought that, since Zhang Jiao was currently imprisoned due to his influence, it would be challenging for the company to uncover any traces of extraordinary individuals ascending the mountain. Thus, he had preemptively warned Su San and Su Si. However, he had not anticipated that the damage he caused would also be unearthed. He had meticulously disguised everything before leaving yesterday, with someone really digging 3 feet into the ground to investigate. Chapter 58. Ling Long, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your grandfather, would you? Under the setting sun, a handsome Taoist clad in yellow stood at the cliff's edge, gazing at the sunset, feeling somewhat guilty. He had declined to meet with Old Master Lu and the Heavenly Master. He stood there because he had arranged to meet Lu Ling Long privately. "Brother Su." At that moment, a vibrant voice called from behind. Without needing to turn around, he already knew who it was. "Ling Long, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your grandfather, would you?" "Huh." Lu Ling Long gazed at Su Chen's back, somewhat perplexed. She had assumed that Su Chan had invited her for a private discussion of a sensitive nature. She had hurried over, her heart racing with anticipation and anxiety, only to be met with such an abrupt and disjointed comment. Wait a moment. Lu Ling Long suddenly recalled something. This line sounded vaguely familiar, as if she had seen it in some action movie before. In an instant, 2 rosy blushes adorned her cheeks. I could see this moment. Su Chan had turned around and was momentarily taken aback by Lu Ling Long's expression. "Oh no, she doesn't think I'm a rogue, does she?" Su Chan quickly adopted a serious demeanor, his face betraying a hint of solemnity. "Today, I sensed something and performed a divination. Old Master Lu, as one of the possessors of the 8 extraordinary techniques, may soon face peril in the near future." Upon hearing this, Lu Ling Long responded in a daze. "But grandfather has possessed the Tongtian Lu for decades. How could he suddenly encounter calamity?" Seeing Lu Ling Long's wide-eyed expression, Su Chan felt a fleeting sense of guilt for deceiving her. Yet for the sake of his plan, he continued, "Not only Old Master Lu, but even your blood control technique may attract unwanted attention in the future. It is precisely because of this Luotian grand ceremony that a fate which had been suspended for decades is now being gradually set into motion." Lu Ling Long's heart jolted at his words. While she was indeed stunned, she was not naive. So, when she heard Su Chen reference her unique ability, she began to believe in his insights regarding the heavenly secrets. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "So, Brother Su, you summoned me here to help resolve this crisis." "Precisely. That is the purpose of this meeting. I wish for you to assist in contacting the leader of the Tianshi Sect during the upcoming Luotian grand ceremony. We will jointly issue a proclamation with the Tianshi Mansion and the Wudong Sect that I possess an unrestrained inheritance of the Xianmen." Upon hearing this, even if Lu Ling Long was slow to react, she understood Su Chen's intentions and voiced her concerns. "Brother Su, I feel this may not be wise. You must understand, if such news were to leak to other extraordinary factions, you would be no different from Tang Seng's flesh. Given that you have already divined the future, this course of action seems overly reckless." Su Chan chuckled lightly before turning back to face the setting sun. "If I do not enter hell, who will? All the causes and effects of the world fall upon me. What harm is there in me bearing them?" As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Ling Long gazed at Su Chen's silhouette, lost in thought. In that moment, his figure and the evening glow intertwined beautifully, evoking admiration from anyone who beheld the pinnacle of Qi, standing proud in the world. Who could rival him? Upon meeting Su Chan, all else became inconsequential. Lu Ling Long's eyes transformed into hearts at that moment. "Rest assured, Brother Su, I will do my utmost to contact my master, and you must come to the bonfire party tonight." After bidding farewell to Lu Ling Long, Su Chan stroked his chin and began to reminisce about the 2 significant scenes that were about to unfold this evening. The bonfire party. Zhang Chulan would be indulging in a leisurely stroll under the moonlight. While in the dead of night, Taoist Wang would be paying a visit to the esteemed elder, skillfully evading attacks with his ultimate technique, the sky blue. This presented a fortuitous opportunity for Su Chun to engage in some clever persuasion with the old celestial master, completing his final step towards establishing his reputation within the Taiping Sect. Simultaneously, Su Chun recalled the skills he had experimented with the previous night, after executing the thunderous movement of 9 heavens. His entire being transformed to embody the essence of heavenly thunder. His control over the celestial lightning became effortless. With a mere flicker of thought, he could direct the electric flashes to the intended location. Moreover, within the confines of his skill's influence, he could summon the thunder at will to strike down upon his enemies. The spectacle resembled a divine punishment descending upon the earth. Another skill, rated as supreme by the system, was the assistance of Lei Gong. Perhaps due to its overwhelming power, it could only be unleashed upon locking onto a target. However, even with the minimal force exerted yesterday, Su Chen had managed to invoke a thunderous punishment that created an unfathomable pit in the ground. Fearing that further experimentation might lead to the destruction of Longhu Mountain, he decided to cease his trials. Yet, if he were to engage in combat with the old celestial master tonight, surely, given the elder's cultivation level, he would be able to withstand such a move, wouldn't he? With this thought, Su Chan began to anticipate the experience points that tonight's battle might provide. Suddenly, the sound of a notification interrupted Su Chen's contemplation. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Zhang Chulan. Billion, Taoist, I just left the master and Elder Liu. The group members insisted on seeing my chastity mark. After I refused, they began to conspiring loudly, saying they want to see if you truly have no chastity mark after drinking too much tonight. Upon reading this message, Su Chen's expression darkened, that he quickly dismissed the idea of witnessing Zhang Chulan's moonlit stroll before seeking out the old celestial master alongside Wang Yi. Wu Yinzu, Chulan, I have faith in you. You go first and get them all drunk to the point of near oblivion. When I arrive later, I'll take care of them one by one. After replying to Zhang Chulan, Su Chan flipped through his contacts and called Wang Yi. Beep. Hello, is this old Wang? Let us head out early to find the celestial master tonight. No worries, you go ahead. I am on my way there now. Amidst the sparse moonlight and the cacophony of insects in the woods, a small courtyard nestled among the trees emanated a serene atmosphere. Inside, the old celestial master was perusing the list of the top 16 contestants. Deep in thought, Su Chun, Deng Youfu, Zhu Geqing, Wang Yi, and Jia Zhenliang were all formidable talents not affiliated with the celestial master S abode. Deng Youfu could be arranged to face the Wind family lad with his spirit control abilities. However, dealing with Zhu Geqing's unique martial arts posed a challenge. Not to mention Su Chun, who could even match Lu Ci in a fierce struggle. What if, during the bonfire party tonight, they got drunk and I could sneak up on that lad? While pondering, the old celestial master raised an eyebrow, noticing some commotion outside. Come in. What are you loitering around for at this hour? Standing outside the courtyard, Wang Yi was puzzled as to why Su Daoist had not yet arrived. Upon hearing the celestial master's invitation, he decided to enter without further delay. Creak. As the wooden door opened, Wang Yi peeked in with an awkward smile. Good morning, old celestial master. Ah, young Wang Yi. What mischief are you up to this late? Oh, master, what do you mean by that? I'm here to help alleviate your worries. Wang Yi scratched his head and continued, You need not fret about Zhu Geqing, as the celestial master. You should not stoop to dealing with a junior from the Wuho sect. Forget about it. One misstep could alter your fate. Leave it to me. The old celestial master chuckled softly. Then how about you handle Su Chen for me? Wang Yi, who had been confident about his chances against Zhu Geqing, suddenly froze. Su Daoist should be here shortly to see you. His matters are best resolved by you. Wang Yi had not anticipated that the old celestial master would completely deviate from the expected course. Not only avoiding the inquiry about Zhu Geqing, but also expecting him to deal with Su Chen in an instant. His emotions became jumbled, stifling the words he intended to say to T that moment. Wang Yi could not help but think. Isn't this akin to asking the Monkey King to eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples? A light chuckle from the old celestial master interrupted Wang Yi's internal monologue. All right, we'll discuss Su Chen later. How about you spar with me in the meantime? As the conversation returned to its original trajectory, Wang Yi regained his confidence. He slightly cupped his hands and spoke softly. Then I shall not hold back, in the next instant. Wang Yi's figure flashed to the old celestial master's side, delivering a swift chop without any regard for martial ethics. However, the very next second, he felt an overwhelming force that he could not resist. Before he knew it, Wang Yi found himself propelled outside the courtyard. Just as he landed, he had even begun to marvel at the old celestial master's strength when he heard a light voice behind him. What's the rush? If you want to tussle, at least do it inside the courtyard. In an instant, Wang Yi felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, shaken by the celestial master's uncanny speed. The next moment, as a hand reached toward the back of his neck, Wang Yi, unable to evade, had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique, chaotic gold strike. With a low roar, he rolled on the ground to evade the old celestial master's attack. Half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, he marveled internally. I didn't expect to be nearly exhausted in just a moment. This what it means to be a true celestial master. Meanwhile, the old celestial master observed his hand, lightly clenching it, contemplating the recent encounter. Seemed he had briefly disconnected from his surroundings at a spell. The old celestial master murmured softly. He then raised his gaze to Wang Yi. You have more than one master. Don Tiu, Yunlong. At that moment, both men seemed to sense something, and they looked up in unison. A shadowy figure descended from the sky. Beneath the night sky, it was challenging for an ordinary person to discern. The newcomer was Su Chun. He had not anticipated that after calling Wang Yi, he would become lost on the winding paths of Longhu Mountain. Ultimately, he had to rely on the wind to carry him as he hastened toward a general direction. Gazing down at the scene in the courtyard, Su Chun sighed inwardly. He had missed witnessing Wang Yi's impressive sky blue evasion against the old celestial master's attack. The gust subsided. Su Chun descended into the courtyard, clasping his hands and greeting. I apologize for the late intrusion, old celestial master. Haha, no need for concern. Seeing you young ones so full of vigor makes me feel youthful again. The old celestial master remarked with a hint of nostalgia, then continued, but before we could stretch our limbs, young Wang Yi here is already feeling overwhelmed. You wish to continue sparring with me? Su Chen's eyes brightened. I indeed have that intention. However, the thunder techniques I employ can be rather loud. This place may not be suitable for such displays. Could the celestial master lead us to a location where we won't disturb others? Moments later, guided by the old celestial master, the three arrived at a secluded cliff on the back mountain, bathed in the bright moonlight. The terrain was flat, and the ground was scorched black. That moment, the old celestial master turned and said, "This is where the disciples of the celestial master's abode practice their thunder techniques. Here, you may unleash your abilities without concern." Upon hearing these words, Su Chun gazed at the celestial master before him, his heart swelling with excitement. After all, since his arrival in this world, he had yet to taste defeat. The most formidable battle he had faced was against Lu Mo, a contest that had been undermined by his initial reluctance to employ his lightning techniques. Now, the pinnacle of the otherworldly realm lay within his sight, and he was finally poised to discover the true extent of his limits. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Su Chen's mind, and a trace of arrogant smile graced his lips as he stepped forward and inquired, "Old master, have you ever been defeated?" In the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered above, obscuring the radiant moonlight. Azure lightning churned restlessly within the cloud layers, brilliant flashes illuminating the faces of those present. With the resounding thunder, Su Chen's words echoed throughout the venue. Upon hearing this, Wang, who stood at a distance, couldn't help but flinch. "Brother, you truly possess remarkable courage. How much audacity has Liang Jingru lent you to utter such words?" A gentle chuckle escaped the old master, who regarded Su Chun with a mix of nostalgia and admiration. The young man's talent elicited memories of his own youth, when he first descended the mountain, invincible among his peers, apart from a few venerable elders. He had long ceased to view anyone as a rival. Arrogance had been his defining trait in those days. Unfortunately, under the tutelage of his master, Zhang Jingqing, he had never been afforded the opportunity to spar with those predecessors. Now, looking back upon his own ascension to greatness, he found no one who could ignite his interest. Yet now, a junior dared to challenge him. As the energy surged, golden light erupted, illuminating the area as brightly as day. "Ah, how wonderful! It has been many years since I have felt such joy," exclaimed the old master. "Young one, you are even more audacious than I was in my youth." Chapter 60. The Thunder Pool Forging the Sword. Today the frost blade is complete to shake the world, the brilliant golden light emanating from the old master, along with the suffocating pressure, caused Su Chun to swallow hard. However, quickly regaining his composure, his gaze grew resolute. The energy within him began to surge wildly. He withdrew the 9-section divine staff from his sleeve. It expanded in size, and he simultaneously began to chant an incantation. Gather the energy of the heavens. Walk the path of the heavens, chase the clouds, and pursue the lightning. Thunder of the 9 heavens. Su Chen's body gradually began to merge with the heavenly thunder, his eyes shimmering with a blue glow. Zhang Zhiwei raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this lightning technique that starkly differed from that of the celestial master's residence. Eager to experience it, he commanded his golden light to transform into tangible ribbons, encircling Su Chun. Witnessing this, Su Chun's thoughts shifted in an instant. Accompanied by flickering lightning, he found himself suspended in mid-air. With a light tap of his 9-section divine staff, he declared, "Divine punishment." Boom! As Su Chun uttered those words softly, blinding lightning illuminated the entire sky. A bolt of lightning, resembling a celestial pillar, roared down from above, surging toward the old master with overwhelming might. Good heavens! Is this even within the realm of human capability? Wang, observing from a distance, couldn't contain his astonishment. He had thought that possessing the wind after Strange Gate would be sufficient to look down upon all others. After all, even the legacy of Zhuge Wuho paled in comparison to his eyes, as they belonged to entirely different realms. Though he understood that Su Daolang, a character beyond his comprehension, was likely stronger than himself, witnessing this battle truly broadened his perspective in the face of the two combatants. Wang felt as fragile as a novice that moment. A sparrow perched upon a branch in the distance remained unfazed by the tumultuous spectacle, observing the unfolding scene with a glimmer of astonishment in its eyes. In the next moment, the celestial lightning collided fiercely with Zhang Jiwei's golden light, erupting in a dazzling explosion that compelled onlookers to squint. When the brilliance faded, it revealed that Zhang Jiwei's golden light had transformed into a colossal hand, successfully blocking all the falling lightning. Boom! The sound echoed once more, but this time it was merely the final cries of the vanquished thunder, which had expended its last vestiges of strength and vanished into the void. Ding! Engaging in combat with the celestial master Zhang Zhiwei. Experience points 6666. As Su Chun hovered in the air, the system's melodious notification rang in his ears, while he reveled in the substantial experience granted by the old master. He also gained a newfound perspective on his own strength. Perhaps this singular battle could enhance his integration. Splendid. Young one. Even though Ding Daoan is revered as one of the 2 great heroes of the otherworldly realm, when it comes to sheer attacking prowess, you do possess an edge. Zhang Jiwei's soft laughter was clear to all ears present. Now let me, the old man, test just how much you can endure. In the next moment, the radiant golden light abruptly receded to Zhang Jiwei's exterior, while flickering blue arcs of electricity began to manifest around him. As the arcs dissipated into the air, Zhang Jiwei's figure transformed into an ethereal presence, ultimately vanishing from view. A residual image. Su Chen's pupils constricted as a sense of crisis surged within him. Yet before he could react sufficiently, a colossal hand filled his vision, surging toward him amidst the crackling arcs. Fortunately, the protective lightning surrounding Su Chun slightly impeded the hand's assault, slowing its velocity. With a flicker of thought, Su Chun's form shifted in the blink of an eye, narrowly evading this formidable strike. However, before he could stabilize himself, Zhang Zhiwei, crackling with blue electricity, swiftly followed suit. Meanwhile, Wang, standing on the ground, gazed skyward, witnessing the azure thunder and blue lightning engaged in a wild chase, with dazzling explosions echoing intermittently. He could only think that sometimes the disparity between people was even greater than that between humans and dogs. After a while, Zhang Zhiwei, having failed to capture his target, returned to the ground, looking up at Su Chen with a blend of surprise and admiration that was unmistakable. "Ha ha, young one, when it comes to speed alone, you have surpassed me. However, your foundational cultivation still lags a bit in terms of reaction ability. If you were to enhance it, I might not even be able to grasp your hem." At that moment, suspended in midair, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Su Chen's forehead. That was close. Only he knew how narrowly he had escaped capture during the chase, relying on his explosive protective lightning and several uses of divine punishment to barely fend off Zhang Zhiwei. Recalling the sobbing Lu Jin and the red-eyed Wu Jiansheng, Su Chen couldn't help but shiver. He had truly been on the brink of following in their footsteps. After briefly assessing the energy within him, Su Chen resolved to go all out. "Old master, I too shall unveil my trump card. However, this next move may be somewhat difficult to control. You must be prepared." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiwei chuckled lightly. "No worries, unleash your full potential, and I shall meet it head-on." His calm words belied the confidence that came from being at the pinnacle of the otherworldly realm. That moment, Su Chen's 9-section divine staff began to levitate. Hovering in mid-air, with my true energy, I unite with the creation of the heavens. Thunder God, assist me. The impassioned incantation flowed from Su Chen's lips. In an instant, the heavens roared with thunder. The world transformed dramatically. Azure thunder surged restlessly, culminating in a scene that resembled an ocean of lightning across the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang stared at the daylight-like sky, utterly devoid of words. His eyes widened, and his mouth gaped as if he could swallow a bunhole. The sheer magnitude of this display even reached the group on the other side of the mountain, who were gathered around a bonfire, subtly sensing an oppressive aura. Finally, all the lightning in the sky began to converge upon the 9-section divine staff. The staff became the bone, and the thunder served as the sword, forming the frost blade before the eyes of the onlookers. At the tip of the blade, a glimmer of golden thunder appeared. It occupied roughly 1/9 of the entire sword's blade. At this moment, Su Chen's voice gradually resonated from the heavens. The sword forged in the thunder pool. The frost blade is now complete. Let it shine brightly across the world. Chapter 61. Old Celestial Master, do you know the immortal? Upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhang Zhiwei chuckled lightly. "Hey, young lad, that move of yours is rather impressive, isn't it?" Amidst his words, Zhang Zhiwei, under Wang Ye's incredulous gaze, retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and captured the unfolding spectacle. Then, with a more serious demeanor, he acknowledged the undeniable sensation of being locked onto by an awareness akin to that of heaven and earth. He understood that this strike could only be withstood head-on, surprised by the immense delight Su Chen had unexpectedly bestowed upon him. Zhang Zhiwei, however, retained his own pride. Since the day he descended the mountain, the concept of avoiding had never graced his lexicon. In the sky, Su Chen once again grasped the 9-section divine staff, feeling the terrifying power coursing through it. In the next moment, he gently swung the sword downwards. The lightning upon it dissipated effortlessly into the in the following second. A bolt of lightning appeared to descend from the heavens, cleaving through the thick clouds above and creating a massive gap. A lightning strike akin to the trajectory of a sword tip, enveloped in a dazzling golden hue, struck Zhang Zhiwei with tremendous force. The sound was deafening. In an instant, all present were plunged into a brief state of deafness, as if the entire world had been muted. Soon after, the brilliant white light emanating from the collision rendered everyone momentarily blind. After a brief pause, as the blinding radiance slowly dissipated, Zhang Zhiwei was seen standing steadfastly in place, having not moved an inch. Yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that the golden light surrounding him had dimmed significantly, with even faint, imperceptible cracks appearing upon his form. Ding! Engage in combat with Celestial Master Zhang Zhiwei. Experience gained 23333. Ding. Acquired 40,000 experience points. Template fusion level increased to 8. Congratulations, host. You have received rewards. Foundation cultivation enhanced. Ghost Path Rain Summoning. Name. Su Chun Template. Zhang Jiao Fusion Level. 8.05000. Artifact. 9-section Divine Staff Cultivation Method. Guarding 1 technique. Transforming beings into soldiers. Heavenly Thunder Ghost Path. Thick Fog. Gale. Rain Summoning. When Qi is combined with incantations, rain can be summoned. With the rise in fusion level and the renewed enhancement of foundational cultivation, Su Chun found a moment of reprieve in midair. Although the consumption of lightning techniques was not excessive, to achieve utmost power and gain vast experience points, Su Chun had nearly exhausted all his internal qi, pouring it entirely into this final strike. Had he not received the timely cultivation rewards from the system, he might have found himself in a state of weakness akin to Wang Ye's earlier plight. Now seeing that the battle had reached a conclusion, Su Chun descended to the ground, casting his gaze around. Aside from the Taoist robe bearing some charred marks from the lightning, he bore no injuries whatsoever. He cupped his hands toward the Celestial Master ahead. Smiling lightly, "I must thank the Celestial Master for your leniency. I now possess no strength to continue fighting. If you still seek to unleash your prowess, perhaps you might give Wang Yi a taste." As he spoke, Su Chun gestured toward Wang Yi, who stood at a distance, a shadow crossing his face. "Very well. I see. You mean I should let you have your fun since I haven't gotten a chance to strike you yet? That is unnecessary. At my age, a bit of light exercise is all I need that I cannot compare to the vigor of you young folks," Zhang Zhiwei remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. "Indeed, the youth of today are truly remarkable. It has been many years since I felt such exhilaration. I feel rejuvenated by a few years." Coughing lightly, Su Chun noted the Celestial Master's disinterest in continuing the fight and shifted to more serious matters. "To be honest, Celestial Master, I have come here today with other important matters to discuss. Oh, then let us return to my residence to elaborate. Coincidentally, as fellow Taoist branches, I am quite curious about you," Zhang Zhiwei replied. Seeing the commotion settle, Wang Yi, having regained his composure from the earlier shock, prepared to take his leave, fully aware of a truth. The more one knows, the greater the troubles that may ensue. He merely needed to adhere to his agreement with Su Chun, assisting in contacting the master after failing to dissuade Zhang Chulan. He had no desire to get embroiled in the complexities of the Xianmen inheritance. Moments later, at the Celestial Master's residence, a thick fog enveloped the entire courtyard. Inside, Su Chun and Zhang Zhiwei sat cross-legged on cushions. Su Chun regarded the smiling old Celestial Master across from him, mentally strategizing how to open the conversation. After all, this was the most critical aspect of his plan. After briefly organizing his objectives in his mind, he resolved to, first, have a Celestial Master take the lead in declaring his Xianmen identity to the world. However, with his current strength, merely relying on the Xianmen inheritance might deter many opportunistic individuals from seeking trouble. Thus, the best approach would be to present a bait that would compel all to disregard everything else. The secrets of the Celestial Master's Tao and the 8 miraculous techniques perfectly fit this criterion. Second, he wished to alter Tian Jinzong's fate while integrating himself into the narrative of the Celestial Master's descent from the mountain. Therefore, it was imperative to inform the Celestial Master of the hidden presence of the current head of the Taiping Sect, Gongqing, and to prepare for the eventual fabrication of a false death for old Tian. Third, based on the original narrative, it was clear that the Celestial Master had intended to prevent Zhang Chulan from seeking the underlying secrets. However, subsequent twists of fate and the covert machinations of various forces led Zhang Chulan to reject his good intentions. Hence, it was necessary to persuade the Celestial Master not to impede his course of action, as for any alterations to the battle roster. Those were minor matters. While Su Chun was lost in contemplation, the old Celestial Master, seated across from him, observed the pervasive fog that filled the room. This tactic had been witnessed during his battle with Lu Linglong. Even he could not discern the movements within. Now, seeing Su Chun's solemn demeanor, Zhang Zhiwei felt an inexplicable sense that something monumental was about to be revealed. After a prolonged silence, Su Chun finally spoke. "Celestial Master, in truth, our Taiping Sect possesses techniques akin to the Celestial Master's Tao. However, the so-called restrictions upon me are rather weak, unlike yours, which do not even allow for the utterance of thoughts. lest one perish. For instance, I can freely articulate certain keywords, such as ascension or becoming immortal. The last few words detonated like thunder in Zhang Zhiwei's ears. He could hardly fathom that Su Chen's first utterance would reveal such staggering information. The overwhelming shock nearly left him dazed. Chapter 62. The Sin of the Present. The Merits of Eternity. Su Chen gazed at the old celestial master, who appeared somewhat dazed. A smile crept into his heart. With such a compelling opening, it was certain that the ensuing dialogue would proceed much more smoothly. After the celestial master collected his thoughts, he spoke after a long silence. Since you are aware of these secrets, why venture into the murky waters of the Luotian grand ritual? Outsiders can easily surmise that my purpose for hosting the ritual is to bring Zhang Chulan back to the celestial master's residence. Yet, with your restriction inheritance, it should not be difficult for you to conclude that my true intention is to pass on the celestial master's Dao to him, to prevent him from delving deeper into the secrets and becoming ensnared in this vortex. Observing the celestial master's earnest countenance, Su Chen smiled lightly and extended 3 fingers. In truth, I have 3 purposes for visiting the celestial master today, which also serve as my reasons for attending the Luotian grand ritual. First, to prevent you from obstructing Zhang Chulan's quest for knowledge. For even as a remarkable, extraordinary person, you cannot thwart the greed that resides in the hearts of men. Regardless, there will always be those who inch closer to this secret. It is better to guide than to block. Why not seize the momentum for oneself? The sin of the present, the merits of eternity. Second, in my calculations, I have foreseen the death of old Tianshi Mansion, which prompts me to alert you, Celestial Master. The current head of Quansheng has long set his sights on the secret residing within his mind. He is already lurking within the Celestial Master's residence, plotting in the shadows. Third, I wish for you, Celestial Master, to acknowledge my status within the Taiping Sect as part of the Xianmen. When you make a public declaration, I seek to disseminate the knowledge I have acquired regarding the incomplete restrictions. This is also why I have dared to wade into these murky waters. After all, controlling the variables is paramount to ensuring peace of mind. Furthermore, individuals like Zhang Chulan and Wang Yi have been unwillingly embroiled in this vortex due to the 8 miraculous techniques. As a sect that values the sanctity of life, our Taiping Sect naturally feels compelled to intervene and mitigate this impending catastrophe for all of humanity. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Zhiwei let out a deep sigh. In truth, he was well aware that certain matters remain unresolved. Inevitably, successors would continue to venture forth in pursuit of exploration. Alas, it was only after the 8 extraordinary skills had been unveiled for quite some time, under the diligent inquiries of some astute individuals, that this secret subtly disseminated within the realm of the extraordinary, among those formidable powers with profound roots. By that time, Zhang Zhiwei had unknowingly inherited the title of Heavenly Master from his mentor, Zhang Jingqing. Bound by restrictions, he naturally found himself devoid of the opportunity to delve into this mystery using his own strength. Otherwise, how could the once arrogant and proud individual have refrained from acting like Su Chen, engaging in the so-called acts of rectifying contemporary wrongs for the benefit of posterity and entirely eliminating all elements of unrest in the realm of the extraordinary? A long sigh escaped Zhang Zhiwei's lips. Well, since you younger generations possess your own aspirations, and considering your strength and talent, indeed, you are qualified to attempt to unravel these secrets. As an old man, I cannot justifiably impede your endeavors. However, Zhang Chulan is, after all, my disciple. If possible, I would still prefer to dissuade him from stepping into this vortex. Upon hearing the old Heavenly Master's evident concession, Su Chen felt a sense of relief settle within him. Thus, the final element of his plan was ultimately confirmed. Nevertheless, amidst the fervor of the Luotian grand ceremony, there remained some tender targets ripe for harvesting. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. With this thought in mind, Su Chen shyly rubbed his hands together. Then, with a hint of bashfulness, he looked toward the old Heavenly Master. Ahem, esteemed Heavenly Master, to be candid, I have a rather inconvenient request. First and foremost, let me clarify that I have no intention of engaging in any underhanded dealings. What I mean is, regarding the 16 strong combatants matchups, Would it be possible to make a slight adjustment? This would facilitate your introduction of Zhang Chulan to the Heavenly Masteress residence, would it not? In the following moments, the silence of the room was punctuated by the hushed whispers of the two, interspersed with occasional bursts of laughter that evoked a sense of having stumbled into the lair of a villain. Meanwhile, outside the fog-shrouded courtyard, a sparrow perched upon a branch, intently observing the thick mist enveloping the surroundings, its eyes occasionally betraying a flicker of human-like suspicion. Simultaneously, in a clearing somewhere on Longhu Mountain, the crackling of the campfire resonated through the air, surrounding it with a lively and bustling atmosphere. The contestants, having shed their initial awkwardness, were now scattered about, engaging in casual conversation and light drinking, the ambience delightfully vibrant. At this moment, Zhang Chulan sat amidst a throng of companions, surrounded by fellow enthusiasts from the chat group. I must tell you all, at that time when I was captured by the all-encompassing demon, Taoist master truly descended like a divine weapon. After kicking open the door, he brazenly confronted those individuals, asking, "Who are these little rascals?" Although the somewhat arrogant Xia, he possessed a modicum of strength and initially managed to spar with the Taoist master. It merely served to loosen him up a bit. However, once the company arrived, they attempted to subdue the Taoist master to facilitate their escape. Zhang Chulan exaggeratedly clicked his tongue. TSK, you should have seen that scene, with just a slightly serious kick. He nearly sent her flying. The video didn't capture the aftermath, but Xia he was left unable to stand. Cheers erupted around him. Our charming group truly has a remarkable leader. Wang Ergo and Tsang Long, gathered nearby, promptly played the role of comic relief. Seizing the moment, Zhang Chulan raised his cup, proclaiming, Come, we are all brothers here. The Taoist master is extraordinary. Indeed, we, the brothers of this group, are extraordinary. I shall go first. Yet, as he drank, Zhang Chulan's eyes darted about, resembling a vigilant inspector at a drinking party, ensuring none were left out of the revelry. After all, he bore the responsibilities of the Taoist master. Leading the charge, he planned to let them indulge until they were sufficiently inebriated, then let the Taoist master take over, alternating between the two until everyone was thoroughly intoxicated. At that point, no one would clamor to see their own guardian mark. With this thought, Zhang Chulan beckoned, Come, it's a rare occasion for us water friends to gather offline. Let us all share another drink. The Taoist master has some matters to attend to, but he is likely to join us shortly. Nearby, leaning against a tree, Zhang Lingyu appeared to sip casually while engaging in light banter with Zhu Guqing about the contestants. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he had already tuned his ears to Zhang Chulan's words. Upon hearing that Xia he had nearly been kicked to death, his brow furrowed tightly. He found himself unable to articulate the tumult of emotions stirring within him. The legitimate heir of the Heavenly Masteress residence. His association with the all-encompassing demon stood as a lifelong blemish. Yet upon hearing the news of Xia He's uncertain fate during his battle with Su Chun, he found himself involuntarily enraged. Now, Zhang Chulan's words further unsettled his already turbulent mind. Zhang Lingyu felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. Chapter 63. A moment of impulse. Zhang Lingyu, dismissing idle gossip. Zhu Guqing, sitting nearby with squinted eyes, seemed to have noticed Zhang Lingyu's predicament, that he glanced towards the lively scene, chuckling softly. Zhang Chulan has indeed become one of the highlights of this gathering. I've heard you sparred with him. Is he truly as lacking as the rumors suggest? I prefer not to discuss him. Zhang Lingyu huffed in response to Zhu Guqing's inquiry, as if merely mentioning Zhang Chulan's name was an affront to Longhu Mountain. Observing this, Zhu Guqing chose not to press further, instead idly remarking, It's curious that another focal point of this gathering has not attended this bonfire soir. Truth be told, I am most intrigued by him. I had intended to seek your insights regarding him, but I was uncertain if it was appropriate to broach the subject. Understanding Zhu Guqing's indirect approach, Zhang Lingyu quickly grasped the implication. Although he was upright and somewhat rigid, he was not foolish. He recognized that the other focal figure Zhu Guqing referred to was none other than Su Chun. After all, in both of his appearances, Su Chun had showcased abilities akin to sorcery, naturally piquing the curiosity of the Zhuge heir. However, due to his previous defeat at Su Chun's hands, Zhuge Qing hesitated to inquire too directly. Zhang Lingyu chuckled softly. Brother Zhuge, you wish to inquire about Su Chun, do you not? There is no harm in speaking candidly. I am not one to shy away from defeat. While loss stem from my own cultivation and my relative ineptitude in mastering the Thunder Law. Ultimately, this led to my defeat at his hands, leaving me feeling as though I sullied the reputation of the Heavenly Masteress residence. However, this does not imply that my sect's teachings are inferior to those of the peaceful teaching. Surpassing him is merely a matter of time and the adjustment of one's mindset. As for the inquiries you wish to make regarding sorcery, I fear you will have to seek him out for enlightenment. After all, during our encounter, he did not exhibit such abilities. Zhuge Qing, seated across from him, contemplated this revelation. Truly, it seems I cannot elicit much information from Zhang Lingyu. From Zhuge by defeat at Su Chun's hands to my inability to perceive the mysterious fog he conjured. My curiosity about Su Chun only intensifies. After today's competition concludes, I shall explore Su Chun's situation within my own inner realm. However, to my surprise, my attempts yielded no information whatsoever, as though I were unworthy of such knowledge. Given that Su Chun's presence was absent from the bonfire feast, it seems that to understand the cause of my failure, I must inquire directly with Su Chun himself at that moment. Ji Jinhua approached. Speaking of Lingyu, it seems you've harbored a long-standing displeasure towards Zhang Chulan. Even toward the Su Daoist who defeated you, you do not exhibit such animosity. What is the reason behind this? Is it because of that? Your Yin-5 thunder, spare me your prattle. Zhang Lingyu interrupted Ji Jinhua, somewhat indignantly. Just then, Zhuge Qing stood up and said, Apologies, but I have no interest in others' gossip. I shall take my leave now. As Zhuge Qing walked away, Ji Jinhua paid him no mind, turning back to Zhang Lingyu. Let us continue. Even if he practices the Yang-5 thunder, it cannot threaten your standing at Longhu Mountain. Can it? Are you truly so wary of Zhang Chulan? Humph. Do not provoke me with words. I have always known that I am merely venting my frustrations onto this lady in that moment of impulse. I committed a grave error, rendering myself unable to inherit the perfect symbol of the Zhengyi successor, the Yang-5 thunder. Who can I blame? It is merely my own folly. Now, to transfer my grievances onto Zhang Chulan only underscores my lack of cultivation. Perhaps I should seek an opportunity to apologize to him instead. Upon hearing Zhang Lingyu's words, Ji Jinhua keenly grasped the crux of the matter and began to inquire who had claimed Zhang Lingyu's first blood. However, as the two engaged in light banter, they remained oblivious to the presence of Zhuge Qing, who sat under a tree, maintaining a facade of seriousness while attentively listening to their conversation, but a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. The moonlight, like a gentle wash, illuminated the clearing as the thick fog enveloping the small courtyard dissipated. The sounds of insects resumed their symphony in the mountains, providing an accompaniment to the night. After discussing the specifics with the old celestial master, Su Chun bid farewell and made his way toward the bonfire gathering, fully aware that another classic scene was about to unfold as a friend. He felt compelled to document every moment from all angles. On the path, Su Chun absent-mindedly stroked his chin and murmured. Walking along the wooded trail, he contemplated the situation. Old Tian feigns death, and the celestial master descends the mountain. I might as well seize this opportunity to rack up some comprehensive experience points. Truly, it was an idea of my own making. Before long, he lifted his gaze to the distance, where the flickering glow of firelight and the lively chatter of the crowd reached his ears, allowing him to vividly imagine the bustling scene. As he approached the venue, a lively gathering of young people around the bonfire came into view, capturing his attention. Most notably, he spotted Wang Ergo sprawled on the ground, having been beaten by Su San and Su Si, alongside a burly Shandong man, wrapped in a cloak and already inebriated, with several empty bottles of Erguo scattered nearby. Meanwhile, Feng Baobao sat leisurely to the side, sipping strong liquor through a straw, exuding an air of contentment. Noticing Su Chun emerging from the woods, she waved him over, while Zhang Lingyu, too, became aware of the commotion from that direction. With a subtle shift in her gaze, she coolly turned her head away. Ever since her defeat at Su Chen's hands, Zhang Lingyu had reflected deeply, realizing that her inability to confront her own heart had hindered her proper cultivation of the Yin Wu Lei technique, causing her lightning skills to lag behind Su Chen's and tarnishing the celestial master's reputation. Thus, upon her return, she had committed herself to the formal practice of Yin Wu Lei, despite her lingering reluctance to accept her past errors. Clenching her fist, she pondered whether her new techniques could finally triumph over Su Chun. Just then, a boisterous voice rang out. "Cheers!" Su Chun recognized it as belonging to Zhang Chulan and was somewhat taken aback. After spending so many days with him, it was his first time hearing such a tone. Following the sound, he saw Zhang Chulan surrounded by a crowd, enthusiastically challenging everyone to drink. Yet he appeared quite intoxicated. "Look, the Taoist has arrived." With that final shout, all eyes turned to Zhang Chulan, who winked at Su Chun, signaling that the task entrusted to him had been accomplished, allowing Su Chun to unleash his full potential. Then he stumbled and fell to the ground. Anyone witnessing the scene couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth is wonderful." They could just fall asleep anywhere. Receiving Zhang Chulan's implicit message, Su Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Damn it, you've really had too much to drink, haven't you?" He observed that everyone else merely joined in the revelry, while it was only Zhang Chulan who had truly crossed the line, shamelessly seeking praise. As he looked at the approaching crowd, Su Chan realized with a sinking feeling that there were no good people among them. Faced with the people's insistence on drinking, Su Chen showcased what it meant to be a master at social gatherings. Thanks to the physical prowess granted by his Shui technique, he may not have imbibed like Feng Bao, who treated Erguo Tu as mere refreshment, but he navigated the drunken crowd with ease. Before long, Wang Ergo, previously knocked down by Su Si, regained his vigor and joined the drinking contest. However, before he could even down a few more shots, he began to stir up the crowd. "Boss, show us your guarding powder. Last time, the one we saw from Zhang Chulan was blurry. I wonder if yours is any different. Show it off so we can broaden our horizons." Observing Wang Ergo's sincere expression, Su Chun thought, "Oh no, it's really happening. Is this what they call revealing the dagger at the end of the map?" Nevertheless, he knew that in such a situation, maintaining composure was paramount. Otherwise, these drunken fools might insist on undressing him. Thus, Su Chan donned a nonchalant facade and waved his hand dismissively. "I truly don't have any guarding powder. If I did, I would have proudly shown it to you by now." He then pointed to the inebriated Zhang Chulan nearby. "If you didn't see the last photo clearly, just have Zhang Chulan channel some qi. When I last saw him doing so, the runes in that area were brilliantly vivid." "Oh ho ho." Wang Ergo's eyes lit up at this remark, and he rallied the crowd once more, encircling the tipsy Zhang Chulan. However, as they looked at the drooling Zhang Chulan, everyone felt somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to rouse him. After all, waking someone from deep slumber only to say, "Take a look at your guarding powder," felt somewhat presumptuous. Seeing this unfold, Su Chun cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted, "Zhang Chulan, everyone says your guarding powder is lacking. What will you do about it?" The moment those words reached Zhang Chulan's ears, who had already drifted into slumber, he seemed to catch on as certain keywords. Suddenly, he sprang up from the ground in a flash. "Who said that? I absolutely will not allow anyone to claim my guarding powder is inadequate." At this, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers. "Show us, Zhang Chulan. It's your moment to prove yourself." The already tipsy Zhang Chulan could not resist such provocations. With a leap, he bounded onto the highest rock in the area. "You all really want to see my guarding powder, huh?" This act drew everyone's attention, even causing Zhang Lingyu, who had been feeling somewhat perturbed, to glance over. In the next instant, Zhang Chulan loosened his belt, revealing his guarding powder for all to see, shimmering in the wind, exuding an air of freedom. Accompanied by the surge of qi, brilliant golden light radiated from him, and mysterious runes appeared before everyone's eyes. Strangely, the words "I have visited here" faintly emerged among them. From a distance, Su Chan watched this unfold, chuckling as he took out his phone, ready to capture this iconic moment of Zhang Chulan. Just as the flash went off repeatedly, a sharply dressed young man in a suit approached, squinting his eyes. "As you Taoist, I have some inquiries that I would like to discuss with you, if you don't mind." "Oh." Su Chan cast a sidelong glance at Zhuge Qing. Before he could respond, he understood that the young man likely wished to inquire about the intricacies of Qiming techniques, or, like Wang Yi, was puzzled by his inability to deduce his own fate within the inner landscape. Yet, Su Chen himself had only a superficial understanding of Qiming and could not provide a satisfactory answer. While continuing to snap photos, Su Chen recalled the plot from the original story. Zhuge Qing, you may have many questions in your heart, but I'm afraid I cannot offer you a comprehensive explanation. After a pause, he continued, what I can tell you is to keep moving forward. This journey away from home will yield many unique experiences, and all answers await you ahead. Faced with Su Chen's enigmatic response, Zhuge Qing did not seem overly surprised. After all, the inability to deduce the inner landscape's mysteries was already an oddity. Thus, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said to Su Chen, since Su Daoist has said so, it appears I need not hasten back to my family after the Luotan Grand Rite, that I should take the opportunity to broaden my horizons in this realm of extraordinary individuals. Afterward, he stroked his chin, lost in contemplation as he gazed into the distance. Su Chen watched as Zhuge Qing's silhouette disappeared, and could not help but let out a quiet sigh. He wondered if, when faced with the formidable challenges posed by Feng Ho, Qiming, and Shun Ji by Lian, Zhuge Qing will be able to carve out a path uniquely his OWNT that moment. A girl with pink hair entered Su Chen's line of sight. As he focused, he recognized her as Lu Linglong, sporting her signature two prominent tufts of hair. For reasons unknown, the instant she met Su Chen's gaze, a blush rapidly spread across her delicate face. Flustered, she quickly turned away and pretended to whistle casually, appearing somewhat guilty, which left Su Chen rather bemused. Finding the situation amusing, he teased, Linglong, why didn't you go observe Zhang Chulan's Moongate sand? Instead, you've come over here? Ah! Lu Linglong exclaimed in surprise, then turned to face Su Chen, her expression awkward and flustered, as she nervously fiddled with her fingers. She said, Brother Su, I didn't want to watch Zhang Chulan stroll under the moonlight. That Jijin flower said. After fumbling for words for a while, she finally closed her eyes and declared, she said that Brother Su didn't let us see the Moongate sand because he felt embarrassed. If I were to come see your little bird alone, you would definitely agree, right? Su Chen's expression darkened. He had anticipated that Jijin flower would send Lu Linglong over to discuss something serious. He was utterly unprepared for such ridiculousness. The girl, reminiscent of a female Su Si, truly had a knack for absurdity. Looking at Lu Linglong's face, which was as crimson as if it might bleed, he recalled how she had once teased him using an alias. And couldn't he help but scoff internally that I mean, what you want to see ISNT exactly proper, is it? Chapter 65, 30 Years in Hushi. Today Zhang Chulan avenged his grandfather the following day. Under the radiant sun, the leaves in the forest appeared exceptionally vibrant. Bathed in sunlight, the dappled shadows of the trees danced gently on the ground with the breeze. The air was filled with the essence of nature, invigorating and refreshing, prompting one to take a deep breath of the morning's purity. That moment, Zhang Chulan, still wrapped in slumber, groggily opened his eyes. Feeling a cool breeze brush against his lower half, he was suddenly startled. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that he was lying completely bare on the ground. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed that the others were all dressed normally. Zhang Chulan was overwhelmed by unwelcome, troubling memories flooding his mind. That moment, he could only mutter, I'm truly exhausted. Let it all end. While the others remained asleep, he began to stealthily search for his pants. However, the items he had carelessly discarded the previous night were not easily found. Before long, the commotion he caused roused the others, and someone, unable to contain themselves, let out a chuckle at the sight of Zhang Chulan. Laughter erupted, filling the area with mirth. It's fair to say that the joys and sorrows of people do not resonate with one another. With a perpetually dark expression, Zhang Chulan eventually found his lost garments beneath a pile of empty bottles. In an effort to gloss over his embarrassing predicament, he donned his pants while solemnly stating, everyone just had a little drink last night and fell asleep. Right? Unfortunately, Su Si, nearby, was not about to let him forget the previous night's antics. Teasing, he remarked, yes, just observing birds under the moonlight. Then you had to show off your little chick transforming into a phoenix and insisted it was a woodpecker. TSK, that image. Even I felt my toes curl. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chulan, feeling utterly despondent, covered Su Si's mouth and pleaded, "Fourth brother, please, don't say any more." I genuinely wanted to in the crowd. Song Long chimed in, "Billion, what you've done is truly a unique spectacle in the current realm of extraordinary beings. Traveling all the way to Longhu Mountain to observe birds under the moonlight. What kind of perverse fetish does that satisfy?" Zhang Chulan gritted his teeth and retorted, "You insufferable fatso. You pretended to be my brother during the water group chat. I remember clearly how you had a camera in hand last night, the flash continuously going off. You didn't take any photos of me, did you?" Song Long proudly raised his thumb, declaring, "Of course. Someone of our caliber wouldn't take photos. We merely documented the whole affair. You wicked fatso. I'll make you pay." As Zhang Chulan pursued him, Song Long, hiding in a tree, seemed to notice something amiss. He looked toward the distant competition square and called out to the crowd, "Everyone, it seems the new battle schedule has been released." Soon, Su Chun, who had already arrived at the competition square, heard a joyful commotion. Turning to see Zhang Chulan, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, making his way through the cheerful atmosphere. After a moment, Zhang Chulan approached Su Chun and whispered, "Dao Yi, you're being too ruthless? Yesterday, in order to prevent them from making a fuss over your splendid performance, I risked my life to pour them drinks. Why didn't you stop me when I was out wandering under the moonlight after drinking too much? I've lost all face for a lifetime." Hearing this, Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Come on, Chulan. Think of it as a way to toughen your skin. Who knows, it might not even be your most embarrassing day." Faced with Su Chen's sharp retort, Zhang Chulan felt as if his heart had quietly shattered. However, his strong mental fortitude allowed him to quickly regain his composure and begin examining the battle schedule in the distance. Upon seeing that his opponent was Tang Wenlong, he felt a slight sense of relief. After all, a contestant whose name he had never heard before must be significantly weaker than those star competitors. Yet before he could celebrate, he noticed that his next opponent was none other than the victor between Zhu Qing and Wang Yi. Instantly, anxiety surged within him. "Dao Yi, am I really this unfortunate? In the next round, whether it's either of those two, I doubt I stand a chance of winning. ISNT the Heavenly Master's office engaging in some underhanded dealings." Looking at Zhang Chulan's glum face, Su Chun chuckled lightly. He just enjoyed in silence that you'll soon discover what it means to win effortlessly. Meanwhile, he mused himself. Indeed, there were underhanded dealings, but that was a result of the discussions he had with the old Heavenly Master the previous day. Next, Su Chan's opponents included the Western Sword immortal Jia Zhongliang, the Changbai Mountain immortal Lu Kuanxing, and his junior uncle Zhang Lingyu. In truth, Zhang Chulan only had to face Tang Wenlong. The subsequent opponents would be Wang Yi, Feng Bao, and then himself. Such treatment was akin to a dog casually winning a championship. That moment. The white-haired Feng Xingtong interrupted their conversation. "ISNT this Zhang Chulan. I heard about your moonlit escapades at the family residence yesterday. You've become quite the celebrity. So, how do you feel about being the first to face Tang Min's lone descendant today? Are you feeling confident?" Upon hearing Tang Min, Zhang Chulan's expression shifted. His brows furrowed tightly. However, the gloom quickly faded, and he regained his cheerful demeanor, inquiring about Tang Wenlong's background from Feng Xingtong. Just then, Feng Xian approached Su Chun. "Mr. Su, today Xingtong is up against Wang Ji. If he truly inherits the techniques that counter the spirit binding and summoning methods, could Xingtong be in danger?" Su Chun, hearing this, smiled calmly. In truth, after discussing the battle schedule with the Heavenly Master last night, he had considered this issue. After all, in the original story, Feng Xingtong was directly defeated by Wang Bing, unable even to concede that if such a situation were to repeat itself, and he intervened directly, it would be somewhat disrespectful to the Heavenly Master's office. Thus, Su Chun had intended to find Feng Jinghao the previous evening and suggest that Feng Xingtong surrender once he tested Wang Bing's spirit binding and summoning techniques. However, after experimenting with his newly acquired ability to summon rain on the way, he abandoned that thought. His new power was sufficient to turn the tide of battle without anyone being the wiser. "Fear not, should any danger arise, I shall intervene." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyan felt an aura of authority emanating from Su Chun, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Please welcome Zhang Chulan and Tang Wenlong to the arena." Hearing the call of the referee, Zhang Chulan, who had just finished gathering intelligence from Feng Xingtong, clenched his fist tightly in his hand. In his heart, he silently vowed, 30 years in Hushi. "Grandfather, today I shall reclaim a portion of the interest from the Tang men on your behalf." Moments later, the two contenders for the first match stepped into the arena. Tang Wenlong, this time, did not allow Biao Billion to slip through the cracks. Before the fight could commence, a shout erupted from the audience. It was the blue-haired youth who had intruded into the competition grounds yesterday, eager to challenge Zhang Chulan to a one-on-one duel. However, today, flanked by two judges from the Heavenly Master's Mansion, he found himself without the opportunity to duel Zhang Chulan and could only cheer for Tang Wenlong. In the arena, Tang Wenlong, clad in a gray hoodie, stood coolly, listening to the clamor from the audience. With a detached demeanor, he casually scratched his ear and then remarked to Zhang Chulan, "Let us get started quickly. I have several tough battles ahead to prepare for." With a light chuckle, Zhang Chulan raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Wenlong, responding, "Very well, I share the same sentiment." Locking eyes with Zhang Chulan, Tang Wenlong felt his heart skip a beat. He had not anticipated that the one rumored to be Biao Billion, relying solely on the shadows and luck to secure victories, possessed such a piercing gaze. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Liang felt a surge of anger within him. He waved his hand, and in an instant, 12 flying daggers fell under his command, racing towards Su Chun with alarming speed. The sudden onslaught elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Yet, Su Chun leisurely raised his right hand, and with a speed visible to all present, flicked his index finger. The daggers, already moving so swiftly they seemed to leave afterimages, were effortlessly deflected. This technique bore striking resemblance to his earlier encounter with Jia Zhengyu. Such prowess caused Jia Zhenliang's pupils to constrict, though he had long anticipated Su Chen's formidable cultivation, which surpassed even some practitioners specializing in martial arts. Witnessing the daggers being repelled still left him somewhat shaken. Gritting his teeth, Jia Zhenliang resolved to act without hesitation. He reached behind him, and 5 daggers materialized in his hands. 3 of them glimmered with fluctuating golden light, joining the circle of weapons swirling around him, while the other 2 leaped up, landing beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. Locking eyes with Su Chun below, Jia Zhenliang rallied his spirits, declaring, "Su Chun, with 15 celestial slaying daggers at my disposal, bolstered by magical artifacts. If you do not unleash your renowned lightning technique, you may very well taste the bitterness of defeat today. I shall make my name known for the Jia family village." 15 daggers, so this was the extent of his power, and 3 accompanying magical artifacts. Where did he acquire such treasures? One must understand that in this day and age, artifact smiths are exceedingly rare. The audience erupted in a chorus of astonished murmurs. Even a few of the 10 elders exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming. Meanwhile, Su Chun, observing Jia Zhenliang's poised figure suspended in the air, heard the system's melodious notification chime. Ding! Engaged in combat with Jia Zhenliang of the Western Jia family village. Experience points 333. Ding. Engaged in combat with Jia Zhenliang of the Western Jia family village. Experience points 333. Hearing the experience points offered, Su Chun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. For according to the original story he recalled, Jia Zhenliang's strength was only marginally superior to Feng Xian's. How could the experience points awarded be nearly double? Glancing at Jia Zhenliang's serious demeanor in the sky, he quickly realized, much like Zhang Chulan, he had undergone special training for the Luotian Grand Ceremony. With this thought, a subtle smile crept across Su Chen's lips. Since the chives were putting in such effort, it was only fitting for him to provide them with a little nourishment. Reaching into his sleeve, he produced a black steel ball, simultaneously reciting an incantation. Glimpse the yin and yang, steal the heavens and change the earth. With infinite transformations, command the 3 pure ones. Turn beings into soldiers. As he channeled his energy and waved his hand, the black steel ball transformed in an instant into a flurry of jet-black long swords, floating silently in the air. Subsequently, Su Chun spread his arms wide, and with the rush of a gale, his figure gradually ascended to confront Jia Zhongliang. Today, I shall show you what it truly means to be a sword immortal. With that declaration, the dark long sword shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a semicircular array behind him. His aura surged to its peak, akin to an authentic sword immortal descending upon the world. The audience was left in a state of stunned silence. Zhang Chulan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. No wonder the Taoist master said, "I had never tasted fine grain before." It turns out he truly possesses extraordinary skills. Beside him, Feng Xian contemplated for a moment before turning to her father. "Feng Jinghao, father, if I'm not mistaken, this is the same technique he demonstrated that day, the turning beans in a soldier's method." Upon hearing this, Feng Jinghao chuckled, replying, "Who would have thought? Su Xiaoyu has such imaginative ingenuity, combined with his spatial translocation ability. He may one day indeed be capable of severing heads from 1,000 miles away." Gulping, Jia Zhongliang felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Compared to Su Chun, he felt like a mere imitation of a true master. Yet, his resolve would not allow him to concede defeat. With the support of magical artifacts, his offensive power had received a tremendous boost. If he could just land a hit, no matter how powerful Su Chun was, it would be impossible for him to withstand such an onslaught. With this thought, Jia Zhongliang began to gather all his energy, enveloping the 15 flying daggers in his control, minimizing friction to the utmost. The 3 magical artifacts began to tremble slightly, their golden light flickering ominously. In the next moment, led by the artifacts, 5 daggers formed a grouping, transforming into 3 arrows, swiftly launching towards Su Chun. The audience felt as if their vision had blurred, the daggers vanishing from sight in an instant. Upon witnessing Jia Zhongliang's attack, Su Chun was taken aback. After all, just from a sense of momentum, the power of this move was almost on par with a casual strike from one of the 10 elders. And the speed was such that it would be challenging for an ordinary person to mount an effective defense. Alas, he had encountered Su Chun. With a subtle shift of his will, the dark long swords, under his command, traversed the space and appeared before the flying daggers, colliding with the force of a tempest. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding clash reverberated in everyone's ears. The previously invisible daggers reappeared in the sight of all, their tips locked against the blades of the long swords, neither side willing to yield. In the next moment, the shockwave generated by their collision surged forth, forcing the audience to squint against the gust. Among them, the old Taoist master turned to his companion, Lu Jin, with a grin. "So, what do you think? Have you grasped any insights?" Lu Jin remained silent, fixated on the dark long swords, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke in admiration. "Truly a complete lineage of Taoist teachings. Just from a single turning beans in a soldier's technique, I can discern hints of the reverse threefold phenomenon." Lu Jin fully acknowledged the title of the Xianmen heir. Indeed, even though Su Chun had deliberately utilized steel black beans as the material for the dark long swords, in terms of resilience, they were still slightly inferior to Jia Zhongliang's magical artifacts and celestial slaying daggers. At this moment, he was continuously channeling his energy to repair the dark long swords, creating a balance in their confrontation. Ding. Engaged in combat with Jia Zhongliang of the Western Jia family village. Experience points 999. Ding. Engaged in combat with Jia Zhongliang of the Western Jia family village. Experience points 888. Ding. Engaged in combat with Jia Zhongliang of the Western Jia family village. Experience points 55. As their struggle ensued, the experience points Su Chun received dwindled, indicating that Jia Zhongliang was nearing his limits. Ding! The crisp sound of the first dagger clattering to the ground signaled that Jia Zhongliang had finally exhausted his strength. One by one, the remaining daggers fell from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing the hint of dissatisfaction in Jia Zhongliang's eyes, Su Chun smiled softly. He then lightly waved the dark long swords in midair, unleashing a torrent of immense sword energy that shot skyward. Chapter 68. The Center of the World. Wang Bing enters the scene. As he beheld the impending wave of sword energy. Jia Zhengliang felt a pang of despair and closed his eyes. This attack would have required considerable effort to withstand even at his peak. What hope did he have in his current state of exhaustion? Was this to be the place of his demise? I love you, Mom. See you tomorrow. I'm sorry. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions reached his ears, yet the anticipated pain never followed. Jia Zhengliang cautiously opened his eyes, bewildered, and sat up, checking his body to ensure he had not lost any parts. But soon, he was left in shock. The sword energy that had seemingly cleaved through him had left no trace of injury. Instead, it had utterly destroyed the arena behind him, splitting it into several sections. The gaping fissures appeared to plunge into the abyss. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Chulan in the audience could not help but exclaim, "Wow, that was so impressive. I must learn that technique when I get the chance." The old Taoist master, however, wore a mischievous grin as he turned to the referee from the Heavenly Masteress office beside him. "Rongshan, remember to calculate the repair costs for this venue. When the Taiping Sect builds their temple, I'll be sure to extort a good sum from them." On the other side, in the audience area far removed from the 10 masters, 3 robust men and a portly middle-aged gentleman leaned against the railing, observing the unfolding events in the arena. The multitude of spectators behind them had evidently shifted their focus away from the competition, often stealing glances at the rotund man, their eyes occasionally flickering with a hint of obsession. These 4 individuals were none other than the audacious Quattro, who had infiltrated Longhu Mountain after disguising themselves as various personas. Shen Chong gazed at the vast fissure in the arena, unable to suppress a quiet exclamation. This Su Chun has surprisingly employed an entirely new tactic. Moreover, it seems he has grown even stronger than last time. Thankfully, after recovering from his injuries, he did not recklessly seek revenge. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly. Gao Ning chuckled from the side, remarking, "I see that this lad's fate has already begun to darken. I believe our plan for revenge will undoubtedly succeed in a few days." After all, against the 4 of us, along with the other formidable masters of Quattro, no matter how talented he is, he cannot evade this calamity. Let him frolic for a couple more days. When the time comes, it will be his end. Meanwhile, Xiaohe stood silently among the 3, feeling that their notions were somewhat naive, setting aside the fact that Ding Jian had agreed to meet with Su Chun. He would certainly refrain from intervening during Quattro's assault. After all, his intention for joining Quattro was merely to engage in combat and hone his skills, not to forge enmities that would lead to a relentless vendetta. Furthermore, Su Chun was well aware of Quattro's current actions, having been the one to invite additional masters to Longhu Mountain to create chaos. Xiaohe harbored an inkling that Quattro might very well stumble significantly on this mountain. After stretching languidly, she quietly mused, "It appears I must seek an opportunity to extricate myself from Quattro. That would indeed be the wisest choice." Moments later, after exchanging amicable farewells with Jia Zhengliang, Su Chun, with his newly acquired 4,000 experience points, rendezvoused with Zhang Chulan, and together they made their way to Feng Xingtong's competition venue. Upon entering the viewing area, they caught sight of Wang Ai and Lu Ci across the arena. The 2 shared a mutual, chilling gaze simultaneously. Noticing the situation, Zhang Chulan felt a jolt of alarm. "Damn, what bad luck. Those 2 old geezers are truly like a pair of toads. Taoist, shall we go check on Sister Bauer and Miss Feng's match?" Their gaze is utterly disconcerting. Su Chun patted Zhang Chulan's shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Relax, I've got you covered. What is there to fear?" He then waved cheerfully at Wang Ai and Lu Ci, displaying an air of warmth. This unexpected display left Wang and Lu somewhat taken aback, momentarily puzzled by his intentions. Just then, Su Chen pointed behind them and slowly raised his middle finger. That insufferable brat, if not on the turf of the Heavenly Master's mansion, I would undoubtedly make him pay. The hot-tempered Lu Ci felt his blood boil at this sight, nearly erupting in fury, his flushed cheeks causing him to feel slightly dizzy. Meanwhile, Wang Ai, tense and cold, gripped his cane tightly, the creaking echoing his restrained anger. Although his demeanor was icy, it did not imply he was devoid of temper. In truth, today's match was meticulously orchestrated for the purpose of dealing with Su Chun. Though he was uncertain why the old heavenly master had acquiesced to his proposal without hesitation, it was reasonable to expect some deference as one of the leaders of the four great families. With this in mind, Wang Ai ominously declared, "Brother Liu, I arranged this battle to facilitate the incorporation of the Tianxia society into our fold. That brat Feng Jinghao has been quite cocky these past 2 years. Today, let him see who the true master is. Once I have subdued the Feng family, following the conclusion of the grand ritual, they shall serve as our vanguard, while we stand as the main forces. At that time, I will ensure to capture that little wretch, Su Chun. I want him to wish for life yet find none, and wish for death yet be unable to attain it." Listening to this, the gritting-toothed Liu Ci showed no hesitation in agreeing, albeit with a hint of skepticism. "But will the Feng family willingly serve as our vanguard? I see Feng Jinghao as a formidable character. He may not easily submit. Ha ha ha." Wang Ai's chilling laughter echoed. "If he is indeed a formidable character, he will be even more obedient. After all, one path leads to our Wang family and certain death, while the other leads to confronting Su Chun. I trust he will make the prudent choice." As the two conversed, the referee announced the entrance of the contestants. Feng Xingtong awaited his opponent, Wang Bing, who strutted into the arena with a head of medium-length yellow hair, exuding an air of arrogance. Although Feng Xingtong disdained such individuals, years of being molded by Feng Jinghao's teachings instilled in him a friendly disposition, prompting him to greet Wang Bing with a smile. "Good morning, Brother Wang." Wang Bing, however, showed no appreciation, sneering disdainfully. "Kid, you seem to be enjoying yourself a bit too much. Do you really think you're a social butterfly? Let me teach you a lesson in humility today." Upon hearing this, Feng Xingtong's expression shifted. "That wasn't agreed that we should not strike those who greet us with a smile. What is wrong with this person? So uncouth?" Chapter 69. Everything going according to my wishes is my privilege. Coincidentally, just before taking the stage, his father, Feng Jinghao, had instructed him to thoroughly discipline Wang Bing regardless of the circumstances. Initially hesitant, upon witnessing Wang Bing's brazen demeanor, Feng Xingtong felt liberated of any moral restraint. Thus, he seized his words and stepped forward directly, initiating the first round of probing strikes. At the same moment, Zhang Chulan, filled with uncertainty, glanced at Su Chun beside him. For some reason, he had the distinct impression that the Taoist had been muttering incantations under his breath. Was it merely an illusion? Just as Zhang Chulan pondered this, the weather suddenly shifted from sunny to overcast, and soon a light drizzle began to fall in the arena. The two, having exchanged initial blows, stood at opposite ends. The two, as chi refiners, paid no heed to the unpredictable weather, merely feeling a slight dampness on their bodies. It seems today is the perfect occasion to showcase our Feng family's ultimate techniques. Feng Xingtong exclaimed cheerfully. As he spoke, visible black energy began to swirl around him, his eyes transforming into an inky hue, and his aura surged. Just as he prepared to continue the fight bolstered by this ethereal enhancement, Wang Bing, who had been keeping his head down, slowly lifted it, revealing the same black eyes as Feng Xingtong. "Spawn, come forth at once." With a thunderous roar, Wang Bing caught the still-stunned Feng Xingtong off guard, causing the ethereal spirit within him to erupt and be siphoned away by Wang Bing. In the audience, Feng Jinghao furrowed his brow upon witnessing this scene. It was just as Su Chun had indicated. Even Wang Bing had mastered the art of spirit summoning and was brazenly employing it during this grand ritual. What a shameless act from the four great families, who could so easily claim what was not theirs without a shred of shame. Initially, Feng Jinghao had reservations about Su Chin's rashness in confronting the Wang family. But those doubts faded entirely. Now, he was eager to witness just how audacious the Wang family could be. Back in the arena, Feng Xingtong, unable to question the situation, hurriedly steadied his mind and began to utilize the spirit summoning technique, engaging in a contest of strength with Wang Bing. Yet, during their stalemate, Wang Bing conjured another spirit in his right hand. "Your feeble spirit summoning is merely a waste of your ethereal essence. Allow me to demonstrate the true art of spirit summoning." As he spoke, Wang Bing brought forth a wailing female spirit, placing it near his mouth. With a series of crunching sounds, he devoured it whole. Ha ha ha. While this method of spirit consumption may not significantly enhance your abilities, the boost to your physical prowess is permanent. So, Feng Xingtong, do not be so stingy. Let your spirits become my nourishment. In the midst of their discourse, Wang Bing's power had grown significantly. Instantly breaking the stalemate on the field, he drew the dark shadows towards him with a forceful pull. Meanwhile, Feng Xingtong, who had always maintained a cordial relationship with the spirits, felt a surge of wrath ignited by the scene before him. Determined not to let Wang Bing succeed, he summoned his first spirit, the venerable Zhong Laoi, preparing to convert his energy into needles to forcibly stimulate his meridians. Risking his life in the process, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Feng Xingtong sensed that the opposing pull he was contending with had vanished without a trace. Without time for further contemplation, he swiftly seized the opportunity to retract his spirit into his body. As he focused his gaze, he beheld Wang Bing standing still, his eyes brimming with anger and resentment. In that moment, Feng Xingtong found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. "Brother, it was you who suddenly halted. Why do you appear to suggest I have played some trick?" Suddenly, Feng Xingtong recalled Feng Zhenghao's admonition prior to the match. Could it be that someone was secretly intervening? Reinvigorated with this realization, he hesitated no longer. After adjusting his state, he launched a new offensive. In the audience, Su Chan observed the unfolding situation with a mischievous grin. It was he who had employed the rainwater clinging to Wang Bing to sever his innate energy's connection with the outside world, simultaneously immobilizing his body. Witnessing Feng Xingtong regain his composure, Su Chan decided to retract his control, leaving only the seal on Wang Bing's energy intact. After all, under his manipulation, the outcome of the match was already predetermined. It was prudent to afford Wang Bing a glimmer of hope for victory. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Feng Xingtong to deliver a thorough beating on the field. A now normal Wang Bing, after loosening his body, growled fiercely, "You despicable son of the Feng family. What trickery did you employ to immobilize me?" Then, as if struck by sudden realization, he exclaimed, "It must be the ability of your spirit, right? Such a unique power is indeed rare. Hand it over to me." The anger that had earlier consumed Wang Bing was now replaced by a visage of joy and excitement, for he was consumed by the desire to possess it for himself. Moments later, a battered Wang Bing stood panting heavily, blood seeping through his garments. He had initially believed that such a formidable ability could not be sustained for long by Feng Xingtong, given his strength. Yet at every critical juncture, that strange force would emerge, holding him in place. With the prospect of victory slipping away, his heart began to spiral into despair. In his fury, he shouted a famous declaration, "I possess a magnificent treasure mountain. I have stood atop the peak since birth. All that I desire is my privilege. This world exists solely to welcome my arrival. Therefore, I demand your spirit. I desire the celestial talisman. They should all belong to me. Why do you scum oppose me?" With that, he charged furiously at Feng Xingtong, only to be met with a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Xingtong unleashed his true fire upon Wang Bing, mounting him for a relentless beating. In the audience, the cunning old fox Wang Ai could no longer contain himself and struck his cane heavily against the ground, preparing to end the match. However, just as he stood, Zhao Jinwan appeared before him. "Old Master Wang, the match is not yet concluded. Please do not disrupt the rules of my heavenly master's manner." Upon hearing this, Wang Ai's face twitched involuntarily. Just days prior, he had been extorted by the old heavenly master. His gaze swept across the battlefield, discerning that the Feng family's young man was now at his limits. Without the support of energy, a few punches would hardly inflict severe damage on Wang Bing. If his grandson could not endure, he would submit in due time. Contemplating this, Wang Ai resumed his seat, casting a cold glare at Feng Zhenghao. Initially, following his father's instructions, he had contemplated sparing the Feng family to lure other practitioners of the 8 unique techniques. Yet, since they had proven so ungrateful, once he grasped control of the world, the Feng family would no longer be necessary. While Wang Ai was fixated on Feng Zhenghao, plotting his malevolent scheme, he failed to notice that Wang Bing was on the brink of losing consciousness. At first, when he was knocked down, Wang Bing had some capacity to retaliate, but soon, Feng Xingtong's fists, augmented by the rainwater, significantly enhanced his striking power. Each blow sent torrents of blood splattering from Wang Bing. Meanwhile, as he was being pummeled, Su Chen discreetly sealed Wang Bing's mouth, rendering him unable to concede defeat. After several punches, with his capacity for resistance evaporated and his consciousness fading, Wang Bing could only stare wide-eyed at Feng Xingtong, desperately monitoring the situation in the arena. The judge from the Heavenly Master-S Manor, Zhao Jinwan, could not help but reflect, this Wang family brat does possess some merit. His defiance is truly commendable. Even after being beaten to this extent, he remains silent and resolute. At that moment, Zhang Chulan's phone suddenly lit up. Upon checking, he discovered a message from an unknown number. "Hey, we have all arrived at Longhushan. But you could probably guess we would come, right?" This cryptic message stirred something in Zhang Chulan. He immediately surmised that the sender was El Liang from the Quanjing faction. Recalling his encounter with El Liang, he suddenly remembered the meeting with Su Chen regarding Wang, and the images of El Gong and El Liang began to merge in his mind, the same blue light flickering in his hand. The same Minghun technique, the same surname El. In an instant, Zhang Chulan was taken aback by his own deduction, but he quickly turned to Su Chen beside him, asking, "Taoist, when El Liang texted me, it dawned on me that he shares the same surname. What connection does he have with the El family? Could it be that LCI, one of the 10 elders, is secretly colluding with Quanjing? After all, their techniques seem somewhat similar." Upon hearing Zhang Chulan's query, Su Chen glanced at him with mild surprise. He had assumed that due to his interference, Zhang Chulan would not draw any connections to LCI, as he had not faced any inquiry from him. However, he was astonished that even after a brief encounter, Zhang Chulan could link the two. With this in mind, a sly smile crept across Su Chen's face. He intended to instill a sense of pressure upon Zhang Chulan, considering that the forthcoming matches might be too effortless for him, that a touch of urgency would ground him in his training, that if he ever wished to unravel the mysteries of the 8 unique techniques, Zhang Chulan's involvement was indispensable. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chen gestured towards the ongoing battle, saying, "After watching this recent match, do you have any lingering questions?" Naturally, Zhang Chulan organized his thoughts and continued. Seeing the initial concern on Wang Ai's face, it stands to reason that Wang Bing must be related to him. However, according to President Feng, the technique of spirit conjuring is unique to the Feng family. Why does Wang Bing possess it too? Humph, Su Chen scoffed. The Minghun technique employed by El Liang is not a complete inheritance. Its original source lies within the 8 unique techniques Shuangquanshu. Both the Wang family spirit conjuring and the El family Shuangquanshu were extracted through unscrupulous means from their creator. This is also one of the reasons your grandfather lived in obscurity. After all, these shameless family factions adhered to the principle of whoever seizes it, owns it. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chulan felt a tumultuous wave rise within him. He had initially believed that his grandfather was pursued by various sects merely due to his collusion with the Chuanqing demon. However, after listening to Su Chen, he could almost empathize with the dire situation his grandfather faced back then, the covetous eyes of the world's extraordinary beings. The relentless pursuit, the heartache of being unable to return to his sect, and the fury of witnessing sworn brothers tortured for information in that moment, he truly grasped the reasons behind their frequent relocations during his childhood. A short while later, after witnessing Wang Bing being relentlessly pummeled until he lost consciousness and was carried away by the doctors for emergency treatment, they arrived at the competition venue between Deng Youfu and Huang Ming of the Tianshi Sect. At this moment, Zhang Chulan, equipped with formidable mental resilience, had regained his composure, though he still appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet, as he stepped into the audience area, a chilling aura emanating from the arena sent shivers down his spine. Instinctively rubbing his palms together, he wrapped his arms around himself and exclaimed, "Master, what is this? Why is this competition arena so cold?" As the air conditioning of the Tianshi Mansion malfunctioned, observing the dark aura surrounding Deng Youfu, whose eyes gleamed with a hint of crimson, Su Chen explained, "The chill you perceive is in fact emanating from the spirit residing within Deng Youfu." Zhang Chulan responded, perplexed, "Master, you must be joking. just now when Wang Bing and Feng Xingtong summoned so many spirits. The temperature of the arena didn't change at all. With a light chuckle, Su Chen replied, although the technique of spirit summoning is one of the 8 extraordinary skills and is somewhat effective against these spirits. The spirits they summoned cannot be compared to those of the immortals. Immortals? Zhang Chulan inquired, intrigued. So, immortals are animals that have cultivated qi. Although such opportunities are extremely rare, their innate purity allows them to cultivate at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary beings. And their lifespans are significantly extended. The shamans in the northeast, often referred to as ma xian, are those who have made contracts with these immortals and can harness their powers. Furthermore, the snake spirit residing within Deng Yofu has cultivated for over 100 years. In terms of age alone, even the 10 elders must refer to it as senior. Zhang Chulan exclaimed, astonished. Isn't this akin to having a cheat? 100 years of cultivation with such a capability. Who could possibly rival him in the Luotian grand ceremony? Suddenly, it struck Zhang Chulan, and he turned to Su Chen, saying, Master, if I recall correctly, your next opponent is the victor among those two, right? If we can't win, we should report them to the Tianshi Mansion for cheating. A century-old immortal clearly exceeds the limit for extraordinary beings under 30. Chapter 71. This kneel is a preemptive offering at your grave. Su Chen was taken aback by Zhang Chulan's audacious suggestion. He hadn't anticipated that Zhang Chulan would propose such a shameless course of action. Indeed, if Deng Yofu hadn't encountered Feng Xingtong in the original narrative, it was likely that the formidable Deng Yofu, possessing Lu Kuanxing's capabilities, would have been the one to sweep through the Luotian grand ceremony. Such prowess would make him the pinnacle among the younger generation. Even the top contenders would merely serve as fodder against him. Apart from the spirit summoning technique, the only other contestant who could possibly contend would be Feng Bao, and even that would likely end in a draw. However, regrettably, even without the spirit summoning training, under the shadow of his own machinations and the old Tianshi, there remained obstacles standing in his way. After all, he had long coveted Lu Kuanxing's experience. Surely, with a century of cultivation, fighting at full strength would mean he would not be inferior to the average elder. As for whether he could defeat him, what a joke! Not to mention he possessed the white armor divine soldiers, a technique renowned in the system for its devastating efficacy against spiritual entities. Moreover, his heavenly thunder was particularly effective against such cultivated immortals. Su Chen even feared that his envisioned technique, white armor divine soldiers combined with summoning thunder, might inadvertently strike Lu Kuanxing dead. He patted Zhang Chulan on the back of his head, saying, Can you not have a bit of faith in your elder brother? Do you not understand the worth of being the disciple of a grand master? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chulan looked at Su Chen, but a sense of punching through the 6 realms and stepping upon the vast earth emanated from him. And he couldn't help but feel the urge to retort, Master, let us be honest, you're not the one with the golden finger, are you? Why does it feel like there is an aura of a Dragon King novel emanating from you? While the two conversed, Huang Ming in the arena was already panting heavily, standing there exhausted. Possessing the lineage of his sect, he naturally understood that showcasing his yang god technique in front of an immortal was akin to performing a grand display of martial prowess before Guangong, merely courting death. Thus, after a brief exchange, he refrained from further struggle and graciously clasped his hands towards Deng Yofu. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. As I am now unable to fight any longer, I apologize for not allowing you to fully enjoy the competition. A hoarse voice emerged from Deng Yofu. You're not bad. You've learned the Chuanjin sect's inner alchemy well. Today, you provided me with a good workout. You've made a fine punching bag. If you wish to train further, you may come find me in Changbai Mountain. Deng Yofu wins. With the announcement from the referee of the Tianshi Mansion, the morning's matches came to a close. Under Zhang Chulan's incessant chatter, Su Chen and the others went to celebrate the successful advancement of the 3 participants. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest arrived at the Feng family's residence. Wang Ai gazed at the grand door before him. The image of Wang Bing's wretched state flashing through his mind, he had not anticipated that within a mere moment of distraction, his beloved grandson would fall victim to foul play. All thanks to that wicked little scion of the Feng family. In a fit of rage, Wang Ai waved his hand, and the two bodyguards, one tall and one short, behind him kicked the Feng family's door open without a hint of courtesy upon entering the house. Wang Ai pointed his cane at Feng Zhenghao's face, exclaiming, "You Feng family! How could you repay the kindness of your benefactor with malice? If you do not provide me with an explanation for today's events, then your Tianxia society has no reason to exist." Feng Zhenghao, observing Wang Ai, felt somewhat uneasy. Though he had already learned the truth from Su Chun, he intended to follow through with the formalities of a complete apology. However, he hadn't anticipated that before he could even make a move, Wang Ai would have rushed over in a frenzy. It seemed he truly cherished his useless grandson. This aspect might prove useful for future leverage. While pondering this, Feng Zhenghao maintained his outward actions, hastily welcoming Wang Ai to take a seat, while saying, "Old Master Wang, please calm your anger. I was just preparing some generous gifts to apologize for the misunderstanding. I didn't expect you to arrive first. Clearly, the competition was meant to be a friendly exchange, yet that boy Feng Xingtong acted so viciously. Upon returning, I had him subjected to the family discipline, a thorough lesson. He is now bedridden and unable to rise. Once he recovers, I will ensure he comes to apologize." Upon hearing this, Wang Ai's expression softened somewhat. Although he realized that Feng Zhenghao was merely speaking platitudes to protect Feng Xingtong, he also understood that there were ulterior motives behind the desire to absorb the Tianxia society. Thus, he refrained from probing further. Doing so would only result in a complete rupture of their relationship and hinder his plans. After all, while it was one thing to pilfer techniques and extraordinary skills in the realm of extraordinary beings, to forcefully seize the renowned Tianxia group in the realm of ordinary people would invite repercussions far beyond mere corporate sanctions. Even with these thoughts in mind, the cunning Wang Ai had to exert great effort to suppress the fury boiling within him. After a heavy snort, he spoke, "That would be best. You must understand that I said the Wang family is your Feng family's benefactor. This matter is no mere fabrication. Do you know why our Wang family also practices spirit summoning?" Seeing Feng Zhenghao feigning surprise, Wang Ai continued without a hint of awareness, "This was all taught to us by your grandfather back in the day. You must know." After a lengthy discourse, Feng Zhenghao, suppressing his nausea, finally endured Wang Ai's moralistic rhetoric. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, until he suddenly kneeled down with a loud thud. "It turns out I have long been unaware of the Wang family's kindness. After being recognized among the 10 elders, I foolishly believed I could stand shoulder to shoulder with my seniors. I am truly filled with shame. From now on, my Tianxia society shall follow you, Old Master Wang, as our guiding star." As Feng Zhenghao spoke, he secretly contemplated within his heart, "Old fool, this kneel shall serve as an early offering at your grave. After all, you haven't many days left to live." Meanwhile, Wang Ai remained oblivious to any discord. Instead, he was momentarily stunned by the sudden joy of achieving his envisioned goal that a moment later, he let out a cold, sinister laugh without a hint of politeness, directly commanding, "You there, gather all the skilled members of your Tianxia society to Longhu Mountain. After the Luodian grand ceremony, I shall have use for you." Feng Zhenghao was taken aback upon hearing these words. He raised his head in astonishment, gazing at Wang Ai. Although he had previously agreed with Su Chun to take action against the Wang family after the Luotian grand ceremony, he was taken aback by the old man's utter lack of caution. As he had directly instructed Feng to begin preparing personnel, it seemed that in this world, there truly existed individuals who felt their demise was not swift enough. Chapter 72. The Mysterious Arts of Feng Ho. As the afternoon sun gradually inclined toward the west, clouds leisurely drifted across the horizon. In the audience, someone posed a question. "Daoist, do you think there exists a possibility that Zhuge Qing might unexpectedly lose to Daoist Wang?" Upon hearing Zhang Chulan's inquiry, Su Chan was somewhat taken aback. "I never expected you to possess such discernment." Beside them, Feng Baobao did not hesitate to expose Zhang Chulan's underlying sentiments, though I too believe that Wang appears more formidable. It seems Zhang Chulan surely thinks he cannot surpass the other lad. Hence, he made such a remark. It appears that today, Chulan has indeed hit the nail on the head." At that moment, as the referee called them forth, the two stepped into the arena, eliciting a wave of cheers from the audience. "Darling, I want to bear your children." "Oh, darling, you are so handsome. I truly adore you." Zhang Chulan observed the lively scene in the audience.